Yo, 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 yo. Let me clear my throat. Mm. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Mm. Yeah, mate, that was fun. I was just watching the premiere, man, and see how he top striker, Black Van Man, and that. It was mad, 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 crazy. Sticky G, Jungle Jesus, big up, big up, big up. Come on, come on, big up Hannibal. Hannibal. What's today? Tuesday. You saying you're back home already? Family. You're back home, family. mm. Waiting for some more people to come in, man. So what's been going on? What's been going on? What's been going on? Yeah, Hannibal. Tell us, man. Talk to us, man. Who you want to jump on and tell me? Talk to me, man. One second, one second, one second. Sorry, peeps. Distracted there for 2 seconds. Right. Yes, what's going on? Where you, Hannibal? Press on that button, mate. Get me. You want to know what you've been doing? Big up everyone inside. Big up everybody coming in. Hit the like button on your way in. What has been happening? Okay. Okay, you back, Hannibal, yeah? Good, man. No problems at immigration. Family. Well, no problems, family. Oh, come on. Big up True OG. Don't know. Ankara 199 get me big up, but yeah, yeah, we know this. Not London actually, not London. If you look at the map they put out, I think Dr. Valentine, Phil Valentine, did a video about that about 8 years ago, 9 years ago or so. We did a lecture on it, and he showed him the map that he had. You know what I mean? Yeah, everything was carved up, even some parts of Africa. Was, yeah, it was gone. But all that West Africa stuff is a myth, supposedly. But we have had a polar shift, though. It's moved a couple of degrees. It seems this is why we're getting the climatic conditions we're getting. Mm, mad thing.
Family. Amazing
Family,
family.
come on, big up
Yes.
my like Grussler. Come
Big
on.
up everyone in the building. Make sure you press the like button.
Mm,
Share the link so everyone knows we're on
mm,
live. It's about to be a FTK,
come
baby.
on, got to FTK. So yeah, the premiere. What did you think of that? That
Bro.
little interaction with that mad boy. Mm,
Like, no, I don't know where to start. 2019, 41-year-old does not know. I think he's trying to get into politics. I think he's talking like a very good politician. 12 o'clock from at the end,
mm.
as I reviewed it properly. I think he's trying to get into, I don't know, maybe someone's gassed him up saying he can run for MP. I mean, I don't know.
Well, think about it. I mean, he was talking to his own demographic, and I think that's exactly what they wanted him to appeal to and gauge our response. What you gonna do? Yeah, you lot planning a revolution? Yeah,
Listen,
you get what I'm
exactly.
saying? Like I told you, I
Mm-hmm.
would never really reveal my battle plans. Never reveal my battle plans like
Yeah,
in public or yeah, it don't make sense. Strategy is strategy, innit? And the best way to keep a secret is keep your mouth closed. So I know I would never do that, man. Now I would advise any black organization or otherwise to be opening their mouth about their plans. I don't see that really happening, but I do see that in the black community in the sense like the organizations we have are so transparent, got their little meetings, but there could be agents in there listening and recording and all that. So yeah, we've advanced now. They can send them into the park, and you hear me? It makes sense that to try and gauge our response and
yeah.
how we think about things. And yeah, explain it to me. Explain it. Come on, I don't understand. I'm learning. I'm new to this. Like really, no one could be new to
Oh,
this. This is life.
41 years old. How are you into this? Don't make sense.
Mm?
I said 41 years old is new to this. It don't make sense.
Yeah,
Yeah. But in
it's
the end,
funny.
he said, one thing he said as well, which got my attention. Like, oh, I don't want my kids growing up in this situation. But if you say everything's okay dory, why don't you want your kids growing up in this situation? If you think everything's so
Mm.
fine and everything is all good, why don't you want your kids growing up in this situation?
Mm. It's brought up in the narrative, innit? I mean, the narrative they spin is the narrative he's got in his head, and that's what we're trying to
Yeah,
break because we know it. It's nothing new. It's like half of it is based in truth. It's like they're not lying in what they're saying, but how does that make sense and how does that benefit you and yours? Forget the community, just you. Like, what are you talking about? You and yours, your family, your neighborhood, your estate, your thing. I've always seen. What was that? Uh, yeah, there's no black community. We know this, man.
we
You know
know
what I'm
this
saying?
already.
They are just black.
We,
Yeah, that's just a figure of speech in a sense.
communities, the
You know
people
what I'm saying?
around
So
you.
we get the overall standard. Yeah.
If you go to
But
Africa, you
if
find
if
communities.
black communities, if the black communities are organizations in this country, then yeah, it is what it is. Those still don't fully represent us. They have their own agenda. We know this. So depending on
Yeah,
each one, we can find out what the hell's going on, and we do kind of know what the hell's going on. That's why you don't hear man barling Pan African and all of this type of stuff. But you get me? Man ain't knocking them, but yeah, man is much deeper than that. Goes deeper than Nina Brown, man. You know what I mean? Because you got to think of the age of the organization, how old it is. If you ain't like 300 years old, then why are we talking? What are we talking about? No, we're talking about a system that allowed information to pass from Africa to the West Indies and to the Americas via certain individuals. You know what I'm saying? But this is still all like in the 1900s and that. So it's a mad thing. But yeah, when we say black community, yeah, bros, I don't even know, but for some people, it is real. Do you get what I'm saying? Because that's what they claim to represent in it as an organization or as a mindset, as a movement. Gang doesn't say that. You get me? The problems going on in our community, because we know that there's all varieties, and even Black Van Man explained to FTK, my brother Rich Porter, who was trying to tell me on the same estates, yeah, it was not a mixed bag. It was not a mixed variety. You didn't have Greeks, Turkish, all sorts, white boys, and all of that in the gang. So for us, the gang had no color. Do you get what I'm saying? They were all just one because they never saw
Just
themselves as
youths.
different
Just
in the
youths.
gang setting. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's youths.
Just,
The ideology
just
didn't come into
youths.
it. What their parents taught them at home. Yeah, they just have a common ideology and a common goal. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is. But yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, as I said, yeah, it's just that's why we use the phrase, isn't it? We just say black community because we know what we're talking about when we talk about those who are interested in the betterment of black people. So yeah, it's no big deal. But I say we have that in England too, not just America. Obviously, we have them in England too. So they are part of our communities. You know what I mean? But there are other groups that are part of our communities as well.
I think what you
We have
find
the
more in the
Pakistani
UK,
Centre, Sikh, everything. Mm.
UK is with countries to keep together as a community like that. But to say there's this one black community, like I don't see that.
Yeah. And Sticky G, I don't know what you was agreeing with because at the end of the day, he was the one asking the questions and wanting the answers. So you can't say you agree with someone who on each point someone made a counter argument, and then it became a thing of asking questions. Well, teach me then. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm new to this. I'm da 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 da. I'm like, okay, cool. But how are you new to life and the situations that happen in your community? No matter what he's going to tell us, it's still London, so we all know anything that he supposedly went through or going through. You ain't gonna pull the wool over man's eyes, and you're younger than man. So anything you've been through, I've been through too, and for a little bit longer, it seems. You know what I mean? So that's all it is, man. Like I can't agree. I don't care what he says. Like there ain't no white revolutionaries in England like that we can draw from history. They're only gonna be politicians and all of that type of stuff, who they claim to do things for the country or the Queen and all of that, and they got their knighthood. Man, I get knighthood for being a good football manager. You know what I'm saying? So all these OBEs and all these titles, they don't really mean jack. If a man can be called Sir, you get me, because his contribution to British football. Like what? No, man. I know he said that Africa was a jungle. Was it not a jungle in the beginning? Like way back. I'm saying it could have possibly been all of it a rainforest. You know what I'm saying? But what are you talking about? This is not the time or the thing you're talking about. Mm.
When the
And
civilization
I'm like, how
started,
does the country work to you? How does the country work to you? The coast, then the city, then the jungle. Is that how it works in every country in Africa? Yeah. So dumb, man. I hate when people come with them type of dumb, like, and you ain't been nothing. Yeah, the problem with Africa is, well, how about you go there and get a first-hand account,
and then
and
tell
then you can start talking. But these are the same places the oppressor's going, mate. He's going to have a holiday there. He's relaxed. He's got another home there. But had a family there. Do you get what I'm saying? In your country.
Yeah.
And he'll be
Do
telling
you
you
know
not to
half
go
of
there. So, you know what I mean? Mm,
active government went to school in Zimbabwe? They're actually Zimbabweans.
a
Okay.
lot of them, yeah.
Ian Duncan Smith, his
Mm,
grandfather was Ian Smith in Rhodesia, was Davis.
mm-mm,
Okay, I can name a few who went to school in Africa. Well, Africa's a jungle.
mm.
Yeah, they go to school there.
Yeah, I think people need to wake up. You can't be bigging up foolishness, man, and tomfoolery. You get what I'm saying? Like, I understand that my brother's been assimilated by the system to such an extent. He would take the ideology of uh, the right wing Europeans as his own, and that's exactly what they need. He ain't no different from Obama. So we do believe and we do say that, like, a lot of the time, those are the people we have to face every day. It's not these other people or these Pavlovs or whatever. It's these black folk who have been systematically changed, basically, or that's all they know. So if you only know the system, you're just gonna say like, "Whoa, what's wrong with it?" I don't see nothing wrong with it. Yeah, and if you don't like it, leave. So yeah, you know who you sound like? Shit, you sound like the people who were oppressing me when I was a young teenager and all that. Going to school and sitting in the classroom, primary school, and people saying, "Nah, you know what? You should just go back to Africa." Get me? I know where the talk came from. You get what I'm saying? That's why I said I lived it. Like, you're never gonna pull the wool over my eyes about racism. You know what I mean? Tony Robinson or Tommy Robinson, why would you choose him? You said Sankofa, but I never saw no Sankofa in you. Even if you said Marcus Garvey, I'll rate you. You know what I'm saying? But find someone of your own thing that you can say thing. Even if you said Bob Marley, I'd rate you. Because then you could say, yeah, he's like me, his dad's mixed race, and all right, cool, no problem. But there are better examples. Why clean? Whoom, shoo, right out the opposite. You wanna represent for who? And Trump is right because, like, man, if you share them views, and a lot of people do share them views, it's understandable. But I don't think you should be expressing them. You keep them to yourself. 'Cause I think it does more harm than good. You know what I mean? Straight up and down. So yeah, as long as I give my brother ratings, like, yeah, man, he's doing his thing in it, he's trying. But when you come in this arena, maths, you better be better equipped. You get me? You want to pick brain, but you have to do it respectfully. Like, we'll give you the answers to your questions, but you just don't have to be rude and talk about man's mom and all of this and shut up and all that. You know? You see how people get, man, emotional. Fam. And if you know you're right, you won't get emotional. You carrying the right information, you're backed by the right people, and you know, yeah. But you're fighting against your own self. Ain't comfortable in your own skin, as I told him. You get me though. So anyway, yeah, that Liberia thing was not him. Still, he only observed. He didn't even go there. He sent someone to go and see what the U.S. government was doing. Remember, that's a U.S. government project. The returning of slaves to Liberia and Sierra Leone and those type of places, Freetown and all of that. We know about all this. You get me? You can't put that on Garvey and say that was Garvey's doing. Definitely not. You get me? You wanted to jump on it, and then when he sent his envoy and realized what they were doing with the natives and the returnees getting into fight and confliction, yeah, he thought, nah, maybe it's not the best idea. We could go back, but we might have to go somewhere else. That's it. Oh yeah, Bradstone. Yeah, yeah. That was a spelling error. I had to readdress that. I think on the next video, something. I had to do it again or whatever. Cause yeah, I didn't spell Dwight right, but it didn't even matter anyway, bros. Right or wrong, I've done it right before. So it was just a case of like, bros, just to prove a point. So yeah, but there is a Dwight York in there, but obviously that's not the man's name. And I tried all that other stuff. Isa El Hadi El Mahdi. Get me? Like that's not even running. None of them, bros. That wasn't even an alias on the paper. You get me? They said it was alias, his alias name and that. Yeah, mad thing. Anyway, let's see. I know. Kiski, Kiska, Giska. Yeah, big up there, man. Come on. Yeah, but yeah, the youth's funny, man. I slightly feel sorry for him. Yeah, I slightly feel sorry for him, man. Get me? No animosity. You just gotta learn. Get me? And I made the point that they just switched the N word for Muslim, so they could just grab more people, grab more supposed ethnic minorities. Now the picture looks bigger, and now it's mainly focused on people who were not necessarily considered Muslims back in the day. Do you get what I'm saying? Who converted more recently? These a lot of my Pakistani and Indian friends didn't even convert, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? They still think, but a lot of them did. A lot of them did. Mm. Now they're telling me, "Assalamu alaikum." No, I'm like, okay, okay. Get me? I remember distinctly you was Hindu before, but it's cool, man. Get me? Everyone can choose to turn and change from what they were. So the image, because of the terrorism and all of that, became Asian. We turned to our Asian brothers and we was like, listen, they're coming at you. You gotta say it right now. You better duck for cover or do like us. Pretend like you're invisible or something. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You have to do like you're invisible. It's mad. Get me? Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. So yeah, as I said, it was just a change of phrase and words to grab more people because obviously the people I know in my family and stuff have been Muslims all their life. So when they changed it and they said Muslim, my neck turned and I was like, what? What's going on? Oh, okay, I see what's going on here. You get me? You've attached other people that title and frame now. You get me? And given an image to it. So that's what everybody sees now. You see a Muslim, you think of an Asian or you think of an Arab or you think of a thing. When the original was us. You know what I'm saying? Even though we weren't always dressed in our garbs and that. You know what I'm saying? That might be restricted for evening at home, in the morning. You know what I'm saying? While you're doing your salats or whatever, it's like it's crazy, man. Come on, big up respect, my brother. What you jumping on? Come on, send the link out there, man. Come jump on the team, man. The man have to get that FTK, bro. That was good work yesterday, anyway, man. I have to show them, man, they work on because they don't understand where it's all coming from. You can't be funding and getting funded and all of that and saying you're not, and it doesn't even make sense. Why would you take 200 people? You get me? Come on. I know about Muslim now, yeah. Come on. It depends what you understand of the meaning and the thing, and you understand the sect of Islam that man's in. So well documented. You get me? No one don't want no smoke from me when we're in the park when it comes to the dean. Trust me. I mash man up, bro. Get me? Might be a Muslim, but I don't think I'm most people's um, determination of a Muslim. But it doesn't even matter because, as I said, where I come from, they are Muslims there. They're like majority. Muslims marry Christians and all sorts. And the way it is over there, it's not like none of these other places. And I'm from the south. I ain't from the north, where they got Sharia in place. There's only two places on the planet where they got Sharia, and that's Saudi Arabia and Northern Nigeria. It's mad, isn't it? Well, you got Muslims in the south. Like we ain't been invaded, we ain't thinking. Where did we get the religion and the ideology from? Where? Couldn't have been the same place as the North guys who are influenced by Arabs, obviously, because no other Muslim country, no other Muslim country or Arab League country has Sharia law in place. It makes no sense. No one else has it. You get me? What's that? What might you share with us on your? Yeah, I think we've done that already, man. We've done that. Are you correct? We've had a debate with Shakara on it. We've done the COE thing with about what is the blueprint. You get me? Man even bought me I went on Shakara's show. I think it's his first show. And yeah, that was the debate. I missed the first day and then I came on the second day. And yeah, he was so pissed. He was so pissed. He was angst, but it was cool. You get me? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but they don't have Sharia law in place, whether it's an Arab League country or not. You know what I'm saying? Most of the Arab League countries don't have that in place. The Saudis wish they could put that in place everywhere, but no, man. People are like, nah, I don't know about that. Get me? We've got our own version of Islam in Morocco. We've got our own version of Islam in, you get me? In Algeria and blah blah blah. We're not subscribing to that. Get me? That's all extreme. That's all it is. Wahhabism is extreme. It's just extreme Islam. Mm. Sometimes, yeah, clarification is definitely necessary. Get me? But on that score, yeah, man, you can't tell us anything. Remember, supposedly Black History Month, so we're gonna tell you the truth about it. You get me? That on Islam is like, bro, the Prophet was black, straight up. He came from a black tribe, dark skinned. You get me? Shiny black people. So we're not gonna play that game when they say to us, "Oh, how did Islam get into Africa?" Hello, it was brought by Africans. Because now you're going to tell me the Middle East is not Africa. You get me? No, the Middle East is one place that has definitely been invaded, colonized from time immemorial. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, it's one of those ones. Who are the original? Who are the Umayyads? Who are they? You get me? Who are the Abbasids? Like they tell you when Arabs come into the region after the death of the prophet and that, and come from Damascus and all of these type of places. But these men are coming from the north, as I said, crossing over. You get me? Because the routes there, the spice route, you can come all the way into Europe, into or Eurasia, and come in to Northeast Africa. So we can see that with successive waves and that, but we're not going to say those are the original people. And even up to the 1500s, you know what I'm saying, or 1400s at the time of the prophet, we were still there in mass number of all different variants, but definitely all melanated. And we have records and history and documents that prove that even tribally. Because I think a lot of people are demeaning that if Egypt created a writing system and that information and that thing was not spread throughout the continent. So everybody kept records. You know what I'm saying? Everybody kept documents and books and all of those type of things. Especially like they give an example of Timbuktu being a place of learning and where books were brought to from thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago. Oldest Islamic text in Mali, Timbuktu. You know what I'm saying? So all of these things are definitely relevant, and that's what we're trying to FTK. The cultural appropriation by some other peoples taking on your thing, converting, reverting, and then claiming that you're the kafir or you're the non-believer or you're not that. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't tell us none of that. You can't tell us we're not Israelites. You can't tell us we're not Muslims. You cannot tell us anything because we came and we was around and we were probably the people they were talking about before the existence of most these other races out of the family. Get me? Man are not even existing. Man are not even. There's no Greece. There's no Rome. There's no Assyria. There's no nothing. You get me? Before some of the civilizations that we had in Africa, and they know this. So, anything is. No one has no new ideas. I never heard of no ancient geniuses other than the actual geniuses themselves, and people pimping from them. Even the ideas of being pillars and stuff. First in Egypt and all of that. Like, yo, every other pillar that came after that was a copy, whether it's in Greece or Rome. So why not the same with the information and all that? And why not people supplanting themselves and saying, look, boom, I want to plant myself in this story. I'm a Jew now. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm a this now. I'm a that now. And some came in with their ideology straight. Like they've taken Islam, they've gone back to their various areas, converted their people or whatever, and then came back like the Turks and the Ottomans. Like these are clear things that happen in history, but I don't know, because of sometimes religion, some people's mind gets I don't know, should I say, like clouded. They don't see the truth in it. Like, yo, okay, check the history and check the religion. So if the religion and the history have to match up, otherwise there's going to be a problem. I mean, and they generally is like locations are not the same, things like that, all of that. So I mean, it depends what you understand. And as I've always said before, man, you have to study everything to know what's right and to know what's not right, or to know what is correct and not what's correct. And everything again can be up for a review because they make new discoveries and all of this all the time. Mm-mm, mm-mm. So. Um, yeah, my brother. There was Islam before Muhammad, my brother. Unfortunately for you, I don't know where you're coming from or whatever thing, but you just not studied or learned it. Just nobody, everybody knows what it is around here. Get me? Yeah, man, hit the like button, man. Subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Normal. Big up, big up, big up, big up, big up. Come on, bad guy, man. I'm the bad guy. They don't want no smoke. All right, when you're ready, born rich, I'm here, man. Anything you want. Yeah, disadvantages. Whoosh. We should say religious and or religious organizations and otherwise, bros, because it's the otherwise that's fucking us up as well. Get me? Suppose it's conscious community that ain't conscious. It's just about making money. Raheem's onto him, boy. Onto you, boy, Rich, man. Don't fuck about. He's triggered today, bro. You don't want to hear that. Yo, what? Black community? What's that? You didn't get the memo. He didn't get the memo. So he's feeling left out like the rest of us. Like, what? I'm actually quite dark skinned and I never got no envelope in the post. Um, no, man, there's room for bear. Bear people are delusional, but it's delusional to what extent? It's if the program's worked, it's not really delusional to that person, and it's not delusional to the people who set the program in place. They expect this type of thinking and behavior. What's not expected is to observe, know what it is, and separate yourself from it. It's the only way we can do it. You know what I'm saying? And I was trying to explain to this you, listen, it's the power of observation, the power to see something and say, look, that's wrong over there. Do you get what I'm saying? These are the characters involved in that wrongness. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm staying away from it. I'm not going to get emotional about, oh my God, look what they're doing. It doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense to get emotional about observations, things you see, things you know in your society, where you live, what's going on around, politically, all of that. But to say you know that and you get emotional about it and now you have to leave your own country for it, that's crazy. This is what the man's trying to tell man to do. Because man observe what's going on around man. Man's not dumb. Man wants sleeping like him. You get me? Talk about Tony Robinson. When I had to live with these guys chasing man up and down and that back in the day. Goddamn nigger, you nigger, coon. I ain't but her. You know what I mean? We just dealt with it how we dealt with it. And probably bred that out of them. A lot of my elders, you know what I mean? They just slept with their sisters and all of a sudden they use mixed race and do and then it softens the heart. When granddad was racist and you got a beautiful granddaughter, you get me? Full of colour. You know what I'm saying? It kind of softens the heartstrings. I've seen it bare times, so yeah, a lot of things go on, man. But yeah, we're still all, regardless of color, as they say, the common people are all subject to the same bullshit. You know what I mean? The elite again don't know no color, so racism is something created by the elite to see what we, the common people, are going to do about it. While we're fighting, they're just taking over the world, sucking all the resources, doing whatever they want to do. You know what I'm saying? While we got us in petty arguments, fighting over religion, another thing they put out there. So if they could put religion out there, or the forms that we have now, because I'm saying like these religions have been around a long time, but obviously been usurped by certain groups, Masonic groups, and used to their benefit. So if we know these things, like this is again the power of observation. You're not going to be stupid about it. I'm not going to sit there and say, "Oh yeah, look, Islam is an Arab religion." No, Islam, yeah, is a religion of some original people, and Arabs came in. That's the history. Forget about what I mean. What people are trying to say after they took the text, added their hadiths, and all of these type of things. All of these actions, all of these things, grabbing texts, burning them, and all of this type of stuff. There, this is the history, not the. You get what I'm saying? This is not the Quran or something, or you know what I mean? Like, nah. Same with the Bible. We have to go with the what it's saying and the history. and see if the two match up. If it don't match up, then there's a problem. Somebody ain't telling the truth. So this is the problem we have. I mean, but as far as religion, getting rid of them and all of that, that's not going to work. Has it worked so far? They can take L's and like take lulls. You know what I mean? But it was a very good program. You gotta understand, it fully worked on our parents and our grandparents and all of that in varying degrees. You get what I'm saying? So, but depending on where they come from as well. But don't think that my grandma didn't have no white Roman Catholic reverend in her church in Nigeria. You see what I'm saying? We're colonized. Like people ain't really overstanding. They colonized our country and our minds. But I'm saying that not everybody accepts it. Just like here, not everybody accepts it. And with the teaching and the education they give you here, how can you not know what's going on? That's really ignorant. You know what I'm saying? To not know the system that you live in and thing. All right, it might not be necessary for your circumstances, but sooner or later it will be. It's like people say they don't do politics. Then don't moan about the price of things, man. Oh, petrol's going up. Yeah, nigga, because they ain't had no war lately. The moment they can get war and take over a country and get more resources, yeah, that shit will go down for you and you'll be there at the pump happy. That's why I say we're all complicit, whether we like it or not. We're all complicit. We didn't mean to be, but yeah, it's just one of those things. You know what I mean? That's how the system works. Yeah, man. That's what it is. If you came to our community and thing, you would have an Ivorian community within it. You got Brazilian community here. You've got Italian community here, all in the same community. So it depends where you live. For us in London, you know what I mean? Yeah. Who's Dwight D. York though, bro? Get me? You keep saying the thing. I know that there's a Dwight D. York in there. I told you that. Yeah. Yeah, the 74 is something that has recently changed as well. They're mad, fam. Who is that, bro? That's not even a man's name, bros. That's the name of a man's dead son. Disrespect. Wake up, man.
Gang, Gizan, gang, Lily.
Come on. What you saying?
UWABIAN
FTK all day, all day, all day. So what you saying? You watched the premiere? Did you watch the premiere?
Nah, I missed it, man.
Yeah. It was good stuff, man. It's good stuff, man. You was laying out some good stuff there, man. You get me? I for sure them, man. There. It's not their fault, bros. They think they're clever, but yeah, these men are very smart. They'll send Obamas, they will send thing, and they will send black fan, man. No, it's true.
Man said they'll send the bombers.
You get me?
It's big.
Because at the end of the day, yeah, you could see like the demographic that he was trying to appeal to was all of us.
Yeah.
Whether it's Muslim, whether it's thing, whether it's, you get me?
Yeah.
Hebrew Israelite, it was us, the people, your community, your community of people. So you want to gauge, or they want to gauge how we're thinking. That's a
Yeah.
game, man. That's a plot, man. That's an implant. Man
Yeah.
can't tell me nothing. Get me?
Yeah.
No different. Get me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Things are
Right reaction. Right reaction, man. Yeah, right. If you want to come in and talk, man, you can talk. Because right now you're talking smack. You've been talking smack on the premiere, all sorts. Big up Black Van Man. Big up Tommy Robinson. You're on crack, fam.
That's Ralph. It's Ralph. You know it's Ralph, innit?
Oh, is it Ralph trolling?
Yeah, that's
Come on,
Ralph.
Ralph.
Ralph's new thing. Come on, Ralph. Come on.
Come
Yo,
on, get on
Ralph,
in.
you think you're far right. Well, BVM is much more far right than that.
Mm-hmm. Get me? He's
Yeah.
been on before, and it ended up in him talking about his Hindu culture, fam. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, man went left. It went left in that respect. It was good actually because he gave us good deal. You get me? It was confirming what I was trying to say.
You
Get
said
me?
the
So
far right went left. The far Right, went left
The
for
far
one.
right went, far right to India. You get me?
What?
Come on.
Get off
We
to the
saying,
gentleman.
we saying trouble. We saying trouble. Is that what you do? Is that what you
I'm-
do? Yeah, you go on them streams and you just troll, man.
No, man,
Keep
I'm coming for
trolling
some.
and
I'm
trolling.
coming to give you the righteous truth, my friend, my brothers.
Okay.
I'm here for the
So,
righteous truth.
so what do you agree with? Because you were saying that you agree with most of the points that Black Van Man made. And
Well,
I
let
was
me
like,
be
where
clear
was
my
the point?
position.
Yeah.
Let me
Go
be
on.
clear my position. So I am not a libertarian, but everything Black Man Van says is a libertarian position. Everything you guys are saying is a far left position. I'm on the right wing, so I'm not. I don't agree with Black Man, but he's on the correct path to liberating you guys.
Mm.
So I'm only supporting him because he's a libertarian, pulling you away from the left wing position. Personally, I mean, I met him 3 or 4 times now. Yeah, he looks very libertarian to me. So I don't support libertarians, but I'll support him because he's closer to us than he is to your current position.
Yeah, I thought that might be the case.
He's your token. See, you're Tommy Robinson token. He's
Yeah.
your
Yeah.
agent. I should have an agent right there.
Yeah, because it hasn't really worked out well because like before they had Tan and then they had Raj, and it's like each one of them keeps coming to this rude awakening, and you're gonna have yours soon, where they're gonna make you're not part of them. That's the only
No.
thing. So
There
you
have
can
been-
talk as posh as you can talk as posh as you want. But I'm telling you, when you're in the midst of these football hooligans talking about Tommy Robinson, yeah, they don't want to hear nothing from you. You better be very quiet and be subservient like most Asians are.
No, but
No,
he
I'm
is very
so-
subservient. Ralph is the most subservient brown guy in this country. That's how he is.
Absolutely. I serve Christ.
True.
No, not Christ. You serve
Yeah.
British Empire. And
Yeah, exactly. Part of Christendom.
because the picture of white Jesus, you feel the British Empire represents Christ in some way, shape, or form.
It does. Yeah, my job is to move the nationalists closer to Christ. So for the far right who are not nationalists, who have got no righteousness, then my job is to move them closer to Christ. Otherwise, they will fail in their mission. So my job is to move the nationalists closer to Christ and move the Christians closer to the right. That's my mission, man.
Anyway, it's written in prophecy. They're gonna fail anyway, man.
Oh no, wait. So you're trying to make you're trying to bring Christendom, yeah, which they already represent, into their organization or their
Yes.
mindset, so they will be less violent and less ignorant and less
More
Is that what you're
righteous.
saying?
More righteous.
Well, remember that the Bible is kind of like the most violent book on the planet still.
All books are violent and stuff, but I think, and I was saying, I had a good meeting with Bob the Builder the other evening. We went out for some Christian stuff, and I was talking to Bob the Builder, and he's going to help out in a bit. And the idea here is that nationalism without Christ is just tribalism. Tribalism will be defeated by the left. Yeah, so tribalism would be defeated by Islam, and tribalism would be defeated by the left. So tribalism, which is nationalism, without Christ is empty. So my job is to make the patriotic movement more Christian and to make the Christians more patriotic.
So as you said before, as I said earlier, yeah, the one thing that is definitely finite and a constant thing is religion.
Yes,
because no matter what the battles are and it's just going to be these 3 main religions, Abrahamic religions, that run the roost.
Except the East.
East, except the Jews, that you cannot join their organization or anything that they're doing because they're saying that's a birthright.
Birthright, and we can't accept. As a Christian, our duty is to move the Jews to Christ because they're waiting for the Messiah, right? And we think they missed him. So, but remember, the majority of the rest of the world are not the Abrahamic religions, right?
Christians believe that Christ is coming back too. So, what do you mean they missed him?
Well, they missed him, and they don't believe he's the Messiah.
I Muslims believe when the Messiah's coming back.
Everybody.
Yeah, but we don't accept Islam because we don't accept Muhammad as a prophet.
That's cool. That's your own.
That's our own staking. So, but for the other 2 religions,
But yours is not really coming with any authority because yours is coming from Paul. Paul started this Christian stuff. You get what I'm saying? It wasn't disciple of Christ. This is Paul's work. Do you get what I'm saying? So if Paul thinks that's cool, but he has no authority to even have that way of thinking or give a way of thinking, you know what I mean, that goes against these people.
Well, we can get to those kind of arguments whether Paul and whether it's to walk to the road to Damascus and all of that.
No, yeah, Paul's a cunt.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, you can have all those views and stuff, but in terms of the politics and black man, yeah, in terms of age, it's funny, man.
Yeah, he's the white van man. He's the white donkey man of the time. You get me? He's the white donkey man of the time because he rode the donkey. Yeah, so we're saying it. Yeah, and he was white. Yes, and he fell off the road. He fell off the horse, got concussion, and now claims that Jesus gave him the authority. Cool, but it's not authority, is it?
Well, I think that we have to take that up with people more educated than me on the matter. But in all faith, that's our view. But I think the back to Black Man, I think that was interesting premium discussion between you guys, because that's like the libertarian black voice, right? There are not many libertarian black voices in the corner community.
Yeah, that's terrible, isn't it? It's very terrible, isn't it?
It's very triggering. It's very triggering for you guys, right? Because
not really.
1 minute, Ralph. If you're honest, yeah, you're saying it's triggering for us. But we wasn't the ones getting triggered in that conversation.
I think there's a bit of back and forwards. I think you triggered him. He got triggered. Yeah.
He was getting triggered. He can't accept what you've accepted, that you have to be submissive to white people or the far right. But he doesn't want to accept that yet. So when I use words like submissive, he's trying to pretend that he's going to be able to move forward without being submissive to their agenda.
But see, there's one confusion here.
As you know, he ain't going to survive, because what he's saying is he's going to go over to the left side and start promoting what they're doing on the same level that he's promoting the right. Now, as you know, Ryan, as soon as he starts doing that, you know, the right is going to turn on him.
No, but the right's not going to turn on him as long as he is open-minded, right? No. Because let's look at it this way: the right wing does not need Black Man. The right wing doesn't need BMB, right?
Well, it does. They need you, they need Raj, they need Black Man. They're trying to push a narrative that they're not racist, and they can't do that without token brown people. So the right does need people of ethnic backgrounds more than anything right now, because without the 1-2 token Ralphs and that, if you, Ralph, Rod, if all of you was to lead them tomorrow, that is when they're really done. They need every single person of ethnic origin that's going to be submissive that they can get.
No, but this, Raspberry, I'll tell you why the argumentation is wrong. That's because you're conflating far right with white. But remember, most of the people in the world who are far right are not white. The majority of people in the far right in the world are not actually white.
I'm not talking about in the world. I'm talking about in England. Yeah. So if you look at a Free Tommy Robinson rally, Kalam and Sarah were the only black people there. So what I'm saying is, without those 2 token blacks that turned up, it would have just been a pool of white. And if it's a pool of white, the narrative that they're not racist doesn't go across too well. Do you know what I'm saying? So they need you more than you need them. You might think you need them, but they actually need you more than you need them. That's my point.
Yeah, but that's only because they're opposing the left-wing racist narrative.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, but suppose that narrative is false.
But it doesn't matter. They still need to prove that it's not true. So they need as many people of ethnic origin as they can get to try and prove it's not true. That's why I think Black Man Guy was going to pay people to come down to the event from his personal Twitter. Because I feel like someone said, look, we need more black people down there, mate. You know what I'm saying? And we need more street kind of black people. I think he's because I think Sarah and them, look, they realize that the bougie blacks, they can't really deal with the mandem. So I think he's like been brought in to kind of deal with the mandem still.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, but if you look at that and you look at other countries, just to make it an easier comparison, if you look at the US, I know well. If you look at India, I know well. So if you look at a position where the right has to fight the non-right, so let's take white out of it. If you look at just India, the right is fighting a fierce battle with the left, and it's a very far-right government and a very right-wing country. They still have the same battle fighting the left, right? The liberal Indians. In the US, you've got far more right-wing libertarian voices and much more conservative black voices than you have here. And in England and Europe, the left has such a stranglehold. Yes, what I like to call the progressive plantation, that you're just sold on the racism narrative. Yeah? But suppose, just for a second, just imagine a thought experiment. Suppose that the narrative you've been sold is false. Then you're in a war that's not really in your best interest, man. That's my point. Yeah, suppose you believe for a second, just hypothetically, that I want black power and I want black well-being, but I disagree with your way of achieving it. What options do I have if I was a black man? Suppose I actually want the same thing as you, and I want the same objective, but I disagree with the narrative. I've got nowhere to go, right? My only home is going to be libertarians.
Ralph, the narrative is honesty. So what happens is, Ralph, when the veterans and the far right white people talk about their history and talk about the government and the establishment, Ralph, big black bad man, you don't call them victims because you're submissive to their thing. But if we do exactly the same thing, they wear poppies to remember the people that died in their war. But if we do the same thing and remember our ancestors who died in battle with not the Nazis but the British Empire, we get called victims because there's a guilt that the far right has in. We're not talking about Nazis. We're talking about the British Empire. So they take it personally, and then they try to shut us down and make it seem like we've got a victim mentality and we always complain. But if you actually look at a lot of them far right events, and you look at, when they talk about the mainstream media, BBC, the government, the establishment, Tom Robinson get put in jail, they do a lot of complaining. They have a lot of a victim mentality, but because they're far right or white, it doesn't get pointed out as a victim mentality. That's the only difference.
I think the difference would be, and maybe I'm not getting this right, but the difference would be if you look at the poppy celebration of World War I and II, they're not wandering around saying my position today in society is a function of the Germans. They're saying I'm just remembering the honor of the dead. So if you were to honor the memories of your ancestors in slavery, that's one thing. If you were to say, oh, but my situation today, and that's what BMV said to you, my situation today is because of slavery in the past, you're going to have to make that case. It's a very difficult case to make.
They're making the case that their situation today is because of immigration. But the thing is, they were the original immigrants, so they're still complaining about something. And the thing is, with the thing with the Nazis, it's only because the Nazis didn't win the war. If the Nazis won the war, then their position would be actually complaining that the reason why they're in their position is because of the Nazis. So the only difference is that what did Winston Churchill say, Ralph? He said, history will treat me nicely because I'll have the pleasure of writing it. Yeah. And the story of the hunt always glorifies the hunter until the lion tells its tale. So in this case, the British won against the Nazis, so they was able to control the narrative. So now if we complain about them, we've got a big offense. You know what I'm saying?
I'll give you a better quote from history, from Hegel. The only thing we learn from history is we do not learn from history. Yeah? So the only thing we learn from history is we do not learn from history.
I like Winston Churchill's one. History will be nice to me because I will have the pleasure of writing it. So what you're saying, after you beat the Nazis, they had the pleasure of putting the propaganda, extra propaganda, not to say it's not some of it's not true, but definitely extra propaganda, extra emphasis into the Nazis and highlighting what the Nazis done. Remember, the Nazis didn't kill more people than King Leopold in Congo. The Nazis didn't do a genocide in America or a genocide in Australia, colonize India and Pakistan and places in China. The Nazis never done that. The British Empire compared to the Nazis on a death toll, the Nazis are like small fries. But the reason why it's not broken down like that in history is because the people who won controlled the narrative, and then they over-exaggerated what the Nazis were doing, but they're not really honest about their role to play in modern history. And when I say modern, I'm talking the last 500 years.
Yeah, but if you look at that, let's give you another comparison, right? So much more people were killed and enslaved, much more than the Nazis or the British Empire by the Muslim conquest of India over 800 years, or 650 years, if you like. But the Indians didn't go around with a slavery narrative. They didn't form their nation saying, hey, the Muslims did all these things to us over these many centuries, and look, we're victims. They don't ask the police for reparations.
One second. Yeah? So the British didn't starve you 2 famines in India?
Of course they did. But
okay, then what are you talking about? That's millions. That's millions of people, though.
There's nothing compared to what the Muslims did.
Oh, you're lying.
The Muslims
how you get man to convert to Sikhism and to Islam if you kill them all? Doesn't even make sense.
No, but my point is the narrative you're talking about. There's no modern Indian narrative.
Yours is the narrative.
So we're not getting a modern narrative in India. If you look at the Indian education system, asking for the Mughal reparations from the Gulf states, no one's asking for all the modern Gulf states to pay India money.
Why the modern Gulf states? Because they wasn't there back then.
Yeah, but all of the Muslim lands, all of them. I mean, Gulf states. I mean, all of them, not just Oman, Qatar, the entire Middle
Yeah,
East.
but they're your guys though. That's what I'm trying to say. Like they're calling themselves Arabs now, but they were Pakistanis and Indians before that.
No. I'm talking about the
Oh
Arabs.
no. Yes, we're talking about Arabs because Arabs are a mixture of various different tribes and peoples.
Yeah, but no one in India, bro. No one in India considers themselves related in any way to the Muslims.
So are you related to Pakistanis?
No, I'm not personally at all.
Oh my God. So are you going to be that ignorant and say that the Muslims, Indians left, or well, I suppose stayed in the region, and some people moved there who shared the same faith?
No, because personally, I have Southern Indian DNA, so I'm not connected. But if I talk for someone else, for example, some other Indian that's not like me, there'd be no Indian narrative asking. The left wing still complain in India. The civil, like the left, the equivalent to the lefties here in India, they still complain and want the Kohinoor diamond back and shit like that. But the right-wing conservative movement are far much stronger. They're much more. They're just like, no, we get on with it. Let's kick some ass. So the path to power is not the complaint narrative. It's not the whinging narrative.
No, what we're saying is you lot actually complain more than us because we actually do stuff about what thing G-Walks, Libyan protests. We wasn't complaining about slavery. But if you look at the far right movement, all they do is complain. Tommy Robinson's being oppressed, grooming gangs. Like it's just the government ain't doing nothing. All they do is complain. But what I'm saying is their complainings are right because they're far right in their political narrative. Because everyone in the political center, there's no group that doesn't have people that complain about the system or complain about history and how it affects us. But what I clocked is with black people, because there's a guilt, because we're talking about the actual country that we're living in, yeah, there's a guilt that comes up, and so they try to shut down us when we talk. Now, if we was to say, okay, we're only going to complain from a far right perspective, yeah, so we're only going to complain about what's happening to Tommy Robinson, why they're attacking the far right. I know for a fact by tomorrow I could get 1,000 subscribers on any channel as a black man if I was to just support Tommy Robinson, because it's a big market right now, especially for those of ethnic background.
Yeah, but let me give you some insider information, bro. There's 3 views held on black people by these right-wing movements, right? Do you know what those 3 views are? And I know because I've been involved for years with them. One view is that people generally don't think about or care about black people. Not in a negative way, they just don't think about you at all. That's one camp. There's a middle camp who kind of care about you, but they're kind of libertarian. They're like, why don't these guys wake up and have a look around them? They still don't care because they don't consider black people to have any power, so it doesn't change the game. But they look at you and go, why wouldn't you be like a black man or like a Sarah? Why don't you be libertarian? And then there's the third view that sees you as complicit in a war, even though you have no power, that you will lose because we will beat the left, and we see you as being part of the left. Those are the most common 3 camps of views held. One, I would say it's about almost 30, but maybe a little like 25%, 30% don't think about you at all. They don't talk about black people. They don't think about black rights. They just don't think about you. You're not on their radar. The middle one, which is where you think the tokens come from, these are the Sarah Garveys or the black man. They're looking at you going, make up your own mind. Get out of this. Can't you see it's not working? And then there's the other view who are actively going, look, black people are part of the enemy camp, including Muslims, transsexuals, all of the multicolored rainbow types. And we see that as enemy, right? So that is the actual spectrum of views, right?
Oh, so you put us with the homos. Hold on, you put us with the homos, yeah?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the right wing, transsexuals, right? Yeah, man. It's
You lot are transgender than us because James Goddard was trying to date Simon, the transgender, and all of that.
That's
so
right,
you on the right, you lot on the right are way more closer to transgender.
Now, another thing, Ralph.
Yes,
yeah, another thing is that these guys, I've spoken to some of them, the Football Leagues Alliance or whatever they're called, yeah, and they told me they didn't want no smoke. They didn't want no trouble from no black folks, from no gang or anything like that. They don't want a race war or anything like that.
You're right.
That's not something they're fitting to win. So you sitting there telling me, oh yeah, they don't even think about you because if we was to get into confliction, but that's not a very clever camp then.
No, but there's 3 different camps, bro. There's 3
but
camps.
I'm saying that camp is not clever. We just established in that. Like they're not.
Yeah, I think the
we're
camp are not aware of black people. I think they're just literally, because lots of them maybe have not lived in black communities or have never met many black people. They just don't have any black issues in their mind at all. They just read about black people in the news.
So do they not live in London then? If they don't live in London,
the majority of people don't live in London, right? Remember, London's only 7 million people, mate. It's just over 10% of the country. Yeah. So majority of people do not live in London. Right?
Yeah, but it's the largest majority in London.
There's only 7 million people in London, and there's 65 million people.
There's not 7 million people in London. Hell no.
7 million is the average median population. 8.5 is the peak for the commuters. So that's just above 10% of the country.
No,
so
man.
9 out of 10 people don't live in London. They don't have. So that's why you have a large support of people who don't just interact with black people. They just read about it in the news. The other two, you got this split camp between. They look at people like Black Man, BMV is easier to say, Sarah, and all these people. They say at least these people are thinking for themselves, and that's the people they want to support. And then there's the other side of the right wing camp, which look at you as part of the enemy spectrum. And
so they support them.
Not because you're black. They're against you because you're part of the left.
Did you snitch? Did you just snitch on them and say that they support them?
No.
No. If they support them, they fund them, innit? And if they fund them, that's exactly what we're talking about. And what we're talking about is the power of observation. We don't care about your little emotional words and titles you want to put on us. I beg.
Someone's making up some crack or something there, bro. What is that?
Okay. That's herbs, man. Right, that's herbs.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah. So
skills.
As I said, I lost my train of thought now. But at the end of the day, yeah, you guys have certain trigger words that you think will trigger us. It's not gonna work, bro. You get what I'm saying? You can say anything you want under the sun. It's not going to work on us.
No, but we're not that. Again, to the deepest respect, man, can I just tell you this? We're the only people who see black people in opposition are when we see you supporting the left. We don't, and I don't take this wrong with you, you're not a threat. You used to maybe have been seen a threat decades ago. You don't have economic power to be a threat.
That's politically.
Yeah, exactly.
Everywhere else we control.
Oh no, yeah, but I remember there are not that many percentage of black people.
Right.
You only have a small amount of control.
You say there's not a much, bruv. We control. On the black market, on the streets of England or London or whatever town, we control. Yes, we the daddy, top of the food chain. Everybody knows this. What are you talking about? You get what I'm saying? You're talking about the weakest people in our gene pool. You get what I'm saying? Have dominance and power and could do bruv. I'm not buying none of that. You get what I'm saying? Because I know the main thing that they're driven by is fear. You understand? All of this racism, all of this prejudice, all of this thing comes from fear. Fear of who?
No, but I'm trying to tell you.
No. They got you convinced. They got you convinced that some of them don't think about us, but that's not necessarily true.
But I'm talking about years of working and talking to all these people, man. Years of it. So my views are not made because someone told me some story.
No, but I'm saying
I'm a narrative writer, man. I'm not one who listens to narratives. I create them.
Okay. No, it sounds like a listening. It sounds like a listening thing. You get me? Because many people before you have come and said the same things, and we've dispelled them the same ways. The problem is you doubting, and it's a good thing as well that you think of us on such a low level. Do you get what I'm saying? That we cannot intellectually compete or politically compete or in any other department. But that's not true. And you know it's not true.
Well,
anything we put our hand to, we excel at. Do you get what I'm saying? Well, it's just that most of us do not have the passion for politics. One second. We do not have the passion for politics, like other people, because we know how the system works, isn't it? The system is not built to favor us, not built to favor anybody, whether you be Asian, whether you be Arab, whether you be Turkish, whether you be thing. They class us all as ethnic minorities, and they treat us as so. Do you get what I'm saying? They give a few of us positions of power, like mayor, but the mayor is never going to be the king.
Hang on
a second. He's never going to be a House of Lords.
But two of the most powerful positions in the government.
Oh, there's Lord
run
Patel.
by
Lord Patel.
No, in the government, not in the House of Lords. In the government, two of the most powerful positions are not white. Why is that?
No,
Because they're conservative.
that's, as I
Not
said,
because they're
because you
brown,
have-
because they're conservative.
No. Because all right, yeah, that's their ideology and their thinking. But what my problem is that every organization or every political organization has those same dynamics. Whether it's a Diane Abbott, whether it's a Bernie Grant for Labour, whether it's a thing. We saw all these things, but some of them were true to their words. Whether they were the darkest how, you get what I'm saying? Like we saw all of these things through different generations and why these riots and these carnivals and all of these things happened. When the GLC was about with Michael Owen and thing. I'm a Thatcher child of Thatcher.
Yeah, we're probably the same age, man. Yeah, we're probably the same age.
So I'm a child of Thatcher. So you're not going to pull a wool over my eyes with this small and new ideology that they just came up with. You get me?
No,
we
but
know
that
this
was
boy.
40 years ago, my bro.
One second. It's not that long ago. It's Tony Robinson can start a group called the BNP. It's not that long, can it?
What do you mean?
It's not that
Tony
long.
Robinson?
Tony Robinson is the founder of this organization. So my point is, yeah, at a certain point, yeah, this organization came into play. I remember when there was not this organization. I remember when there were just little sections, G18 and all of this type of thing. Combat 18 and all of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember all the Combat 18 days, blah, blah, and all of that. So they were the
You're not gonna put no wood over eyes. That's not extreme. That's not extreme. What man do is change their name. They never change their ideology. Now, what happened with the BNP, which was quite significant, is that the idea of just having Britain for British did not work. It did not sit well. So they had to readdress it and change it to anyone who was born here. So now you can bring in, they brought in the token Sikh. I watched all this.
I remember the token Sikh and the BNP.
Right.
Remember you remember that guy? Yeah, you remember him, don't you?
Right. So I'm saying this is a process, and this is it's playing out in front of our eyes. Yes, so them trying to move politically, and they have to have
100% because the war is coming. The war is coming, and it's not coming on racial lines. No.
Public perception, yeah, is everything. So at that time, as I said, they were never even going to get a seat. If you can't get the majority of a seat in one area, then your party is non-existent. They had a seat. You know what I'm saying? So now they were trying to make more and trying to get more votes. But unfortunately, because people who were part of the organizations had done certain things, you know what I'm saying, that had brought the whole thing into disrepute. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the Stephen Lawrence and all of this type of thing.
The biggest change that has happened is that narrative you're talking about has been replaced with a new narrative. And that narrative is heading to across Europe. And that narrative is not a racial narrative. You're wrong. It's a conservation narrative. It used to be a racist narrative in the 80s. It's
okay, what's Brexit then? What's Brexit? If that's not a racist narrative.
Governance.
All right. And is that not trying to get their own family out of this country?
It's good. It's separating us. Absolutely. Separatism is the new thing that's going across the world. You and I will die. You and I will die, and we will see in our generation, the younger ones will follow behind us. We will see the end of that story when you and I go to our beds after we meet the Lord. Right? You will see that narrative is not racial.
I don't want to be on the losing side. You know what I'm saying?
Boom! That's why I'm here.
Right. Well, you already picked a side. Unfortunately for you, you've already picked a side on that same one bird. Do you get what I'm saying? Because
the right side.
Right. If it's right or left, it's part of the same bird, part of the same instrument, part of the same instruction. You get what I'm saying? Part of the same government. So it doesn't matter what side you're on, you're still playing the game.
We are at war. We are
right, but that war of the House of Commoners means nothing. The power is with the House of Lords, and the power is with the Queen again. So it doesn't even matter.
There's not enough power in the Queen. I would restore more power to the Queen in the church myself, but that's a side topic.
She's got enough. It's her government. It's her government. She's going to stay open of Parliament. She's going to stay open of Parliament and tell you, I want my government to do this, my government to do that, bring in ID cards, do this, do that. So it's all her. Now they argue about
maybe more
that for a whole session. 1 second. They argue about it for the whole session in the House of Commons, ratifying it, kind of thing. Then send it to the House of Lords, and if they don't rubber stamp it, it will never ever see the light of day.
Yes.
You
Right.
understand?
I mean, it
So
should be
this
that.
is
So
the
I wish it was more so. I wish it was
So
more
this is
so.
the
I wish it
process.
was more.
So even the MPs that we're talking about are fully, firmly based in the House of Commoners, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Guys who have no power. So it's
But
all
they
a
have
game.
power. It is a
It's
game.
all a game, my brother.
It's a game, but you have to ask yourself, what is the highest narrative? What is the highest story running? And the highest story is the world is facing what is called accelerationism. Nowhere in the world's history have so many people moved so quickly at each other. And this is why Trump, Brexit, everything's happening. And the answer is, what does that solution look like? There's only three final world orders. There's a global elite, neo-capitalism, neoliberalism. There's us on the right, and there's the other people on the left. Only one side will win this war. Now the question is, which side do you want to be on? It doesn't matter if you're black or white or brown. You're going to want to be on the winning side.
So where did the libertarians go?
Righteousness. That's
They're
the way.
going to be smashed out. They're going to be smashed. The whole center is collapsing. You and I, Mark, are old enough to remember when there was a liberal ground in the middle.
Liberal Democrats. I'm saying, where did the liberal Democrats go? If not into either left or right?
No, they're center. And the center.
How are they center? There's no more center. They haven't got no seats. They're not in thing. I'm saying
the center is collapsing.
Each of their parliamentary representatives went into other parties. Do you know what I'm saying? That's what happened. That's cool.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Because the left and right. Because the left and right is the only war that matters. The middle ground has gone, and the United States is gone. It's going across the world. It is the ideological battle of our lifetime. Are you going to sit on the left of the fence or the right? If you sit in the middle, like James SC, if you sit in the middle like any libertarian, as opposed to sitting on the right like me, or sitting on the left like Raspberry or Heiko, you're going to be on the other side of the fence. BMV triggers people because he's a libertarian. He's not sitting on the right or left. He's not right.
I don't even know that. He doesn't trigger us. We just see what he's doing. That's why I said the power of observation is a wonderful thing. And it doesn't necessarily involve your emotions. To observe something, to know what it is, to know what's going on, requires no emotions from you. So hold on 1 second. This is why when you throw things at us like, oh, we're this, we're that, we're like, yo, that is trying to get a reaction, because obviously that is not truth. And now maybe what you want me to be forced into a position of explaining my position and why I think that, when I say it's very simple. I observe this. This is what the information's out there. I've studied the information. I could see white from black and gray. I can see all of those things, and I will tell my people exactly what the hell's going on from my perspective. Now, to say that is victim mentality, or to say all of these other type of statements that he made, is farcical, because at the end of the day, no one came to you begging you and asking you or telling you things because we're just moaning about it. That's not how it works.
You're right. You're right. That could be one perspective, and you can see why people have different motivations for what they do. And BMV might have one motivation. I can't speak for him. I've met him a few times. He can speak for himself. But he looks, if I plot him, I can plot people very quickly by their words, where they sit. And he looks libertarian to me. He looks like black libertarian, right? So he's going to be in opposition to you because he wants you want the collective narrative, the narrative of racism, the narrative of colonization, the narrative of slavery. He won't buy that narrative. We on the right don't buy that narrative at all. We're on the other side. And like I said to you bluntly, either you're going to be on the side that is on the left, in which case we put you in the same camp as Muslims, blacks, gays, transsexuals, homosexuals, all of them in a unity of the left against us, or it doesn't matter if you're black or white, if you're on the side that's right. And that is the fault line. The middle ground has got nowhere to go. How do
you know we're not libertarians and we want our liberty? We want to be free. How do you know?
Libertarian doesn't mean that. Libertarian means you're not a collective.
Well, that's what you think. I'm saying my liberty is everything. My liberty and my freedom is paramount and fun and the most fundamental. So the freedom first starts in the mind. As a black van man said, his mind is free. But actually, if you look at what you observe and you have the power of observation, you realize you might be free in mind, but you are not free in the environment you're in. This is straight up.
But that is because you're still, that statement you just made means you're still under an oppression narrative. So
No,
you're still
that means no. That means I'm educated. That's all. That means I studied certain things. I knew that we were cattle property, and they sell us every day on the stock market. I knew these things, so I'm going to say correct statements. I'm not going to get emotional about it. I'm just giving the information that is backdated up in my data, which far supersedes any of you guys.
I like the way you slipped in the data van. That's right. But my point, it's quite good. You know, it's my favorite word after Christ. Yeah, but the point is, but nevertheless, what you're saying is it's still in the narrative of collective black power under an oppression narrative, in this case, historical. Right? As BMV said to you, no one's oppressing you today. There's no one's locking you and selling you in a market today.
No, but I said we're complicit though. We're complicit in the oppression of other people. Because they're taking the natural resources from other places, so that we can drive our cars, so we can do certain things, so we can. You know what I'm saying? So we're complicit whether we like it or not.
Yeah,
but we could go to the supermarket and swipe our cards and do all of this type of stuff and think we got freshly made tomatoes from England. Lies, but you know it is what it is. But other people have suffered and died for this. Other people have suffered. One second. Go on.
Ralph, what system are we in at the moment in this world? Is it capitalism?
We're learning under neoliberal capitalism.
It's a capitalist
so it's
system,
globalism.
Yes? It's capitalist, yes.
Capitalism is part of it.
It's capitalism and fascism.
It's capitalism and globalism.
You said neo-Nazi, yeah?
So wait. So what does capitalism entail?
Well, it's not just capitalism, to be crystal clear. It's capitalism as part of globalism.
Okay, let's deal with one thing.
The optimization of profit.
No, capitalizing on someone else's
the optimization of profit.
Bro, it's just
optimization of profit.
Right,
bro. Capitalizing.
Because how can you have a profit on a product that's not yours? Yeah, you haven't got the product. So obviously,
you're capitalizing on someone else.
Yes, but
someone else capitalizing on someone else.
But the beauty,
you're capitalizing on someone else's misery.
Friedman,
yes?
Friedman said the beauty of capitalism is no trade occurs until both people are satisfied.
Whatever. So why is there no fair trade in Africa? Stop your foolishness, man. Stop your foolishness. No. There's no fair trade in Africa. You know the embargo put on Zimbabwe and Mugabe and all of these type of things, and the same for. Right. So what are you trying to say?
It's not pure capitalism. I said it's globalism running capitalism.
Okay, it's bullying.
Globalism.
Outright bullying, unfair, and you said until both sides agree. No, until one side can dominate the other side, and then they decide what ratio we trade at. That is not fair trade, fam.
No, it isn't fair trade.
Yeah, that's bullying. That's bullying.
It's a left-wing idea.
You know what I'm saying? But unfortunately, whether it's left or right,
let me give you a simple example. Suppose you bought an ounce of weed, yeah? Would you sell it to me as a loss? Would you sell it to me as a loss?
Wait. I haven't finished my point. Ralph, chill. Ralph,
you're going to pay double. You're going to pay double, my friend.
Ralph, I want you to give my point. So we live in a capitalist world.
Yeah? Not a strict capitalist world, a globalist world.
Chill, bro. Wait. Who is at the bottom of this ladder in this capitalist world?
The weakest.
Who's at the bottom? Huh?
Are you sure?
Weakest.
What do you mean weakest?
Ones who haven't optimized their profit.
No.
Well, then how does the system work if they don't have people who can work it?
The system is amoral. It just optimizes profit. That's why we as nationalists oppose capitalism. We are anti-capitalist. We want capitalism under nationalism. Right now, capitalism is under globalism. Globalism is corrupt. We despise it. We hate it. We want to smash it and bring it down. We want to replace it with national capitalism.
But right now, it's benefiting you.
No, we despise it. It's benefiting everyone, but it's not good for us.
What?
So we are anti-globalists. All of us on the right are anti-globalists.
No, you're chatting shit, bro.
No, we're anti-global.
How can you be complicit? How can you be complicit? Because you're saying it's anti-global, but either one of your sides get into power, will the actual system change? No. The
It'll only
foreign policy.
change.
1 second. The foreign policy will still be the same.
Absolutely, but that foreign policy is a different
Right.
axis. A different axis, but globalism
No,
is
it's what
running.
you're trying to export.
The
If you're trying to
globalism.
export globalism and capitalism, do you know what I'm saying? If you're trying to export these things, that's
But
going to
we're
be
not.
in your foreign. Yes, it is. That will be in your foreign policy, and this is the problem. U.S.
No, but
foreign
that's
policy
you're right.
is messed up. British
Michael.
foreign policy is even worse.
But the point is, you have to understand that we are opposed to it because we are anti-globalism. We want
Bro, it
nationalism.
doesn't make sense, and you're trying to
Why?
take over the globe.
No, we don't. We're anti. All the people in the right wing want to remove ourselves. We're non-interventionists. We want to get the fuck out of Syria, get the fuck out of Iraq. We want
That's
those
new.
guys to sort out their world.
That's a new thing. That's a new thing.
You should
know what
listen
I'm
to
saying?
you should listen to our
Right.
messaging. We've been saying it
So
for years.
who are you trying to follow in that blueprint?
We
Putin.
want.
You're trying to follow Russia into a thing that they're doing already. Because I was so surprised when I found out Russia was not part of the EU. I was like, what? So
Yeah.
who are you trading with? Okay, the Far East, Malaysia, Asia, India, all of these type of places, Japan, and all of that. Okay, no problem, right? Because most of them are on your land.
But
Yes or
Europe
no?
is
We
broke.
relate much more to Putin than we relate
Because
much
Europe
more
is
to
broke.
Putin than the EU. We relate
Well, I'm
much
saying-
more to Putin.
Why? Because can you relate? Because it's the same land. Yes or no?
No, because it's the same principle
God.
that the nation is more important than the world.
I'm saying it's the same land, as in India, Russia on top, China, Russia on top. Do you get what I'm saying? Western
you mean?
Europe, Eastern Europe is China, Japan, and all of these type of countries and whatever, right? And then Western Europe is where we've got the rest, Germany, all of that, and blah blah blah. And then we've got in the north, we've got Moscow, Russia itself.
Yes, but Russia is.
All of it, essentially, as in Europa or Eurasia, is one landmass. That's what I'm trying to say. So there's no hardness for the Russians to deal with the Indians or deal with the Chinese. It makes sense. Because man is close.
But the difference is you're ignoring the most important factor. The people in Russia are not the people in China or India. They're different people. And nationalism is our organizing principle. We're anti-globalist because we're pro-nationalist.
One second. So the ideologies of these Bolsheviks and these Stalin, these fascists and communists and socialists that came out of Russia, right? That some of these Far East cultures indulge in, don't they? They have it as their system. Yes?
The communists, yeah.
Right. So they will have it as their system. And and it's obvious that was easy because they share the same landmass. That is all I'm trying to explain to you.
Well, I don't know what point you're trying to make, but my point here is that the reason we support the Russian position is Russia puts nationalism ahead of globalism, not as well as we want to. So we look at Eastern Europe right now as our strongest model. So we look at the Eastern European nations first, then Russia, and we want that for Western Europe and the US. And we're not going to stop fighting until we get it. And only by national capitalism can we defeat globalism. So we gave Trump 3 conditions when he became president, 3 conditions to meet. He's met 2 of them so far, and he's still, hopefully in the second term, will get the 3rd one.
Bro,
do you know what those conditions
were? Anyone can make conditions, yeah. But my point is, yeah, what really matters is boots on the ground. You know this. You can send over drones and do whatever, but someone's really got to go down there and take control, right? So in Afghanistan, we've seen it. In Iraq, we've seen it. You have to send troops in.
In the old days, yes, but we learned our lessons in the last 10 years, which is why right now in Israel, let me give you a couple of minutes. Right now in Israel, we are practicing against Israel's foes. We're practicing our new generations of robot drones. In the next 20 years, when we won't send in troops. We will send in drones and robot warriors. We're not going to go send our boys and put our flesh in these foreign lands anymore. In 10, 20 years, we would beat them by technology. When we say boots on the ground, we're going to drop machines. I can send you links to the latest machines that can go door to door, not a single human in them, remote control drones to do our jobs. That's right? Door to door robots. Yeah, because we don't.
And is that a good thing? Is that a good thing?
Yeah.
Why?
Because security.
Okay, security is what, for home? That's
well,
not,
this
that's
is
not
again
security. Going to another man's country is not security, is it?
only if they attack us. We would, like I say, I keep trying to explain our position. We are
Okay.
massively non-interventionists. We have learned from the Syria. We've learned if we go bomb these fuckers over there, they're going to send tons of their people here, and 1 in 1,000 will want to blow us up over here. We don't want to be blown up over here, and we don't want them coming in here. Right?
Well,
We've learned our mistakes.
No, we haven't. We haven't.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, a lot of the people who have done these things live and thing in England, like, or were born in England. So it's got nothing to do with coming originally from Syria or Morocco or all of these other places that we and our foreign policy have destabilized their countries.
Yes, we've learned from that mistake.
You know
We're going to have to send a lot of them back, and we're going to learn not to create a war that brings them here this time.
You never realize why they were here in the first place.
We bombed the shit out of them and made them come here.
Right. So is that a form of an apology in a sense? You feel responsible.
It's an admission of our mistakes.
Right. So it's an admission of guilt. Yeah. So they have the right to be here because obviously you bombed the shit out of their country and left them and turned them into refugees. Do you get what I'm saying? So now man have to come back over. Do you get what I'm saying? Man have to come back over.
We can still move them back home, right? So Salvini.
Yeah, some of them. But politically, you've got ambassadors' children and all of that studying in England and all of these type of things there. There's no end to the type of thing. And again, let's not get it twisted. These are all your people. You've got your people living in Northern Africa, calling themselves Arabs and all of this type of stuff. So it's only... Huh? We say beef.
You want to be nasty.
He said he's a nationalist.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're British.
I couldn't really hear you. Broke up.
So what? So what does England have to offer the world?
I'm sorry, man. I just you every third word cut out there, so I didn't really hear you. I think your mic.
I said, what does England?
What
does England go to offer the world once it closes its borders?
Everything.
What does it produce? What is it?
Everything. England invented the modern world. England invented the modern world. Yeah, it's the sixth richest country in the world.
That doesn't mean they're credible for inventions.
For example,
most inventions in the world is out of England. Yeah, everything. The internet you're typing on is an English invention. The computing behind it is an English invention. 3 out of 4 Hollywood films are processed in London. London is the financial capital of the world. England has plenty to offer. Once we're free of the shackles of the EU, and we're free from the slavery of the EU, we're going to go up and up and up.
Huh? Sorry, beef. Yeah. So yeah, I hear that, Ralph. But it's very disturbing that you're endorsing some of these weapons and some of the actions of our foreign policy. Do you get what I'm saying? And then on the other hand, saying that we're against them, we're against the far right or the far left or whoever. Do you get what I'm saying? When really, whoever gets into power is still going to carry out the same instructions.
Only by the globalists. You're right. We must defeat globalism. So why is Johnson and Trump, they are not pure nationalists? They still have one foot. They still have one foot in the globalist camp. We expect Farage doesn't. So we expect we will keep pushing Trumps and the Johnsons further right in the next 5-10 years, further right towards Orban, towards Salvini, till we get pure nationalism and economic capitalism. And hand in hand, as we close our borders, we will retreat from the world. If any mad fucker says Allahu Akbar and comes bombs us, we can send cruise missiles. We don't have to send any bodies over there. Yeah,
that's crazy. And because you're over here and it won't affect you, and you don't think you're complicit, but yet you're ready to endorse what they're going to do. Interesting.
Yes, because we believe nation states belong to people who are best served under an empire. What is that empire? In my case, it's Christendom. In the case of a Muslim, it would be a global dream of a caliphate, though we have defeated all 103 caliphs, right? But the idea is we would like a Christian union of nations, a federation of Christian nations. and a federation of Hindu nations, a federation of Muslim nations, living in harmony away from each other, living in harmony apart. We don't want the left-wing dream of multi-culti. If we've seen what it does for the last 30, 40 years, it doesn't work.
Yeah, but that's a dream. The reality is, you know, like politicians might dream of being in the House of Lords. Only one or two are actually going to make it, innit?
Yeah, we have to see. But if you look at it, we're doing very well, aren't we? We're just like, look at it. We managed to get Brexit, Trump, and now we're going to go further right much quicker than you think, right? You remember 5 years ago, Mako, you wouldn't believe we'd be where we are today. I'm telling you this, 5-10 years ago, things Ralph says will be really tame of what I said today. Are you saying right fast?
Are you saying like the National Front, who were big in France?
The Front National, yeah, they're doing very well.
And they almost had a president, almost.
Yeah, we'll get there soon.
Yeah,
we'll get there
soon.
Yeah, because we want nationalism, man. If you go to Paris, parts of Paris are fucking, they look like an African village. We don't want that in Paris.
Yeah,
we don't want Paris to look like that.
That's because of sectarianism, yeah. And obviously, if you're setting fire to buildings in that thing, you're starting fires and killing innocent people, migrants, yeah. It's going to look like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hold on, wait. What the media perceives as an African village. But yeah, if you go to Africa, 1 second, if you go to Africa, I don't know about your country, Kenya or wherever you say you're from, yeah?
Never been there, man.
But you've never been there?
Nah.
Yeah, exactly. So you would never know what a village looks like or what a local town or a street or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's really ignorant to say such things when
I've been to Africa many times, just never been to Kenya. So, but my point is, when I walked on, if I walked on a northern street of Paris, I don't want it to look like an African hellhole. And what's wrong with that, bro? Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, why didn't you say a Paris hellhole?
Because
they would have lived like that.
Because Paris is one of the most beautiful cities in Europe.
Right, because they shit in a hole.
Do
they shit in a hole? They shit in a hole, bro.
I saw a couple of black guys taking a shit on the street right beside the mattress they sleep on.
Yeah,
really, literally on the fucking street, man.
But do they have toilets? Do they have latrines and things? No, they don't. They have a big kind of a canopy kind of thing. Yeah, a metal canopy with a hole in the ground. I'm saying, yeah, this is still back, and if we're talking like we go back maybe 50 to 100 years, that would have been disgusting, fam. So don't go on like France. Is a much beautiful, nice place. Because when we even go into the royalty,
Paris used to be a gem of Europe. It used to be a gem of beauty. I've been to Paris many times in my life, and to see a lot of African and North African guys just taking a shit by a mattress, even though there's a public toilet, and then sleeping there and cooking their food.
Some things are not being provided, isn't it?
Well, I think those people shouldn't be there.
Well, if they shouldn't be there, they shouldn't be there, isn't it? But my whole point is they are there. So what are you going to do while you've got them there? I mean, if we had that kind of openly racist and prejudiced thinking, you know what I'm saying, in this country, it'd be a problem, innit? Or do they do that already? Do they section people, groups of people off into certain areas, certain estates, and hope that they will self-destruct? But what ends up happening is the reverse. They bring vibrancy. 1 second. They bring vibrancy, life, color, and all of that to the areas, local shops, and all of this. And then all of a sudden, the authorities are trying to buy back the area, and raise up the rent, the rates, and whatever, so that those original people who made the area what it is can't even live there anymore.
Well, all I can say is I went first.
But there's something to be said. There's something to be said about any part of London or any part of any city that has ethnic people that usually brings up the culture and value of that place.
Well, it depends. If you believe that diversity is a strength, stuff, sure. But if you don't, like I don't, then you think, no, if I see people shitting on a street in the equivalent of Regent Street in London, and tons of them just I want them gone, and that's why the National Front are doing so well in France.
Yeah, but
The French people don't want to live with these people.
White people do this too. Like, let's not get twisted. This happens in England. You telling me you've never walked past a place and seen a tramp, white European or whatever, sitting there on a cardboard box or whatever, stinky leg cut off or something, amputated or whatever, and then shit round the corner where that's human shit, that's not animal shit or nothing like that. Do you know what I'm saying? This is England. This is West End as well. The West End, you could go to the back streets, Soho, and you'll see that, definitely. Let's not get
yeah, but maybe not the scale. Maybe not the scale we're talking about, man.
Well, nah, there's no scale.
Can you hear me?
It's there.
I want FTK I want FTK Ralph quickly. You said Paris is looking like an African village. Bruv,
Parts of
young
Africans,
Africans have no power.
Sorry? Say again.
There'll be no the other kinds of Franks, take out the Romans. There'll be no Paris. You know that.
Right.
Well, that's some kind of theory, right?
No, that's
no, it's not a theory. It's facts.
Yeah, but I mean that's past. Yeah, but that's the past. The greatness of the French Empire was by the French people.
Wait. You said that's the past.
No, mate.
How far does the past? How far does the past have to go to suit you? When you say that's the past, I said politics is the past. We need to get rid of politics, right wing and left wing. That's the past. How many hundreds of years? Politics have got nowhere.
There's no such thing as getting rid of. There's no such thing as getting rid of politics. Politics.
Okay, tell me. Wait. Since politics was invented, what good has it done for the world?
Politics has always existed. I know what you think politics means. Politics has been around as long as ours.
What right wing, left wing?
As long as man has not. Politics has been around as long as humans have organized in society.
Really?
No.
Politics.
Politics. Not since William II. When they brought in the Bill of Rights. So we know when all this politics and all of this thing started.
No, that's not what politics means.
My brother, because they're going to take this Bill of Rights, the right to form government, right? The right to form government, because before that, it was sole control of the king. Even though he had a parliament, they had no power.
But that's also politics.
Bros, I'm just
saying.
Monarchy
is politics. It's just a different political system.
So what I'm saying to you, there was no politics before. Do you know what I'm saying in that sense? Yeah, there comes a time. No, you said since the beginning of time. And I'm telling you, since the 1700s, when the Bill of Rights, was created. Now, that same Bill of Rights was taken to America to start up their constitution and all of these type of things there. So this is the right to form government. So they form government, and these guys are doing Senate. Where you get the Senate before that? If not Greece
Rome.
and Rome. Hold on one second. Rome and Greece. They're not bringing no new stuff and American stuff. They're bringing their European ideals to the Americans. Bunch of foreigners.
Yeah.
Right.
But
and same with this country, Ralph. Yeah. Most of you and them are foreigners. You're the illegals. Because you're not back in Scandinavia. 1 second. You're not back in Normandy. You're not back in all of these places that you originally came from. So don't ever turn around to any of us who were here before you, who built Stonehenge and all of these type of things. Yeah. Who named these places. Well, you didn't.
No, but I'm saying you didn't.
And they didn't.
No, Euro Celtic people.
Okay.
The Celts and the Picts did, right?
The Celts don't claim it. The claims walked up on it. You know what I'm saying? They don't claim it. They don't have the science or technology to say we built Stonehenge.
Hang on. It's kind of we were Stonehenge builders. England said the same thing as we were Stonehenge in the chat. Yeah, did you literally say we were Stonehenge? This was built by white people, man. This is only 30,000 years old.
This is mad. Because at the end of the day, there's no other structures in Britain. It's actually meant to be 8,000 years ago. So 8,000 years ago, there was no such thing as British.
What do you mean by that?
8,000 years ago, there was no such thing as British. There were Celts here. You know what I'm saying? It was called the Angles and all of these type of stuff. Right.
Matthew, you're wrong.
Right. And the first king of England, hold on 1 second. The first king of England was a Viking, fam. Eric the Red or something like that.
Michael,
You know what I'm
you're talking. Michael,
That's
you're
not
talking.
considered a bird.
You're wrong there. You know, 8,000 years ago, there were no Europeans. What are you talking about?
There was
8,000 years ago, there was no Europeans. Did you just say that?
There was no
Yes.
British. What we're calling
But British-
British in the Isles. There were Celts. You get me? And they wandered here.
Grimaldi's.
Look.
No,
They
Grimaldi's
left.
here.
No, the Celts left North Africa after being called Hyksos. 1 second. After being called Hyksos. So we know we can track the movements of the Celts leaving North Africa, or what you're calling Egypt at the time, and getting banished or driven through Europe, through Spain, certain parts. You get me? Some stayed and became Visigoths and whatever, and the Visigoths or whatever. And yeah, that's how you got Portuguese, man. No problem. Do you get what I'm saying? But they kept on going. Hold on 1 second. They kept on going through, and they became Gauls, because Gaulatia is the old name for France.
Okay,
Right?
okay.
And then from there, 1 second, they crossed over into what you call the Angles or Britain. Do you get what I'm saying? Which is the later name, and England, later name. Do you get what I'm saying? So the Angles, they crossed over into the Angles, boom, and then the Celts were the first there. So we can all admit that the Celts were the first to come here. It doesn't mean people were not here before. We've got to take in the Ice Age before that point.
The Grimaldi's were there.
So
The Pygmies were there
There
before.
would have been no England.
let me respond to all of that quite simply. Genetically, white people are only about 25,000 years old. The last ice age that retreated Britain, ice age retreated over Britain 11,000 years ago. When the first white man came sweeping across Europe, we have records of that in Britain. Those people then went through many, from the Vikings, Normans, the Angles from Germany, the Saxons. You could think of King Alfred as the first unifying king of modern Britain. And that is the same people genetically, the R1A haplogroup. Those are the Brits. I'm not a Brit, you're not a Brit. They're the Brits. England's
They're not
a Brit.
Brits. They're not Brits. Stop it. They're not Brits.
They're the real Brits.
They're not Brits. They'll tell you they're not Brits. How many people and prime ministers have told you, oh, my people migrated here from Bulgaria? My people, you get me? We've had prime ministers who were foreigners in this country. Let's get it right. One generation, 2 generations ago, they were in a completely different country.
As a fan of
we're not even talking.
No. I'm sorry. This bit is just way off the scientific map. As a massive fan of DNA and genetics, the British people had the strongest ethnic clusters of the R1A haplogroup.
History. Like the history tells the story, innit? So no matter what you're saying about haplogroups, because that wasn't back then. What we're talking about is the history, innit? They will tell you their tribes. They will tell you where they came from. They will tell you how they raided this place called England.
We know all this
and how, So Ragnar and all them would have told you, exactly how the process went from their point of view. And the Celts would have told you what happened to them from their point of view. Do you get what I'm saying? Everybody else is after the fact.
Yes, but we know. But the beauty is now that we have DNA, we can look at the people's DNA.
Yeah, but DNA is not finite to any location.
Yeah, but we can say the people here, you cannot deny their identity as being here from the last ice age. Before the last ice age, it was 11,000 years ago, right? That was 11,000 years ago, pre-recorded history.
Who was
right?
here?
There were very few people, first of all, anywhere in the world.
Who was here?
People. Yeah, they were the first white men. The first white men.
No, who was here? Because they say the first white man. 1 second. The first white man was a cheddar man.
Cheddar Man's a total myth. It was debunked.
Yeah.
Cheddar Man has been reversed. You want to see the reversing? Yeah, go check out the Go ahead.
Ralph, you said your second favorite word is your favorite name is Jesus. Who was Eve in the time of all this?
I beg your pardon? Where was who? I'm not a fundamentalist Christian.
Evil.
Yes, I know, but I'm not a fundamentalist. Yeah. Most modern Christians are not fundamentalists.
Yeah.
So the Vatican Church.
No, I'm talking about you. You don't believe that. I'm saying
I'm telling you, I'm a non-fundamentalist Christian.
Yes, that means you don't believe anything you say about Christianity.
You're telling me I don't believe what I say. Yeah, how do you know that?
Yeah, what's that?
How do you know what I believe is true to myself?
I just asked you. You said,
Hey, Beefy, your mic is fucked, brubs. You need to sort that shit out, brubs. Swear down. We can't be having a conversation and you can't hear you, brubs. You keep
Yeah, I'm
cutting out, bro.
sorry. No disrespect, bro, but I didn't really hear every third word. I can't understand you.
I know you got good Delil or good questions to ask, but I can't hear. And I'm sure Ralph can't hear it as well. It's mad.
I really can't, bro. But the point is, people have migrated throughout history. And let's take a simple fact most people don't know. The majority of people, until the invention of modern transportation, never moved more than 20 miles in their entire life.
What do you mean modern transportation?
The 90% of people, since we had modern transportation after the Industrial Revolution, had never moved more than 20 miles in their entire life.
Okay.
Only warriors and horses. So 90% of people ships, but there weren't many people moving. You look at the data, there's not many people on the planet, and most of them were moving anywhere.
No, listen. Yeah. The only people last on the water, last on the water to go and explore and start doing things is the British. You understand that? Right? Before them, you already had the Spanish and Portuguese out there, traversing the planet and whatever, trying to find new lands in new places. So only until Elizabeth I, when the Spanish Armada tried to come into the British Channel, English Channel, and try to come up the Thames. Right. After that interaction, all of a sudden, they started to build boats and go the opposite way.
And around, remember, Cook circumvented the world. I lived just by Captain Cook's house, yes. But my point is that even then, very few percentage of people ever moved anywhere. I don't know
if that's necessarily true, because
I can later on, if you want, I'll give you the data for mass movement.
Remember, you say that, but there was no modern transport for the Australians.
Correct, because there was no
transport
for anyone, not just
no. There was no transport. There was a mode of transport, but you're saying it wasn't that. Right. So it's very slow. Just like the transatlantic slave trade was very slow as well.
Exactly, but much slower than even that.
And could not take the millions of people that they claim.
Well, much slower than it is now. So the point is,
I'm just saying, it's not about slowness.
So when people moved across Europe, it took a long time. From the last ice age retreating, it took a long time for the modern Brits to get to this island and then all to Scandinavia, right? So the last genetic cluster in Scandinavia, right in the north, was a very slow process for 1,000 years. In the last 50 years, we've thrown all these people at each other. This is unnatural, unhealthy, and wrong.
So now, because of that time,
must be resisted.
So, one second. Because of that time, now everybody's, as you said, integrated. They basically mixed. So the average English person will not specify that I am English, as in my roots are from here and here alone. That is the problem, because when we go into it and then who do you think you are, we end up in other countries.
No, I'm talking.
No. 1 second.
The streets in the chat prove you wrong. Prove you wrong in the chat. Street soldier will identify himself as English. He will claim to be English. He's English. I'm not English. You're not English. He's English.
No, he's an English soldier.
Okay.
Right. He's a soldier.
You're denying. You're trying to deny his identity for him. You're
trying to say, because I've spoke to many soldiers. No, I've spoke to many soldiers, and man will tell me where they're from, innit? I'm from Devon. I'm from Yorkshire. I'm from here, right? Yeah. But if we go back, once we go into the Shires, we know we're dealing with the breeze. We know they're Saxon or Norman. This is plain and simple, and everybody knows that both sets came here. Like, bruv, stop all this cultural appropriation about DNA, because they never had DNA then, so they can't tell you.
Yeah, but that's
DNA is going to be
we didn't have DNA. We didn't have DNA until the Englishman discovered it in here. Now that he's discovered DNA,
if the majority of European DNA is in Europe, and they branched out, just like Africans, they branched out. So this is my whole point. There's not enough of them. People are coming here. Not that they were exporting people from early out and they were going to Scandinavia and taking over the Scandinavians and No, it's the other way around. And
there was no one there.
each migration is being told. They're telling you when the migrations are, how the Celts got to England.
Correct. But the
they're
point
even foreign. One second. So they're even foreigners. The people who we would claim to be the most indigenous of Europeans, yeah, are still from somewhere else.
Well, I don't know what you mean. You mean people that generally humans have migrated all the way back to out of Africa. I'm not sure what your point is here. The point is the people who
who would have been the first people to migrate out of Africa?
The first people to migrate. Well, the first branch from your A1, A2 genetic lines are the people that move on to common ancestors.
We don't have A. We don't have A. We don't have A. We don't have A. So that's a lesser from the O.
Okay. So
we know this. We know this. We know this. We know this. Blood tells everything. So if you want to go into blood and you want to go into DNA, it's going to tell you straight. Now, the problem with the DNA. One second. The problem with DNA is that they're only 1.5 or 1.3 of the human genome is what they've worked out. The rest of the 98 or 98 point something percent is junk DNA. So I'm not going to sit with your DNA analogy. And remember, I said it can't be finite because it's only the people of the location when you swab them. You understand? And that can only be in recent times. One second.
I don't know what you're talking about, Marco. In 2001, we sequenced the whole human genome.
Bro.
In 2001.
No, you didn't, bro.
Sequenced the whole human genome, all 20,000 genes. Sequenced. It's totally sequenced. We know the entire sequence of the human genome.
You don't, bro.
2001 was the sequence. It's the biggest.
But that is 1.5%. That's what we're trying to say. You broke it. You broke it. That little piece you was trying to work on and discover, yeah, that's got so much DNA in it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, okay, now you've worked that out. What about the rest? Oh no, sorry, that's junk DNA. That's alien DNA.
I don't know. Maybe you're understanding DNA the way I do. We sequenced the human genome in 2001, performing our first sequence. Last year, I think we produced 1.7 million sequences. And now what we have to do is the long march ahead is to take each gene and work out what it does.
You understand what I'm trying to say when I'm saying that it cannot be finite, as in giving me a location, because it only depends on when the people migrated there. And
correct.
This is a case of, hold on, one second. This is a case of migration.
Yes.
People come into this diaspora or this place. Do you know what I'm saying? Same like Africa, because people move around in Africa, try to move around, right?
Yes.
So if you telling me I'm definitely 50% Nigerian and then 50% Congo, yeah, how can that be confirmed?
What do you mean? How can
if my people only live there for a certain amount of time, do you know what I'm saying? And that's DNA swabbing idea can only come in the 1900s or in the early 2000s. It can only be.
No, but the way that around that is you just sample different people at different time in the fossil record. It doesn't take long to statistically. No, it doesn't take long to statistically converge and draw the world's phylogeny map. We've already done it, mate.
Hold on, wait. Is taking DNA from fossils harder than taking DNA from the inside of your mouth? Like, we're not going to play this game. We're not going to play this game, right? Because they do it now. They do it to us now. Do you get what I'm saying? So my whole point is, over there, I've watched documentaries where they've gone to the east side of Africa, for example, because some people in the east side of Africa say they're not African. They came from across the way, Yemen, and all of these other people, right? So they took DNA from them, and then went over there and took DNA from those people. Found out it was very similar. So what the people who was on the African side must have been telling the truth, right? And that is only workable because there are still people there now. Do you get what I'm saying? Correct. If there was if everybody had migrated out of there, it would not even be an issue, because there'd be no one to DNA swab. Oh, we're looking for bones.
But that's not the case. But you're arguing against a false hypothetical. You're arguing against yourself here, man. We've already done it.
It's a method.
But we've already done it. We know the world phylogeny tree. We know the maternal line and paternal line. We know the autosomal line. We can draw the world's DNA map.
From what
all the way back to the 150,000 years we had racial divergence.
All right. So now you're
we had the entire 150,000 years we were all the same race.
So are you saying 150,000 years is the entire entirety of what they're saying the human race is, or Homo
No,
sapiens.
150,000 years ago is when we had racial divergence. Before 150,000 years, we were one human race.
And what color were we?
We were like kind of like a lightish brown dark, like the
No, that's impossible.
no, because the Bantu people, the dark black Africans, they were colonizers of Africa, right? They came back in.
What do you mean colonizers?
They came back in, man. Yeah, the Bantu are not original Africans. They came back in and they genocide. They have a common ancestor from the Fertile Crescent.
From where?
From the Fertile Crescent. They went to Egypt and came back around again. Yeah.
Right. So the Fertile Crescent. Yeah. Are you saying that's not Africa?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Exactly. It's not. It's a Fertile Crescent.
It is Africa. It is Africa. No. Why are you saying it's not Africa? And that Africans would have not occupied that place first.
No.
Why are you saying that? So why are you saying no? Why are you saying that? Like, it doesn't even make sense to history, because some of the civilizations that you're going to talk about don't even exist when we're talking.
Well, you're jumping on the place, bro. Fertile Crescent is not Africa, right? You know that.
I know it's northeast Africa. Yes.
No, it isn't. It's what you call. No, it isn't. The Fertile Crescent is the basin between Turkey and Egypt, that area. So where Israel, Syria, that is the Fertile Crescent. How do we know
where's Egypt? Where's Egypt?
Because we have Egypt's not the Fertile Crescent.
Where is Egypt? Where is
not
Egypt?
The Fertile Crescent. Egypt's Africa, not the Fertile Crescent. Yeah, not the Fertile Crescent.
So how do you know?
Because we have the DNA of props.
No. Because you said, right, if you look and you go and look at the map of the Fertile Crescent, and then you go and look at the map of the civilizations that lived in that, it goes all the way, as you said, from the Tigris Euphrates, down all the way to Egypt.
But it doesn't go across into Sinai.
And you're done, man. You're done out here, bro. Because at the end of the day,
I gotta jump a while. But no, let's have another chat and let's talk about do some homework on the Fertile Crescent. It's not Egypt. And you know why?
No, we know it's not Egypt. We're saying Egypt is part of it.
No, it isn't.
Egypt was part of it. And
no, do you know why?
Even the Fertile. 1 second. 40,000 years ago, they were doing agriculture in the Fertile Crescent, right?
Only.
And I want to know. And I want to know who was doing that.
The people who lived there, and they would have a common
right. If they were not, 1 second, if they were not Kushite or Cushitic looking or Bantu, who was doing that when there was no Arabs? You get me? You lot were still in India. Do you get what I'm saying? You hadn't migrated back. The Europeans were still in Europe. Whatever trace of them there was. So this is my point. So time before time, the original people, the Bantus and all the different variants. 1 second, of different variants of Africa. Do you understand? Would have been in that region. Now we still have them in that region. But they're not the ones being put from.
Remember, Bantus are the original African, bro. Bantus and white people have a common ancestor. The Bantus were so successful because they're the same ancestry DNA as a white person. That's how they managed to beat the Africans. The original Africans are not Bantus. You're invaders.
We're not saying that the original Africans, bro. We're not saying the original tribes they're considered Bantu tribes, but they are more specific than that. No, 1 second. We're dealing with the Khoisan, the Watutsis, and the Thais.
Pygmies.
Right, and the Thais. So hold on. You ain't got to tell us who we are. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but now all I'm saying is you're not the original Africans.
1 second. Europeans are putting titles on us, telling us we're Bantu. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, DNA is telling you Bantu.
How is DNA telling us that? Because DNA cannot be finite.
You can cluster your haplogroup. You don't have to accept DNA.
So you're saying that their DNA is found all the way in Europe.
No, you have a common ancestor with the same people.
No. You're telling me their DNA is found all the way in Europe. That's what you're telling me, because everybody comes from one source. If everybody comes from one source, right? Then a trace of the original people's DNA, a branch of it,
everywhere. Yes, right. That's how we know we all came from Africa.
Right. So this is my point.
The Bantus, the dark black Africans, they ain't the original Africans. You're re-invaders.
I don't know about all that, because
I'm gonna have to bounce, bro. But let's have a different show. But we should have you and I. We should do a little African DNA tour.
Because I don't think you'd be involved in it, and I don't think you know what Bantu is. You get me?
No, it should be interesting, man. But I got to bounce. It's been a good one. So peace out, everyone.
All right, peace. Yeah, this guy. Ralph is mad. All right. Please feel willing to donate to the cause. I'm going to send a link. Send a link. Sorry. So more people can come in. Sure. Bare people's not having that. Bare people's not having that, Pops. Run, Devil Ralph, run, Devil Ralph, run. You see how the madness goes on out here, bro? The madness that we have to deal with. We've got black ones, Asian ones. Yeah. All of them swearing down that they're not black. And that Europeans and British people are the original people. Like, you can't get around it, bro. Trying to run. Yeah, my brother, yeah, sure.
Shalom, NUWAUBIAN, what's good, huh?
Shalom, my brother. What's going on?
Man, it's good, man.
Fuck's sake. Did you hear that bullshit?
Man, bro.
Fuck
Dude don't even understand that it was two nations of people to come together to make the Bantu people. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the so if you understand that, what DNA is he really looking at?
Exactly.
Is it some made up shit? Is it some shit that they looking at or that they done conjured up to link them to a certain Caucasian people? Like, what are they talking about?
Get me? Man's talking about A1A. What? We still fighting Somalis about E1B1B and E1B1A. This nigga come with his A shit. Like, what? Nah, man, get that shit the fuck out of here. You know
and then this dude said we was all one race of people at one point in time. Yo. So at what point in time, since this dude is saying that, at what point in time did anything come and dictate the change to make us all different nations now?
Who knows? Get me? Who knows?
See what I'm saying?
He can't even pull it from the Bible. He can't even pull it. He says he's a Christian and he can't even pull it from the Bible and say, yeah, you know what? It might have been the Tower of Babel when we were split apart and, you know, sent all in our separate ways, speaking different tongues and da-da-da-da. He couldn't even do that. He probably doesn't even know.
See, and that's the thing right there, NUWAUBIAN. That's a major problem, bro. So you got an ignorant like that are running around claiming a religion that he really don't even know nothing about.
Nothing.
You know what I'm saying? So now you got this ignorant, you know what I'm saying, running around having arguments with people claiming to be something that he don't even stand on. He don't have no understanding about.
The thing is, I mean, we can overstand because this is how you end up in the far right, in a Nazi kind of ideal thinking, because it is God save the Queen and all of this. What God? Supposedly Christian. So this is supposedly a Christian country, same as the US, supposedly a Christian country. But we know they don't deal with Christianity or anything like that. They deal with masonry. They deal with secret shit. They deal with other shit. You get what I'm saying?
Hey, this is a Catholic country.
Exactly. Roman
this
Catholic.
Is no goddamn Christian country. If you look at the ancients and everything that was even the Muslims, you know what I'm saying, back then, when we talk about the Crusades, they was fighting against no goddamn Christians. They was fighting against Catholics. You know what I'm saying? And so they be now. So what we do is we lump that shit together all in one and say, the missionaries who came over here, they brought the Bible with them and they enslaved us. Bruh, show me a Christian missionary, my nigga, at that time. You won't find one. But what you will find is you will find one of them Jesuit Roman popes. Them nasty, wicked ass motherfucking popes that will kill you. Will torture you.
They send out orders and edicts and all of that.
You see what I'm saying?
Go out and do this. Go out and conquer in the name of God and all of that. Like, that weren't going on. Of course it was. It's all political and all for gain. You know what I'm saying?
And that was, look, they used the murder of Yahusha to say that the Jews did it to the world, right? This is the political move that they use in the papal bull. They say the Jews murdered the Mashiach, their Christian so-called God, right? So now, wherever they are in the world, take their land and destroy them. So it started in Spain. You see what I'm saying? When they talk about expelling the Jews down south. So that's where you see a whole movement of so-called Asiatic Jews moving down into West Africa. You see what I'm saying? During the 1400s. It started like in the 12. Like, you know what I'm saying, where the migration slowly but surely started to pick up because of the hate and the shit that our ancestors had to deal with being in Spain and Portugal. See what I'm saying? So when they made that movement down into West Africa from that place, they wasn't coming broke. They wasn't coming, you know what I'm saying, as people in need. You see what I'm saying? Like, we have to be kicked out, and we lost a lot of shit, but a lot of the stuff that, you know what I'm saying, that was worth anything, we took with us. You know what I'm saying? As we moved. So
that's what I'm saying.
I seen that. I confirmed that information through Ivan Smyrna's before Columbus.
Yeah, that's right.
You see what I'm saying?
They came before Columbus. As I said, Rakona Rushdie, you get me, and African presence in Europe and all of that. Like, bruv, we founded this shit. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's all in their coat of arms, all in their thing. Like, who's out here building castles and all of these type of stuff, if not more?
Man, bro. Hey, I was so dumbfounded, bro. I swear to God, man, when I was coming up in school, I thought them pale skins was doing all that shit, yo. I thought them pale skins built them castles. I thought they built everything that, you know what I'm saying, you can fucking imagine that was worth looking at and worth knowing about.
Yeah, not until a certain interaction of us, whether it be at different times. You got to understand, when we was black Israelites to them or whatever, you get me, it's just their level of overstanding. You got to remember how dumb and confused these people are. They would be the people who would call different sets of Africans one name. You know what I'm saying? Oh, there goes the Ethiopian. Nigga, I ain't even from fucking Ethiopia, nigga. What, is it because I'm black? Is it because that's black? You know what I'm saying? Like, whoa. But
that's where that shit
how the thing, that's how the nigga shit, that's how all of that shit came from. Negro, Negrito, or whatever, man. More from Mauritania and all of that. Morocco. You get me? Like, bruv, you just making us look bad. Like, every word means black. Cool. But every word don't mean every individual. So if I'm coming out as a Muslim at that time, you know what I'm saying, to come and school you and teach you and da-da-da-da, you know what I mean? You say, the marauding Muslims, the dark ages, because it was dark. You was fighting against dark people. You weren't fighting against white people. And we was coming to save you. We quickly whooped your ass, but you was already sick. We was like, boy, we got some medicine for that. We got some physicians who would deal with that.
Yeah, the Most High, he sent us to be the leaders of the earth, man.
Right.
If you create us to be the leaders of the earth, then that means that when we see you silly ass parasites over there killing yourself off because y'all don't have no motherfucking intelligence,
right?
Our righteousness says, you know what? They breathe, they have hands, they similar to us. They might not have the same melanation, they might not have the same cranial structure, and they might not look like us. But you know what? Because they made in the image of the Most High, we gonna help them motherfuckers out.
We're gonna help you out, bro. So we're not gonna make you die and starve and thing and all of that and carry plague and all of that, because you might bring it to us. So we gonna deal with you in your own home and look after you. You get me? And this is the motherfucking thanks we get.
Right.
You get me? Bare misconstruing of history. No, it's true.
No,
bare
I'm
misconstruing
with
of
you.
history, religion, everything. Every interaction they had with us is shaded in some mystery until it's whiteified. Do you know what I'm saying? And now they're fighting Arabs who never existed at the time. It's like, you nigga, you taking a piss.
Right.
Yeah. And then man are coming later and saying, yeah, that's my story. Saying, fuck's sake, man.
And so here we go, re-educating ourselves, saying, no, that's not your story. Nah, that wasn't you, motherfucker.
So,
you know what I'm saying? No, we didn't call ourselves by one fucking title how you motherfuckers call us and label us.
Right. We didn't have one religion. We were all the above. You know what I'm saying? We brought that to you. You didn't know about that shit. You didn't know
Look,
about God. You didn't know about Yahweh. You didn't know about all of that. You didn't know about that. Even look, the books tell you half of these locations are in Northern Africa. That you're done. You get me? The rest of it is in Africa or Northeast Africa, or you know what I mean, Ethiopia and this one and Havala and all of these places and locations. What are you talking about? So we would have taken this information to you, or you would have came in, learned it from us, yeah, and then come out again. Do you get what I'm saying? Or you stayed with us for a little bit, like there were pockets of you who stayed in places like Alexandria, stealing information, thinking you know what it was and what it was about, the spirituality aspects and all of this type of stuff, and the science and the geometry and all of this. But you didn't. Then you
nope.
lied and said you burnt your library, but you really ran off back to Rome. Now Rome is the height. Rome controls the religion. Rome controls the Masonic schools. You get me? Rome has the best observatories, the best collections of any artifacts in the world. Rome has that. Why is that? Do you get what I'm saying? So
They
we can
stole that.
see
They
they
stole. They
stole the
stole
shit, bro.
everything how they built up Rome. They got that
Yep,
shit from Egypt.
straight. Even the pillars, as I was explaining earlier, the idea of pillars, they thought it was big in Greece. Nigga, you need to go to Egypt and see a room full of 100 pillars quickly.
Now
Get me?
think
You're like,
about this,
whoa.
Rob. Think about this. Now, the motherfuckers, they went during that time. That was the
Right,
thriving kingdom, right? Egypt, right? Now,
right.
if you go back before even the Romans existed,
Yep.
that same type of build, that same type of energy, that same type of community structure. That
Was
shit was
already
with the
there.
Syrians, that shit was with the Babylonians, that shit was with the Persians. So what the fuck is they talking about, bro? And when you look at the structures of these people's buildings, they
Yeah.
fucking similar.
Yeah.
But then when you look at the shit that they built, they don't build shit.
No bullshit, man.
When you
They
talk about the
destroyed.
ancient
Right.
time, what the fuck did they build in the ancient time? I'll wait.
Yeah, build nothing, man. They didn't have the capabilities of building things out of certain materials, even let alone building above a certain height. This is why even up to recent times, London's burning when London caught fire, because that shit was made of pure wood. You know what I'm saying? And timber. They hadn't
Man,
used masonry and bricks and and cement and all of these type of things. That was not the tech. You get me? It's been wood since Roman times. Londinium. You know what I'm saying? Bare wood. Like, okay.
facts. Hey, Chemo, that's facts like a motherfucker. Cause bro, I'm the only child, right? Now I got 7, homie.
Mm,
You oppress me, nigga. Keep on oppressing me, bruh.
mm.
Pop out 7 more, you motherfuckers.
Yeah. Angry. Got
You
me.
see what I'm saying?
Got that DNA transfer of my sufferation and my oppression. I don't have to say shit. Yeah. The moment they see a white person or see a authority, yeah, they know what it is. You know what I'm saying? And my parents never brought us to be racist or anything. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's just that,
We,
like,
we
the
was
way it was, the racism was open. Like, everyone was cool with it. Like, I never went to my white friend's house and he wasn't allowed in my shit. You get what I'm saying? Fuck you. You get me? On my birthday, he was allowed in my house. You get me? And you could come in the front room that was locked with the nice coffee table and the ornaments and all of that. You know how black people ball. You get me? You know how parents used to ball. That nice coffee table, that new sofa, even got a bar in there. You know,
yeah.
shit you don't see because it's always locked.
That's the that's the living room for
Yeah,
entertainment. You know what I'm saying? When a
yeah,
family come through, the adults,
yeah.
yeah, and they want to have
Right,
a good
right,
time.
right. Yeah, we in the dining room or some shit. Like,
Uh-huh.
it's got
With a
TV
TV,
in
with
there.
a big screen
Yeah.
TV. The floor model. Hey, listen, look, our big screen
Hey,
TV was the floor model.
yeah. You know the ones there? We just put mattresses and quilts on the floor and pillows and chill out in there. One
Yep.
sofa in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, mommy's lying on the sofa. We have chill out night. We watch movies. We do all sorts. But no one ain't going in that motherfucking front
Look,
room.
building
You know what
forts
I'm
and
saying?
shit. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? All type of shit in the
Yeah,
living
you can play games, yeah, in the dining room. But in my mom's living room, shit, that shit's locked.
room.
Shit's locked, bro. Until visitors come. So when you're going in there, you're seeing shit for the first time too.
Like damn, like
Yeah,
damn.
like yeah. Oh, we got that shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh shit, that's the whole new set of encyclopedias.
Like this is nice up in here. Like damn,
Mhm.
everything look new.
Yeah. Straight. Like I ain't sat on this. Oh, this is the new shits we got.
Hey, you better not touch this, boy.
Yeah, yeah. That's why there's plastic over it, nigga.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even Black Americans did the same thing as their cousins and shit. You get me? Like, yeah, nigga, you know this sofa costs money. Got that plastic all over it. Yeah, I know it's squeaking, but you just gonna have to hold it.
Uh,
You get me? But yeah, man.
Hey, you know what, NUWAUBIAN? That's how you know we family, bro. How the fuck do we have the same experience? And you way the fuck over there, and I'm way the fuck over here.
No, it's true. It's true story. It's true story because the oppressor doesn't change. No, the oppressor doesn't change the way he does his thing. So in a
Right.
sense, we culturally don't change
Just
the way
because we in different parts of the land don't mean that we don't know who the fuck we are, man. Like this is what I'm saying. People don't understand. This is why I'm big on characteristics. If you can understand your characteristics of your ancestors, you can understand who your people are today.
So when I think about Yeshua, I think of him as a black man with a big afro, rolling around with his multicolored, multicultural friends. You know what I'm saying? On some gangster shit. They want to be revolutionaries. That ain't nothing new for a black man. Do you get what I'm saying? So all of these things we can identify, and he was a more peaceful one.
But think about it, Wobby. Every time we went, any system that we was in that was against our way of living, we was gonna always become fucking what you call them, renegades, menace to society.
Right.
It was going. That's a given because we're going against the bullshit that's going against us.
So who was the first? Who was the first to go to that through that bullshit from Europeans? It's got to be Christ or Yeshua. You know what I'm saying? Because he was living in a time when Romans ruled.
Yeah.
Romans with the Senate. Senators. They only transferred that system to the Americas. You know what I'm saying? But originally, for Christ, that would have been the domineering system of the time, innit? Romans everywhere. Roman want their taxes. They want this. They want that. They're putting fake Jews in place. You get me? To rule over us, Herod and them. They're like, nigga, you ain't even really got no title. But the Romans gave you king of the Jews. The real king of the Jews is Herod. And then you got a successive
what them
Herod.
motherfuckers doing, NUWAUBIAN, what they would do was because we had some Israelites that was in the province of the Romans, right? As considered to be Roman citizens.
Well,
but
it's our land.
Still, we was Israel. So what they would do is they would give them just like how they give our coon ass motherfucking people money and power, so-called over here, or privilege. And so now they feel like, oh, they better than the next motherfucker. So they shit on us, right?
Right.
And I'm talking about the coons, bro. I'm talking about the motherfucking Masons that have sold out, that will not even work with us to build up our communities again. You see what I'm saying? Like those are the ones back then that was shitting on our ancestors, you know what I'm saying? To say, you know what? Fuck them motherfuckers. Put me in rule. I'll take care of it. See what I'm saying? So that's how a lot of those fucking so-called Roman governors or whatever the case may be was able to communicate clearly and understand our heritage the way that they understood it, because they were actually dealing with our people, putting our people as Roman authority.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? A lot of people don't like to deal with that shit, but at the end of the day, that's the truth that a lot of people need to start understanding. That was the only way that the motherfuckers was going to be able to communicate, even with the priest, to be able to talk to the priest and be able to, you know what I'm saying, have that dialogue before, you know what I'm saying, he was like, you know what, if you're going to kill this man, because I don't see no blood that he shed, y'all, that blood is on him, is on y'all.
Yeah.
You know
That's
what I'm saying?
shit, man. That's black shit, man.
Come on, bro.
That's black
you
shit.
know that
Like,
if that was a pale skin, that nigga would have been like, man, fuck that motherfucker, man. I ain't about to even talk to you motherfuckers to get no understanding. I'm about to kill this motherfucker, period.
Yeah. You ain't gonna stand in the way of no stone for no harlot or nothing. Like, that's nigga shit. Captain Saberhole, You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's a nigga shit, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? Like, we do shit like that. Like, no, man, you ain't gonna stone this fine ass woman. Yeah, this fine ass sister. God damn.
Where's your evidence, nigga?
What's your evidence,
Where's your
nigga?
evidence?
Yeah. Who's without cast the first
Where's your
stone,
witnesses? Where's your witnesses to say that this woman did this? And don't bring no silly ass elders over here that you rock with and you talk to every motherfucking day that's gonna support you, nigga.
And Christ got locked up, so that's definitely some other nigga shit. You get me? And he held it like a soldier. You get what I'm saying? He didn't cry, he weren't bitching. You know what I'm saying? Supposedly, man went to court, they asked him questions. That nigga said, I plead the fifth. You get what I'm saying? I am who I am. Fall back, niggas. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Deal with it.
Deal with it. You know what I'm saying? That's nigga shit. Man will get crucified and still not spill the beans. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's some nigga shit. And the rest, Barnabas and next man, they were niggas too. So why are they gonna just crucify this one white boy? You get me? In the midst of two niggas, it doesn't even make sense.
No. Why is the one white boy gonna be leading the whole nation of fucking Negroes? And then on top of that, hold up, time out. On top of that, we about to let this pale skin walk into our temples and teach.
Straight.
And we would have hung that motherfucker by his motherfucking teeth. He would have stepped one foot in the temple. If a child that was born from, say for instance, I choose a wife from Asia.
Right.
And I have a child by that woman, right?
Yeah.
She's not Israel, so my child can't function in the temple.
Right.
So if my child coming from my loins can't enter the temple and they know that it's mine, how the fuck do you think a pale skin that looks nothing like us is about to enter?
Who was doing Hellenistic stuff at that time?
That magic shit.
Yeah, and the bloodletting and all of that shit. Like, man want to put a shit on us, but when you actually check it, it was them. You get me? They just say, oh, they were pagans. No. Look into it deeper. They were Satanists. They were Pan worshippers. They were in all sorts of different Baphomet. All of these type of things came that side. Satan being the biggest religion for them for a certain time. You get what I'm saying? This is a fact. When you look it up, you're like, raw. So, okay, if these other religions and these things didn't come out, y'all be Satanists. Fuck's sake. You know what I mean? This is the kind of shit I have to deal with. Now, the people who came onto it last are trying to act like they're the holders of it. You know what I'm saying? We are the Israelites. We are the Muslims. We are the this. Like, bro, stop all this.
Bro, they even got the audacity to say that they fucking Africans, homie. Yeah, when I heard that shit, I'm like, where's my African brothers at? That's like, you motherfuckers is not us.
Hell no.
And then what I hear in the United States where I'm at is, you know what? Everybody come from Africa. Oh, so you done bought into that dumbass shit that these motherfuckers done claim?
Yeah.
That they come from Africa too?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Africa
Why
don't produce
everything that they fucking bring out, do we gotta fucking cheerlead and support that dumbass shit when there's no evidence of it?
Yep. Get me? That's crazy. That's what I'm saying to man. I'm saying like, look, if you invaded from somewhere else, you invaded from somewhere else. Now the power for us of observation to see and notice that is not moaning, is not victim mentality. It's just the way we see things. You get me? We have to see what's going on around us. So if you ask me, I'll tell you, innit? You know
observation, right?
Yeah, you're coming over here, for example. I'm gonna say, oh, bro, Yashar, look out for this, look out for that, look out for that. And other than that, you're good. And then when you get time, come and see me, and you know you're even more good. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But try and avoid this and that and that and that. And you will listen to me because what? It's my country.
And you my brother.
Yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? So there's more than a couple of reasons why you would listen to what I say, and same vice versa. I'm coming to your ends. Yeah, you're gonna say like, yeah, make sure if you're wearing black, just wear black, nigga. Don't be just start putting different color bandanas on and walking down the road. You get what I'm saying? Take time with that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Already.
Yeah, when you're traveling through certain areas or whatever, and blah blah blah. You know what I mean? Keep your head down. You get me?
Already. Yeah. Ain't no need to be staring a brother down. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You know, hey, you give him a head nod.
And
Hey, what's up?
you still got openly racist white areas. So we got a lot more to deal with. We got to deal with ourselves, killing ourselves, and then that's self-hate. And then we've got to deal with the hate that actually comes from these people who still think in that way. Do you get what I'm saying?
That real
down south,
real inbred hate.
Inbred, like, yeah. Goddamn niggers. I hate them because they're niggers.
Yeah.
Oh,
just because they're goddamn niggers. No other damn reason, but because they
damn niggas, like both your eyes close together and shit. You get me? Billy Bob. Talk to me, Billy Bob.
It's crazy, man.
Is that the cassava you? Cassava, get your ass in there, bro.
You know what I do notice though, NUWAUBIAN, you know what I'm saying? And it's a problem for me is that their children, right? Their children are innocent like our children.
Right.
It's what their parents teach them and instill in them, which change them up. And I say that to say this because, like I said, I went to school. The college that I went to is Kansas State University. And when I tell you I'm in the Midwest is all Caucasian, bro. Country, you know what I mean? All that shit. Racist than a motherfucker, right?
Yeah.
So I'm in this college town in Kansas, yo. And when I tell you, man, the little kids, man, they just enjoying life. You know what I'm saying? It's when the parents start having issues with us or something go wrong and then they flip the fuck out and they blow up. And then they start instilling all of this negative hate energy into their kids. And then you start to see this happy little white boy, happy little white girl that used to run around, play, you know what I'm saying? Didn't have no care in the world, but just want to have some fun and just want to make friends. Now they to themselves, they looking like, you know what I'm saying? Like they scoping shit out. Like it's they whole energy, they whole spirit changed, bro. And it's all because of they wicked ass parents, man.
Yeah.
That shit is fucked up. That they put their own children through that type of torture, bro. Like our parents would tell us, yeah, don't fuck with the white folks. And the main reason is because they hate us.
Yeah. That's deep. Because
you know what I'm saying?
You have it openly, we have it subtly. So it's more like in the north of America, like I mean East Coast, where it's not so open, it's subtle, isn't it? They're still killing niggas and all of that, but they're not openly walking down the street. There's not areas where you can't go still. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But more down south and thing is like Midwest and that, yeah, can get sticky. Even though we got Chicago and that, but that's like isolated, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's like an isolated city in the middle of Whiteville. You know what I mean? It's mad. And look what they got doing there.
And what's crazy about that is they have like their own personal police security. Yeah. So they have a motherfucker that know everybody in the community damn near. You feel me? That go to the community meetings to make sure that they meet these people. So they know who not to fuck with.
Sheriff's Department.
And so you don't see no black faces in those community meetings. You don't see no black families in those community meetings. So now, whenever I see a black motherfucker walking around in our community, I'm jacking his ass up. That's how they think.
Yeah. Straight out.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know you, nigga. Yep. I don't know you.
Where the fuck you coming from? Where you going? Who you going? Who you know around here?
Yeah.
Now we getting all of that shit. Man, I'm just passing through, homie. My shit stopped up the road. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to get to a safe location.
Do you know you're not safe around here? Do you know you're not safe around here? There's white police officers with guns. Pulling black folk over and shooting them dead, nigga.
That's
You
a
get me?
threat. Oh, that's a where you threaten, you goddamn right. This motherfucker walked to me with a gun and a badge telling me I need to do this and I need to do that. So for my life, you know what I'm saying? Hey, scared. You motherfucker threatened.
That's different. Yeah, I mean, you lot are going through much more oppression and colonization effects than we are. We're in the colonizer's home, as I was trying to explain to the young boy yesterday. But be very observant of their thing. They're not going to treat you as bad in their own environment necessarily. You get me?
Facts.
Because they need that. They need you. You know what I'm saying? Same as in America, but they're still like, they got two mindsets in it. Openly racist and conservatively racist. You know what I'm saying? So that's what's running, you know what I mean? And they have that here, but then they also have the middle, as my man was saying. He was the libertarians, like, shut up, man. What the hell are you talking about? When you're liberal, that means you laid back. You hippie motherfuckers. You get what I'm saying? Because you don't want no smoke from nobody.
You
You
want to
just want
fight
everybody. Yeah, you just want everybody to get along. Thank you. You get what I'm saying? So don't try to play them games with us. Yeah, when you far right, get me? And I'm saying right, left, all the same bird. Get me? You're gonna need both to flap. You get me? And fly away with the goods. Whether it be the American eagle. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's it again. You're gonna fly away with the natives' goods. Yeah, back to Europe. Right, stop it, man. So they just avoid.
They don't even belong up there, bro.
Because at the end of the day,
you know what I'm saying? Like when they had it before the Moors actually went up there and took that shit and civilized it the way it's supposed to be civilized, that shit was getting ran into the dirt. It was disease and all type of shit going on up there. So we cleaning it up, we building it up to what it is. You know what I'm saying? Even like right now, they don't touch those old castles. If they do, they're gonna try and do as little modernizing as possible.
Yeah, they do that.
They want to keep it. They want to keep it. They want to keep it. You know exactly, bro. So you very randomly see them doing any type of new shit. So everything that they moving into is ours still.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was there before you. The most they've ever done is restoration. Like picked up a few bricks that's fallen down. You get me? Get some stretchy rope and some clingy thing, and then try and model it up. No, with the cement or whatever, because they don't know the masonry that was being used. That's why they don't really want anyone touching any of these buildings. You know what I'm saying? Because they ain't got the technology to even reconstruct it if a major piece falls off. That's it. Game over.
Forget the technology. They ain't even got the fucking knowledge to even build nothing like that.
Right. So all that Tower of London and Buckingham Palace, you can see that's a modern invention. But the Tower of London is a castle.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, ooh. And there's a lot of castles in England. There's a lot of castles in North Africa. There's a lot of castles in the Mediterranean, like Spain.
Spain, bro.
Yeah. All over.
Hey, bro. Listen, man. When I hear about our history in Spain, NUWAUBIAN, bro. That shit makes me smile so much, bro, because I didn't know about it, bro. I didn't know how fucking prestigious we was.
They taught me. They taught me. I watched the documentary. It came on the TV, and it was like the Moors. I was like, all right, let me sit back and watch this. They saw black niggas with face masks and all of that coming out the desert and going into Europe and all of that. At 700 AD with El Cid and all of this type of thing, who was a black man and all that. I was like, what? what? You get me? They taught me. So then when you go more into the research of it, then you start to find out more things and blah, 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 like you're saying. You know what I mean? And I was like, okay, this makes sense now. So then them first people who was going there, calling them Carthaginians from Libya, Africans again, were the first Spanish. Like, oh, okay. They went over there, boom. You get what I'm saying? And then you had some Europeans that came there who were, as I said, like the Celts, because those were the only Europeans we could ever describe that were in Egypt and ruled for 200 years until some niggas from the south came up and saw what they was doing and kicked them out. So they kicked them out and they went into Europe and they became Celts. They became Celts, Visigoths, Gauls, and then Celts in the end. The last was the Celt. But there was
Hey,
Gauls before that, like Asterix. Remember Asterix? Asterix
let
the
me
Gaul. Mm.
let me ask you, what you know about the black is it the Black Thomas? The Black William. Robert the Black. I think it,
What you mean the British king?
Oh shit, man, this is crazy. I should never forget him.
No, William the Second, isn't it? William the Second is the Black King, or the Black Prince. Sorry.
Okay, so now you know his father, right?
Mm.
His father was the one that actually conquered and destroyed and took Europe, right?
William the First.
Right. And
Yeah.
you know he made all of his family, all of the tribes that went up there with him, he made all of them royal, all of them noblemen. This is where they get the term the nobles.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So when he made all of them nobles, that mean that all of the citizens of Europe, the Caucasians that was already up there fucking up shit, and they had to treat us like royalty. So everybody was treated like royalty, no matter if they were sitting in the castle with the king or if they was just normal citizens like everybody else.
Right.
They couldn't, the citizens of Europe, they couldn't talk down on none of the people. They couldn't talk disrespectful. They couldn't do nothing outside of themselves, or they would get treated as if they were talking to the king himself.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the European family or the Caucasian family that was there that he didn't destroy or kill off, allowed them to live and stay. They got back in power. You feel what I'm saying? They revolted. And so that's when the war started to take place, where you see all of them motherfuckers starting to come down south and destroy everything and say, you're going to be up under this one rule. If not, we're going to destroy you. We're going to kill you. You know what I'm saying? And so this is where you had the Black Douglas. That's his name. The Black Douglas. You had William. I can't think. It's the William you talking about, the son.
Yeah.
It was those two brothers. It's the Black Douglas and that William that you speaking about was best friends. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so what William told Black Douglas to do when he died was to take his heart back to Jerusalem and commemorate it to the people, so that the people will know that our family in Israel and Jerusalem will know what was taking place up in England. Bro, when I came across that information, bro, I must have felt, man, my mouth hit the floor, because now I made the connection, bro. This is why you see the Moors coming down south into fucking Portugal and Spain, you know what I'm saying, to help out that fight when we was fighting against them fucking Spaniards. You know what I'm saying? That's where the Black Douglas died, on his way taking William's heart back to Jerusalem, bro. He stopped through Portugal to fight, to help them fight, and died in the midst of that fight.
Yeah, but that was you see the Portuguese one. The Portuguese are the Europeans in Spain that were there before the second wave of Europeans trying to get in, who were coming under Christendom or Queen Isabella. Because prior to Queen Isabella, that was a black state, man. You know what I'm saying? We'd fixed it from the Roman times. That's why it was more Madrid. Do you get what I'm saying? We made that. We fixed up the capitals. We made waterfalls, all sorts of bridges. You know, just built the infrastructure, because Romans just sack places, don't they? They set places on fire and destroy things. So
Hey,
whatever it
facts,
was
Emo.
before.
Facts, chemo. That Spanish and Portuguese Inquisition, bro. Cold motherfucking piece of shit.
Yeah, man, definitely. And I was trying to tell my man before Britain was even involved, the man that was out there. And then the Spanish Armada tried to come to Britain to take over Britain because the Queen wouldn't marry anyone. She was fucking a side guy. You know what I'm saying? And then she didn't. She said she's married to the country. Them Spanish niggas weren't having it. You get me? They sent us full Spanish Armada, and then man, they got stuck in the North Sea, and they used wizards and all sorts to make the weather bad and all of this type of thing. Mad thing on the White Cliffs of Dover. Mad, 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 mad. Try to get up the Thames, but it's too sandy. You know what I mean? Like you can't. So from that moment, I was saying that's when they've started exploring outwards. You get what I'm saying? After that point, like, if them man they had a Spanish Armada, how many other places had they conquered? Because they were wealthy, obviously. The Spanish, they'd gone over to the Americas, got gold, all of these type of things there.
Now
Vasco
check
da
this
Gama
out.
and all of that.
Did you know about the reason why down south is why the Spanish got South America? See,
No, how did
they
it
had,
get?
see, they had a conflict with each other.
What, the Portuguese and Spanish?
No.
Oh,
The Portuguese and the so-called Europeans.
okay, yeah.
They, matter of fact, I'm not even gonna say it was the Europeans because when I look at Columbus, bro, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Those Spanish back then, they got them big ass nose like those Jews.
Yeah, he's a Jew. He was a Jew. Not that anyway, he was a Jew.
I'm not
Spanish Jew.
I'm gonna do it a Thursday when I'm off. Yeah. It's only 2 days from now. It'll be done before the weekend. I'm off Thursday. Right. It's hard. Yeah. So yeah. So what was you saying, bro?
Yeah. We was talking about, what was he talking about? But anyway, yeah, you talk about the Spanish and the thing, and I'm saying like the Portuguese, yeah. It only seems like now they only have one major country and one major place in South America that speak Portuguese, which is Brazil. Probably the largest population of people out here in the Americas, in that part of America, South America. But yeah, everybody else speaks Spanish, innit? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, man. So yeah, okay. I remember what I was saying.
Yeah,
I was talking about the split. Like they had a
European split.
Yeah, and so what I was saying was those Spanish that you see that took so-called South America, they were all Jews, bro.
Yeah, they were Jews.
Spanish
Columbus was
or
a Jew.
Spanish Khazarians, Germans. You see what I'm saying? And those motherfuckers right there, you know what I'm saying? They had an issue with the Europeans, and so they was trying to figure out who gonna take what. So they end up getting a portion of the South American portion. That's why you see all the Mexicans down there. That's why they speak Spanish down there. You know what I'm saying? That's why they have the same type of so-called Spaniard feel. You know what I'm saying? And that's why they look the way that they look. Like if you look at a Mexican, you know what I'm saying? And you look at a Spaniard from back then, the 1400s, the 1200s, they look fucking alike. Same hair. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Same skin tone.
Yeah.
So like the Mexis that you don't never hear about, those are your Afro-Asiatic brown skin, like me and you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? With the Afroid hair, you know what I'm saying? With long, wavy, thick hair are women. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mm.
not looking nothing like no Spaniard, nothing at all.
Mm.
But again, these are the people that you don't hear about. These are the people they keep in the cut, in the jungles, and you know what I'm saying? Just like they do our folks that's in China and in Asia and shit like that. You don't hear about them because they keep them motherfuckers in the jungle and they don't never let them motherfuckers get on camera.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
Matter of fact, next time I jump on with you, bro, I'm gonna bring a source so I can read that information to
Yeah,
you know
man.
the people so that they can get an understanding, and you know if they want to get the source, they can go get the source themselves.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, we were definitely a lot of people, man. Throughout anti, get me, and cultural appropriation is what's going on. Man are pretending to be us or jumping on and
Even in
pretending.
Russia,
Get me? Even in
what
Russia.
you know about I was just about to ask you what you know about us ruling in Russia.
Yeah, man. We was one of the czars was definitely a black man or something like that. But obviously, this was the home of the Jews. I keep telling man, like Russia got them Jews got their home, man. You get me? They are Russians. Russians are Jews. Jews are Russians. Polish are Russians. I mean, and Jews. Jews are in every country in Europe. Do you know what I'm saying? They're not the same as the people in the environment, but they breed definitely fast enough. Meaning they got some trace of black in them. You know what I'm saying? Or Asian or something. Because yeah, their ability to multiply. But the cunning mindset and all of that, that's something taught. You know what I'm saying? So, and we got to remember that they had their time in history. It was very short. You know what I mean? Very, very short. And then they just assimilated into other civilizations and that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
All of a sudden they're Greek. All of a sudden they're Roman. All of a sudden they're Spanish. You get me?
Yeah, they everything else but them.
Everywhere, everything but themselves, exactly. You know what I mean? Denying themselves, but they ran away from Poland 100 years ago. You get me? That's why they're Jewish, Polish, Jewish, same thing. Said same thing. Man's trying it. Then you said you took on the Torah, and that was a lie. The lie detector said, that was a
Nope.
lie. You get me?
False.
You on some Talmud, you on some Kabbalah thing, you on some Satan, Lucifer thing. I was like, fuck's sake. Fuck's sake. And they say that these are not the children of Satan. Shit. I don't know what's going on. I can differentiate and I can say that every white person is not the devil. You get me?
Oh,
But they
evening, all.
are. Yes, we saying. To
Greetings, greetings.
you rise again.
Shalom.
What's good? What you found?
You're Israelite
Shalom.
today. Yeah? Are you putting the camera on? Yeah, is that how you're rolling? Yeah. Come on in.
I
Let's see
don't know.
you. Let's see. Put that on, man. Put that on. Let's see Tarek. Come on. King of India and them thing there. Big up.
Yeah, so you're not talking about the Jews.
Jews are everywhere, man.
So
But
what do you think about
Hmm?
So what do you think about the Esau Jews?
Esau are not Jews. I think they are Greeks, and that would make them also Ionians. Then. But then many people assimilated themselves into being Greek, and they weren't Greek.
So
You know
so
what
what about the Ghanaians?
What about the Ghanaians?
They call themselves the Akan, and one of Esau's great grandsons was called Akan. And if you
So
look at a lot of the Ghanaian ways, you can see that they were the ancient what you would call today Greeks, Romans, because before they used to be in North Africa and they was classified as what you would call Horites.
do you think anyone?
People.
Do you think anyone classified themselves after a book?
No, through the
Anything?
ancestors.
Yeah, exactly. So what's the book got to do with it? If it says that Esau, yeah, that's a fairy tale. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
I'm just
Like
going through
what
the
Esau?
genealogy. No, it's
Well,
genealogy.
well, Esau is not a genealogy, is it? It's an
Yes, he had
ideology.
children.
No, it's an ideology, isn't it? Like, yeah, we believe that this Esau went and was these people, and we
This,
believe, um,
no, we
um,
know.
no, I'm just saying, like they say they know, but they say that these people are Greek and these other people. I didn't hear no Jews in it.
Look at the name East Saudi Arabia, Esau, Saudi Arabia.
I don't know about that because the House of Saud came in and they are Iranians or Jews. That can be definitely equivocated, but not
Yeah,
back then. And then Noah Khan or anyone who says he's a Khan is attaching themselves to anything that is European because they're African in it, so it's their own shit. You know what I'm
yeah, but
saying? I think anything else would come after.
the lighter skinned ones come through where Alexander the Greek.
Now he never reached that far into Africa, my brother.
He was in Egypt and he went all the way up into Afghanistan.
Exactly. So we're talking about Ghana.
Yeah, but the Ghana was in that area at that time, the Horite people.
Oh, he's all right. I mean, what? That's biblical
Like
again.
Horites are like a tribe of nations of people that used to dwell in the Mediterranean and certain places.
From whose genes and lineage?
Esau's.
That's what I'm saying. It's biblical again. Like, bro, we can't do this. You know what I mean? It's
No,
like
but
it's confusing.
we can see it today. We can see it today.
No, we can't because what we see today is many different people migrated into what we're calling the Mediterranean, North Africa, and all over. That's what we see today. Everything we see today is not a reflection of the past necessarily. We can
It
find the
is.
old. Listen, we can find the oldest people, and then we get a better understanding. But like, yeah, like more than not, people came there 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 150 years ago. Not the times that we're talking about. So all of this, I find a bit, you know,
But if you look at how the Ghanaian dress code is, it's exactly the same as like the Greeks and them type of people. Their statues exactly the same. Their sort of diets quite the same.
so what you're saying that Greeks reached the interior and then copied the Ghanaians?
They mixed in with some of the I'm not too sure what other tribes was in that region, but I think they mixed in with some other people there because although they might appear to be black, but I'm just going off genealogy.
What type of Greeks though? I mean, yeah, exactly, because the original Greeks were also black, or yeah, well, they were also black too. So I
Mm.
don't know. I don't know. Get me? Because it's gonna have a point, as I said, where Europeans now have migrated. They've been doing it from earlier. Still,
Because it's only
that's how
certain it's only certain people in the tribe of Ghana where are actually Shemitic people. So I think it's the Iwe people, and I'm not too sure maybe with the Ga, but I'm definitely sure with the Iwe people.
I don't even know
And
about all that, bro. Because
I can't.
that biblical timeline is very short, bro. So
No, but
you know,
even the Ghanaians themselves, they go back into the Bible. Even some of the Igbos and the Yorubas, there's one ancestor that will link them, and I think his name is Ire. Iri.
I don't know about all that, but all I'm saying is that the ideologies and the theologies existed before any conception of the Bible. So you know, it can only be one way around.
No,
That
but these are
these people are taking from these ancient peoples and these ancient tribes and taking the information and you know doing whatever they want with it because it can't be the other way because you're not going to teach these people about their culture and the breeding process and us um um sorry exploring first, yeah, which they try to avoid is crazy. Do you get what I'm
no,
saying?
but the thing is, not everybody's going to be Shemitic because the Shemitic people have gone into everybody and they've diluted, like they're in everybody's tribe. It's only their customs that keep them different from everybody. So take for instance, I think just recently was the Day of Atonement. The Igbos, they do something literally the same thing called Day of Atonement, where they lie on the floor and the whole couple of days they're just giving praises or repenting for the certain things they have done, and then they will go on singing songs like Hallelujah and Adonai, hey, and they say certain words and things like that.
Are they not all Shemites, really?
Not all of them, no.
Well, how not?
Because some of them, you know, like you get sub clans of like Yoruba, sub clans of different ones in a sense like that.
No, I don't understand.
So you have like over 10 children. Different children will set up their sort of kingdom where they're mixed in a sense like that, where both kingdom has joined in together over time. That would be a whole different type of set.
Yeah, but I'm saying the bloodline is always kept pure. So
not really, because when you marry into people and things like that, it gets a bit muddled up. This is where you have like I'm not saying mixed race tribes, but mixed sort of cultures.
no,
So
I'm saying
so take for instance Oyo Estate, when that got established. Oyo Estate, it was a prince from out of Benin, but went into the place where they know as Oyo, and they married, I think, an Igbo person, and this is where you get the mergers, the new kingdom of Oyo.
yeah, that's cool. I mean, what does that mean?
So this is where you start.
Sorry.
This is where you start getting different ethnic groups, like the Yoruba.
It's not ethnic groups. It's not ethnic. It's not ethnic groups, because whole batches of people are not just going and breeding with each other. We're talking about royal lineage and bloodline. Do you know what I'm saying? When we talk about these things, we're not talking about a whole batch of people went over there and yay, let's go and breed with the Igbos. Yay! No, the royal families would be linked. This is what I say about all Yoruba royal African or Nigerian royal families, and all royal families around Africa should all be related to each other because of alliance. We marry because of alliance. When we move to a new area, yeah, we marry to alliance so that the neighboring people now become family in a sense. You got to say, but not actually blood family. We still know that we're different because, you know, like everybody's not mixing with everybody like that. It's only in the royal point of view which makes it peace for everybody, isn't it? So you can be Igbo over there now, and I can be Yoruba over here. But you know, some of us will interact, yeah. But it doesn't mean that the whole nation or the whole batch of people that came down to that region mixed in with the other people. That's all I'm saying.
I want to say, like, you have a group now that is mixed now, because the children, the descendants now, and some things like that, and they might make a community, which is
No, that's not how it works. We do either or. You understand? Either or. It's either you lean towards one side or you lean towards the other side. That's it. Because that's all that's there for you. There's no new shit. No one don't do that shit. You know what I'm saying?
And I feel what you're saying, but it's like we do get mixed people in it of different cultures. They're gonna somehow the other. A lot of their culture is gonna be entwined.
It's not different then. It's not really that different, is it?
No, but after a couple of years, like, you know what I mean, after a couple of years go by, the generation after that and the generation after that, this is where you might have a certain different ethnic group now, in a sense.
Well, no, because like I'm not a different ethnic group to my ethnic group, because maybe my blood is mixed with another tribe. It's just two of the people of the same tribe.
So
different variants of the same tribe. So the Shakiri are Yorubas, and then the Ife, anyone from Ife is a Yoruba as well. So it doesn't even make no difference, really. It could have been one was mixed, but the actual people, that's what I'm saying, the actual people, they moved to an area where there were other tribes. So only in the royal sense, the actual people have not mixed necessarily. You get what I'm saying? It's not a big thing. And even if they do, they will either be on one side living in the land of the people who they mix from, or the other side of the family that they're marrying into. So it's never going to be a new state. Do you know what I'm saying? In that sense, it's really dominated by the one tribe is most prominent. You know what I'm saying?
True, but
Yeah.
take for instance now in the Benin Kingdom in the early 1700s, where there was a new where the king married a woman, quote unquote. He didn't know what tribe she was from, and her name was ADJ Aja. And from this marriage now, they've introduced two different new gods now, different ceremonies into this whole what we know as the old bars and certain things. And nobody really knew where this lady came from, but she married into the family, and she
What's
had
that?
her own. Yeah, there's a lady that they married into the Benin Kingdom.
What story is this? What story is this? What in the Benin?
Yeah.
But the old, you can't add nothing to the Orishas. You can't, you can't add nothing. The story's been there from as long as we've known. No one can't add. 1 second. No one can't add anything. That's that. What their stories. 1 second. Their stories go down into the bloodline of kings, so we can track that. Do you get what I'm saying? From the Orishas to down to their descendants and down and down and down and down, who are actually people and kings we can identify and had history and all of that type of thing. So I don't know what you're talking about. You get me? No one could come to any Yorubas in Benin, because even the word is a Yoruba word. So it's just even more identifying that this is Yoruba land. Do you get what I'm saying? Many people can live there, but it's Yoruba land and it's a Yoruba royalty.
Kingdom.
Yeah, I'm talking about Benin Kingdom, the Kingdom of Benin.
Yeah, and how Oyo State got established through one of those people. So the point what I'm trying to make now, with that lady when she introduced, because she had certain skills and certain things like that. This is where also voodoo and certain things like that. They even changed around certain hierarchies, if you understand what I'm trying to show you. So like before, I think for you to be an Oba, you used to get picked. But afterwards, when she came along, you only had to be out of that family because there were certain secrets of medicine what they knew of.
You don't even know what you're talking about, bro. You're just fucking it all up. Because I'm saying the only reason. 1 second, bro. The only reason there can be a royal system, there has to be a unifying monarch. Do you get what I'm saying? And we have that. So from the descendants of that unifying monarch, like had maybe 13 sons. Yeah. And each 13 son or each son created the kingdoms that you know today. This is why we can tell you that Ile Ibinu, you get what I'm saying, that you're calling Benin, which I told you is a Yoruba word. Do you get what I'm saying? Right? It was established by Yorubas. Do you get what I'm saying? Even though other tribes live there. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's all it is.
There's a bit of Edo as well.
The Edo again are Yorubas again.
I don't know if they will classify themselves as Yorubas though. They've got their own name and something like that. They're in the same region, but this is what I'm trying to show you. Why Oyo State is why it's the merging of two different nations: the Igbo people or the Ibibio people with that prince from Benin, or out of the Benin royal family. Sorry, I should say.
Well, as I said, it could be. It could be so. What? But I don't know about all this gods thing and all of this other shit you was talking about. It doesn't even make no sense, because I said the custom and the rituals of Yorubas. If you're talking about Benin, do you know what I'm saying? It's not about Igbo culture in Benin. It's about Igbos live in Benin now. You know what I'm saying? But not back then. Not back then.
A version of what they have is very similar to that the Congo one, and I think what the Igbos practice sort of as well.
Well, we all have similar systems because a lot of those similar systems, if you want to check what it's related to, most definitely would be the Kemetan system. So they can tell you um, what type of system it relates to. And anything you see in Nigeria or from certain tribes, you can tell from what direction they came in, and they don't make no equivocation about what direction they were coming in when they tell you the story.
Because
So,
I know all the other people who do them type of practices is in Kenya or Tanzania
do what
in
practices?
Africa, like the what we would call that is very similar to the voodoo practices.
No,
Like
everybody does it, man. Everybody does it. What are you talking about?
there's a certain between Kenya and Tanzania. That
I'm saying everybody
maybe
does it. Everybody does it. In South Africa, it's called Muti. It's like everybody does it, bro. What are you talking about?
I said the
Right.
one that is very very similar to the Yoruba system and the Igbo one. I said
But
I can see the
look,
same
I'm
similarity.
saying, are you talking about our spiritual system, or are you talking about OBL, voodoo, or you get me?
Yeah, but
Voodoo, whatever.
the connection what you said with Egypt and that type of science.
Yeah, what about it? Is
That
that what
was
you're calling voodoo? Is
Well,
that what
yeah.
you're calling voodoo? No,
Well,
you're a fool. You're a fool to say such a thing. What voodoo is a form of Hinduism. You understand? So Asians, at some point, yeah, we had interactions with some Asian or Asiatic parts of the family who practiced in such things. You know what I'm saying? And now we all do it. You know what I'm saying? So it's not an ancient African spiritual system. It's a practice. Voodoo is a practice. You have to do stuff. Yeah. The spiritual system is about talking about the Orishas, the sons of God, who came down and obviously started the bloodline of certain tribes and blah blah blah. So that's how we see it. So there's two different things going on. There's ancestral worship, and then there's voodoo. Do you get what I'm saying? Or voodoo, which is something else. It's not the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I had to address someone before who said he's Nigerian and he was talking some smack. You know what I'm saying? Where he's mixing up the the spiritual mythos with voodoo. They don't go together. They're not the same thing.
Do you think there's some of the Brazilian influence as well?
What Brazilian influence? That
Like with the pet.
Santeria. No, the
Yeah,
Santeria comes later, obviously, because it's got Catholicism in it. So once you have Catholicism in it, you just rubber stamp, put a timestamp on the motherfucking shit. You know what I'm saying? Like where Europeans have gone there and interacted with these people and try and give them religion, they've taken it and mixed it with their natural thing, spiritual system that they were dealing with before, and come out with Santeria. But Santeria is not voodoo.
no, what is it?
Hmm?
What would you say
It's the
it is?
worship of the ancestors. Again, same. They say that Oshun is the ocean and thing, and Yamaya, sorry, is the ocean, and all of that. The same thing. The same deities or whatever are the same in the Americas as it is in Africa.
Who's
So we can tell
Yamaya?
what tribe. We can tell what tribe they are. Huh?
Who's Yamaya? Is that Oshun?
You know, Yamaya is Yamaya. She's one of the Orishas.
Like the unseen one?
Yeah, she's depicted as a woman who represents the ocean.
Hey, that Oshun.
Yeah. Well, you can still call it Ocean or Ocean's 11. You get me? But yeah, there's so many. But as I said, Yamaya is the one that they were
That would
calling on
translate
in
into
America.
muddy water, innit? Maybe.
You could say that. You could say that.
Because in the Arawakan one, we have a water mother or a creator called Atabe.
Yeah, that's Indian shit. That's what I'm saying, trying to say, bro. You lot are more steeped in it than we are. You know what I'm saying? If you have that Asiatic or that East Indian influence, which a lot of the Arawaks and Asiatics who mixed with Africans, this is what I'm trying to tell you from day dot. You know what I'm saying? We could see East Indians wandering their way down through the Americas, yeah, and bucking up on Africans and coming new tribes. First the Mayans, then everybody else. Aztecs, Toltecs, depending on the mix. Yeah, but some of them stayed with their East Indian culture of bloodletting, apocalypto stuff. That is not African. We never taught man that. We didn't build those structures for niggas to be chopping off heads and then rolling down the thing.
Yeah,
That's a
but
later.
The
One
Igbos
second.
used to do that Amberlin Kingdom.
1 second. They're a later set of people who came upon it because they know, like, okay, yeah, cool. You know what I mean? We've wandered into this area. There's all pyramids and all sorts in the forest and structures and all of that. Some people used to live here. Cool. Now we are the next people. We clean it all up. We live here for a bit and we do our fuckery. We collect skulls. We execute people, and that's their part of their East Indian culture. So it traces through. It's all carried in the DNA. You can lean one side or you can lean the other. And some who lean towards the Asiatic side did these things. So these are the traces you can see in history and all of that. You know what I mean? In the Americas. You get me? So it is what it is, man.
Um,
But all of that,
well,
yeah, all of that actual spiritual systems and all of that in the Americas is definitely African. So we know where it came from. And we know where they came from. That is not ever going to be in dispute. You always want to say it's the other way, like, yeah, they came back and then they taught. Nah, history's too long for that. You know what I'm saying? History's way too long for that. And what you're talking about is a blip in history or the history of peoples on this planet. And as I said, before a certain point, none of these Tainos or thing, no disrespect, existed. So we can trace it to a certain point. We know that it had to be a mixture of interaction of two different people to create some of these new tribes that you're talking about. But you want to put them situations in Africa, like that's what was going on, so you can see how things start new. No, no, no. There's nothing new under the sun, under atom ray. There's nothing new. You know what I'm
when you
saying? So at the end of the day,
when you start taking a closer look at it, Africans only started doing these type of practices in the late 1600s.
what? What voodoo?
Yeah.
Who told you that? You know what I'm saying? Like little things like that. Europeans can record such things. But you don't. You're not the best recorders of history. We know when you
Yeah, but,
started recording.
this is
One
what I'm
second.
trying to
One
say.
second. One second. One
If
second.
you take
One
the
second. One second. One second. We know when you started recording history. Do you get what I'm saying? So everything is based on your interaction with us. We've always been there, yeah. Your interaction with us, whether we're in a location at a particular time, and all of these type of things, has been very sparse. And you get me. We've got the history of it. You keep calling us by one name. You keep saying, "Oh, you lot are Ethiopians." You get me. You lot are Moors. You lot are this. You lot are that. You lot are thing. You classify us as Africans because of our hue, yeah, at one name through a lot of the way through history. Do you get what I'm saying? So we know that they do that. Hold on 1 sec. Yeah, we know that they do that. We don't do that. You get what I'm saying? We do what we're doing. We record our shit. We've been recording from Kemet. Why do you think we would stop when we got to places like Nigeria or Congo or other places, or we was in South Africa? We was doing all the same things. It's one continent. You get me? Like the people ain't fucking stupid. How people have knowledge on one side of the continent and nobody's got it on the other side? No, that it doesn't work like that.
all right then,
Sometimes
but
no, once again, sometimes it's what's necessary for the environment. Do you get what I'm saying? If you live in a deserty kind of environment, then smelting might be your better thing that you can do, because you can utilize and make the heat and use sand and do and make, and make metal and do objects and do and then sell it for salt, and you could sell your other product that you get out of the Sahara salt. You know what I mean? Sell your pillars of salt, ride on your camel, cross the Sahara to go and get some fresh fish, all of this and all of the different things. We know how we used to do. Do you get what I'm saying? And depending on what environment we're in, we'll have a particular skill set. Like, yeah. You choose to live in the desert, right? You didn't choose to move with the family. You didn't choose to live along the banks of the Nile, or the Nile becoming the Niger and all of that. Like, it only makes sense. Or you move coastally, because then you can fish and then you can eat and then you can survive and people can grow bigger. But nothing we ever did was just like living in open, fucking barren places with no skills of how to survive there. That is impossible. Even the Aboriginals, yeah, can show you where a water hole is when a European who came in there late, only 200 years ago, can't do that. You get what I'm saying?
So do you know of a person called Franco Felix de Souza?
De Souza, yeah. I heard of that name.
Yeah. He was born in Brazil to Portuguese colonists, and he's well known as the most influential political pre-colonial West African slave trader, and also he's the founder of what we know of today as these Afro-Brazilian communities in areas that are now part of those countries, and went to places like Nigeria, Benin, Ghana, and Togo.
Right.
And to become the Chacha of Olodua and the slave trading hub for the region, and the title that conferred no official powers but commanded local respect of the kingdom of Dahomey, where after being jailed by King Andandozad of Dahomey, he helped Gizo ascend the throne, who was his brother, and became the Chacha, the new king.
What's a cha-cha?
Oh yeah, hold on.
What country? I don't even know what that is.
That's in the Delta region, like, of Dahomey, sort of. So
Dahomey, where's that?
The King of Dahomey, you know, Dahomey.
No, I don't.
That's like in between Benin and Nigeria.
Benin and Nigeria.
Or what we call as New Benin.
You're talking about the old Benin state, or the originals, which was really Nigeria still.
Yeah, so watch this now.
Yeah.
That's
the gold. Chacha. That's the Gold Coast, isn't it? That's the Gold Coast. The other Benin. Just make sure people know that there's two Benins. There's Benin, the Kingdom of Benin, and there's Benin, the place next to Nigeria, which was Benin, which was part of Nigeria too.
The Kingdom of Dahomey.
Yeah, that all of that was part of Nigeria. But because the gold was there, because the gold was there, that's the bit the Europeans took first, and tried to section off from the rest of the country. But really, it was really part of the country if you look on the map.
But this Felix Frank de Souza, he was born a Brazilian to Portuguese colonists. So this person now, the Portuguese colonist, is obviously mixed in with some of the people of Brazil, and his descendant now is taken on the trade and sort of things like that. And they've given him this phrase now that is called Chacha. And it's a new curious phrase that has been explained as originated from the saying Jaja, a Portuguese phrase meaning something will be done right away. But is Jaja really a phrase of the Portuguese?
No.
Ya was a phrase of in the Arawaks and in the Caribbean culture of the unseen one.
So let me get this right. Yeah, this Jaja, was a king. Yeah, or did he get the title Jaja?
No,
Portuguese guy.
It says a Portuguese phrase meaning something will be done right away. But we know he's born in Portugal. I mean Brazil, of Portuguese his colonist and things like that. So it's obviously mixing with the indigenous people, and we call Jaja or Yaya our head creator God.
Well, how can someone who actually lived be a god? What does that mean? It doesn't make sense.
We call him the unseen one.
Well, there's a King Jaja in the time of my great grandfather, who it was one of his troops that shot one of the British explorers who was going down the Niger. So I'm trying to understand something. You get me? Like, what's going on? Talk to me. Because if it's there if it's there in Nigeria, yeah, this is a later time though. This is like late 1800s. So
Yeah, this is like 1754 to like
mm,
1849-ish.
but the King Jaja, yeah, was the not opposing king, but he was the king of a region just round the corner from Benin. You know what I'm saying? Well, it must have been. It was definitely in the Delta region, but in the story or the historical story or whatever, it's and sorry, factual history. Yeah, this King Jaja and my ancestor mm, were the ones who fought against. But there was the first one who brought attention to what was going on in the Delta. They were already merchant traders in it, as I said, with
Mm.
doing their thing privately and all sorts, making big money, shipping stuff inside and outside the continent, all this cocoa yam stuff. And I was like, what? What's cocoa yam? I don't even know what that is. You get me? We don't know if Jaja can teleport. You know what I mean? Mad thing. But anyway,
What was that in the region? What they call Edo?
right.
See, and they call it Edo yam afterwards.
What? In the region, what? I thought you
yam.
meant the king. I thought you meant the king. No, the cocoa yam, I think, was just the most plentiful thing in the region.
But they call it
Yeah.
Edo afterwards, isn't it?
What, the cocoa yam? No, they still call it cocoa yam.
We call it cocoa yam. We call it cocoa yam, but if you look in the market, it's labeled as Edo yam.
Well, it might be the ones from Edo. It's called Edo yam, but we was dealing with cocoa yam. That's all I
We
know. On Port Harcourt, and obviously my great grandfather was the richest merchant trader in Africa. Full stop. Get me? Trying to open the first African bank. You know what I mean? But yeah, obviously getting in beef with Queen Victoria is not really going to help your cause. Get me? So yeah, that story went left. That story went left.
Hmm.
Oh, big up, Don Bravo. Get me? Yeah, that other Benin. I think he might be mixing the stories as well. Maybe that's what the problem is. But he's not, because he's saying places that are in one and not in the other. Like, are you referring to the kingdom, or you're returning to the? You're talking about the place.
Yeah, but this one I'm trying to say, like Yoruba state is something that comes very what you call, later down. And before it was like you had the Dahomey Kingdom, and also what you know as the Benin Empire. Then you have downwards Biafra.
Yeah, but I don't understand. Yeah, that's all the way up in the northeast of the country, isn't it? I'm from down south. Yeah, like that Benin.
That's where the Portuguese are as well, Lagos.
Yeah, but we're not in Lagos, are we?
And there
Lagos,
was in another region, Abakute.
Lagos is east of us. We're in Port Harcourt in the Delta.
Yeah, but I'm not too sure how big Abakute is, but that's the regions where these mans was.
I don't even know about all that, bro. So they ain't nowhere near me.
That's the place where the British took over. Because they took over that region because the Portuguese used to be there.
Yeah, we know that's nothing to do with us, bro.
You know what?
As I explained, they landed and they did their thing and they colonized and called the place Lagos. So that had nothing to do with this. We was already in the south, even though we have our own spiritual homes and that. They didn't say they came and they took over Ife, where the Yoruba, the home of the Yorubas, and then just convert. You get what I'm saying? They found their own place near the coast and called it Lagos. There's a Lagos in India. Come on, man.
But watch this now. It says D'Souza continued to market slaves after the trade was abolished. In most jurisdictions, he was apparently so trusted by the locals in Dahomey that he was awarded the status of chieftain. Although a Catholic, he practiced voodoo religion, which he consists of his Afro-Brazilian background and his own family shrine. He was buried in Dahomey.
I don't know, but that's in that place, isn't it, in Benin? Yeah.
The place is called Olodoa. Ouidah.
Okay. Where? Sorry, in the northeast
Yeah, but don't you see? Look,
or the west?
it says according to Idnam Bey, D'Souza was deeply influenced and was immediately between European and African cultures. Today, he is known as the founding patriarch of the Afro-Brazilian communities in Ghana, Togo, Benin, and Nigeria. But the D'Souza family has been very instrumental in fighting for the independence of Togo, Ghana, Nigeria, Benin. Figures like Paul Emily D'Souza, a president of Benin, and Chantal D'Souza Boni Yaya, a first lady of Benin. According to D'Souza's family, Francois Felix D'Souza was the eighth generation descendants of Tom D'Souza, 1503 to 1579, a Portuguese nobleman who was first Governor General of Portugal colony in Brazil from 1549 to 1553. If true, it would make the contemporary D'Souza a member of the Portuguese nobility and additional to being a African chieftain family.
Okay, so all of that is happening. Makes sense. But when you say Nigeria, that's very wide. You get me? It's a wide description.
It's later. Nigeria is very, very later on.
Well, if they
Nigeria is
say
something.
Nigeria, yeah, but I'm saying they're saying Nigeria, he influenced thing Benin. We know because Benin's cut off. You get me? Like that Benin is cut off from civilization or whatever's going on because they mining gold there. So if it's the Portuguese and thing there, that was not the interaction we had with them in the south. You know what I'm saying? At a much later time as well. I don't even understand the relevance.
I'm trying to say the Portuguese was there for a very long time because before they
Okay.
even reached America, they was already doing business. Because they said a large slave ship left from 1464, and they haven't even reached America yet.
I know, but you can see on ours, we don't have that. We have the interaction with the Portuguese, but you have to go and check the bronzes in it to see them in their bowler hats or whatever. But it's not
Yeah.
trading guns and cannons and things. So when we eventually fought the British, you get me? We could hold them off for a little piece. You get me? It's a
But do you
little,
know who you was fighting as the British?
sorry?
Do you know who you lot was fighting as the British?
Yes, Queen Victoria.
No, Sierra Leone.
What are you talking about? I'm not talking about dead. I'm talking about now. I'm talking about in my great grandfather's time, which was the late 1800s into the 1900s.
Exactly, the African regiment. Who was the African regiment? Who was in these armies?
No, I'm not talking about regiment or wars or nothing like that. That's later. You get me? That's
No,
like my granddad. You get me?
that's
My granddad. Hold on, 1 second. My granddad was in the African something army or
regiment.
whatever. Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. So and then my great granddad. 1 second. My great granddad. Yeah, the son of the king was a naval commander and that. You get me? So like I don't know. And he changed his name. I don't know if he didn't want the pressure. You get me? So he changed his name to an older family name. Someone like 3, 4 generations back. Like the Hebrew Israelites would say, Eba. You get me? So he drawed for a name that was further back in the bloodline. And I was like, okay. You know what I mean? So that's why we don't have the same name as the ancestor right now. Because people are trying to hide it. It's a problem. You know what I mean? There's a lot of political shit exportation into Ghana for 6 years and all of this type of stuff. Oh yeah, it's a thing. But it's all documented on the internet, books and all sorts. You get me? Like my great grandfather was like the last one of the last revolutionaries or superheroes or whatever you want to say. You get me? He tried to fight against the system of the time. You get me? Being a rich fucking man and tried to do that Gaddafi shit. You get me? Like, let's open a bank. You get me? And they definitely wasn't having that. And black man opening bank. Fucking monkey. Are you mad? So no matter your wealth, bros, I told you London is a leveler, as my mum always told me.
Look, see, look, I'm gonna put it in the thingy, but I'm gonna show you who are these people who are fighting in Africa, fam, and it might not be nice, but at the end of the day, it's history. You know what I mean?
Yeah, not my history though.
It is everybody's history, bro. It's on Africa soil, fam.
It could be on African soil, but it's not everybody's history, innit? Because if you're not from that tribe or you're not connected to that even region, or even had any people who ever lived in that region, then you know what I'm saying? Like you hear the story and it could be sad and whatever, but yeah.
I put the link there. I put the link there. Yeah. Okay, but the Royal African Corps was formed in the 1800s under the Colonel John Fraser, initial as the Corps and then African Corps. On the 25th of April 1804, it was approved for the African Corps to be styled Royal. On the 25th of October 1806, it was directed that the Royal African Corps should be separated into 2 district corps, one to serve in Africa and one to retain the name Royal African Corps, and one to serve in the West Indies, to be styled as the Royal West Indies Rangers. At the same time, it was directed that the Royal West Indies Rangers should be formed from 6 companies of the Royal African Corps serving in the West Indies, which the addition of 2 companies, the Royal West Indies Rangers, was also placed on the establishment of the army from the 25th of October to 1806. And the Royal African Corps was accordingly placed on establishment of the army of the 25th of October 1806. However, the 24th of August 1807 was significant that the Royal African Corps should assume the name of Royal York Rangers instead of Royal African Corps. As whole, the regiment could not be employed on the practical colonial duties for which had been raised. On the 25th of June 1808, the regiment of the Royal York Rangers was divided into 2 district corps, retained the name of Royal York Rangers, and other being restyled as the Royal African Corps, being formed from 4 companies.
What's this? Adam, what relevance is this?
Oh God! You have to still go.
No, I'm saying the timing.
Even look at the bottom. All right, then let me just go right to the bottom.
Wait. I'm saying the timing for me has nothing of no relevance. Like my people weren't even alive then. You get what I'm saying? In 1900, I mean in 1800 something. You get me? I'm talking about Second World War for my granddad. You know what I'm saying? And I'm talking about for my great granddad as king was like 1890, 1884 or 18 something. You get me? Like this is some other region as well. I don't even know what this has got to do with me.
I'm showing you where some of these the brothers from the West Indies and Africa, where they were in the army and sort of places like that, and we're at the time.
We know this already. We even know up to the Second World War. One second. They had colonial armies. Like what are we talking about? Like even in Jamaica, remember the colonial army of Jamaica, for example, was only disbanded in the 1900s. Like you get what I'm saying? In the 60s, I think, or something like that.
Later than that.
Is it later than that?
Yeah, man. That's what I show people. They're late.
But anyway,
even in the Blitz, and they said they lost our records.
Come on. Big up Rico. Big up Ezra. Get me? Big up everyone in the chat. Get me? Turuk's about his nonsense again. No more.
I'm showing you, and also
No.
it said that
Hey, I'm
Sierra
sending
Leone.
out the link. I'm sending out the link. Come and help me, Ezra, man, because right now, yeah, I ain't really got the patience.
This has got to a standard Wikipedia one. It said in 1804, Fraser's Corps of Infantry has been raised for the defense of the islands of the Gore, Senegal. See, because they're fighting all these things, trying to maintain their power from France and all these type of things. What is going on? So the original raised in 1800s, the Gore Corps. This is the unit subsequently was renamed as the African Corps.
What are you saying? That's how man got to the Caribbean. I don't understand what your point is, bro.
Hold on. The remainder of the corps continued the platform garrison's duties various African colonies until the 1890s. 4 companies serving in Sierra Leone and Gambia.
Okay, you see what I'm saying? Like, what's that got to do with me, bros? I don't understand what you're trying to say. Is that where you're from? Is that where you're from? Are you from Gambia? Like, what point are you trying to make? What point are you trying to make, bros?
Yeah,
we ain't had no interaction with no Europeans until a certain point for us. So we would tell you, bros, we would tell you, I don't know about no African army then that would have been part of anything that we would have been doing, because we were still kingdoms. You get what I'm saying? We still had kingship, obas, and all of that type of all over what you're calling Nigeria. So it was
but this is what I'm trying to say. The people from Sierra Leone now.
What about them? That came from the United States?
No, Britain and along the way from United States. Well, some of these were people like
So
from the
why are you
army.
saying no then? Why are you saying no?
I said later on.
No. Why are you saying no? When I'm saying it's Britain, you're saying Britain. I could agree with that. United States, most definitely. Just like Liberia, most definitely. You know what I'm saying? Because that is a project of the US. They're sending people back to Freetown to feel free, the free slaves. You know what I'm saying? From the Americas and all of that. They had these projects going on from a long time. You get me? It's a mad thing, bros. Like, I don't want to hear all that shit, bros. You know what I'm saying? We know what
this is more black history.
We know that's not black history, bros. You get me? We're talking about fuckery. We've talked about fuckery, yeah, by Europeans blending themselves in and trying to, now that we've got some people that have been worship the idea of this fucking European youth, you know what I'm saying, who's mixed in and half Brazilian or whatever, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? And now you're telling me what? I don't want to hear that shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? It don't even make no sense. It's not even part of black history or whatever. It's called colonizers. It's called colonizers fuckery. If you're gonna sit over there and say that your people worship a individual who actually lived, that's bullshit, bro. Stop it. Get me? Get that shit the fuck out of here. That's juju. That's
a lot of these other African
Hindu shit, man. That's Hindu shit, bro. Stop it. You brought your Hindu
shit. Nah.
Yes, it's Hindu shit. You brought your Hindu shit to the Caribbean and then the Americas. Told you already. Bloodletting, all sorts of fucking. Yeah. Worshipping man, idols. You get me? Like, what? What are you talking about? Stop this, man.
Who's got a place called... No, it's you not doing that, mate. You lot swagger jacking as normal, bruv.
You brought your Vadu to Africa. You brought your Vadu to Africa.
They ain't got no swag. They're swagging like us.
But there's bare Indians in Africa, and we know this. But they know they're Indian. They say they're Kenyan now. They say they're this one now. They say they're this one. Bruv, we know where you came from. Just like in the Caribbean. You're never going to get away from it, bruv. Yeah? You can take your full Hindu behavior, yeah, and go shove it with the sun, don't you? Facts. Yeah, that's what we're doing in this supposed Black History Month. Exposing fools, exposing frauds. You get me? People who claim to be us, but quick to sell us out. Quick to sell us out our black sisters for cassava. You get me? All sorts of fuckery. Quick to jump on any bandwagon that's got European in it. Yeah, that's fuckery, bros. Yeah, you should be proud of yourself and your people, them, but know the history, know how people was doing force intermixing. There was natural intermixing that people was dealing with normally because we never saw color. We was going, yeah, you can come from everywhere, Yemen, wherever. No one cared, but you gonna be of color by the time you leave us. Yeah, that's for certain. Do you know what I'm saying? But you as a mix of interaction. One second. You as a mix of interaction, coming back trying to give the origins of something, don't even make no sense, fam.
No,
You
because see
got to worry
now
about
you don't like real
you
history.
no, you just got to worry about where you came from and where you and we've already established you came from India. Majority of your DNA is Indian. So
You
study
don't
Indian
like
history.
history.
Wait, start
Let's get to some
study
real history and you
Indian.
just go,
I
what
don't.
happened, man?
You're right. Right. I don't like his story. I don't, because his story is a mystery, and my story is a mystery to him.
You said it
Yeah,
had nothing to do with
sorry,
you.
huh?
You said it had nothing to do with you, and you seem more
What
upset
happened?
than everybody.
No, but it's the Hindu man. You're bringing your Hindu spells and trying to laugh and thing it off, and it don't even make no sense. Yeah, you're probably
I'm just
burning
saying, it links a
something
lot of
now,
people up, blood.
burning
It
them
links the
fun.
people from America, Nova Scotia, people that they threw into from England into Sierra Leone. It also talks about it also mentioning what happened in the Benin Empire with the British and certain things like that.
Wow,
So it's a lot of history there, mate.
wow, wow. We don't care about your history, your 5 minute history, bro. Stop that.
This is your
Let
history,
me
it's not my
understand.
history.
Everything you're talking about is biblical and all of this type of stuff, and yeah, and the
Okay, I
Hamite, the
gave you the
Cushite,
I
the
gave you
also.
army paper,
You're
I gave you
sounding like
army documentation.
fuck an army, bros. Once we have an army, yeah, you know that's European. The concept of
He's
army and
actually from
regiment,
an army.
bro. Army and regiments, we don't care, bros. In 1800 something, when none of my people was like they were doing different stuff. They were ruling, and nobody was bothering them at that particular time. So don't
Exactly. You
bring them
can't say
in
things
there.
like that. Don't
Correct.
make sense.
Yeah, you ended up in Sierra Leone after you finished your speech. You know what I'm saying? You read out. You ended up in Sierra Leone
What's
and
my
what?
name?
And
What's
Gambia,
my
bros. Get that the hell out of here, bros.
Stop being a Scrooge, Uncle Mac.
Mm-mm.
Uncle Mac is being Scrooge today.
That's
Come
what
on,
them
man.
coolie man do, man. The coolie man try to wind you up, man. It don't work, bro.
I'm not gonna call you a Belizer, but you're being Scrooge.
And you're being coolie, bro. You know what I mean? Real coolie behavior. You get me? Right? Real bad, man. You get me?
Back
Like,
into
you're
stolen
weasel. You're like a weasel. You weasel with this bait information, and you're like, yeah, whole list, big man. Yeah, man, this is what your people
I'm
was
not
doing.
playing
It's
dominoes at
like,
the moment.
what?
We're just going through some real history.
It's not real history, bros. When we went through the real history, bros, you was conveniently
Mate, they got
silent.
this man. They got a big
Why didn't you
They
go
got
and
a big
research
statue.
India? Why did you not go and research India? Huh? About your research in it.
I
Why didn't you
can't
go and
research.
research
Must research
your
everybody, bro.
your 85% DNA Indian history? Stop it. Like, why didn't you go and research that? You
Yeah, but
know
the
how much,
Yorubas come
how
from the
rich,
east.
come on, stop it. How
Yeah, but
rich
the
the
Yorubas come
history
from
is.
the east.
No way. How rich the
But
history
you
is.
speak Egyptian.
Bro, the history is, yeah, in the
You speak
West
Egyptian.
Indies. Go back to the East Indies, yeah, East is East, and go and learn your thing, bro. Go and learn about Krishna, Vishnu, and all of them things there. You get me?
No,
And
but you
you will
lead
have
back
a
to
better.
Bangladesh
We could have a better
because
conversation.
no, but you lead back to the Tamils because the Egyptians and the Tamils they're linked, and you said your language and the Egyptians are the same. Booyah!
Uh, I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Patel. You get me?
You
You're
said
just China. Come on, stop it. Taruk Patel.
allow it,
You know
man.
what it is, bruv? Don't ever try it, bruv. Once you put on your camera and I saw that Mowgli look, I was done. You was done out here, bruv. And then the other day when we worked it out and we was going through the genealogy, and you're saying, well, this person's Indian, that person's Indian, you get me? And then this person's Carib. And then we established that the Carib is mixed of African and Asian, Indian again, descent. So
No, it's between
you
Australian
are
actually.
only a
Australian.
twinge. You only
No,
a
it's
twinge.
Australian. No,
Australians
it's
again is
Australian
another mix.
actually.
Australian again is another mix. Yeah, because the original Australians look like Tasmanians. Have you ever seen what a Tasmanian looks like? Right. So what you're looking at is a mixed individual as an Aboriginal. Yeah, they might be jet black, but their hair is blonde. They might be jet black, but their hair is straight. This is the European. No,
Africa.
they didn't come from Africa like that.
Come from the
They didn't
Kush.
come.
The Kush valleys
Okay,
to the
so they
Hindu
came.
valleys.
Okay, but once you mix it with European who's got Neanderthal in his gene, that's what you
But you
get.
came
That
through the
look,
Bering Strait.
that look, Aboriginal. You get me?
No, wait, but
What?
you know, but you said the Egyptians and your language is the same. You speak some
You
sort
ain't even
of
carry it.
similarity.
You ain't even carry it, Ezra. You get
And
me?
also the Hindus and the Egyptians and the Kushites are all the same. So technically,
I bet,
you're a Somalian.
I beg you to come and tell this East Indian about West Indian. You get me?
Technically, you're Somalian.
Somebody who's West Indian, please. Guy,
You're
this
from Punt.
guy, you know you're Somalian. Bro, you're from
You're
Punt.
from Djibouti.
Think about it.
You know, you're Somalian. You're from
How
Djibouti.
far is India?
You're the
How
ancient
far is Somalia? How far is Somalia from the West Indies or from
You're the
India?
ancient Somalian. You're
Huh?
the ancient Somalian.
I know you can try to look, but no one actually believes you. Everyone's
Of course you are.
seen you.
You see, your language is the same as the Egyptians.
Mhm.
So you're the ancient Somalians, like Sarnetta, Harlem Somalians.
Well, he's from some funny island in America still, and he's still a black man. 100. You get me? But not like you. We
Just
can
like
tell
Dr.
you.
York,
Hmm? He's what?
because Dwight is actually an Egyptian name.
But that's not his name though. That's the name
Dwight
of his
is
son.
actually an Egyptian name.
What Dwight? You must be
Yeah.
mad. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. You sound crazy. You get me?
Yo,
But
Michael.
Mr. Patel would say, so. Yeah,
I posted a video.
Oh, look.
I couldn't,
Shut up, man.
I
Go back to Sri
can't.
Lanka, man.
Here he is.
Get me?
The ancient Egyptian.
I can't put it.
Go
I
back
can't.
to Sri Lanka,
go
boy.
online.
At least,
Tyrion Zidon.
wait, man, Turok, bro, man.
Tyrion
What you say, Michael?
Hmm? No,
What'd
I
you
said,
say?
yeah. Don't worry. I couldn't access it. I can't access it on this platform. Get me? You're
Help me.
either gonna
No,
have
I
to
put
share
what is no, I'm gonna send to you on WhatsApp,
Mm.
and you can try it. It's a proper video of nonsense like Turok.
I'll throw it took his on some mad. He's coming back. Yeah, he's got an FTK for you, Taruk. But you've been FTK'd so much, it's not worth beating up on a call.
What is wrong with you? Like, I was bringing up some raw history and I don't know, man.
Hey, listen. Turok has rose more time than Jesus.
Oh no, it's the Egyptian robots. Tyrion Zidon
What the Egyptian robots?
It's the Egyptian
What's
robots.
Egyptian, bro?
Zidon.
What is
Who's
that?
Egyptian here, bro?
It's speaking Greek, man. Man speaking Greek. You get me?
Turok.
Typical Asian shit.
Turok.
It doesn't even make sense.
That's one robot. Let us speak Patois, bro. Allow this Hindu Patois, bro.
What do you want with me, Tyrion Zidon?
Hmm? What did you say?
Tyrion Zidon.
What are you talking about? Is that more of your language? Carib language.
It's the African biblical text.
African biblical text.
How
can you have an African biblical text? Bro, don't insult my fucking intelligence, bro.
It's the stories of Africa in many books.
Fuck off.
You
African biblical text. What? And they ain't even know places. If it's African, they ain't even know places. What we're gonna name the places? There's no places in there, can they? There ain't no Nigeria. There ain't no thing. There's none of that in prehistory. You hear me? What the fuck are
So
you
are
talking
you?
about?
So what's it?
It's
You and
time
Macu?
Wait, Michael. In this
Beefy
biblical
and
text,
Macu
what
are
tribes? What biblical text you talk about? African biblical text. What tribes are talking about?
Better know.
The tales of the many books of the African stories.
It doesn't even make sense. How does that
What
make
is it
sense?
about?
The Papyrus.
There's so much Papyrus now.
Papyrus.
Oh, papyrus. So,
Papyrus.
and what papyruses are there?
Popeye the sailor. Papyrus.
Huh? Mr. Patel, come on, stop it, man. I know you're used to reading Sanskrit and that. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop playing about. Like,
This ain't calculus.
let's get to it, man. Come on, we know you got that computer brain.
Wait, what are you saying, Jaravinda?
Assimilating fuckery information. You get me?
Jaravinda, what are you saying? Talk to me, Jaravinda.
Come correct. Get me? Mowgli. What's going on? This Mowgli looking motherfucker right here, talking shit.
You know what? Early on, yeah, we're good.
But don't want to
talk to you.
But man don't want to study India.
And Ralph,
that's mad.
You tell him his cousin was on the Leon. His cousin
For real.
Ralph.
For real, Ralph.
So tell me, Beefy, you never really said, are you for Mugabe?
I'm not for no politician, bro.
My trust.
What about Junior? What's his name? Malema.
I don't deal with politicians. I don't deal with politicians.
That's South Africa, bro.
What don't you understand about that? Well. Politicians. What don't you understand about that? Politician, politicking.
Why are you bringing South
deal
Africa?
With that?
Why are you bringing South Africa to Zimbabwe? It doesn't even make sense. Like what? Like know your politics, bro. This is why. Because you're a Carib, so you're confused. You get me? You don't know what to do. You get me? You should be. Is it rupees or rascal dollar?
So tell me this: you both don't support Judah Malema.
Bro, forget all that, man. Man, don't deal with.
I don't deal with politics.
I don't do no politics.
Didn't you ever watch Shutters? Yeah.
No, I'm talking about Judah Malema. What about Shutters?
Politician. Me not trust none of them rude boy.
You listening?
No, them rude boy.
Yeah.
What kind of Africans are you listening to them, man?
That was good advice. What are you talking about?
So how come you're not in Somaliland then?
You get me?
Listen.
Good advice. Good advice, no matter how you spin it.
Churok, listen. I say the biggest cause of blindness in Africa is cataracts. The biggest two are religion and politics. What the fuck am I going to do? Why?
Fight against
politics and jokes.
Because what?
Mugabe's got better jokes.
Better jokes. Man's dead, man.
He's a joke. So what?
He's got good jokes. That's why they never killed him.
I'm saying put respect on his name still. He's better than Gandhi.
They never killed.
You get me?
They never killed him. Boys.
100 times better than Gandhi. Yeah. Huh? What about Gandhi?
They never killed him.
Huh?
They never killed him because he was a high-level Mason, higher than the Queen, bro.
Oh, come on, man. High-level Mason.
High fucker. High-level, rude boy.
Definitely.
What about Judah Malema then?
Forget Judah Malema, bro. He's an idiot.
He's a real African, man.
So what?
Is he Koya son?
It doesn't make you smart.
What is he, Zulu or Koya son?
It doesn't matter, bro. What are you? Fucking fucking Indian, man.
Because I know everything.
You only know about India, bro.
Because I'm turning your fairy tales into nightmares. Nightmares.
You're just gonna get chewed up, bro. That's all
No,
that's gonna happen.
I tell y'all fairy tales into nightmares.
No, I don't know about that. No one's impressed. What
Don't
accent
be
is
scared.
Tigers.
that? Your Indian version of what?
What?
What accent now?
Tyrian Zidon.
You see, that man's here talking spells, Hindu shit. I don't trust these niggas. These
It's
niggas
y'all stories.
probably rubbed the orange on his face.
Yeah, I'm hitting
He's probably rubbing on
stories.
the orange on his face right now.
So which one of you is
Bunny
Geb?
to incense.
Who's Geb? Where's Geb?
Ganesh. No, who's Ganesh? Who's Ganesh?
Who's that
Ganesh?
bloke called Geb?
Yeah.
Who's that bloke?
Who's Ganesh?
Geb.
Vishnu.
Who's
Vishnu.
Geb?
Shiva. Brahma.
Yeah, there were Yorubas. There were Yorubas.
Honeyman.
There were Yorubas.
Honeyman.
And you know it.
Honeyman.
Churok, do you eat
They
pork?
were Yorubas. They call them the Nagas, the Nagajarians. The Nagajarians, that's what they call them. They were from Nigeria.
Whatever, man.
Nagajarians, that's what they call
You
them.
eat cows?
Of course.
Churok.
Because Nigeria existed then. Stupid.
No, because
This is what
they called you. Yo,
brain.
you're the Nigers.
Are you chewing
Yo,
Chad
yeah.
or something? Don't come on my show chewing Chad, and chat shit.
You're the ancient Somalian. You got Chad.
Mm.
You're the ancient Somalian. You and Beefy. The ancient Bantus. Tyrian Zidon.
I don't know about all this juju stuff that you're talking about. I took some strange stuff sometimes, but I know.
You know.
Full orange rubbing on
Tyrian
his face.
Zidon. Zidon meaning Zimbabwe. Ty meaning Tayo, like Uncle Ty. Turn it around backwards, Mako. Another fairy tale TKO. Tyrian Zidon. Bashima Mashiach Yahusha.
See that Hindu juju stuff. That's why you brought it to Africa.
I put you in that spell.
Bait spell.
Tyrian Zidon.
And you know what happened to the snake who tried to do that? Got his neck
Tyrian Zidon.
Yeah. What about the Hindu juju that you're talking about? No one knows and no one cares, I think. You get me? Let's talk some real sense. Like, why are you doing this Hindu shit all of a sudden? Did you start like worshipping a different god or something? What's going on? Talk to me.
So,
brother's here, man. Your brother's here.
So who are your gods? Who are your gods? The Egyptians?
You know who
Pharaoh.
You know who my
Pharaoh.
Yeah. Me. I'm the god. How about that? Beat that.
So you will be the ancient Mennonites.
No, that's biblical. Try again.
Hindu.
You get me? 6,000 year chat is not helping, bro. You get me?
So what's your god called, Beefy? Then, since you're the ancient African man.
It's nothing like all these juju and all of these type of stuff that you're talking about.
I deal with God, bro. I am.
What's your name? Jaja? Juju. What? Do you do God?
Ancient African man. Where's Zidon gone? That doggone Zidon. Your brother Tyrian Zidon.
Yeah, I think you're bored, Taruk, man. I don't know.
No, you're bored because I came. The Afro-Brazilians.
You're not even Afro-Brazilian. You're Indian. Get it right. Indus Valley, Indian.
Ebenezer.
Probably. Man said they were giving you some grace. They said Madagascar.
All
And somewhere.
right, Uncle Wacky. I see you're grouchy. You need to watch Antiques Roadshow. It's time for your nap.
But we don't fall for Hindu spells. You know the man who come with the cards and the turbans and that, and they try and say they're gonna read your palm. You get me? We tell them, look, all right, read my palm and tell me that I was not gonna give you no money.
So what's your ancient god called?
See you later.
So what's your ancient god called?
He ain't called Patel.
So what's he called?
He ain't called Patel or no funny Brazilian name. Yeah, Dave D'Souza.
Because you talking our religion, God damn it.
Okay, now you're singing. See,
you took our religion and you remixed it for yourself.
This is the folly of Hinduism.
Mixing us like a CD.
It's peak. Okay, I told you, if you're doing demonology, it's in your blood, bruv. You hear me? You lot been doing it. You lot are it. You lot are on this thing.
So who are y'all then? Who is you lot really then?
Well, we definitely are not you. We definitely are not you.
Are you Egyptians? What are you, Egyptian?
Well,
what or not?
We're not Pakistani.
Hunter
we're not
gatherer.
Afghan. We're not European. We're not albino Europeans or albino Asians. We're none of them.
But you made the Europeans.
No, the Asians made the Europeans.
I can put it in the chat. It was two Nigerians that made a white baby.
So that baby 100% African.
Albino.
Right.
So they was Afro-Can. So they were the Afrikaners.
No, the blonde hair, blue eyed albinos from India walked into Europe because Europe.
So you have white Nigerians then.
Boom. That's it. That's how they came about.
So you have so y'all make white folk.
So you made white folk.
No, y'all make the white folk.
Indo-Aryan.
Y'all made the white folk.
Indo-Germanic.
Y'all made the white folk.
Go and look.
Come on.
Go and look at your albino ancestors and tell me what a white folk is.
Yeah, but where do albinos come from? Y'all made the white folk.
Bro, there's albinos. Listen, there's albinos in every race.
No.
White folks came from Indian albinos.
You don't love them.
Even lions have got even in the animal kingdom you get albinos. I'm saying the Indian albino, the Asiatic man albino is a white man.
No. They have vitiligo is something different. Y'all made the white people.
No.
Now tell the people.
Yeah, background life for you now, Taruk. Get me? We're not gonna have you dominating the show with your high Indian man antics. You get me? Drop that out. Not today.
Yeah,
that was. Sorry, audience. Get me? I'm seeing my viewers go down. Even like, man's getting pissed off with the fucking mad talk and the spells that man was doing. You get me? Indian spells and Hindu shit.
Let's get some.
I don't know. Yeah. Let's get some freshies on there.
Some people rely on jeans up in
Zamzam.
Yeah, but I want to ask a few questions about angels. I still ain't got no.
Yeah, man. Turuk's gone, man. Fuck Turuk, man. Dead out. Them Indian man. I told you he's burning some funny incense right now. Rocking and left to right in the back of the room with the headphones on. Yeah, back here. Probably got a picture of me and say trying to burn it and some shit. But that shit don't work on me, Ross. Facts. Yeah. Got triggered because I said he rubbed the orange on his face. Mad man. Fairy tale killer. Oh, what's that? Your laptop?
No. I'm on my phone, but my phone is playing up.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Clear.
Yeah, cool. I want to know where my Shalom brothers at, or any Hadith brothers at. Anyone calling? FTK calling. FTK calling.
Who wants smoke? Who wants smoke? Who
Smoke.
wants smoke?
Even last night we dropped a little gem for you people about the real Amazonian queens. They were from Africa and that. We FTK that last night. Proper information, not two rocks. Oh, it was a real army we're talking about. African queens. Kicking shit. Not, oh, York Right Regiment and this regiment. Get the fuck out of here. That's not our history, bro.
He's got no leg to stand on. He left the cassava thing because we beat him to death with the cassava. You get me? All angles are shut. Now it's just slurs and misinformation. Like, can't do that to the people, man. I'm not gonna be endorsing that type of fuckery.
It's actually like a proper demon. I mean, demigod. Sorry, Hindu. Sorry. What I say? Shit.
That's how the Indian man do. They come in like they're your brother, and then they just rip you. Get me? Kill you with kindness at first, and then start dissing you. Yeah, your people.
Right.
Your people are this. Your people are
Right.
that.
Odds. List goes on.
The list goes on.
Gandhi. The list goes on.
You get me? Yeah, let's talk about your heroes and sages. Like, put respect on our ancestors' name, bro. Why are you talking about Mugabe? Like, you can't even talk about him. You don't have a foot to stand on. You didn't do none of the achievements. Your Indian leaders. What Indian leaders, in fact? Never had none in Jamaica. Dead foolish boy.
Has there ever been a black?
Hmm.
Has there ever been a black Jamaican leader?
What, a black one? Do you say?
Yeah.
I don't even know. Maybe. I think so. Probably. I know Michael Manley. I remember Michael Manley was super light skinned, and that was special.
That white guy, bro. Come on.
Yeah,
white guys,
they
bro.
must have. They must have. Before that and after. You know what I mean? But yeah, fuck to it, that fucking Hindu tried to drain the life out of man. That's what they do, man. Try to suck your spirit. Yeah. Hula, hala, garafuna, hala, hala. Like, what? Nigga, you brought voodoo to Africa. Who you talking about? We got spiritual system on spiritual systems and that. And then man are taking it, pimping it, switching it up in the Americas and bringing it back. I want to tell me something like I wanted to hear that. I don't want to hear that shit. You get me? And before some of my ancestors even existed out here. Like, what? What are you doing, bros? They were cooling out. Like, whatever they were doing, bros. But, like, you don't even know the half of the madness. Let's talk about army. Let's talk about Benin and Benin Kingdom. The Kingdom of Benin and City. Or the part of the country that's cut off now. Still called Benin. But ain't got nothing to do with, man. Yeah. We know that as another part of Nigeria that they took. Because really, Ghana and Nigeria was one before. They were one kingdom.
Like I keep saying, tribal about, but they've been overrun by these new borders of this country.
Yeah.
To live there.
Yeah.
I mean,
true. Zululand is still Zululand, mate.
Yeah. The cities are a new thing. The cities are the new thing. Because when they as a area to build the city is what is
cutting out, beefy. So who wants to smoke? You was cutting the shit out, man. I didn't hear none of that. Son ain't African. Robot African. Come on, who wants it with the Nubians? Who wants it with the Bantu? Who wants it with the Bantus? Know what I mean? Fuck's sake. See, this is what happens. You lick them down and they come back zombies. Then you have to shoot them down again, like bam, bam, bam. Didn't I tell you last time? Hmm? Mr. Patel, what's going on? You need to stop the acting, the play acting, and acting like the bloodletting and the fuckery is not down your street. From where you're from, your ancestors. And you want to throw it on us and say, yeah, you lot used to do this. You lot used to do. No, mate. You Indian man was doing it from time, bro. Before a lot of people. You taught the Arab. And you are part Arab. Arabs are part of you in a sense, like because you're responsible for Europeans. Want to mess with the dragon? Bam, you will get burnt. Get me. So come on, who wants it with that sniper? Who wants it? Okay. Who wants it? Okay. Anyone saying it? I know I'm missing something. That screen moving pretty slow. Come on, man. Who wants to get their fairy tale work? Or you want me to speak? It's a sniper hour. Well, I'll break down on that bullshit. It's all madness. You get me? Man was talking and it's just all still in the Bible. Like, yeah. I don't understand how people just talk some nonsense. You get me? And tell me timeline's not important. Timeline is definitely important. The history, the actual facts on the places and the stuff that's going on would help, man. And as I said, a lot of us have our own history that we can put up as evidence of colonialism and the fuckery that they were doing. Keep Whitey in the nuts. But we're not bitter, we're not upset. We just know what it is. If we don't know, then we're stupid. Get me? Say a one-eyed man is king in the land of the blind. You get me? I don't want to be walking with both my eyes shut, bro. Pretending everything's rosy and all of that. No, I see what's going on. And as I see from my observation power, get me, that even in America, it's a lot worse than it is here. Get me? There's just executing us. And we're talking about religion and all of these type of smoke screens and fake history. But that's part of the program. Get me? Because you would rebel more if you knew yourself and you knew who did what and what the missing bits of history are. The missing bits of history is the lie, is the cover up that other people did stuff that they didn't do. Attributing it to people who weren't even around at the time. It's just bare mad crazy. You want to kick someone in the head, top. Why would you do that? Why would you say that to me? Come on. as we said, that was interesting today. Ralph came on, talking his whatever wing, Christian wing. I never heard of a Christian wing still. Thought it was all based on that. Get me? Thought it was all Masonic, based on the fuckery. We got respect for coming on still. Get me? That's all fuckery, bro. Black band, man, it's done. It's done out here. Done here, none of that shit again. I better wake up, do some research, think, see how great your people was and they can be. Get me? And are. So, yeah, I think that's the main thing. But yeah, feel free to help me, man. I need help, man. I'm trying to buy a new bloody laptop. So all donations will go to my lappy, my new lappy. Get me? I need that shit. So we can get better streams and shit smooth. You know? I think I should. Bit of quickness. Well, yeah. I hope they can't copyright a mindset. Get me? With these mindsets that we create, guiding the new generation, like they're not really self-created. They're already there. We're just titling them according to what they really are. Really. As I said, guiding the new generation for me is kids, old people, anyone disability, anyone you even help. Give a tramp some money, whatever. You done your little guiding the new generation for the day. So you know what I'm saying. But even just bringing up kids or anything like that, you guiding the new generation. You have to be. So it's not something that's an ideology or can be rubber stamped, just like FTK. Cure fairy tales every day, man. Dispel the lies of the rumors. That's all it is. Bring the truth of what it is. Get me? We use our melanated mind to think of things. If you use melanin to think, it's a wonderful drug, man. I'm telling you. They ain't got no other drugs like it, man. The qualities of it is godly. You get me? It's godly, universal. Basically, you can carry it and take it anywhere in the universe. Imagine that. Even if you was on a planet with 3 suns. We're on a planet with 1 sun, 93 billion miles away, and we're suffering. A section of us are suffering out here under the comfort of the sun, the sustainer. You get me? So imagine if we had 3 suns. Our melanin would be fine, bro. Just kick in, boom. Then you can start calling people black. Black people, oh, you're black though. Yeah, there's 3 suns out here, bro. 3 suns. I don't want to be black hair. It's not exactly going to be cold, is it? Mad thing. Come on. We know about the mental plane, man. We know we're in the realm of the physical plane, innit? Lahut. And all of that. Yeah, man. Come on. So, yeah. As I said, we're in the realms of where things happen, or action, or the final result matter, or netta. You get me? We're in that realm. We're in hell. You get me? Where shit happens, bro. Get me? Don't have to go to no lake of fire or none of that. Yeah, I'm taking a Mac or something. Get me? Trying to get a Mac or something quick. I always worked with Macs, man. Lately, man, you had to fuck with these IBMs and all of these other type of funny computers. But if you're really about your work, like music or art and design and that, yeah, you need a Mac. You need a MacBook or something. So yeah, that is all help is appreciated, or all donations, as they say. You get me? And I self-funded on most things, but on this thing now, it's like, bro, get me? People can want to help you and they help you. You're like, bro, all right, thanks. At least the fucking show's paid for itself. You get me? That bill went out today, bro. So it got paid by the people. Bro. I was smiling. I was like, yeah, that's good business sense, man. That the thing can make money and pay its own bills. You know what I mean? Come on. But yeah, man. Whatever. Wait, 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 wait. Do 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 do. Yeah, man. I had some problems with my one. This is my daughter's one. She gave me one. She was like, yeah, Dad, I don't even use this one. It's my spare one. You take this. Oh, thanks. Thanks, honey. Thanks, honey. Oh, Uncle Ra is back. What am I saying? Am I fine? Do you believe in Pan-Africanism? No. I don't know. Not this Pan-Africanism of what they talk about today. I mean, my parents, or one of my parents, was into it. When she was into it and going to the meetings and that, we were too young to even really recognize what was going on. And then later on, man studied some work from some Pan-African scholars, like rest in peace, Dr. Barashango, who talked about the uh, Black Adam and Eve and the Genesis, get me, or genes of Isis and all of these type of things. So yeah, that was the only thing, that the information and some of the books and that was good in it. But as an organization, no man, I ain't fucking with that shit. Get me? That sounded all weird to me. Get me? Because I know what pan means. You get me? And I know what Africa's about. And I'm like, what? No man, I don't understand all that. Like, who's the leader? What's going on? Talk to me. You know what I'm saying? And how has Pan Africanism helped us as Africans? It hasn't. You know what I'm saying? Because all it's done is like get some people to get independence in it. But independence is not independence, it's just more colonialism. So, get me? It starts to go into realms of madness. Get me? Perpetual cycles of colonialism. Man are just styling it out differently. Yeah, me and this Shakaraz debated on this long time ago, man. Pan is a Greek deity, man. It's got horns and that and plays the flute. You get me? It's got legs like a goat and all of that. That's Pan. As I know it. Like what that's got to do? That's Greek, isn't it? It's not African. What's going on? Big up Gandalf. Come on. Da, 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 da. Bum, 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 bum. And it no one wants to mess around when Beefy's around, bros. AKA Jason and that. You know what I mean? Yeah, we're not gonna get caught slipping again, fam. Trust me. Come on. Have you ever watched that? I watched that Labyrinth. You get me? And it was just about this pan, this funny creature just rolling around doing mad stuff and moving weird. I was like, seeing? Okay. But all I know is Greek, part of the Greek pantheon, and that nigga had horns and all that. Just slow it, innit? Half man, half goat, really? Half man, half goat, African. Half man, half goat, African. Half man, half goat, African. See how that does? See how that shit works? Fuck's sake. Fuck's sake. Yeah, that feels crazy. I watched that. You know, yeah. Come on, Gandalf. It was at my early time. I was like, yeah. But yeah, it was and it wasn't. uh, come on, the goat, kid, goat. Billy goat. Pan who? I know. I could go to Nigeria and just say, yeah, I'm Pan African, in it. No, they're not having it, so they don't even care. They'll just say, what tribe are you? Who's your father? Who's your mother? Like that shit don't even pay no. Like you're not gonna get extra credits for being Pan African in Africa. It makes no sense. You just get mashed up. Get me? Or ignored. Like what? This guy's crazy. Yeah, I've spent too much time in Europe. They're talking nonsense. Yeah, yeah, big up yourself, Gandalf, man. Big up yourself. Still. I mean, bad jokes. And I know Gandalf knows about them pantings. Yeah, knows about them Greek pantheon and that. Like, what? What? Did someone say pan? We know about that. You have to study them things there, you get me? Otherwise, you're just going to end up with a red, gold, and green flag, which is more Garvey. What Garvey brought was the flag. You get me? And if you see it, it's actually this supposedly the colors of Africa. And depending on how the colors are arranged, it depends if we're at war or not. Like, well, that's a deep thing, but it's not that deep. It's only a flag. The rest is colonialism. Go back to Africa is a good idea. If you're African, if you considered yourself African, thought that was fair. And I thought, yeah, the rest was a bit dodgy because there's a lot of dodgy stuff going on at the time. Americans trying to send uh, so-called slaves, free slaves, back to Africa. You get me? And that caused hella problems. So it was a madness. Garvey wasn't involved. He's free from this. You get me? He did send spies to go and see what was going on, but yeah. But that's no reason to be worshipping no man or, worshipping a ideology. I would rather say, what was he into? Who was he learning from? Himself. When you find that out and you go and study from those people, and then you go back and you study from people before that, and yeah, you see it all leads back kind of back to the same place and same information. Not in Europe, not in Fame. But people find that hard to swallow. They assume that every information that man's talking about is coming straight from Europeans. Doesn't make sense. Because they haven't got the holding of information on themselves. Yeah, man, I'll listen to them 100. Whatever they say themselves, if they say they're Neanderthal, I'm with it. They say they got Coheed gene, liquid 5% and that. I'm all with it. You know what I'm saying? But don't ever, 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 ever start lying and pretending that you are us. We knew it was gonna happen, but we didn't think it was gonna be like this en masse. You get me? To where we got a whole generation of people who don't even know nothing about themselves. They only believe what the mainstream media or the fucking internet tells them. You're like, what? No, man, you got relatives in it. I work in a place where I beat all types of people all the time. different. And I'll talk to them and I ask them about themselves and what happens and where are my people represented in their country or whatever. Yeah, man, from all over the globe. Get me? To ambassadors, to preachers, to monks, to all sorts. I spoke to them all, man. I'm saying in my daily work. So I get a nice perspective of different things on it. More accurate in some. You know what I mean? But yeah, you're never gonna beat us up on politics or none of these other things either. I mean, like Ralph. It's like Ralph, your politics and our politics, it's just mad. It's like religion, isn't it? Our parents were like, yeah, with the government, they were like, yeah, we vote in Labour because they're for the people. When they found out they weren't for the people, they stopped voting Labour and everything went to shit. But not only that, when we voted Labour, we had a black representative of our area, and he was good. So big up Bernie Grant, rest in peace. You get me? He was a good guy. He was like definitely for the side of the people and a rebel, even in their circles, wearing his kente and wearing everything. And you get me? He's from Guyana. Get me? But he considered himself a proper African. So yeah, we had those things to look up to. If we didn't have those people, I think we was fortunate as a borough to have that where I grew up and that. So yeah, we got Bernie Grant, man, and his legacy and that, and his family. But yeah, when it comes to this politics, man, and these new guys, nah, allow it. Allow it. Yeah, yeah. Come on, where's Unc Ra when you need him? Oh, he's there hiding somewhere, bro. Say something, man. Got you today, bro. Like a focus on you. Focus. Yeah, man. Fuck the politics, but be aware of the politics. You get me? Just be aware of what's going on around you, bro, because it does affect you. You wish it never, but it does. You get me? If they're making decisions, and if they're gonna affect you, man. Going to affect you. So, what you want me to talk about, man? Today was a good day still. It was alright, man. Nice looking session. I know, man. I know. To be African was peak, man. I mean, no one wanted to be it. Everyone's like a thing. I don't mind it because it's like a new awakening. You know what I mean? But again, we're not all African, but we are all indigenous to the planet. So anywhere you claim it to be your home probably was in a previous lifetime. You know? So yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, yeah, it's get it, man. I was one of those revolutionaries who changed all that. I beat the hell out of Bear, my Jamaican friends and Caribbean friends who was just like taking the piss. And then I even beat the hell out of the ones who were perpetrating. You know what I mean? Niggas was fully Ghanaian. Talk about I'm half Ghanaian, half Jamaican. Like, nigga, you don't want no smoke. You trying it. You get me? I was proud. I was like, I'm a prince of my tribe. I'm not having it. You get me? I woke up into school proud. The teacher knew, the headmistress knew because my mom told her. So she was like, oh, yes, your highness. I was Zamunda before Zamunda. There was no Zamunda when I was doing my Zamunda. You get me? Better fucking put some rose petals down. You get me? I used to run around school and talk to man and say, bros, I'm your ancestor, bros. How do you expect to beat me up in a fight? I'm like the original version of you.
Yo, big up, man.
Prince Akpan. What's going on?
Yeah. Ain't not much. Yo, this is a message for K. K, I know Camo destroyed you the other night on Rossbeck's show, but you got to come back. And K, listen, K. Let me tell you how much I love you, K. I actually researched what Camo was talking about and to figure out what was Paul and what was because Camo kept saying about Paul is this, Paul is that. Stop worshiping Paul because Paul was sending you hell. So I did my own research, and K, believe it or not, there's this guy named Macon, or it's called Maconism. Well, pretty much he's the guy who bring out Pauline epistles or the Pauline Gospels. Did you know that the guy who bring out Paul into the Christianity world never liked the Old Testament? So far, he actually wanted the Catholic Church or the Christian Church at the time to destroy or not even use the Old Testament. So just do your history, K. I'm gonna put a link in the chat. I know you're probably listening. Just do your history, do your little history research, and check out this guy and check out what I'm about to post. Cause Paul looked like he was the Antichrist. So you got to check that out, man. Because literally looked like Paul changed the whole entire Christianity belief that we know of from the ancient times to modern day. We actually are following Paul's Gospels. We're not actually following the gospel of, you say Jesus, or the gospel of the Old Testament or any of the prophets. You're following Paul.
Look up the Piso brothers. Yeah?
The Piso brothers?
Yeah, Piso.
Hey, Michael, you know about the Ebionites or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
All right, these guys were the people who hated fucking Paul, and these people who you had two different groups. You had a Jewish sect that was with this guy named Macon or whatever. He was the one. He was strictly Paul. He said Paul was the only teacher that knew Jesus Christ. Like, he was strictly on Paul. Everything he talked about was Paul.
Right.
That's him. That's Maconiism. Then you got the Jews named the Ebionites, who were strictly like Old Testament. They pretty much said if the only people who were saved were the children of Israel. Gentiles can't be no Christian. You had to be a Jew to become a Christian. There was no salvation through all that shit Paul talked about. There's no salvation. You had to follow the laws and commandments and all that, the dietary laws, everything.
Yep.
Little do I know that this guy who started this Paul stuff, pretty much the Catholic Church banned him. He tried to bribe the Catholic Church to bring into the Paul Gospels. They banned him. And then over time, I think like 500 years later, his belief system came involved to the church. Yeah. The church literally killed off everybody who did not agree with this Paulinian gospel tradition. So people don't even know that the original Christianity, the original Christians, like, I'm not even talking about the original Israelites, the original Christians were like the Nazarenes, Ebionites, and all these other groups. And this offshoot group that came from Paul killed them off, killed everybody else off.
Yep.
So, and this is actual history, K. I'm not even trying to diss you, man.
Once you look up the Piso brothers, yeah, you're gonna be like, oh my god. So I put it on there.
Piso, bro.
Yeah. Them motherfuckers. They wrote the text, man. They put all the texts in. They put Mary and Jesus in and all of that. They did all that. They're Italians. You know what I mean? And then you're like, oh shit. You're like, oh shit. When you read it, you're like, oh shit. Oh shit. That just matches up with what you're saying as well.
Like, and listen, I'm getting this from a PhD scholar on like, I'm gonna put out his name. I just watched a couple of his videos, so I try to I pretty much wanted to follow his research, and literally, bro, we got Christianity backwards, man. Like what Christianity that we have, like the Seventh-day Adventists, the Baptists, and all of this other shit is literally the doctrines of Paul. Paul, like, literally broke it down. The guy actually proven, like, he debated the top biblical scholars. He actually proved that literally Paul made up some shit. He literally he literally pretty much people at the time when people were disproving him, he literally came up and said that he had a vision of Christ. Christ told him everything that was the right way to follow, I guess, this religion called Christianity. And slowly and methodically, he literally changed certain verses in the Bible. I'm not doing the actual service, but when I get more in depth in the knowledge of this, like you're literally gonna see there's biblical verses that have changed. You're gonna see the tribe, literally, the ancient Judean tribes are getting killed off. You got the Catholic Church hating this guy. You got him bribing the Catholic Church to bring into this new religion. Man, it's so fucking deep. It's mind-boggling. It's like, and then another thing, and Paul, I forgot to say this. Paul actually, everybody heard of Gnosticism, right?
Yeah.
Paul was actually the almost the founder of Gnosticism, and I'm not even joking you. If you look at Paul's works and the epistles of Paul or whatever they call it, all the books that Paul wrote, is literally goes hand to hand with this form of Gnosticism that we have today. It is so extreme that the scholars of the biblical scholars that modern day biblical scholars are going to right now, I guess in the next few years, they're going to throw out Gnosticism as a form of Christianity, because when you actually go back to the history, this is a new form of almost Paulinian beliefs. Like it goes so deep where they actually had Christ wasn't like the Jews before Paul time or whatever believed that Christ was an actual a real, like he wasn't a divine figure almost. He was just a regular figure who knew the teachings of the ancient Israelites, and God made him a prophet because through his works and his I would say his devotion towards the Most High. He was just a regular person, just like me or Michael, who studied the teachings and then was so excellent at it that people believed that God imbued him with knowledge. Therefore, that's why Christ is Christ. Another thing, this Jesus figure that Paul keeps bringing up, if you actually check the Hebrew records or what Hebrews were saying at the time period, I'm talking about like 70 AD, Josephus time and before that, or 100 AD and whatever, the word Joshua and Jesus were synonymous. Every time you seen the word Jesus, it was Joshua. It was no Jesus figure like Jesus Christ. It was actually Joshua Christ. So, like, man, I'm just getting a basic bare minimum of the information, but trust me, man,
I told you, man. Paul is he's only a tool, an agent. You get me, of the establishment at the time, and he's writing letters to those people, and it makes sense. So those guys are going to take the letters later on, like the Piso brothers, and then they're going to construct it and add Christ, Mary, and the nativity into the story.
Bro, Mac, I didn't even know that ancient Hebrews didn't even believe in this miracle birth. They actually thought it was regular processes, like somebody actually had sex with Mary. The Paul was the guy who bring into this the Paulinian or the Maconianism or whatever, bringing this miracle birth or whatever. Like, and I'm gonna just let me just read something. What this guy the guy who pretty much bring Paul to the world. I'm gonna just read what he said that the world was. Macon declared that Christianity was a distinct form and is opposite of Judaism. He rejected the entire Hebrew Bible and declared that God of the Hebrew Bible was a lesser demiurge who had created earth but was the de facto source of evil. If anybody who knows what I just said, that is literally the teachings of Gnosticism. You actually read this in the Nag Hammadi Library about the demiurge and that the God of the Hebrew Bible was this evil God. And remember, I'm saying this guy because this guy is, let me tell you when he was born. He was born what? He was in the 2nd century CE. 2nd century. Gnosticism that we know of today is probably like 1,000 years ago. Like the real teachings was 1,000 AD or something, or probably 700 AD. This guy I'm talking about who was the founder of all of this, the 2nd century. So, man, trust me, it's quite deep, man. I'm gonna find out the guy's name actually real quick. I'm gonna pull him up. The guy who was going in depth about this Paul stuff, because he got a grant to actually prove if Jesus Christ is real, and so he went in depth in the research. But let me get this straight. Oh, and there's another thing. That's called the Ascension of Isaiah. You have the life of Adam. There's biblical stories that are not even incorporated in the Bible that should be incorporated in the Bible, where it breaks down like missing chapters and missing stories. Like a Ascension of Isaiah breaks down what the ancient Hebrews actually believed of how Christ came down, like the different heavens and all this stuff. You had the life of Adam, where it breaks down all of this. There's a whole bunch of stuff we gotta use to fully understand what the biblical story was at that time period. But Paul and the Catholic Church never wanted to put it inside the Bible for some reason. Nobody knows why. It's still kind of sketchy, but yeah, let me look for this guy, man.
This is why I say what I say.
I always thought you and Kevin was as hard on K. I never knew. I just found out this yesterday, last night, and this morning. I was just trying to figure out all the sources. I actually got the primary sources. I got the actual books now. I'm gonna go through them and actually see what the differences are, man. Like, man, there's just so much shit I never knew about, man. It's mind-boggling.
The government agent, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the tool they use, bro. You get me? And Christians come from it and everything. So just exactly like we were saying from day, like this is not anything to do with the Bible. It's to do with the New Testament and the writings and workings of Paul. And it's quite clear to who he was writing the letters to. So it's not your concern. It's just forced on you because it's in the New Testament. I'm like, you take that out and you read everything else, you good.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, and the crazy thing, the guy broke down. He debated an actual Christian pastor, like I'm talking about PhD level guys. We're talking about. I'm not talking about no regular guy off the street. These are guys who actually, like, and he broke down. Oh, Paul said this, but there's a contradiction here. Paul said this, but look at the contradiction here. Paul said this, but look at the contradiction here. Did you know Paul didn't even meet this guy? Paul just had a vision and said he met this guy. Then he said, okay, let's find out. Just give me any source of information where Paul actually met these other people that confirm what he's saying. You can't find no biblical. I'm talking about from actual biblical text. You can't find it.
No,
the only time you actually see, he made it
the
up.
only account is it's his.
Yeah, his own. Yeah, his account. Yeah, it's mind-boggling, man.
How is he? I said it to a Christian this weekend. I was like, how is Paul the only person verifying Paul?
Exactly, man. It's mind-boggling, bro.
No sense.
It's mind-boggling. And then how did? Yeah, and then he has 13 books or 10 books in the Bible, and you sitting there like, huh? And then I find out even more research. They don't even want to use the Book of Enoch. Remember we debated Zulu the other day, right? About the Book of Enoch. The reason why they don't want to use the Book of Enoch, and believe it or not, first off, the Book of Enoch is actually more authentic than most books that Paul wrote. It actually is more ancient. Actually, they actually dated it to a more ancient time.
Of course.
But the reason why they don't want to use it is because it kind of contradicts this whole theory of the ancient Israelites versus the Christians. Because if the Ethiopian Coptic Church has a claim, they say they're the only church in the world that doesn't believe in Meconianism. And Meconianism is the stuff I'm talking about, the guy who introduced Paul into the Christian world. Right. Like they stand on that, and they literally, and the reason why you're not gonna see the Book of Enoch in Catholic Church is because of the reason I'm saying, because it has this Meconianism in it, and the Book of Enoch and the Ethiopian Coptic Church, Ethiopian Orthodox Church don't tolerate that bullshit. So
makes sense. As I said, this Paul Christianity coming is Christ, whatever. It just came from Paul. And Paul has not been authenticized in any type of way. Man's just falling off donkey on the road to Damascus and having concussion. That's all we hear. You know what I'm saying? And then you get your apprentices, Luke, and what's the other one? Timothy, to verify your rubbish. It's like, it doesn't even make sense. When you look into them and you're like, yeah, they're students of Paul. It's like, this nigga started to have his own disciples and shit. And then in the end of the day, the Romans kill him. Maybe for not doing the job properly.
you know the way that I got the guy's name. His name's Richard Carrier, Dr. Richard Carrier. anybody who's actually a genuine Christian who want to find out the truth, or a genuine atheist or a genuine Hebrew Israelite, research Dr. Richard Carrier. Just listen to his words. Go on YouTube. Just listen to what he's saying. And I didn't even believe him. I actually, every time he said a book or a reference point, I actually went to go find a manuscript. I actually found out there's, like, Christianity, we can't even talk bad about it no more. There's actually manuscripts from 100 AD, 20 AD. I mean, like, actually 100 years from after Christ, like the actual proof that people were talking about this whole biblical experience or whatever. Like, there's so much stuff I'm learning, right? But Dr. Richard Carrier, just look him up, guys. If you genuinely want to find out the truth, just figure it out. Just read his information, find out his primary sources, secondary sources, read those sources like I'm gonna do, and you'll see what I'm saying. And I just only researched about 5% of what this guy is talking about. Like, trust me, I'm literally gonna go into the sections of Isaiah where it talks about everything that you ever wanted to, like, man.
Well, look. Go into the Peace Brothers. And
I'm trying to find out these guys right now.
You want to see the exact passages, what they're responsible for. That's enough for me. I'm like, raw, how you did that? You get what I'm saying? It's like the whole of the New Testament. Like, what? Nah, these guys are dangerous. Italians, Romans, nonsense.
And then one thing I got to tell everybody, a disclaimer: the guys he tried to figure out. It's called the historicity of Jesus Christ. He actually gave Christ a 33% chance that he actually existed. So any Christian, this guy's not saying Christ didn't exist. He's saying there's an actual good chance that he actually existed. It's just that Paul made a lot of bullshit up, and you pretty much got to read anything Paul says with a grain of salt.
Yeah,
that's all you got to, because literally the man is crazy with the guy. It's crazy, night and day, man. Trust me.
It makes sense that for the brainwashing, you have to stay in the New Testament. We're like, yo, bro, if you want any information, all of this stuff that you're talking about is in the Old Testament. Certain things are in the Old Testament because they weren't meant to be there. They probably didn't exist. You know what I'm saying? So, but at the end of the day, read the Gospels, read the Revelations, and some other chapters, but don't read no bullshit. Fuck that shit. And now you know why.
But think about this: why would somebody want to bribe the church to throw out the Old Testament, only use Paul's letters as the Bible, the biblical Bible? And this guy I'm talking about, Macone, is the first guy in history to compile the Bible or compile texts into one book.
Yeah.
So you got
Greek.
Yeah, and this guy literally bribed the Catholic Church to throw away. I mean, not the Catholic Church. Catholic just means universal church. But he literally tried to bribe the church to throw away the Old Testament, literally. And they gave him back the money. And then 500 years later, now we're using, or 1,000 years later, we're using his teachings. And then when you actually go into his work, you really can understand how this whole Masonic knowledge, the Gnosticism actually comes, man. But I could talk about this shit for a while, boy. I see how Mac and Ken was so passionate about this shit. It's crazy. And McCone was his dad was a bishop from he was the son of the bishop from Sipon of Pontus, which is Asia Minor. He arrived in Rome somewhere around 140 CE, and he actually came around the time where you had that Bar Kokhba revolt, or when the Jewish people were having the wars on the Roman people. So, yeah.
Yeah, but remember, the Romans are going to usurp it. Now, the real factor comes in when you get to Constantine. This is why the meeting was so important, because they chose parchments and added ideologies at that meeting. So everything that came after that was from that original form. That's why there are only a certain amount of passages in all of those books, and we know there's more.
Yeah, but listen, I'm not even gonna lie, bro. The Bible that we got is like a fucking literal ass book compared to the amount of shit that they actually had. They call them the pseudo pickers or pseudo whatever, but they're pretty much saying that the reason why I guess the Catholic Church, the Universal Church, not incorporating them is because they can't find an original writer of the book. Like the people who wrote the book are saying, I got this information from a previous teacher. I'm just saying what the guy's saying. so they don't want to add it into the canon. But the thing about this is, how are you going to add Paul into the canon though? Just because he had a vision, it makes no sense. But if they would add all the information that they call pseudo-apocrypha or whatever, the Bible would be big, man. It would tell you so much stuff about the life of Adam and Eve after they left the garden. I'm reading this book right now. I can give it to you guys right now if you guys want it. It's called The Life of Adam. Like, literally, it's so much stuff, man. So much stuff. I didn't want to talk too much about it because I never fully read everything. But, bro, we're supposed to have the in-depth knowledge of what this Adam and Eve were, Christ was, what the ancient Israelites, their rituals, the actual what they thought the world was. Like, some of them actually believed there were like seven levels of the earth. There's a whole bunch of stuff. It breaks down a whole bunch of stuff, man. Then they believed, I think Satan was supposed to like Satan controlled everything below the moon. It's like some deep shit, man. It's deep. Like what the ancient Israelites believed is deep. Like,
but when you go into the Hindu and all of that, you start to see where it all came from. Some of it. You get me?
Yeah, I'm starting to see what you're saying, though, Michael. Yeah.
How it all blended in the Middle East. So the melting pot for all of that information is what we're calling Sumeria and all of these type of places.
And Michael, believe it or not, the ancient Israelites believed in the demonology. They had, I think, over 70 demons or 700 demons. Like, they broke down these, like, really broke down them. Like, I always thought that what's the name created a demonology book. The what's the name? King James, right? No, but he got it from this Israelite thing, man. He got it from the ancient Hebrew manuscripts. And Paul is the one actually that changed all of this shit.
Yeah, because remember they're talking about Solomon dealing with is it King Solomon who was dealing with demons and all of that. They gave him the ability to deal with them and special powers and shit. And he got possessed and all of this type of stuff. You get me? And before he died or whatever, he repented back to the creator or whatever. I was like, what? Mad thing. Mad thing. So yeah, there are elements where that's been put in the books. Reference, should I say. But if you ain't got the memo, you ain't got the memo, man. You know what I'm saying?
All right, let me can we find it?
Big up and impressive Nubian for your donation. Appreciated, my sister. Come on. Love every time. So what are you looking for now? So?
Huh?
What did you say you was looking for?
No, I'm actually trying to find the actual debate though. The guy I'm trying to find the actual debate I was watching earlier. Okay, all right, and all you guys got to do is don't believe anything they're saying. Just listen to the sources where they're getting the information from, and then you read it yourself. That's all I want you guys to do. And then, that makes get ready for your mind to blow. Get ready for your mind to be blown. Like, Christianity is gonna get thrown on top of his head, man. Like, the videos in the back chat. I mean, the chat.
That's how I was always taught as well, to get all the information. You get what I'm saying?
No, but what I've learned though, what I've learned. Let me tell you something. What I learned. If you ever went to school to learn Christianity, you knew about this. So why the fuck all these pastors, black pastors from every race in the world, not telling people about this?
Because no one wants to deal with the history of that religion. You know, like things that match up. Like the history's got to be there, innit? Just like Islam, I keep telling man, the history got to match up with the books, or the books have got to match up with the history. Otherwise, we've got a motherfucking problem. You get what I'm saying? Because if there's interactions with wars and that, that's going to be on record. If certain places, that's going to be on record. So, you know, that the history and the movements of certain people, like Christ and all of these type of things in the Bible, they have to be verified. Jerusalem has to be verified. Nod, all of these type of places. But that comes later. You know what I'm saying? But to know that they're based in truth just confirms exactly what we're saying. Like, you stole this shit from us. You get what I'm saying? Remixed it and only took some parts of it and made a book called the Biblos, or Little Book Bible. You're not gonna play with us, man. We know. It's all Greek. Even the Bible, Biblos, Little Book, Greek. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
It wasn't even meant to be translated from that. You get me? It's a violation. If it wasn't Greek or Latin, like or the Hebrew, you're cruising for a bruising.
Yeah, there's something called the Chester Betty Biblical Papyrus, or the Chester Beatty Papyri. Like, this is also proof where you're showing like how ancient the stories were, and ancient, and it has parts of the Book of Enoch. And think about why the Book of Enoch's in our modern day Bible, even though this is one of the oldest biblical manuscripts that we have in history, if not the oldest. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's quite crazy, man. It's just reach. I'm gonna post that in the back chat. I mean, the chat room too, for everybody. Like, and then just go down the list, man. Of just go down the list. You're just gonna see it's just crazy and crazy, man. Story.
I got so many books, but from our ancestors, I got the Black Book, the Gold Book, these old scrolls and scriptures that we had from ancient times, bro. The man are misconstruing the Book of Coming Forth by Day, which are they calling the Dead Sea Scrolls and all of that. Like, bro, so you ain't kidding no one over here. Like, we got everything we need.
And you know, hold up, nothing. K's in chat. K, come on. This is for me and you. I actually want to iron out some points. I want to hear your belief. You know, I'm not with Kemo or Macu. I ain't trying to diss you, and I'm just want to get down to the information. But Mac, what you just said a while ago. You remember how damn, K just threw me off. Say this is the last thing you just about to say, guys. I was gonna say something Zulu said. You said something. Oh, the Dead Sea Scrolls. There we go. Yeah. Remember how Zulu said he doesn't believe in the Dead Sea Scrolls, right?
Right.
Every biblical scholar in the world will tell you the Dead Sea Scrolls is one of the most oldest manuscripts that actually proves the Bible. So this for you, Zulu. You have to use the Dead Sea Scrolls. You cannot throw it out, because every biblical scholar looks like, in the consensus-wise, I'm talking about the people that the Seventh-day Adventists get their information from, are saying that the Dead Sea Scrolls is actually authentic. So we have to use some of that information. So you can't just throw out these stuff that you just can't throw out everything.
Especially when you're clinging to LNG White. No, you can't. You know what I'm saying? It's more mythological than the Dead Sea Scrolls. And even then, the Dead Sea Scrolls was found in the 1930s and 20s or something. Like, stop all that, man. They already wrote the books. This is what we're trying to say. The books are already been written. So we know they're based in some truth when we find the older text. That's what I'm trying to tell him. He's like, nah. Where your source is, what your source is, but they ain't yours. They ain't yours, bro, because you don't want to seem to go to source. That's the best thing to do, I think. Oh, it's a book. Yeah. Where did the book come from? Scriptures and scrolls. What are the scriptures and scrolls? Go back to that. That's it. And you're halfway there. God damn it.
And about this Chester Beatty, Beatty Papyri, this is how authentic it is. They actually found the Chester Beatty medical papyrus. This is like a medical papyrus they found, I guess, like in a like 1000 BC or whatever, 1200 BC or whatever. But it's showing you how authentic this thing is, because they actually found Egyptian papyruses around with the Bible papyrus of the Deuteronomy, of Enoch, in the Old Testament. So it's like they don't probably want to tell you that part too. This probably might be the same people who fuck with each other, the same area and all that. So yeah.
Well, we kind of dispelled some of the stuff with even the idea of circumcision. It's older in Africa, Egypt, and all of them places than certain man getting it. So my point is that if you Israelites and you get the covenant of circumcision, You get me? You're not in sync with what's going on around you. Because the people, it seems, according to the Europeans records, is saying that look, this thing started in the Niger Congo, all the way up, all the into the North Africa, Northeast Africa. You know what I'm saying? They were doing this circumcision thing. So it's not religious or anything; it's cultural. You know what I'm saying? Before someone came and took it and made it a religion, makes sense. Fairy tale killer,
Yo, can you hear me now?
clear.
Yo, yeah.
Yeah, that's better. Oh, I have one question, yeah, about Pauline, yeah. I want to know why my Hebrew Israelite brothers like using King James Version Bible.
True story. I don't know why. I don't know why. Not to for an argument, you shouldn't be using it. That's why I keep trying to advise Zulu. Like, yeah, if you're gonna come with me and you're making a claim, you can't be in the Bible. Like, you got to be in the Torah. You got to be in these books and have correct versions of them. You know what I mean? So you can clearly distinguish between the books. You know what I mean? But nah, man's not doing that. Man want to go King James on it. You get me? And then try to tell man something. Been revised how many times? Over 150 times since they started revising it. You get me? So there's all going to be different. Because I had an old 100-year Bible and it had pictures of Sumeria in there in black and white. Like, that wasn't in the normal Bible, everyday Bible. You get stupid maps of Israel and that. You get me? And even that baits them up.
It's a mezzo.
Kate, I'm not judging Paul, man. Actually, I just did the research myself and just figured out Paul deviated so heavily from what was before him. And you really can't prove anything he says without his visions.
FTKED. FTKED.
Paul changed the whole narrative of being a Jew, didn't he?
Yeah.
You can eat pork. You can do all this. You can do all that. So
don't get circumcised. Don't do the African shit. Don't get circumcised. Like, what? You don't have to. Like, who gave you the authority? That's my whole point with Kate. Like, you don't listen.
And Kate, the major problem I'm trying to say, that's why I'm gonna put the link again for the guy. I'm gonna just post the term so you can research yourself. The guy who introduced Paul to the Christian world, I'm trying to tell you, the church hated him. He literally wanted to destroy or not even use the Old Testament. Literally, like no one liked him. It took like after they banned him, exiled him, and then his followers over like 500 years later, 600 years later, got such a strong foundation where Paul is now Christianity that we use today. But at the time where we're talking about, Jesus was like 1,000 years, 100. Put it like this: Jesus, 100 years after Jesus, you literally had people didn't even want to listen to the guy that brought Paul to the world because they knew Paul and this Maconian guy changed the whole entire philosophy what Jesus was about, literally. So.
Don't tell me about no law by flesh and all. What's all that, man? Paul's shit. Every word you speak is Paul's. That's what so I was trying to tell you. If you were speaking the Old Testament or you were speaking Moses' words or someone's words, I could rate that. But you just talking Paul bullshit. And Paul's talking about flesh and you can only thing if you're born again and all sorts and whatever. Get me?
And it's not even that, but it's so bad, Michael, that the consensus of biblical scholars are saying some of the stuff that Paul wrote is just fraudulent. They're saying this already. Biblical Christians are saying it's fraudulent.
Yep.
So it's like nobody trying to take sides. Christians are saying this. So it's like, man, yeah, man, it's changing. Things are changing. Like they're literally about to throw out Gnosticism as a Christian sect.
It's called Where You Been, Kay.
Yeah.
Where you been? Like, you didn't know this. You should have known this. There's always a general argument about certain points in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? And some of these arguments are old, Kay. You know what I'm saying? But some of them are just been resolved and we don't argue about them no more. Get me? We just got past it, but you still there, stuck. Talk about Christ and flesh and all of this type of stuff. Sounding like a cannibal, like your ancestors. Get it? Get it? Come on, Kay, come and get that ass whooping, man. Since you want it so much.
If you're talking about Christ, Christos, the Messiah, you're talking about Caesar Augustus. That's the first Messiah I know. First Christos.
Briefly, it's not even Jesus. It's Joshua. Joshua and Jesus are the same word in Hebrew.
Well.
And actually, Jesus. Every time you've seen Joshua, they changed it to Jesus. But the oldest manuscripts say Joshua, bro. So there's a whole. Listen, I'm not even saying Jesus wasn't real. I'm not saying none of that. All I'm saying is we got to be real about this now.
So if you're reading Joshua's story, yeah, wouldn't it be incumbent on you to read Joshua then?
Wait a minute. It's not even Joshua.
The book of Joshua.
His name is Hosea. Am I lying?
Isaiah. Who what?
Oh no, Hosea. It was a H, not a J.
Joshua. I don't even know about that. Yeah. I get you, Isaiah. Yeah.
Hosea. That's his name.
Hosea. Yeah. Man.
Mad.
Hey, but you know Romans. I think isn't Romans the first book Paul wrote in biblical order? Like, if you want to be correct.
And the Corinthians, isn't it? No, I think the first letter was to the Corinthians, isn't it? Corinthians.
Let me double check. No, it's Romans. Romans, then it's First Corinthians, then it's Second Corinthians. But Romans is the first one that in the New Testament that they're saying Paul epistles are. So I'm gonna read Romans for you, Kay. But remember what I'm trying to tell you, Kay. Paul is somebody you got to put a question mark around, like a real question mark. But I'm gonna read it though. I'm gonna read it.
It's a letter.
You know I love you, man. Don't get triggered, man. I love you, dog.
Bro. Romans is a letter to the Romans who wanted to be. We're trying to change them from being pagans to follow his new religion. It's a letter. What gospel is that?
Yeah, exactly. It's a letter. It's kind of obvious what he's doing.
Yeah, they call them the letters of Paul. Yeah.
There are letters. There are little letters.
He wants to enlighten people.
Trying to get his view of point, so people can do what he's doing. You're starting a new religion. Remember, like I always say, religion came out of Africa as African spirituality and it got imported as religion. He was just importing African spirituality to Rome as a religion. That's all he was doing, like many of others have done before him.
Hey, let me say this part. This is basic information I just seen that I guess this is a consensus. Most scholars agree that Paul really wrote 7 of the Pauline epistles, but that 4 of the epistles in Paul's names are pseudographic. So this is what I've been saying. If you believe everything Paul wrote, you have to use the book of Enoch. You have to use the life of Adam. You have to use the ascension of Isaiah, because they're all pseudographic. But 1 Timothy, 2 Timothy, and Titus and Ephesians are all pseudographic. So why are they in the Bible, not the others? This is what modern scholars of biblical history are saying.
Arguing about, yep.
Like it's not even. It's like we really gotta go back and do the research.
Mercy, don't listen to the lies. How can you don't?
I know. I'm gonna read it though. I'm gonna read it. I respect. Okay, I'm gonna read it though. I'm gonna read it.
Man's read it bare times, bros. It don't even make sense, bros. You can't answer the questions that are being asked at any time anyway. All you do is go into the New Testament. Go on.
Can I ask a question? When they were making the Bible, who chose what books were going to go in the Bible? It's a collection of books, so there must be many books.
Beefy, the first guy is the guy of Maconin, who created Maconism. He was the first guy in history to compile all Paul's books, and it made it into a Bible, and it said, fuck the Old Testament. He was the first guy in history to do this. First in history. That's what I'm trying to get at.
I know. So, but who created the Bible where there's the Old Testament and the New Testament? That's what I want to know.
I would think is the guy. Matthew just told me about I'm gonna look into them. Maybe they are the ones who did it.
Remember, we looked into that beefy before.
I don't know the answer to that, but
Beefy.
But it might be what
It's deep,
Matthew
innit?
said, the Piso brothers. So
Yeah, the real Mazda is gonna get turned into a real Mazda in a minute. It's gonna turn into a real Mazda. Like, oh shit. So it's gonna be like, oh shit, oh shit, oh
But
shit.
I want to know which Israelites done that.
None. Them
yeah,
motherfuckers.
no, Beefy. At this time, there was listen. Even if you read Josephus, there were 4 major sects of Israelites. Most of them hated what the guy Maconiism did, where he said Paul was the actual righteous person. All of them hated him. All the Israelites hated that guy.
Hold up.
All the
Josephus,
authentic Christians and all of them hated him.
Josephus, the Roman Jew, banned him.
Ban Josephus.
Ban
That's who they
Josephus.
offenticize everything with.
I hear what you're saying. But if we listen, but Beefy, if we want to be like critical and be real about it, we can't ban Josephus.
Listen, without Josephus, there's no Jesus. How about that?
Yep.
No. See, that's the no. All right, listen, I hear what you're saying, but even the ancient Israelites had a Jesus figure. It wasn't the Jesus that Paul talked about, but it was a Jesus figure.
Wait, bro. Everything you know about Israelites and everything comes from Josephus' breedings. Yes or no?
So hold up. But all right, Beefy, are we saying that there was no such people as Israelites then? As you telling me?
Just answer my question. Everything we know about the Israelites and everything comes from Josephus. But everyone calls Josephus.
I wouldn't say that.
Call me another historian then, apart from Josephus.
Apart from Josephus, well, shit. All right, let me go into it. You had the first guy I'm gonna say. All right, first you have the Macon guy. Then you have the people who was talking bad about him, blah blah blah. Let me go. Okay, hold on. Just give me a second, Beefy.
This guy was in Alexandria, you know.
Yep.
No, I'm actually going. You have Totilian. You have him. You have
Roman.
Yeah, but I'm giving you other people than Josephus. You said though. So you have Totilian. You have Ephesus of Samulus.
Mm-hmm.
You have this guy named Irenaeus. Even Totilian also attacked the view of decarnate Christ, which is what we're talking about, the Jesus figure.
Yeah.
Totilian was talking about it. You have Hippolytus, who reported that who was talking about Maconian at the time. And these people were around 100 AD, Beefy. 100 max, 200 AD or something.
Right. So 200 AD, the man they were still in
yeah, but don't get me wrong, Josephus is one of the prominent people, but there were other people than Josephus though.
Hey, wait.
Hold on.
I'm gonna put them in the chat for you, Beefy. Hold on.
The whole
I'm gonna just put the
Alexandrian
names
thing.
down so you could just look.
Yeah, wait, chill.
This is the whole Alexandrian thing.
Damn, I can't even hear Mac. I didn't even know he was talking. I gotta come back in.
Is it? Yeah. Yeah, the whole Alexandrian thing is 3,000 years, so it predates a lot of the thing. That's why man like Josephus and all that could be in there. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
At a particular time. They're still wearing toga on the other side, but they to come in it. They're still wearing togas on the other side. You get me? This is not the time of Plato or none of these real scholars of Greece and all of them type of things. We got Josephus and we got what's the other one? Fucking Aristotle. Is it Aristotle? All these men in Alexandria, like writing memoirs and all of that. But it goes together because they're Greco-Romans. It is because they were Greeks and Romans. Yeah, they already had 5 or 9 versions of their Christ figure. Christos Serapis. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not going to argue. We're not going to get it wrong. Like, where they got their concepts of Christ from. They had it.
What was
it?
Michael, what was the son of okay, let me just drop this one in there. The son of Cleopatra and Mark Antony?
Oh shit. He was Jesus. Justice Cleopas Jesus. You get me?
Little Caesar.
Little Caesar. You get me? Yeah. So
yeah, as you know as well, Was no one likes to avoid these Christians like avoiding cancer of ignorant ears, cancer of nice ears. Like wasn't the Coptic Church the ones who sold out Africans?
What the what?
The Coptic Church were they the ones who sold out the Africans to the Greeks when they came in, giving them religion and shit.
The Coptics are Greeks almost. Ain't it mixed with Egyptians and Greeks? That's what Coptic is, right?
Listen to what I'm saying.
That's where Greek came from.
I said the Coptic Church today, as we know it, they are the first sellouts. They're the ones who gave all information, African information, to the Greeks.
Oh yeah. I would say, because I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, because there were ancient Egyptian teachings that formulated into
religion, and that's why one of the Council of Nicaea was one guy, Augustus something. He's tombed out.
But one thing you have to say, remember, Greeks are like before the Coptics because you need the Greeks to make Coptic. So
the Coptic language. The Coptics. The Greek language came out of the Coptic.
Coptic.
No. Coptic is mixed with Egyptian and Greek, man. That was the language that they used to talk.
Exactly.
The Greek language came out of the Coptic because because on the Rosetta Stone, that's why it goes in that order. It goes into Coptic first before we get to the last language being used is Greek. Do you know what I'm saying? That's how they were able to translate it, because they could translate it from the Coptic. They never ever went to the heretic or the
Medunata.
Or the Medunata either. So everything that's been translated Egyptian wise and thing came out of the Coptic.
Greek, yeah.
All right, but I'm just reading this. All right, they say Coptic language. You have the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics. Then you have these are the parent systems of the Coptic we're talking about, and the child systems. I'm gonna go name. You have the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics, Proto-Sinaitic, Phoenician alphabet, and the Greek script mixed with Demotic. Then you have the Coptic alphabet. Then you have the Old Nubian.
Well,
how does the Old Nubian come after all those when Nubia was first?
And also, they never had the alphabet system. Alpha, beta, alpha. You get me? Like
alpha symbols
starts with the Greeks. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. You get what I'm saying? Like this alphabet system starts with the Greeks. So any other language that has an alphabet system comes after that.
So can you tell me how A is alpha? Alpha is in the word. So how is A alpha?
But it comes from the Phoenicians, though, man. Like, and that comes from the ancient Egyptians. Like, what are we talking about? Egyptians had an alphabet.
Well, if the Phoenicians are the same people, then they would only speak a language that was a different dialect to those Egyptians anyway.
Yeah, but I understand what I'm saying. But I'm saying is like the Phoenicians are before the Greek, and the Greek are before the Coptic that we're talking about.
You see what you find, soil. So what you find, with a lot of Egyptology, what they do, they try to put the white man in the mix high up before they're there. So that's why they put the Greek in the early. The first Greeks were black, the Egyptians anyway. So the white ones who came in.
I'm not saying no Egyptians were Greeks, bro. I'm not saying Greeks were black.
Listen. When the white Greeks started coming in, that was the time of. That was way later on. That's what I mean. Later.
Like the statue. If you go to the if you go to the ancient Greek statues, they're not ancient. You know what I'm saying? They came in like
I hear what you're saying. But I'm saying, are we saying they were black before Alexander the Great or after? I'm trying to figure this out.
Even in the time,
were Greek way before Alexander.
Even in the time, even in the time of Alexandra, his mom was still black.
His mom was black.
I don't know about all that, man.
What?
You don't look black on that coin, bro. You don't look black on that coin, man. The Egyptian coin that he's on the horns, that look like a white boy.
But hold on,
his mom was from Persia.
So imagine
he was black.
He was albino
or Hindu or something.
Imagine he was albino.
All right, if you're gonna tell me he's albino, I can understand that. I can understand that part.
Well,
you're gonna tell me he's albino.
Yeah.
No, he was
Asiatic and European mix. Like, that's like, you know what I mean? It's gonna happen, bro. You know what I'm saying? And this wild youth became a king or whatever. So what? You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, the original tribes that they came from, the Etruscans and all of these older ancient Greek tribes, and they seem to have tribes, you could tell that's black folk.
Yeah, hold up. Hold up. But the thing is, you said Etruscans, when you look at them, they look mulatto. Like we could tell they look African in them, and they are the progenitors of the Greeks. But however, Greeks killed them off.
No, the
Remember,
Greeks
Greeks killed them off, and these were the white people I'm talking about. They literally killed them off.
The progenitors for the Greeks are the Ionians. The Ionians are the first Greeks. The Ionians come out of the seed of Javan, who came out of the seed supposedly of Japheth. So they're showing your bloodline of black people, you get me, who became Greeks. You know what I'm saying? Like even just saying even biblically. You get what I'm saying? And it even makes more sense as we being the first people to cross the Mediterranean.
Yeah, but that's why I give you the Etruscans, because the Greeks literally took the Etruscans architecture. All the Greek buildings that we ever talked about, Greek architecture, are Etruscan architecture. We know this. I'm saying that, but we know this. But I'm saying, just like they did in modern day, just like how Europeans do, they colonize people and take their culture. I'm saying the Greeks did this with the Etruscans, because the Etruscans are mulatto. You can look at the artwork and you can tell how they depict themselves. They look mulatto. They look light-skinned black.
I had this argument with Thing, because the Maccabees or the Macedonians kings, you get me, are Greek. You get what I'm saying? So that this is one of the passages omitted from the Bible.
Maccabee, Macedonia.
Yeah. Macedonians are Greeks. You get what I'm saying? Like this is what Alexandria is supposed to be, a Macedonian. You understand? So I'm like, bro, you can see why they left it out of the Bible, because it would give a giveaway.
And listen, he was going back somewhere where his mother came from. He's going to conquer that back, get it back like he was claiming. He wasn't going to unknown lands. He was going somewhere where he knew very well. And he even said he was not going to Africa, but it was Holy Land. This was the word of Alexander the Great himself.
I got to see that proof. If you can show me the proof, though, Beefy, I hear you. But that's a lot of speculation right there. No. There's a lot of speculation.
That's why. Until after he died, they never stepped. They built Alexandria. They were not going to Africa. They respected it so much. Only after he died, that's when they went into and started doing all the nonsense. But when he was alive, he was like, nah, this is a holy land.
Yeah, he loved the ancient Egyptians. Man wanted to be one of the gods. He wanted to be in Motep or whatever.
But we never saw that. We never saw that. We never saw him depict that. We saw him take rulership of Babylon. You get what I'm saying? And then try to go to Asia and get his ass whooped. You get me? That's your home. That's the home of your mother and your mother's ancestors. Why she was a witch, because she knew mystic shit, Far Eastern shit. You get what I'm saying? So when you're going to the Far East, her origin, she's like, nah, that's not going to be a good look for you. The swamp, the conditions are going to get you, the snakes and all of that, let alone man on elephants with big bow and arrows. You know what I'm saying? So that we know what happened to Alexandra. He got his ass whooped. You get me? But when was the bit that really, like, he was in Egypt, settling and cooling like Caesar? He never done that. He never done that, man. He never done that. He tried to wander down the Nile, and then we've got historical records that say he wandered along the Nile and bucked into one queen, and she had 10,000 men with proper bows that them man they could not bend. You get me? 10,000 oily, strong man standing behind the
That's where you get the story of Medusa from. An African black queen with locks who was kicking ass.
Facts. And Greek boys knew what time it was. It's too hot. It's too thing. It's just like going to Asia. Doesn't make sense. You get me? You get nyam. You don't even know what's in the water. It's like, bruv, there's fish bigger than you. All of that shit.
Crocodiles and all them shit.
Yeah. You know what I mean? On the Nile.
Yum you up.
You know what I mean? Yeah, but yeah, all of that that Greek shit. You know what I mean? They try to assimilate themselves into the thing via Alexandria. Because all them stories and mythos is going to be in Alexandria for them to write down and put down. And then when they run back to Rome, start the new Roman after the old Roman was.
Look how far these Coptic Ethiopians are going. They're going all the way from Ethiopia all the way to Alexandria to give information, to sell out. Running all the way there to sell out. Because they wanted to be part of the crew. Because most of them are Hindus anyway. Most of these Ethiopians. Sorry. They say that.
Beefy, we can't even do all that, man. We can't even do all that, Beefy. Like, let's be real.
Bro. Go and put a picture of Haile Selassie and Gandhi together there.
Big up, man.
Wow.
Put a picture of Gandhi and Selassie together. And you tell me in it.
Yo, Beefy, come on, man. Like, if we know the continent is diverse, I'm gonna do it. But listen, this foolishness, dog. Yo,
just do it, innit?
This man, look how diverse Africa is. We got this Khoisan, we got pygmies, we got people who are almost 7 foot tall, and you gonna tell me that we can't have somebody who looks like Selassie?
I was always told Selassie was an Asian guy still. Like, I learned that from the NUWAUBIANs. They taught me that. They taught me that in 1990. Swear down. You know how they dropped it? They said to me, they was talking, and they said, "Right, okay, so, all right, let's look at the world's religions. Yeah, the Buddhists, they go for a dude that looks kind of Asian. You know, you got the Hindus. Whenever they depict their people, if they're not looking like elephants, they look like them. You get me? Yeah. You got Christians following white Jesus. Yada yada yada, and then they dropped in, and then you got like the Rastafarians that follow, an Asian guy. That's what they were saying. He was an Asian guy. You get me? I mean, I don't know if he looked typically Ethiopian to me, but I can't say that I'm an expert on that. Do you know what I mean?
No, he weren't part of the direct bloodline. That's why he never looked like them. You know what I'm saying? He was like the sister's son or something. It was like, what? They had to go and get him right where he was herding his goats and that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, Beefy trolling when he said Gandhi and Selassie, you put them together looking like come on, Beefy.
What?
Why? Okay, well, your talk though, what's like Chief Aklan? What does Selassie don't look kind of?
Yeah, he looks like. What would you say? Them people. Listen, like if you would say Arab and a black. Hold on, if you would say Arab and a black person mixed, but don't tell me no Indian. Like
why not?
No, I understand the Arab. Like remember, Aden, Yemen is not far from them. Like Eritrea is right there. So I'm saying if them mixed with Africans, I understand that. But come on,
ain't Indians Africans anyway?
You talking about
Dravidians? Yeah.
Also, you saying he's a Dravidian mixed with like an African?
Well, ain't there more Dravidians on the east side of Africa than the west side or the south side or whatever?
No, south is straight. Like we talking about southern India, Sri Lanka, and them places are the Dravidians.
No, I'm talking about northern Africa, northeast down to south, and northeast across to west. All the same people.
And don't forget, Selassie's father came into Africa and married an African woman. Let's not forget that.
Where was his father?
Well. Asiatic black man.
Oh no.
Cream of the planet Earth.
He was another Somali man who went into Africa and married some African women.
So Somalis to you aren't what? Are Indian to you?
What?
I'm actually beefy. I'm actually beefy, not you, Michael. You telling me Somalis are Asian?
Staying out of it.
Listen, one time I was in the park and they said a guy called Somali walked into Africa and married 4 wives.
Yeah, that's true.
The different tribes.
Yo, Campbell, hey, come on, defense Selassie, Campbell, come on now.
And he had 7 brothers.
Yeah.
Even 7 sons or something.
Even 7 sons, yeah.
Even I broke down the idea of Rastafari as in Leonard P. Howe and how he was influenced by Hinduism in the theology. Like what?
I'm not saying Ross the whole weed smoking the dreadlocks. Yeah, we know it's India, but
right.
Ganges.
And that's accepted where? In Africa. Where is that accepted? Okay.
Modern day it is accepted now because Gambia got a lot of dreads now. Gambia and South Africa got hold up. South Africa got the largest Rastafarian community in the world.
No. Locks is normal. Yeah, I'm saying where are Rastas accepted? Where have they got a place to go back to?
South Africa, Gambia, have some
Ethiopia.
They have some of the biggest. Bro, Mac, I'm telling you, I just watched the documentary the other day with South Africa.
I'm talking about locks, bro. I'm talking about the Rastas going back to Zion or
Ethiopia. My bad.
Exactly. So why would they go there? Why would they be allowed? And who allowed them to go back? Guess who?
The eye did it. Yes.
Yeah. Right. So there's a little Indian, little British, and the British was in India way before that, 200 years and that. So it kind of makes sense. Implant. Man planted up man in there. Change the bloodline. You got the bloodline of kings and all of that, King David and down to Menelik.
Solomonic.
You get me?
Yeah, but they say they're Solomonic, they're not Hebrews. They're Solomonic.
Remember the one that was on the throne was like 4th generation or 5th generation of that supposed bloodline. Way down. It wasn't the same Menelik and Shiva from maybe 2 generations ago. Nah, way back. They had different kings and things in between, some carrying the same name. So there's successive, Menelik the third, Menelik the fourth, all of that type of thing.
Reincarnations.
Yeah.
Reincarnations. What is that? Is that Hindu?
Okay. Hinduism Listen, Hinduism starts in East Africa, man, as some Somalis would say. They say every idol ever made out there was made in Somalia.
Yes, that's true. The oldest depiction of Shiva is in a cave in Somalia.
Oh shit, I'm done.
The Horn of
land of
the Horn of Africa.
What they call Somalia?
Known as the land of the
land
gods.
of the gods, land of Punt land.
Right, you're done at it. You know what I'm saying? It's just plain and simple, bro. So we're not going to stress it like, oh, India is a faraway place. No, Africans went to India. You get me? And carried on the same fuckery culture they were doing when they were in Africa also. Doesn't even matter. It's still there, even. It's still there amongst the peoples and the thing of the rural before they took on religion. That's why I said there's totem poles in some villages in Ethiopia. You get me? What the fuck is that doing there? And they'll say these people are not religious. These people are cultural. I'm like, raw. Okay, totem pole, yeah. But hold on, people look like them live in the Americas and they got the same shit. I wonder.
Hey, time out. Hold up, time out.
Come on.
Go look at Selassie's father, Rasmakonin, Wode Michael, and look at the picture of him and Selassie together. I think you could find on Wikipedia. You gonna tell me his dad ain't African?
Listen, the Solomonic faith. Okay, if you want to say the African,
can't you share your screen? So
all right, let me just do that. Let me do that real quick. Just real quick though, guys.
I'm not appreciating this.
Y'all just distance Selassie.
No, man, you might end up like my man last time. You might end up like Walid. You might end up like.
Seen the picture? Hold up, y'all seen the picture right now?
Hold on 1 second.
Look at that picture. You can see it.
1 second. Act penalized. Oh shit. Oh, I pressed it, man.
Oh, let me see if I'm sharing it. Yeah, I'm sharing it, man. You see the picture?
Yeah. No, yeah. Well,
all right. Selassie is on the left when he was younger. His dad's on the right. You tell me he ain't black.
Put a picture of the old Selassie. Put a picture of the old Selassie. Come on.
1 second. Who's his dad?
The guy you look at right there.
Is he the king though?
All right, let's just go through it real quick.
Remember, because he can't be the king. Oh shit, who's that?
Hold on. I just took off some shit. Man.
Fuck's sake, who's that? That's a big nose, boy.
All right.
Yeah, who's this? Who's this? Because
that's his daddy. That's his daddy. What do you mean?
Hold on. Remember, is that looks like some monarch dress? So I'm asking, is his dad king? because he's not a king. You get me? He's a prince, isn't it? And the king, after maybe coming into the court of the king, yeah, maybe that's the king you're talking about, who's a real black man.
Nah, hold on. We just gonna look at it right now. All right.
Yeah.
Go back the picture of him. Go back the picture. Why you keep
All right, man. Hold up. You see, I'm clicking too much, man.
That one's bad because it's like pure Indian hair in the top. Pure Indian. Center parting and everything.
Hey, y'all chill.
You get me? A big star. I thought it was a little Indian girl. That's what I thought.
Hold on.
Man, look like Shahid there, bro.
Oh, what's going on with this? Why is not making me go to it, though?
Yeah, I know.
I said truth don't need defending. Who you following? You Hawashai or Selassie, Kemo? Yeah, chat about truth. Yeah, chat about which one are you? What are you? A Rasta fucking Hebrew? Yo, Kemo, my guy. Come across. Yeah, chat about.
Go back to the picture of him. Why is keeping that picture?
No, listen, my computer is not. Listen, every time I click exit, all right, see, that's what it's doing. I'm trying to figure out. That is,
I'm trying to figure out. Kemo, is it what is it? What are we dealing with? Rasta Hebrewism.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
What are you dealing with? Rasta light. You know, big up the Rastites, you know, my brothers the Rastites. But yeah, what are you dealing with?
Man.
What bear fusion going on this week, innit? Fusion.
All right, there we go. I think you're talking about this one right here.
Right.
Man, listen, man. Yo, you got uncles that probably look like that. Let's stop.
No.
That's an Indian man there, bro.
No, I swear. Hey, you look fast enough. Hebrew Ty got that same skin tone. Hebrew Ty will almost look like that. If you look fast enough.
No, stop that. Click the image. Click that image though. Yeah. And then zoom in. Let's see his grill, man. Let's get his grill in this picture, man.
Oh my god, look at that.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I mean,
a man's dying as well. Look, you can see man's dyeing his hair and all of that. Like, yeah,
cool. I can see the gray right here, right? Right. Yo, Mac could want to give him a haircut, huh?
Yeah, no. That's a funny fuzzy shape up. Anyway, but yeah, the worst one was the young picture because that would look like a little Indian you. I'm sure if you blow that up. And was that the king though? That's the question. Wait, was that the king or was that?
All right, hold up. Ross McConan Wadoli and his son. That's his Selassie's real name. Tafari McConan or whatever. That's his real name.
Right.
He changed it.
Where was the king? Where was the king?
Tafari.
Where was the king that placed him as king? I'm saying, if that's his father, all right, cool.
Well, we know. I think his brother died or some shit. We know. Come on, man.
No, it wasn't that. It was that he didn't want to put his own children in place because he didn't trust them.
M Bravo Israel. I think you're gonna have to put Nipsey Hussle next to Selassie and tell me if you think they look the same. Nipsey Hussle is Eritrean. He looks Eritrean.
All right, see, hey, Michael, this the guy right here. That's his daddy that we just seen the picture.
We're gonna play silly games and make it seem like someone said, "What would you call Nipsey Hussle?" Then
hold on. But Selassie's dad was never king, was he?
No, he's not a king. He's a governor of the Harar province, Ethiopia.
Okay.
He was like a leader. He was a military leader.
Okay.
Can you blow that picture up? Can you blow that picture up?
Yo, you guys are wicked, dog.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That look like an Indian man.
This look like Emperor Ming from.
Yeah. I'm done, dog.
You're done. You are done, bro. Who's that?
No, when he take off the crown, you see his hair. That's a black man.
Same guy. It's the same guy.
That's the same guy. He's just older. He just got older, man. That's it. He just got older.
Okay.
That's him right there.
These men look different though.
No, because you're looking at his hair, Jedi. You see the nappy hair, though.
Not him. No, I don't mean they look different. I mean they're different looking black people, like whatever.
Hey, blow up the sun.
Go to that one.
Blow up the sun.
Yeah, this picture here.
Yeah.
I mean, he looks very different. I don't know. He looks different.
India man.
Is that the Eastern Cross is wearing? The Eastern Cross is wearing there.
He looks quite Asian to me. I'm not gonna lie. I've not seen many Eritrean guys that look like this.
Yeah.
No. Eritreans look Eritreans look more Middle Eastern Indian than Ethiopians. I got a friend who's Eritrean.
Like I said, I've not seen many Eritrean guys that look like this. or many Ethiopian guys that look like this. I got some Eritrean guys that they definitely look Asian or Somali. Like it's a very varied look, but this is I don't know. This is
let's look at it because maybe that's not a good camera angle. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's just good. It's real, isn't it?
Okay.
So that's his top.
Look at it. Look at this depiction though.
That's the depiction though. He don't even look like that in that.
Yeah, that's bad.
Drawing.
Oh, damn! Now you got an Indian helmet on. You got an Indian chief helmet.
Sultan.
Come on. Look at the sword. That's Maharaja.
Yeah. That's true. That sword. That's the Arabian Asian sword. Yeah.
Remember Thundercats? Thundercats. What was the name of the sword in Thundercats?
Aya Pandera.
Anyone know?
Aya Pandera. No. I'm lying. The sword was called the Sword of Omens.
Yeah. So when I say,
but he got swag though. I'm not gonna lie. That's some swag though.
So when I talk about Kushite invasion, of that Middle Eastern region, it seems like man's telling the truth because you can see the remnants of it.
These are my people, man. Yeah, man. These are my fucking people. All these.
Bro, let me look at that check. It ain't looking too good. Let me see what's going on. Oh, Anonymous says that my uncle. Okay, so Anonymous is Indian.
Had man down, pattern.
Okay.
Well, Kemo, you're doing a lot of emojis today. Like, what one, Kems? Like, I wanted to know, like, are you Rasta Hebrew or
Hebrew?
I don't know, man. I know you're laughing, but you're not really answering man's question. No, I don't want to draw you out, bro. You're the broski. I'm just saying, like, what is it, Kemo? Like, obviously, it's saying the truth don't need defending. So obviously, you feel like Selassie is who when it comes to the Hebrew text. When it comes to to being an Israelite, where does he fit in? When it comes to Yahawashah, where does Selassie fit in? I just want to know, like.
La mercy.
Now, and why are you not reading?
No, but the thing is the thing about the Bible and Selassie. Remember, hold up. No, remember, Maku. What I've been trying to tell you from the beginning. The Ethiopian Orthodox Toledo Church is the only church in the world saying that they're free from Maconiism, which is the guy who brought Paul into the Christianity world. Yeah. So we can't say like the Ethiopians are authentic Israelites or authentic Christians or whatever. We can't say that. They're the only ones that are doing it.
We can't say that.
They're the only ones that don't fuck with that Paul shit too much.
I'm not trying to take. I'm not trying to take no one's authenticism
away from them. I know.
I'm just asking how they correlate. You get me?
No, real questions. You asking real questions though. I understand that.
Yeah. So he ain't no God and he ain't Christ. So what does he deserve reverence? Like, what is it about him that deserves reverence? Because we know that in Rastafarianism, they definitely hail him up, and I want to know why does he get held up? Is Rastafarianism compatible with your brand of Hebrew Israelite belief? That's all I want to know, because I know enough of them call themselves children of Israel. They go through the Bible, are there not like some fundamental differences in the belief system or something?
Oh shit! Damn! Hey Jedi, I think we just started some bullshit. Somebody in the chat room literally just said Selassie took farmland that from my grandpa owned as a Somali. Blah blah blah. This is God for you. So look. Oh, so so Selassie was taking land from people.
He has to be the leader. Remember, he's a monarch. He's a leader. He's a leader of a country. So there's going to be a lot of internal stuff that went on still. You know what I mean? And remember, you got the Somalis who backed the wrong horse and went with Mussolini and them.
Oh, so it's justified though, right? It was justifiable.
I don't know if it's justifiable. I'm just saying that in the end, the winners get to dictate the country and the story. You get what I'm saying? So we're only going to hear from the Ethiopian side and the British who helped the Ethiopians, defeat these supposed enemies of Babylon.
The whole Babylon.
Yeah,
Selassie.
Mussolini just left, obviously, and Hitler and all of that, and that ideology, was left in the lap of the Somalis to take the brunt of it. You know what I mean? But most of that came after Selassie. Still,
Is that a prophecy that my man's talking about?
Yeah, that's I think it's in the Bible.
Look to the east because a black king will be crowned. That's what's that? Who said that?
I think that's in the Bible.
It's in the Bible.
No, Marcus Garvey. My bad. It might be Marcus Garvey because Kimmel would have put the Bible.
Was Marcus Garvey like a prophet, or how did he know a black?
No, he was a Messiah, innit? It was Marcus Messiah Garvey. So they say he's a prophet.
He was a prophet,
right? And then Selassie is the actual. I don't know.
The Messiah.
What? Marcus Garvey?
Yeah, no, Jedi. They call in America they call him Marcus Messiah Garvey. That's his name in America.
That's his name. It's his name everywhere in every country. It's his name. I'm saying what makes him a prophet.
No.
He's not. Messiah was added. That's what I'm saying.
Marcus Garvey.
Messiah is his name, bro. That's his middle name. Messiah.
Yeah,
that's his name. Yeah.
Jedi. Marcus Garvey. Sorry, wait one second. Marcus Garvey was John to Messiah. What's his name? Selassie.
Yeah.
He was a John to. It's like, John in the Bible. He's a prophet.
They even like each other.
I know, but it's King of Kings and thing. It matches with the Rasta ideology.
Bro, I'm confused.
Oh, wait. It matches with the ideology of Leonard P. Howe, innit?
Yeah.
So that's what it goes together. And then remember, they're giving them entitlement to go back to Ethiopia. So it all matches up. You get me? Indian man shit. Plain and simple. Man, I got mighty Kushites and all of this. Got man romanticizing part of the family that they might not even be. You might be Bantu talking about mighty Kushite. So
listen, and they always say returning to Zion, Babylon. Where was that?
Ethiopia, man.
Okay. Can I go slowly?
Yeah, go.
So the look to the east. That was Marcus Garvey that said that, yeah?
Prophecy.
Before Selassie was born or something? What do you mean?
The crowning of Selassie.
Before the crowning of Selassie.
Yeah.
But then he was alive for the crowning of Selassie, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so Selassie was crowned, and now this makes some kind of prophecy because a black king in Africa was crowned.
It was called the King of Kings, yeah.
Yeah.
King of Kings by who?
By anyone who is biblical because of the connection to King David or from the Bible or whatever. You get what I'm saying? From that
who was calling him King of Kings at that time when he was crowned?
I don't know.
Who was saying, this guy's King of Kings?
Apparently, this coronation, innit? I don't know who done it, but
yeah, I'm pretty sure that's his name. That's a title, like the conquering line of Judah. That's a title. So I think something like that.
Tafari is the title.
Yeah, and Tafari is actually Shona word.
Yeah, royalty have long names though, Michael. I'm saying they have very long names with a bunch of titles and shit.
Okay.
Tafari is in my language. Tafari has nothing to do with them man anyway. Tafari has nothing to do with them man.
I'm a little bit confused.
The tribe was supposed to be a royal bloodline from way back.
Who sanctioned this though? Like what?
Yeah, Kem was saying all them titles. Yeah.
What I'm saying is, like obviously this guy was getting crowned. Was the rest of Africa like rejoicing that, oh my God, the King of Kings, or was this just an Ethiopian guy getting like?
No.
Yeah.
Because I understand the Rasta thing, but the Rasta thing comes after. There was no Rastas while he was alive. Am I correct or am I right or wrong?
You're wrong. You're wrong because he gave them land.
He gave them land. He touched down
his land.
He even went to Jamaica. Even went to Jamaica.
Yeah. Like, when he went to Jamaica, there was no Rastafarians. You lot got to get it correct.
There was. They came out. They came out.
They started after him.
No, I'm saying in the Leonard P. Not after his death. I'm saying that he might have came out during his lifetime. Yes. So the prophecy supposedly was fulfilled. Then taken up by Leonard P. Howe. Do you get what I'm saying? That added that and some other.
I'm asking about the prophecy. The prophecy is just him being crowned king, yeah?
Yeah, from the Bible.
Messiah. Yeah.
It's just from the Bible. Again, it's just steeped in the Bible. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, the prophecy came from the Bible, repeated by Marcus Garvey to say, like, look, this is the coming of this one. The one they were talking about was Selassie. You know what I'm saying? And then from there, it's like
Marcus Garvey said, it's Selassie. That's the one that. So, but this is sounding like some holy thing. Like, oh,
it's a mad thing. Yeah, it is. It is supposed to be.
Then why is man not looking at the Queen with the same reverence? Selassie and the Queen all related. Them man that was chilling for days and days, and they're brethren. So Selassie spent bedtime with the Queen, alive.
Yes.
Yeah.
So like the same type of God-given monarchy shit. Like I don't like.
Yeah, no, they were.
Solomonic.
One second.
But hold on, Mugabe wasn't Mugabe the same type of shit?
Yeah.
Then he turned out good.
1 second.
So
No. She was at his coronation. That's the one, because there's a picture of the Queen bowing down to Selassie that like some people have access. I've seen it many times in the food shop, the West India food shop.
And that's the only person she ever bowed to, right, Michael?
Right, that we know of. No. She always bows to the
city of London and all that, the mayors of London and all that shit.
That's ceremonial, innit? That's ceremonial. It's not nothing big. You know what I'm saying? It's just some con. Yeah, there's no big deal in her doing it, but I swear he touched her with the sword and done all of that type of stuff. But anyway, it was family things anyway, because they're showing relation. If she can show her relation to the biblical King David and all of that.
Hello, like your conversation is normally better. Now you're telling me all kings, and I don't give a fuck about what all kings. You man saying this guy's the king of kings. So I'm saying, how come the king of kings is chilling with the ops? The queen's not the ops no more. The royal family is not the ops no more.
But you have to go back and see. They claim to be Solomonic, from the Solomonic dynasty, just like the Queen. They don't claim to be Israelites. They claim Solomonic dynasty. Same thing as
King David and all that.
King David.
Solomon, yeah.
Solomon.
That's right.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So go chill with the ops. None of you lot ain't gonna rate me if I go chill with the Queen. None of you lot ain't gonna fucking rate me if I go and chill. Yeah, Jedi's chilling with the Queen now. Or Jedi went and spent a couple days with the Queen.
But if man is either a little bit Jewish or whatever, I don't even know. Something's not right, bro. Something's not right. He's not looking like a standard Ethiopian. This is the truth. You get what I'm saying? Like it doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? And we know that everybody gets put into place. Like even like Saddam Hussein, they found the most European part of the tribe to place in the most power in Iraq. Do you get what I'm saying? So it couldn't take the way that he wasn't from Iraq. He was just from a people who wandered in there, maybe the last set of people. So they took from that tribe or set of people and placed him in power. They did that all over the world. Or they just put completely different people in power, like what they did in Saudi Arabia. They put a fucking bunch of Iranians in power in Saudi Arabia. Jews. You get what I'm saying? So, like, this has been going on for centuries and centuries, where they're just replacing everybody's royal lineage and all of that. So, why not at the time of Selassie? You get what I'm saying? Why couldn't they have done that? Because it seems a bit convenient. Because everybody previous king, other than the Zulu one, you get what I'm saying, had no interaction. We weren't interacting. We was just warring. You understand? We was warring with the woman and her previous descendants and all of that. King George. You get me? That's why a certain place is named Georgia, because of King George. So it's telling you what king ruled during the times of colonialism in the Americas and that. You know what I mean? The same in Africa. So yeah, boy, it's a big question. People need to look into that anyway. There's a lot of Hindu stuff going on, a lot of thing, and then the most damning thing for Selassie is allowing the Rastas to settle on their own land in Ethiopia, and then slating them afterwards because they never made good use of it. Do you understand? They gave them the land and they didn't build properly. They didn't do anything really. They've been lazy, smoking weed still.
What, and brother, what do you mean the Queen wasn't an op? What do you mean he went into exile? What? He went into exile over here, and the Queen weren't an op to him. The Queen was a friend. Alive?
Definitely. Family, in fact.
Fam.
The family.
I heard they related.
Family.
Say family. Solomonic
You get
dynasty.
me?
Family.
Not
This makes
off
me
the
wonder,
record,
man.
on the record. Some people are confused out here, bros. You know what I mean? And I know that already. With some of our family members, like whether Jamaican or not, they love the Queen for the wrong reasons, though. No, man, the Queen, I know, she are not up. You get me?
Who
No,
gave us that
sorry,
one the other
sorry.
day? Fucking One World gave us
One
that.
world. Showing you the general consensus. Just that's right. Like Jamaicans, like Celine Dion. You just got to lean to the side sometimes and say, "What? What? All right, cool, cuss." You get me? Cool, cuss. You get what I'm saying? You got to have your little thing that you're into. That's
I'm
not is a bit
alive.
different. Yeah, like
They love that. They love that song by Celine Dion. I'm
dead
alive.
tunes. Yeah, Celine Dion and all sorts of fuckery. And they're like, how does this go with the rest of the music genre? It doesn't even make sense. But it's something that's old school. You know what I mean?
Celine Dion. Fuck sakes.
Everybody does. There's more. I wouldn't say Jamaicans are as bad as Bajans or whatever, who are definitely conformists. Jamaicans ain't no conformists, but in their ideology, when they come over here, they think, yeah, man, the Queen's good, man. You get me? She give off enough things. Like that, bro. You need to wake up and smell the coffee, bro. You know what I mean? Like, these people are working together, bro. Selassie, speak for Selassie, man. Come on, man. Defend it, man, with some evidence or something. Because right now, he's looking like an up.
High level up.
High level, placed in, Masonic. You get me? All sorts.
Yo. This is jokes right now, man.
Come on.
Hey, but Kemo, I'm confused, bruv. Did your Rasta Hebrew, like, what is it, bruv? Like, that's the right question. How does it go hand in hand with the Yahshua?
He's a Rasta light.
Hmm?
It's a Rasta light. He's a Rasta light.
And Soyo,
Yeah.
when you talk about the Orthodox Bible, they don't agree with Paul. Are Paul's letters in the Orthodox Bible?
No, briefly. I said Maconiism, Macon, the guy who brought in the letters of Paul to the Christian world.
Listen to what I'm saying.
No, beefy. Listen to what I'm saying. Beefy. Now this nigga got the motorcycle fucking loud as fuck. Man, hold on.
I swear we were talking about this before, Beefy. And the Ethiopian
I'm asking
Bible.
but you're trying to...
The Ethiopian Bible has works of Paul in there.
Hello?
Yeah? Am I right?
What's that noise?
Yeah. No, it's what my homeboy got to drive a dirt bike outside. It's kind of loud as fuck. I'm right by the window.
Yeah. So Beefy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying, is it not true that the Ethiopian Bible, the oldest one, has Paul's works in there?
So I'm asking Mr. Soil there.
Okay. I just confirming because I was thinking, raw, that sounds a bit strange. The Maconian thing's not in there,
Paul.
but Paul's in the Ethiopian Bible.
Yeah, but it's not. But hold up,
it can't be that old.
Oh, okay. No, hold up. Remember, the Ethiopian Christianity. We're talking about Ethiopian Christianity comes from the Coptic Church.
Right.
Like, let's not play this game. It comes from the Coptic Church of Egypt. So we know it's not ancient. So
yeah, it's not Egypt. Go on. It's not Egypt.
It's Alexandria. It's Alexandria.
Right. So
that is Egypt, though.
Greek.
That is Egypt, Maku. Stop playing the game. That's Egypt.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Maku, come on. Anybody who could Google it. Where's Alexandria? Is in Egypt. Like, let's not
go.
Egypt.
All right. No.
I beg you.
Share your screen. I beg you.
Mac, I know it's on the coast, right by the Mediterranean Sea.
So what
I understand, but Egypt, Maku, it's a part of Egypt, Maku.
Bro, listen.
I told
Alexandria.
I told Mohammed Hijab the same thing. I said, bruv, that's a coastal port, bruvs. And he goes, oh, if you go there, you couldn't say, bruvs, what, with yachts and all of that shit, bruvs. I've seen the thing of Alexandria now. I'm saying,
all right, so hold up. Countries can't have ports now, Maku. So countries can't have ports, Maku. That's what you're telling me?
We invented ports. We invented ports.
But Mac, question: can countries have ports?
We invented ports.
So
Wait,
therefore,
Michael.
Egypt had a port city called Alexandria.
Michael, chill. Michael, chill.
Just bring up the map, please.
All right, Mac, I'm gonna bring out the map. Let's get it. Let's get it. I ain't trying to run from shit.
This fuckery is too much.
Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great. We know this, man.
Are you sure?
He built Alexandria. So how did you build a place in Africa? He built Alexandria.
What time? Where was he? Where was the time to do that?
Well, when they conquered Egypt, I think like 300 BC or 330 BC. This is when all that fuckery started. But I'm saying the Coptic Church comes from Egypt. Then it makes the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Is the parent church of Ethiopian Orthodox Church? Is the Coptic Church.
So why is Paul's works in there? You said the Macedonian
listen to what I'm saying. Paul's works was about being anybody can be saved. You don't have to have a lineage from like the Israelite lineage or the Israel. The whole thing. Let me finish. These guys asking me questions but they don't want to answer. This is what I'm saying, Mac. I'm saying that the claim that they're making and what they're saying, they're the only church that's free from Maconianism is because every other church pretty much wanted to throw out the Old Testament. They didn't really want to use it. They only wanted to use the New Testament. They're saying, the Ethiopians are saying, no, we actually need the Old Testament. That's all I'm trying to get at. That's Maconianism, throwing away the Old Testament for the New Testament, which is what Kay is doing. That's what I was talking about. Paul. It's Paul's letters. That's pretty much, that's why people are doing it.
So hold on. Is Maconianism not in the Ethiopian Bible if it's got Paul's works in there?
Maconianism is the belief that you don't need the Old Testament. Maku.
Yeah,
but wait.
Are you asking me if Paul's letters in the New Testament?
In the Ethiopian, no, they're in the Ethiopian.
Listen. It has that. Then it has the Book of Enoch, which is not included in all the other Bibles. Of course, it has 60. I think it has way more books than all other Bibles in the world. I'm saying,
listen.
Not really.
All right.
Soil.
One of the oldest. One of the most.
Soil. This Maconian guy, we're talking about Paul, yeah. And Paul is talking about giving up circumcision, which is in the Bible, yes.
Right. In the
Yes, Beefy.
So now, if the Coptic Church is against Paul's works about giving up circumcision, why are they including his letters in their Bible?
No, listen to what I'm saying. Listen very carefully. Maconianism is the practice of throwing out the Old Testament and only using Paul's 13 books or the letters of Paul only. But that's Maconianism. The Orthodox listen to what I'm saying, Beefy. Listen to what I'm saying. They're saying we're gonna use. Listen to what I'm saying. They're saying they're gonna use Paul's letters, but we're gonna include the Old Testament for reference. Maconianism says fuck the Old Testament. Only use the New Testament of Paul's letters. That's all I'm trying to get at.
But
that's why they add all these.
But once you use the letters, and put them in your thing, that
agree
not
with them.
giving the opposition opportunity?
I hear that. That's true. That's true.
Are you not giving the opportunity for Maconianism in your thing, which is counterproductive?
No, Maku. You can't have Maconianism if you have the Old.
You what?
Listen.
You can't have Maconianism with the Old Testament. You have to throw out the Old Testament to have this Maconianism. That's all I'm trying to get at.
No,
which is only Paul's works.
Right. So if you don't have Paul's works, you're getting rid of Maconianism. Yes.
Yes, that's factual.
Right. So if you do have it, then what are you doing?
Maku, chill out, man. I ain't in a roster, man. I understand what you're saying, Maku. Listen. I'm a part of the FTK, so chill out, dog.
I know.
Chill out, man. Chill out.
Fire! Stand down, soldier. That's the order.
Hey, Jedi, they shot me 7 times and I ain't standing on. Listen, they shot me 7 times and they standing on my body. I'm begging for life. These motherfuckers. Friendly fire.
Damn.
Those are
Kevin, you need to come in. Come on, man. Why quarrel for you, bro? Come on, you love me. I beg you, know that. Come and discuss with us so we know what I've got on. You get me?
Cam was too smart.
Come on, man. I'm like, I know they're trying to draw you out. want to talk to you, bro.
Oh, Zulu, all right, Zulu, come on, Zulu. I need your help real quick.
Zulu, man.
Nah, Zulu, I need your help real quick.
Zulu's at the punching bag, man. I want like,
That's why I need his help. That's exactly why I need his help. I need a scapegoat. Oh, I gotta practice my Hebrew traditions right now.
Okay.
Sacrifice Zulu.
Yeah.
Zulu, you know I'm joking. Come on, man. Come on. Like Zulu, we gotta talk about this Paul stuff, Zulu. Come on now. I just learned some shit.
Yeah, stop being shook.
Man, Zulu, you know I'm not gonna sacrifice you like that. I'm on your side right now. Michael Beefy trying to get at the Ethiopians right now.
Yeah, it's peak for them. It's peak for them. We're not even getting at them. We've already FTK'd this. That's why it's
exactly. Listen,
like I thought you were there.
You, this is World History Month, bruv. We'll take no prisoners. We take the truth now. No
Bad Guy
friendly. Oh, Bad Guy season 2, live and direct. Don't fuck about.
And all the bad guys are in the fucking attention, in attendance. You get me? It's fuck's sake. Yeah? Get your ass in here. There's spacing for two people to get their ass whooped. You get me?
You can't market it like that, Maku, man.
Oh, sorry. To have a friendly discussion.
You know, chat. You know what I miss? You know who I miss? Fucking Jedi. No, man.
Eric.
Where's Eric gone? Yeah.
Eric, Baha'i faith that he just said fuck it.
He just fucked him.
He said Baha'i to you guys.
One day he went to the doctors, he looked at his blood pressure and said, no, fuck this.
Come on, Zulu, man. Why are you not coming in, man? You talk about remixing and all that. It's cool, man. I'm good with that, man. Just come in and listen to what Soul's got to say. It's not me today. It's not me today. I'm falling back. I'm on your side, Zulu. I'm on your side. Come on. LNG all the way.
Zulu, I ain't say nothing about LNG today. Zulu, I did not say nothing about LNG
all the way. Respect her.
I ain't say nothing about that.
Prophetess and all that.
Prophetess
Respect on her name. Prophetess White. You get me? I like that one. You get me? Put respect on her name. You get me? Come on.
No white lies. No white lies here. No white lies here.
No white lies here today. You get me? Come on. I told you. I said it. You know I said it, Zulu. When we finish with you, you're going to be smarter than all of us. But you got to learn still. That's it. You get me?
Massive prophetess.
What? It's cool, man. It's cool.
Yeah. Just like the prophet Marcus Garvey, yeah? You lot are wilding.
Inshallah.
You lot are wilding out.
Inshallah.
Oh shit. Kemo's gay at you, Beefy.
Who's gay at
you? Think about your debating skills of dog poo. Like, speak.
What's that?
He said your one-on-one skills, your one-on-one debating skills.
You say man can't go, man. He's trying to say you can't swing one-on-one.
Well, you ain't got no answers, bro. About debating, we can't debate with no answers, bro. What are you, Kemo? Are you Maroon? Are you Hebrew? Are you Selassie? What are you, bro?
I can't, innit? I can't. You left out that. Yeah, you left out that.
Are you Tree? What are you?
Yeah. Ashanti. You get me? What's going on? Or you Yoruba? You're Yoruba.
Put the link in the chat, Matthew, just so that man knows that it's.
How are you a Hebrew but original in the West Indies? I want to know.
All right, Zulu's coming out, man. All right, Zulu.
Big up, Princess Dominique. Come on.
Yes, Princess Dominique. Well,
big up.
All the ladies in the chat for real, man. I see you there, man. I see you.
Come on.
You're an Israelite. That's what you are, bro. An Israelite.
Empress, I see you there.
Fuckery, Israelite, you know.
I see you there.
Yeah, Israelite.
Big up the ladies, mom. Can't forget you, lot. You know what I mean? Keep it wet.
Israelite. That's what you are. Yeah, Israelite.
All right, but I'll just ask, what craziness did Selassie actually do though to get the fuckery over? I'm seriously trying to figure this out. I thought he
what?
Like, what's your major problem with Selassie other than meeting the Queen?
That's disrespect. That's disrespect.
Hey,
I said I got a major problem. Like, obviously, I'm not under the spell of Rastafarianism, so that's not my thing. But many of my brothers, I shouldn't even call it a spell. I'm just not under that, innit? Like, so many of my brothers are, and I listen to them, I listen to you, and I hear, like, you know, like, if you're not Rasta, and then I hear this reverence towards Haile Selassie, I try to understand. Some people make him seem kind of godlike, like, oh, he's like some holy spiritual something like this. He's a prophet. He's this. He's that. He's Jesus Christ come back. I've heard so many different things, and there's some people like, no, he's just a good leader, innit? Like, but I'm like, yeah, I hear that, but like, when did we get into politics like that? Because after Selassie left, we don't follow the politics of the country anymore. So it was just Selassie we was following, or like what I'm trying to get a deeper understanding. Obviously, I know Kemo is a man of the books, and he's like a Israelite. I'm trying to see how Rastafarianism and Israelite go hand in hand. Now, for me, as an objective, critical thinker, I see red flags when I see you riding around in a car with the Queen.
Sorry.
Red flag.
I didn't want to laugh, but yeah.
I see red flags, fam. I'm not gonna pretend that I ain't seen what I'm seeing.
It's not sugarcoat.
I need the man them to explain to me, because where I stand, we do this fuck the system, fuck the police, fuck the government, fuck the monarchy. You can't really ride around with the ops and me not to look at you and have to scrutinize who are you, what are you really about? Because like I said, my parents ain't Rastafarian, they're not Jamaican, so I don't have this culture and this way of life that I feel like obliged to honor or uphold. Same way I don't give a fuck about the Saudi royal family or Prophet Muhammad's family. No disrespect. I just don't care, because it ain't me. I'm free from all of it. But I can observe and ask questions. So I'm observing and asking questions. Right.
Yeah. You know, I kind of agree with that, because I found out something yesterday. Listen, I'm not taking Black Ice TV. I'm not taking no shade. Shakara, I'm not taking no shade. But Queen, this Queen lady that's coming around, Queen Diana.
Yeah.
Right? I checked out, I researched her. She kept saying that she's from the Order of the Leopard. This is another subject. We're going to do this another day.
Let's do it today.
No, if you check out the Order of the Leopard, the order that she says she's the queen of, right?
Yeah. Black Panther.
If you need to check this out.
Yeah.
The people, these are the grand cardons or the notable recipients of the Order of the Leopard from Congo.
Okay.
Queen Elizabeth, Prince Philip, Emperor Akito from Japan, Queen Sophia from Spain, Juan Carlos of Spain the First, Commander Ferdinand. I guess these are
you don't see the secret. Look at the
but hold on. But let me say this before I get in trouble. I love Queen. I love you, but I just want more clarification. I just want more clarification from.
Hold on. So, who'd you love?
The Queen Diambe, the black Congo lady. The spirit that she has. Listen. I understand your point about people meeting the queens and all this, because I found this out yesterday. So I'm realizing a lot of royalty meets up with. They pretty much every time if you're a royalty in Africa or whatever, you always have to go through the European people or the European royalty to get your privilege or something like that. So.
Yeah, all right, cool. So for me, fam, boy, I just feel like I like to see a lot of the brothers through their journey get to the point in time where they become a lot more consistent with their barometers of how they judge people and how they define the system. Yeah, because it's like we are very much vulnerable to one form of attack, and that is dressing up our enemy or whatever in the same costume as us is the surefire way to misdirect us, to bamboozle us, to trick us. Like, I'm not saying that any of these people are tricks, but I'm just saying the parameters we judge other people on, we don't judge our own people on just because they're our color. If you know these people are in a secret order or in an order with the Queen, the same thing I said about Desmond Tutu and what's his name? Nelson Mandela.
Yep.
Malta, I'm writing you off if you're in the order of rare, and it's connected to the Queen. See the same way I said, fuck Wiley for getting an MBE. The same way I'm gonna Bonfire or Chris Preddy. Same way I'm dissing him for his OBE, or I'm saying I'm not rating the OBE. Same way I can't be rating anybody that's in a order with Prince Sophia of fucking Spain. She's almost worse than fucking the Queen of England.
Come on.
Do you know these witches that they're like the witches you named out, like Prince
Wicked
Philip?
people, you know.
And I'm gonna just post a link for anybody just to see what I'm talking about. And this is like, yeah, this is like a Wikipedia article. So
this is
I don't think it's not. I don't think nobody's hiding it too much.
The order of this is
all right. All right, big up Shakara. Everybody, hold up, Jedi. Go to Got Kush TV. Look at Shakara just did an interview with Queen Diambe from Congo. She's a leader. She's the queen of her tribe. But in the video, Shakara, I big him up because he asked real questions. She had to divulge some other stuff, information. She's not married, but she's the king of her tribe, which means the queen or whatever. She's the king and queen. And then she says she's also part of the Order of the Leopard, which is one of the most ancient orders in, I guess, Africa. So I actually looked up the National Order of the Leopard in Congo, and then you're going to find out what I just told you. The notable recipients of Grand Coronets, or which is the highest degree you can have, are Elizabeth II, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, Juan Carlos of Spain, Queen Sophia of Spain, and Emperor Akihito of Japan. I'm not saying, listen, Jedi, I'm not saying, hold up, let me say this. If Mugabe could do it, if Selassie could do it, and they're great people, I don't have no problems with Queen Diana. Yeah, all I want to know is
I'm not the one labeling no one no great people. All that great people is like it's not something you
I'm saying that.
I don't know what made Mugabe a great person. So I'm gonna have to let you break that down. For me, I'm just looking at yet again political celebrities. Yeah. There's no difference between this person and the guy from Disney and Marvel that came up with a Black Panther movie and everyone was sucking their dick. It's like as long as they wear the clothes, we're on it. Now, I'm not saying none of these people are bad people, but what do they say about the company you keep? Like in certain orders, I wonder if so this is the thing. People talk about their spiritual, they talk about this, and then they get to a certain level and they just fucking cognitive dissonance or whatever. They just stop analyzing shit. Like, yo, these people are in orders with who? With who? Okay, so what is this about now? You're gonna tell me this is all theoretical and ceremonial and there's nothing real. They don't meet up. They don't have no secret business. They don't have no secret oaths. They're not working towards like something like, come on, man. And then you look at the people that surround and push these things. This is why our energy don't mix. I'm telling you, in the end, I'm gonna be proven right. Yeah, if you're not fucking under certain secret orders and you're not ready to be cultivated or to be do the footwork, they're not even gonna come near you. Trust me. So yeah, Sarnetta, Red Pill, Blue Pill, Prince of Congo, whoever. Good luck to you. Thumbs up. Queen of Congo, all of you lot, thumbs up. Because I know ultimately when I look at you lot, I know that you've got other things. I know you're loyal to things other than me. And your agenda might be far deeper than anyone can imagine. I just don't trust these motherfuckers. That's it. I don't trust these motherfuckers. That's the end of it. Especially if you're a queen. I'm gonna scrutinize you double. And like, yeah, most people won't go and just look at what the Royal Order of the Leopard did. And once they go and join it, they'll be like, so what? It's our things. It's our people's things.
From
like,
Akabulan.
Everything.
No, hold on. Let me be fair. She did say that though, Jedi. She did say that it's from like you know how the Nubians wear the leopard print.
Yeah.
They were saying that is like something like that. It's that ancient. But I'm not discrediting it. But
cool. So how come? How come?
I can start with Elizabeth II.
Exactly. How come Elizabeth II, Philip, Sophia from Spain, the fucking Japanese dude? How come they're all the honorary recipients?
You see what Young Money said? I'm gonna read what Young Money said.
Oh, yo. How come they're all like recipients of the highest degree?
How come Mugabe didn't get one?
Yeah, I didn't hear Prince did it from Ghana. So like, look, man, it's in plain sight. That's what they do. It's in plain sight. We know who's affiliated to who. Do you know what I mean? And unfortunately, it means that I'm gonna have to. It's gonna take a lot more convincing before I start picking up pom poms for any of these people. And even though I can see and I can hear how people talk about, oh yeah, you know, like this person is a great person and that person's a great. I'm sitting here in my yard rolling a spliff. I don't feel like none of these people are great to me. And if that means that I can't be you lot's brother, then cool. But I'm not doing the emperor's new clothes. Oh, I'm just going on with what everyone else is going on. I couldn't give a damn about these people. And it looks like they're affiliated up to their eyeballs with the ops. You get me? With the fucking ops. Like, so, and this is the thing, we go full circle. It's like, man is not militant enough. Man is too into mixing. Man is too into that. But yeah, but then let's all co-sign all these people that sit down in the houses with these people. And it's not just to sit down like we're having a debate. You lot are chilling. Like, Selassie chilled with the Queen, innit? They chilled. And let's not go on like it was all some state visit and it was all pomp and ritual. They chilled. Yeah, they were rolling. I mean, people, you know.
Let me read what Young Money said, cause I like this point. If you're the king or queen of a place, you're gonna have to deal with other kings and queens.
Oh yeah.
So,
well, some people claiming to be kings and queens. Yeah, we know the Europeans are trying to jump on this thing, and as I said with Selassie, she went to his coronation to try and show her lineage to the biblical text. Do you get what I'm saying? Because that's what they're running off. We're not going to run away from this, like the prophecies in the Bible, you know, all of these type of things. So, what do you say?
But she's German. She's German.
She's German Jew, yeah. Saxberg, Gotha, whatever. You get me?
So,
right. They're going to say they went to. But remember, they're going to say claim to be Israelites, aren't they?
So
hey, but this is one thing I have to think. What if it's a different ball game when you hit that level of you're governing a great amount of people, where they actually call you a king or queen? Maybe it's a whole different ball game that we don't even know about, and you have to.
That's the whole point I'm saying. And that ball game means that you and your people, us, are not the first priority. The first priority is upholding all oaths and upholding what they will call the. Yeah, that means that your view on people changes. You've got certain roles, and certain people are just there to fill roles and be your subjects. It's not an equality thing. This is what I was always saying, even from way back in Kemet. Yeah, you think I would have been in Kemet bigging up the Pharaoh? No, not unless he was my cousin or I was the Pharaoh. Or I was in line. I would have been like everyone else. Fuck the monarchy. You know what I mean?
So is that just a hate against authoritative power? Because authoritative power can be used for good.
Anything
that's what I'm trying to hint at.
Anything that robs me of my sovereignty is against God. How about that?
I agree. But then should we not have kings and queens? Should we not have leaders? Should we not have
if I've got a king or queen?
No, but you have everyone. It's a role to protect the city. The role to protect.
Two things are oxymoron. You can't be sovereign and then have king and queen. You are king and queen of your own state, which is you.
Yeah, but then if you say everyone beats their own self, like everyone looks after themselves, then there's going to be chaos and anarchy.
Only for pussies like you lot that don't want to, of what you was born with. You want someone to rule over you, and this is why they do it, because they say ultimately, and this is the thing. I've had in-depth conversation, you know, with man that's actually been prime minister of the whole of fucking Norway, man that ran the whole fucking, the man that gave Obama his own Nobel Peace Prize, the man that gave Obama he told me, the people that you think you want to free and you want to fight for, they want to fight to be slaves. They want to fight to be sheep. This is why half the reason why we even do what we do. They want you to be sheep. They will kill you for freeing them, or if they think that you're trying to free them. If you think you're trying to cut the cord, they don't want that, bruv. And time again, the same conversations keep happening. Oh, but what if but without police, it would be, we need a leader. I've heard it in so many different micro and macro systems. It shows that on the human psyche, there's this want to be controlled and to be ruled. And that's not...
sorry, I'm very sorry to interrupt you. No, even on a like instinctual level, let's go back to even like tribal and behaviors and interactions. There's a chief, in the tribe. There's a chieftain. There's a this. There's a that. There's a leader. Like leadership roles can be instinctive to some extent. Maybe not just obviously intricate government.
I think that's how I know that I'm born of a different class of being. I know, because for some man, it's instinctive to look for a leader and to be led. For me, it's instinctive to find the way. I'm trying to find the way, and next man are trying to find somebody that knows the way. And this is what I think they talk about. Whether it be bloodline, whether it be a spiritual thing, some people are wood for the fire. Some people are meant to just follow instructions and be great at it, and some people are meant for a little bit more. Wonder why we're not using more than 10% of our fucking brain, bro. Man can't even envision a reality where you make the rules.
But not everyone can be the leader. It's impossible.
Okay. Well,
even naturally, someone will assert themselves as the alpha male in a room naturally.
Being an alpha male, just because you're not the alpha male doesn't mean that you're not a leader. Just because you're not the strongest in the room doesn't mean that you are not a leader. Told you, this is about self-governance. You might not have the power to influence the next man's state. Oh well, but you got the power to influence your state, protect yours, and that's what you should spend your energy and your focus on: governing your land, governing your being, governing your planet, so to speak. You get me? Planet Zulu, planet Jedi, planet Maku, whatever you want. You get me? That's what it is. That's what it's about. Freedom, innit? It's not about It's not about having no emperor over me, no king of no fucking kings. Ain't no one no king over me. That's why
it's a responsibility to look after.
What?
It's a huge responsibility to take
look after yourself. You say it's a huge responsibility to look after yourself.
No, I mean like to be a king. It's not like I'm just living the life. Like everything falls, like the decisions for this civilization falls under your hands as a king. So it's not like it's that's why not everyone can be king, because it's such an important role. I mean, when people
that can't be kings are those that are disabled, unable. Yeah, those that are unable to look after themselves, woods of the state and shit like that. That's what. If that's what you fall under, that's because this is what we inadvertently, what they try to make us subject to. They try to make us subject to the rules and regulations, the policies and statutes of the land, innit? Yeah, they try to strip you of your sovereignty and get you to offer up your freedom, your sovereignty, your birthright, and they offer it up in exchange for a contract, an employment contract. So now you're in England or Great Britain, and it's a company. So you now have to go by the company rules. This is how where everybody is stripped of their freedom and their sovereignty. Because to be honest, that's what you were born for, is to be your king, is to be the king of you. That's your birthright. That's what common law is here for. It's actually meant to protect your sovereignty, but instead we give it up for maritime law and things of this nature, and we become subjects, and therefore we become subject to the boss, whoever the ruling boss is.
But do you not think that level of hierarchy is subject to community, to multi-culture, to being amongst other conscious beings? Because when you're amongst other ruling beings, at some point there's going to be a tension or some sort of authoritative individual or push.
Hold on, Zulu. We don't know. Hold up, Zulu. We do not know that for a fact.
No.
Okay, go to these tribes. Go to the Native American.
No, because you said conscious beings who are like self-aware. So if you're conscious and self-aware, you wouldn't want to do that.
No.
Well, even animal leaders in the past.
I'm fine with that premise, because the next question I was going to say to you, okay, so what is to say? You saying that we're not living in that state now, where there's not tensions, where there's not authorities trying to fight against you? And so what's the difference?
No, the difference now is obviously it's not a fair system, because they're not working for us, they're working against us. But in terms of that, just simply, because it sounds like to me, correct me if I'm wrong, you're against the idea of simply having an authoritative role over a civilization or group of people. I'm claiming.
For me and for
he's an anarchist. He's a complete anarchist.
No, for me and for my son, yeah. For me and for my son, for my children, for my wife, yeah, and for my friends, yeah. I want them to have the freedom to wake and make a choice based on what they want. I want them to have sovereignty, yeah. I see the true king and queen, the true emperor and empress, pharaoh. I see that inside of all my homeboys. That's why when we're walking, when we're going about our business and we're kicking it and we're living in our reality, and some pussy in a uniform tries to come over and transgress, that's why the man then flip out. Because subconsciously, it's another attack on our sovereignty, on our freedom to just be without having to why we're going. Oh, you have to understand. Oh, you like a group of you like this, and you are quite loud, or you are quite black, or you are quite tall, or you are quite. You must understand the time of night, or in this area, or in this country, or we've had a lot of, and there's always a reason why I have to take an L.
It's not taking an L.
It's called taking an L, bro. Like, I don't know where you're from. For me, any type of check, yeah, from these guys in uniform telling me that I can't go this way or I can go that way is an L, bro. It's not freedom. So
but that's because of community. If you're in a community or if you're in a civilization, you can't have free will because you're under someone's government.
And how
but you can't show me.
So civilization. So hold on. So you're saying the trade for civilization is free will? Then give me free will. Fuck civilization. That's the whole point I'm saying anyway. I go back to shitting in the ground. So good about just going. You man are getting cancer. You man are getting cancer. You man are marrying.
Zulu's making a bad argument though. I'm gonna be honest.
Men and men are marrying each other. Hold on. Men and men are marrying each other.
Let me add to Zulu's argument though.
White people are fucking stomping all over fucking the brown and black people around the fucking world. Fuck civilization, bro. I gotta pay for. I gotta pay for air.
No, hold on, Zulu. Let me come in there.
I gotta pay for food. Yeah, I can't choose to do what I want with my child. I can't take my child on holiday. Fuck that.
Are you against order?
Yo, no, hold on, Zulu. Let me come in. One second.
Sorry. Everything is stop. Hold on. Sorry. Everything on everything. You depend on a group to survive. That's why you're here. Yeah, you're an energy vampire. That's why you're here. You don't create your own energy. Yeah, that's why for the last 2 years, yeah, you've been on a mandem's dick and you ain't never created shit. So you love to put people's names in your stupid little nonsensical messages, and no one gives a fuck who you are. Don't you understand? Like, cut back down on the protein shakes. Your mum cut down on the protein shakes. You fucking prick. You ain't even got a voice. Prick it. Man's calling me black broccoli and then trying to go on like he's defending Rasta. That's how I know you're a dickhead, bro. These fake cues. Where'd you get these fake pancakes from, man? Go the 19 for crutches. Yeah, where you belong. Fucking idiot.
Yeah. And let me ask you a question. All right, this is the question. All right, so no leadership at all. But in this, I'm gonna give you a scenario where I think a leadership role would kind of be great. We want free food, free energy, free technology, right? However, we're in a community. Like, I have a role to grow the food. Jedi got the role to I guess maintain our sanity, maybe. Zulu have a role to, I guess he wants to preach about certain religious aspects. Maku role is to cleanliness, grooming, or whatever, right? We all have different roles. However, we can't do the role of making sure everybody else is doing what they're supposed to do, because some people might have a death in the family or whatever. So we elect some person just to manage or just to oversee certain activities of this community or civilization. However, that person has to answer to us. Is that still a bad form of leadership?
No.
Okay, so that's what. So this is what I'm saying.
It's still authority, though.
Yeah, exactly, Zulu. Exactly. No. Hold on, Zulu.
No, listen.
Zulu, let me.
Hold on. When you're dealing with sovereignty, bro, listen, fam. When you're dealing with sovereignty, yeah, let's not play dumb games. You know exactly what I mean. If we're all sovereigns and there's 10 of us, yeah, and you lot decide, rah, you know what? Jedi's the smartest out of us, so Jedi's going to make the decisions when it comes to water, because he's the one that knows about water. When it comes to planting stuff, yeah, even though we're all sovereign in that, it'd be best that we let Akpan deal with that. Akpan, you're the chief of agriculture. I'm the chief of water. Maku's the chief of grooming or whatever, yeah, or war. Yeah, cool. We've decided that on our own. We've decided that. If I don't want to be part of that, I cannot be part of that. Do you understand? That's different.
Okay, I agree. I understand completely what Jedi is saying. Zulu, he's pretty much saying the people have the power to elect these people and throw them away if they want, change them at any time they want. They're still sovereign. It's just that it's more efficient. But hold up, Zulu, it's just more efficient to have somebody to just watch over the little nuances, pretty much. But they're not actually the leader or whatever.
Yeah, because if we
voting system.
Say that again, bro.
You're basically saying a voting system.
No, I'm not even talking about voting, but I mean vote. Like for us all having our choices counted, I suppose that is voting. But in the system that we have now, this whole ballot box and all of that, I'm not really feeling it because it's very much removed from the people that you're voting from. I do feel like the community has to govern itself. So it's self-governing. So even in its own way, it is a reflection of the sovereign beings that are there, because they are.
Do you acknowledge that there's a high risk for that kind of sorry, you know there's a high risk for that? You acknowledge that though? The subjectivity, choosing what's right and wrong, subjectivity about choosing the laws. There's a high risk in doing that.
But it's still our sovereignty. We decide. If we fuck up, it's our problem.
Yeah, but so if you decide to bury little girls, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there has to be an objective.
That's a stupid argument. Bury little girls.
I'm saying for you, like, it's like, man, them like they want to. It's like you're fighting for this system, but then you're gonna sit down and read a book that's talking about the destruction of this system. I'm so fucking confused by you lot sometimes, bro. This is why I can't fuck with religion. I can't fuck with it.
I'm against the system. I'm against this system, but it's like you're saying you're against authority in general. You can't be against authority.
Whose authority should you be respecting other than that of the creator? The fuck? What are we talking about? Any book that's teaching me to respect the authority of anyone other than God first, and then my mother and my father second.
I want to actually have Michael's opinion on this though. Also, Michael, you don't want no type of leadership like a king or queen at all. Also,
I think he's not even on the mic, bro.
I don't know, and I need to let Beefy in as well.
We said that, man.
You agree with that should be? Hold up, Michael. You agree there should be no form of leadership, like there's no king, no queen at all? We should govern our own selves.
I'm saying that we already had the original system ourselves. Like we had a system of elders and elders who would elect, not select like we have nowadays. We would elect someone from amongst us. You get me? The wisest and the smartest amongst us to be our whatever authority or whatever, but not really authority over us. Because remember, if the idea is that we were all kings and princes and all of this type of things, how the hell could that be possible if we were?
Some people
a counselor, pretty much, a wise counselor, advisor.
I'm saying these, bro.
I have. Oh, sorry. It's always been a system. It's always been. We invented the system. When they came to us, like when the Europeans came to us, they would speak to like the town crier kind of thing, and he would carry message to a next person, who would carry it to a next person, who would carry it to the elders, and then from the elders, a select among them would carry it to the supposed highest monarch. It went through levels, and this is how they knew about kingship. So my whole thing is that the whole idea of kingship came from us to them, to know that we already were civilized. We had organized systems. You know what I'm saying? But don't think of how they thought of it. Oh, king and monarch and all of that. It wasn't like that. You know what I mean? Like Jedi saying, like we have to elect, select someone from amongst us to not to govern over us, but to make sure that all the rules that we have put in place as a people are abided by, or he represents, or he could be the spiritual.
And you know what? And another thing I want to add, like being alone ain't that bad, you know, fam. Like man are acting like solitude and isolation and space ain't a fucking wicked remedy for the heart and for the soul and for the mind, bro, to become autonomous. Because some of you that have been living too much with other people, you don't get no space on your own. Yeah, and this is why you don't know what you want, what you don't want, what's real, what's not real. spend a little time on your own and you start getting crazy. Solitary confinement. So no, I feel like everyone should have standard solitary confinement. Like in their lifetime, they need to like have a period of time where like 2-3 months they have to be on their J somewhere. Fuck's sake, man. At least give us a break from your energy, bruv. You know what I mean? Like, if you think about like where we lived, where we came from, we weren't all on each other's bums, next door to each other, cheek by a jowl, underneath each other, across the road, very rare. There's some space, bro.
That's why I was going to come in as well.
That's
very important.
Can I say something quickly?
Yeah.
Just to touch on what Jada was saying, like we never lived in cities, innit?
Yeah.
So when you talk about you ruling yourself, we are self-rule. So your family ruled itself. You governed how you grew your food, how on your family's needs.
Some people, I reckon, some people live and die without having somebody outside of them or their family telling them how to live.
Exactly.
Or how to die. And that's life. Yeah, you know what I mean? There's enough space. We know like there's enough space on this earth, innit? And we know we're all squashed into like small little pockets, like, you know, living right underneath each other. I think what Beefy's saying is, okay, we had cities or whatever, but the way we lived, we had much more opportunity to find isolation and to be alone with ourselves and to lead ourselves. It's very important. It's a lost skill that man is losing, because we're generations and generations and generations, we're centuries into being born into this whole system of democracy or monarchy or kingship. And there was a time before that. There was a time before that where I think mankind was a lot happier because you could live and die on your own terms.
So it's not even that long ago. I was talking to my grandma. Yeah, like my grandma's like generation, they had to travel far to go and get married because the tribal land was so close, and when you go from one little area to another area, you see your people, but they're your cousins, but your family is here. Your cousins are over there. So for you to find someone not related to you, you have to go far and wide. But you have space, so you don't have to, you're on top of each other.
Zulu, you're next. Zulu.
Go on, Zulu.
Okay. I just want to say everything you're saying to me registers to me and it makes sense. And I think that is God's intention. But we're living in a world that has had to compromise to man's greed and has had to compromise to the infallibility of mankind. We can't live in a world where everyone just does whatever they want and there isn't a form of order. And yes, an agreed upon order, which is primary, not one person giving the rules. There has to be some form of order, even in nature, in the pride, the lion pride, there's the king, there's the women, they have their own different factions and all these other things. It's the same thing with human beings. We're the same as animals in that sense that there's always order.
I agree with you. I know I was going on for long, so let me give you back the mic. All I wanted to ask you is, hold on. If we're dealing with like lion prides and stuff, so we're talking about nature, right? So do you think that civilization is natural?
100%. Whenever 2 families meet, 4 families meet, 8 families meet, 10 families meet, 20 families meet, you got a city, you got civilization.
So then, in our reality, the most civilized places are the cities, right? Right?
Define civilized.
You tell me. Because
I think pretty much civilization just means like a writing system that develops into a code of conduct, rules and regulations.
But I want to know what Zulu means. Zulu's the one saying that, innit? I want to know what you mean because
I'm saying be isolated.
Okay, so like I said, so you would say, according to what you're saying, I would expect the most civilized places to be the cities. The places that are most natural should be the cities, because you said civilization is natural. So where civilization would be like depicted as not necessarily the rural places, but the built-up places, the cities. Or are you not thinking in that way?
Well, if you look at the definition of civilized, it says here at an advanced stage of social and cultural development, and then the second one is polite and well-mannered. Obviously, we're going to go with the first one, which is an advanced stage of social and cultural development.
Would you say that was a city, though?
100%.
Okay, cool.
But we're not advanced.
Wait, slow down, because it's taken me that long to get you there. So you say a city, yeah? would be the most civilized location to find, where civilization would be. But I'm saying,
according to the definition.
Okay, according to the definition. So is the city the most natural place? Is that where you find nature thriving? Is that where you find natural behaviors of humans?
No.
Okay, so then I'm confused now.
But okay, you see, now you're asking me natural before you asked me civilized.
No, you said,
so
you said hold on. I said, is civilization natural? You said, yeah. So now we're talking about civilization and nature. And they seem to...
So
Bro, civilization, yeah? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something for free. And I've told you this last year as well. Yeah? Civilization is mankind departing from nature. Let me remind you, yeah? Let me remind you that, because I swear down, they've got man in her. They got man thinking that civilization is no. If you want to, no. It's devolution. We go from shitting in the ground to shitting in your drinking water.
And when he says civilization, he gave two definitions there. And he went for the first one. The second one was polite and well-mannered. That's civilized. Not
obviously that's Oxford. So I thought we were savages.
No, hold on. No, beefy. No, BB. That's two different words. Civilized and civilization. Those two different words.
No, it's the same thing. I just typed in civilization. It says the stage of human, social, and cultural development and organization. Being organized. How can you be organized, right? If you don't have order, if you don't have
I said we were civilized, well-mannered, and polite. That's all I said.
That's the definition.
Time out. Let me just be academic here, because the only reason why I'm gonna just bring up this fact. The only reason why they say Sumeria is older than Egypt is because they developed the first civilization, i.e., they developed writing and codes and conduct. That's the only reason why. So civilization has to tie into like the first definition Zulu said, like writing, having a code of conduct. Got nothing to do with a motherfucker saying, "Oh, I'm well dressed, well mannered, I'm polite, I don't kill." But no, it's a code of conduct developed by writing.
Wait. When Zulu read out the definition of civilized, he said two things. They said, "I will go with the first
civilization, beefy. Civilization.
Listen, what is
not civilized?
Zulu. Wait.
Civilization.
Chill.
There's no polite. There's no polite. Right now, there's no.
Wait 1 second. When you first read out the first definition of civilized, I never said civilization. Civilized. You said whatever. Then you said polite and well-mannered. But I'm gonna go with the first definition. Am I wrong or right?
Okay. It's a derivative from civilization. The focus is the word keyword is civilization. So civilized is just a derivative of that anyway. But besides the point, right? This is the thing I don't understand, because when you look in nature, like we have already established, there is order. There is a form of leadership within a certain pack or within a certain tribe of animals. So now with human beings, all I see when I see a mass example of that is endeavor. You never see a native tribe building a pyramid. It takes a civilization. It takes a group of people coming together, a mass group of people coming together and living as a community.
Bro, you can build the mud pyramid. Zulu, you can build the mud pyramid out of clay.
I have a challenge. Show me.
You can build the mud pyramid out of sand, clay, rocks, whatever you want, Zulu. What are you talking about?
No. Let me ask you a question. A quick question, yeah? Show me a group of individuals or any person opposite to what your idea of a civilization is that has done anything as great as what we've seen by civilization.
Bro, all right. First of all, Zulu, yeah, you're a young man, yeah? Take your time, though, with what you're saying, because you're saying like this whole word of great again. Great. We're talking about great. So the pyramid is great, but the achievement of the native man on the land, not great. By whose measurement?
Okay, would you not agree that the pyramids are great?
If the Dogon tribe, have the same amount of astral or celestial information as those that built the pyramid of Giza, who is great, bruv? What is great?
The Dogon civilization.
What is great? Think about it. What you're saying is, yeah, you're like saying, oh, is the dude that raps on Freestyle Friday, yeah, is he as talented as the guy that just got a Grammy? But you're free of the system. But everything you measure up by the way the system looks at things. What is
the only greats I know are Great Britain and Alexander the Great.
No, I get what you're saying, Jez, but I'm just saying it's the combined minds, it's the community that makes these great things. Isolation, being singular.
Keep saying great things. You keep saying great things.
Okay, what word would be better than great?
They've done nothing for me yet.
But is it not an astonishment?
It may be, but then again, we can look at how these native people live, their knowledge of the land, their knowledge of themselves, their knowledge of the fucking agriculture and poisons and animals and the weather and you know what I mean. Even their knowledge of the world, the history, like their skills, the way that their brains work. Like you want to talk about great and amazing, just what lens are you looking through, bro? The ones with the
okay, what are they producing? What are they doing?
Sorry.
What are these Sentinelese, for example? What are these guys producing that shows like wow? Like, what are they doing?
You know what's
they're
wow?
Not doing anything.
You know what's wow? The fact that they're there. They're there. Go to the Sentinelese island and find me a batty man. Find me a transgender. Yeah. Find me a pedophile. Yeah. Find me a prison. Yeah. Find me the person that's got cancer. Find me the person that's lactose intolerant. Yeah.
Find me a religion.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Macu, chill out. Macu, chill.
Find me a religion. Find me a religion.
That's right. Find me energy. White.
Yeah, exactly.
Zulu, just don't even hear that. Zulu, just chill. Let me say something, though.
Yeah.
No. Hold on. Listen, I hear Zulu's point though, because think about this. I understand what you guys are saying, but Zulu is coming from the perspective of our modern day era, like what we see as modern day, I guess, as westernized Africans as great and good.
What is modern? What is modern?
He's thinking inside the box. It needs to come outside the box.
Hold on. Zulu and Beef, let me ask you a question. For example, we know right now, even if we had 100,000 people, we cannot build the pyramids of Khufu, the Giza. We couldn't do half of those stuff that they doing.
Wait.
Right now. So hold on, Beef.
Why you cut him up, Beefy, man? He's a fuckery.
All right, so that is the definition Zulu's trying to say, meaning great. They did it when we can't even do it modern day. So he's using his lens from 2019 in 3000 BC.
You said modern. You said modern.
We're in 2000. Yeah, we're in 2019, Beefy.
Okay. What I'm gonna say is, those people who are building the pyramid, was it great for them, or were they just building a pyramid?
I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know. But for us, Beefy is great. That's what I'm trying to say.
Community and civilization build that. That's all I know. Not one man in his family sitting there, like on a tree or whatever. It's a community, a civilization of combined minds that made an astonishment to even make us prepare today, 2019, thousands of years ago.
Not really.
Tell me this people doing that. Oh, of course.
Like Jedi said. Like Jedi said.
It was one man's idea. It was one man's idea, man. To build
I admire the system and all the Babylon things. I admire that. But then what are they producing to benefit the world? What are they producing? What are they doing? They're isolating themselves away from the rest of humanity. That can't be healthy.
Yes.
What?
That is healthy.
Brother,
that can't be healthy.
Where do you get this? How do you come to that conclusion?
Okay. So why can't
come to that conclusion that
members of
isolating yourself from the world? If it's good enough for Jesus or Yahushua or whatever to go for 40 days,
for time, not forever.
It's good enough for God. As long as in heaven. Good enough for God.
Good enough for Moses. 40 years.
Okay, do you think it's fair for us to have all this information, knowledge, and all this first world stuff, and for those guys to be there in an island like that? Do you think it's fair? It's not fair for Noah.
It's good enough for Noah.
What?
It's not fair for
what are you talking about, bruv, man?
Third world stuff.
Not fair.
What are you saying?
You think that what they're good. Like they need to be around other people, bro. It's not fair to leave them. It's cruel for us to leave them there. It's cruel.
Wow, you sound like social services.
I know.
We can't leave these kids in the house. It's cruel. Like, yo, stop meddling in other people's shit. Yeah. Leave them alone, bro. What happened to you? You chat about it's not fair for them. You sound like that. You sound like that guy in a fucking horror movie that's gonna bring back the fucking alien or whatever, or that something to another planet and go and fuck shit up. Like, just leave things how they are, bro. If it's broken,
for other human beings.
What?
We care for other human beings.
Care for yourself. Worry about yourself.
Why are you acting like they're suffering, bro?
We don't know. We don't even know anything about them. That's how bad it is. They've been away for thousands of years. We don't know anything about them.
Leave them.
This is crazy, fam. You got that white man disease. You got that white man Indiana Jones explorer disease. I'm gonna liberate you by any means necessary disease.
Okay. So you see a group of people on an island.
Okay, you give them Christianity.
Yeah, I'm a free you.
Perfect. Listen.
You're Hebrews.
All right.
You're Hebrews. You're all Hebrews.
Yo, Beefy, chill out the Hebrew thing now. Come on now, Beefy. Come on.
Sounding like a real missionary right now.
It's okay if you want Beefy. Try me. But anyway, listen. All right. I see your point. I do sound like I'm intruding their personal space.
Columbus, man said Columbus.
Deep this though. How about that? How about this? Let's say I manage to sneak in. I surveil the environment. I surveil the conditions of the individuals biologically. However, I find out these guys are suffering from
Big up Dexter. Exactly. Tell us.
Their age expectancy is 40. All of these things are just hygiene, everything. Do you want me to just go on my boat and go away like nothing happened? Or as a human being, as a caring human being, am I going to see if these guys are okay?
You're being silly. Yeah, all right, cool. Good example. Good hypothetical question. You're being silly, brother, though, man.
Okay, so Jez, can you guarantee that island is to pristine condition?
I'm done.
Hold on. Can you guarantee these guys are in pristine conditions? Can you guarantee that?
Hey, can you guarantee that man in Peckham is in pristine conditions? Why don't you go and airlift some motherfuckers out of the norm, bro? Yeah, man. You got some dudes in Miami living off food stamps and welfare cheese. Tell them. Yeah, tell them.
No, that's facts, bro. That's facts. Yeah, trust me.
Talking about. You want to go to the Sentinel Island and they're in pristine condition. They're not even pristine condition. Bruv. Fuck's sake.
Come on, man.
Nah. Come on, I'm not. Do you know how many homeless and hungry people are out here, bro?
Hey, Beefy. Hey, hold on, Beefy. Hold on, guys. Beefy cannot escape Malawi. Remember, we have to talk about Malawi today.
No, we'll talk about that. We'll definitely talk about
Beefy,
that.
You can't. Beefy, I gotta be fair. I have to be fair.
Let's continue this. Hold on. So, do you not understand even a tiny bit of what I'm saying? Like helping other people, just that small aspect of that. Do you not understand what I'm trying to?
Is your good? Listen, your heart is so good that you want to help them. However, you might be doing something bad for them though, even though you think it's good.
So just let them die then, of sickness.
No.
What sickness?
Going over there. You just going over
there getting sickness.
Yeah, exactly.
What?
Smallpox, chicken pox, all them type of. No, Julie, it does work like that. Your foreign diseases don't tend to kill them all.
Just to leave them there and not help them if there is anything.
They're alive. They've been there for more. I mean,
can you imagine? We've got the best medicine.
I don't even know what you're saying, Zulu. I'm confused, bro. I don't even know what you're saying.
How are they dying?
Oh my gosh, it's not fair, man. It's not fair.
How are they dying?
It's really.
I don't know.
You know what's even more sad about this whole thing? They probably even got lost on a ship 2,000 years ago, and they ended up being there, and now they're away from everyone. Probably didn't choose to be away from everyone.
You're funny, man. You're a funny guy, bro. Like, yo, and now when you see the world, like you sound like my son, like one of my young sons. That's how you sound like. You just see it like it's like a. Like
but do you not see any truth in what I'm saying?
No,
not at all, bro. Like everything you're saying is just weird right now. It's weird.
Let's be objective.
But I get what Sawyer was saying. It's like you're like a loving guy, like what about these guys? But it's like Zulu.
He's a colonizer. I
feel like you're looking at 1 second.
He's a Muzungu. He's a colonizer.
I feel not colonizer, but I feel like accidentally you're gonna be a colonizer with the way you're thinking. Yeah, I think more than anything, it's like a slightly immature worldview. If I could be as bold as to say that, Yeah, it's that you look at it like kind of childlike. Like, oh, but these people over there, they've not got no one around them to play with them. It's like, yo, bro, like you're talking about a whole nation of people that are existing without you, bro. Like you're in your head, you feel like society we live in right now is such a miraculous thing that we need to share this with other people. But the truth is, you're not even happy in the society you're in now anyway. Why are you going to share this disease with people that are free of it? They don't have phones, or they didn't have phones, they didn't have this, and now we want to go and bring all that shit to them? Why would you want to do that?
Look how much more we achieve. I understand the pros and cons. I fully understand the pros and cons.
Bro, what is there more to achieve?
Bro, we literally destroyed the earth.
One last thing. What is there more to achieve? One last thing.
I hear that, Zulu.
What is there more to achieve than to feed, clothe, and shelter yourself? Like, and have your children and multiply. What is it you, because you haven't seen a skyscraper or they haven't sent a rocket from the Sentinel Islands, you're thinking that they've not achieved nothing? Like, bruv, like you're in the Western paradigm so much, and you're not even from here.
Okay, deep
Black
though.
Zulu.
Come on, think about the inbreds. Just that alone. That's one argument. Those guys are sleeping with each other. They're all related. Just think about that.
Who?
No one's the gene pool. The gene pool is a joke, bro. All those guys are mixing.
Adam and Eve.
Bro, it's
Adam and Eve is a joke then.
mess. No one should be. It's a mess.
Adam and Eve is a joke.
It's a mess, man.
Adam and Eve is a joke, innit? Bible story is a joke then.
Just think about it. Okay, let's go to the root of this year, because I understand how I can be seen as a colonizer. I fully get that. Oh, these guys need help. I understand that. On the real one, I understand. But let's go to the root of it. This is all hypothetical because I don't know the origin of the sentence. Yeah. I've heard they came on a ship or something and they got stranded there. I don't know the full story. But let's say you knew these people were going to get lost and isolated on this island for 2,000 years. And you said your farewells to them and they went on that ship. Did you let them go?
What? Say that again?
Okay, let's go back 2,000 years before they left and landed on that island. And you knew this tribe, this group, this family, or this member, or whoever it was. And you knew they would get lost and you would never see them again, or the world would never see them again until now. Would you let them go on that ship and go to the island?
Bruv, this is such an immature question. Even the way you're answering it, it's like, did you leave me any room to
Jedi, can I answer it?
Just leave them.
Let me answer you.
Why can't we help?
Last time someone went there, they were throwing spears and bows and arrows at them, saying, "Leave us alone."
The guy went there to go and preach.
No, what was I telling you? No. What is that telling you? They're telling you, "Don't come here." What is that telling you?
First of all, they've probably never seen a white guy before, so that probably shook them. So second of all,
this is the third time it's happened. So why do you think they keep doing this?
Maybe they become violent. Maybe they're like violent. They don't like other people. Maybe they want diseases. Maybe they've had contact. Maybe they run away. They've had contact with people like you before. You don't even know what a disease is, bro. Let's be real. I know you want to be like, oh, nature, but the education level, bro.
Are we speaking? I'm saying, listen. Can I talk for a second?
Yeah, but what did they need a degree in, Zulu?
Oh, see, and then you're gonna say, oh, the system. I understand the two sides. I fully get it. But let's put all that away and look at these group of people that are away from the whole world. How is that fair for anyone? How is that fair? We can go for them. Anywhere in the world, we can explore the full created world. We can see all these things. We can learn all these things, and you're just gonna leave them on the island? Are you serious?
They want to be there.
How do you know? Maybe they can't leave. Biffy, they can't leave if they didn't want to. How can they leave?
What do you mean they can't leave if they want to? How do they get in the first place?
They probably don't even know there's continents. They probably think that's all there is.
No. Hey, Zulu, answer that question. How did they get there in the first place?
Because I don't know how, but I've heard rumors that maybe a ship went there and they got stranded. They didn't. And that's how they stayed there. If you're trying to find indigenous from there, that would be a lie, because we know everyone came from Africa.
What ship?
The good ship Jesus.
It could have been an Egyptian ship. It could have been some, I don't know, East African ship or whatever. All I know is these people clearly look African like. And those guys have been there for more than 2,000 years. It's not fair. It's not fair.
Not thrown.
And listen, all you want, but you wouldn't leave anyone stranded. You wouldn't leave anyone stranded.
Zulu, why is it not fair on you?
Right.
Zulu, can I ask you a question? Why is it not fair on you that they're there by themselves?
It's not about how I feel. It's about what's right. If you can't see that, I don't know, bro.
Well,
Yours that selfish.
I'm saying it's not right.
Yeah, go Maku.
It's not right to disturb them. I'm saying.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
Oh, who's disturbing them?
No, you are. You want them to put McDonald's there. You know what I'm saying? You want them to bring.
I'm not going there to bring the cons of the system, the pros of the system.
Like what?
Bro, okay. Compare your life now to their life, and tell me you wouldn't want to stay here. Let's be real. No, forget all Babylon. Let's be objective. Let's be real. Would you want to be in where they are right now? Be honest.
Let me tell you my perspective. I actually want a bunch of fucking lands where I can live there and do the fuck I want. That's my goal in life, actually.
Yeah, that's my goal in life as well. Yeah, that'd be perfect.
An island. Isolated from the whole world.
If you're saying I don't want to be isolated from the whole world. I agree with that part. But it's just I want my own autonomy though. Like I actually want my own space. I don't want people to come bother me if I don't want them to. You understand, Zulu? Because your good might be their bad, and their bad might be your good.
100%. And hold on. So if they want me to go, I'll go. But at least I tried, right?
But they don't want you there in the first place. They keep telling you people don't come here.
No, come
here. At least I tried, right? They let them die or whatever.
Is this evangelism, though, Zulu, or are you just trying to help them?
Bro, just forget all of that. Listen, these guys probably have hundreds of diseases.
Oh,
like, come on.
Yo, you sound weird right now. That's hundreds of diseases.
You like nature. When this shit gets real, those people have been there by themselves, inbred, thousands of years. Let's point out all the negatives. Let's look at this objectively and say, is this right? What's going on right now?
So what about Adam and Eve? Was that a bad thing then?
Beefy, I don't know why you keep bringing it back to religion because you don't want to go there. You get destroyed every time. So let's stick to something that we can.
No, hold on. We can segue this into the actual African spirituality. Bring up the Shona spirituality, the Zulu spirituality, the Kemet, all that. We can talk about it all right now. It's actually a great segue.
But this is the thing. So even in African spiritualism, the whole point of stewardship, which is similar to Christianity, helping the other fighting brother.
Hold on. Zulu and Beefy right now. You both are from South Africa. I got a perfect example for you guys right now. Zulu, would you want the Europeans to come into South Africa just like how you are talking about? Oh, I want to help you guys. I want to stop you guys from having diseases. I'm going to help you. You would want them to do that to you guys right now in South Africa.
But the Europeans didn't bring anything to help us. All they did was destroy and take and steal and rape.
But they're saying that they helped you. Hold up. No. They're saying that they helped you, Zulu, just like how you're saying you're going to help them.
Okay, but sorry, do you really think I'm going to go and do what they did? Come on, bro. Obviously, I'm speaking from a more generous point of view. Considering,
but I'm talking about the whole. I'm trying to help you out. I'm trying to help you. I want you to be more civilized. That type of shit.
Okay, so because one other people lied, doesn't mean anyone else that's trying to help is now against now. So no one can help because of that instance. Especially coming from someone who suffered, or from a family line who suffered from that colonization and oppression, it would mean more from the help coming from those people than from anybody else. It would mean more if Africans went to the Sentinelese Island and helped them than Europeans, because they have a mutual understanding of being betrayed and intruding. But to say that you can't help them in general and just leave them and that's it, that just makes no sense, because we're all human beings and we don't know what's going on in the island. They could be dying and suffering from all sorts of diseases and illnesses, especially because of inbred. No one wants to address that.
Zulu, first of all.
I keep saying that, but it's true. Who's going in there to make the gene pool fresh? It's all the relation.
So hold on,
Can I talk now? Can I talk, please? This is
it's true. So from a scientific perspective, it's true.
Can I talk for a sec?
Go ahead.
This is why I always say the third cause of blindness in Africa is cataracts. The biggest two are politics and religion. This is a proof of it right now. Zulu talking.
No one's hearing me, bro.
No, I hear you, Zulu. Listen, I hear you. I just wanted to know if you were gonna change their ideology.
And that's a poor example to bring up the Zulus and what they did to us. We weren't isolated. We were a community with other Africans as well.
No, but I'm saying no. The reason why I'm giving you an example is because hold up, Zulu. I'm giving an example because you literally describe a situation where you are going to help somebody that you don't know if they want help. So I'm saying that the white people wanted to help you guys, and they didn't know if you want to help. They just said, "I'm gonna help you." Fuck what you talking about. You need Christianity.
So is that how or clearly not the same thing, is it?
But I'm saying but listen, for that tribe you trying to help that's on the island, it might be a takeover for them. What you mean I can't have sex with blah 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 who I want? What do you mean I can't like that's a whole different worldview change, like you know what I'm saying?
If they want, think about this, I tried to do something. Is that not better than doing nothing? Even a help is not a problem.
You are sounding like a fucking missionary, a real bad missionary.
Alvin Batu. No wonder you got along with Alvin.
Standard again. Let the emotional standard. We're not gonna have a conversation now. You're a missionary and it's colonizer.
No, Zulu. Hold up, no. We still got the Maori, the Zulu or the Shona history to talk about.
Sorry, you're cracking me out. Hold up.
Gosh. You know, it's frustrating that no one is seeing what I'm saying. It's frustrating me. Literally frustrating me.
Shut up, seeing it, bro. Because like you know what it sounds like. You know what someone said about you a couple of days ago, yeah? And I was laughing. They said that you sound like you got black, white savior complex.
Wow. Said black and white.
Yeah, no, he's got black, white savior complex. Yeah. Obviously, he's got white savior complex, but he's white, he's black, innit? And yeah, that's a missionary trait. You're like you feel like your civilization is clean and your ways are better, but then you're not happy. It's like you're painting a fantasy about the life we're living and going on like, oh, this is so much better than you look living in your stinky little mud hut and catching food from the river. Now you can go to Iceland and get breaded and breaded corn. Like, come on, bro. Like,
that's how it sounded for real.
What was saying that? But no one wants to be in those conditions. Let's be real.
Wow. You don't.
And Zulu cutthroat, dog. Zulu cutthroat, man.
Yeah.
Hold on, you
cutting his own throat to spite his face.
Hold on, you want to get more from? Come on, man.
What?
Let's be real.
Let's be real. What?
Do you guys want to shit on the ground? None of you guys want to get water from a river. Let's be real.
Who told you that, bro?
He said shit on the ground.
He told you.
Hold on. Let me paint a picture of what you guys are saying you want.
Wait. If you're gonna paint a picture, yeah, paint a non-biased one.
I'm from Africa. I'm not biased. I understand nature. I like that stuff. Yeah, but even Africans are isolated. They all know each other. They all go to the other countries. They trade. No one is isolated. That doesn't bring forth no protection.
Yeah, but that's just down to your location. I'm sure there's lots of tribes that would love to be isolated and just do their own thing. There's lots of people that would love to just be isolated, but due to their positioning geographically or whatnot, they got neighbors. More time, the fact that they got neighbors is the cause of the war. So let's not front like everyone wants people around them.
But even if everyone goes to their own spot and they do their own thing, it's going to expand and expand and expand until the borders or whatever the parameters get bigger and bigger. Oh, here's a neighbor now.
Who told you that? We've not filled up this earth yet. We don't know how long we've been here. We ain't filled it yet. So who fucking told you? Hold on. Whoever told you that before you get a chance to fill the fucking earth, the earth wouldn't just cleanse itself with you as a parasite? Like, don't ever, like, this is the thing. The ego of who we think we are, and we're so away from nature. Because anyone, like, you think monkeys and gorillas and tigers, you think they worry about fucking in case they run out of land? Oh, one day the world's just going to be all tigers. No, it ain't, bro. It ain't.
Yeah, because they're part of the ecosystem.
And mankind's living outside of the ecosystem by living in these civilized fucking cities and shit.
Because,
Go on.
It's because we're not slaves to. Okay, this is gonna go to the spirit and the machine or the soul, whatever you want to call it. As much as we're nature, we can't deny that divine part of ourselves to be greater than our natural disposition.
Gods.
This is why we. This is why we look to the skies. We make up gods. So nature aspect.
What do you mean greater than our natural disposition? There's nothing greater than our natural disposition. This is where I think we're going wrong. We think that.
So you don't. What about the divine part?
Greatness is a journey back to nature, not a journey away from nature.
So what about the divine part of self?
That's part. That would be part of nature. That'd be your natural. That would be your naturally.
Where did God tell you that you
right?
are greater than everything else?
Hold on. That would be your naturally divine part, right?
What?
You said what about the divine part of man, right?
Yeah.
So that would be naturally divine. Wouldn't be unnaturally divine. It'd be part of nature. It'd be.
Yeah, but nature's the first door, the first level. I'm talking about the spiritual. We transcend this natural plane.
No. Nothing transcends the natural. Nothing transcends nature.
So is everything nature then?
Is your understanding is what makes something supra or super nature, supernatural, because it's outside your understanding, your current understanding. Where it doesn't mean it's outside of nature, because nature is what should be and what is. Nature is that system that you was talking about in the first place. Order, right?
That's a good
point. Part of that, like to even think that you're coming outside of that is it doesn't make sense, fam. Stop trying to take away from what we are. We should be at one with nature, with what we were created with.
But we're not like the other animals. We don't just even like I see what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying. But there's something that makes us do more. We're never satisfied with just the simple. There's that drive in us to do more. To make bigger things, to go make faster things, to do this, to do that. There's that endeavor. It's something else.
Bro, who is it that see these inventions? Let's get this right, because I like you keep attributing a lot of things there to us as people, and I'm seeing there's one set of people that want to build the fastest car on land, and that's not what we seem to be into, though, bro. You know what I mean? And those inventions. What is the use? What is the use of it? That's not what I would call greatness, bro.
Okay, so it's dependent upon use.
Yeah, I mean, you building a fast car ain't helping me eat. It's not purifying water when I'm stuck in the middle of the ocean. I can't drink that salt water because you made a car that can go 300 miles or 300 kilometers an hour. The fuck does that mean? When my grandma's sitting there with bone cancer, you telling me about a plane or that can travel 3,000? I don't care. Let's be real.
Not even that. The car need a road to run on, so you just throwing away agricultural land right there.
Yeah,
it's like, a crazy cycle.
We're going away from what is important, bro. Get me?
That's what you're saying.
We're going away from nature. We're going away from everything. Medicine.
Technology a problem because it brings so much good things. Though.
It's the type of technology. If it was like nature friendly or biodegradable, something that actually benefits the environment, then it wouldn't be bad. Like for example,
so is it natural for humans to build technology?
Let me just give you an example. Yeah, of course it is. You remember how I think you were on a panel, Jedi was asking about free energy. Yeah. Technology will help us to develop a system that helps us make free energy, and that would be perfect. So technology can be useful, and so that's your question.
Technology is a stone embedded in a stick that I can throw. That's technology, right? I mean,
a fishing rod or something.
You know, like I'm not against technology. I'm not. This ain't even a. But I'm saying what you keep saying is great. Oh, well, we can't achieve great things. Like, and I'm saying, what are these great things you're talking about? There's all this artificial shit, and you're saying this is where we're destined. You sound like a transhumanist. That's what you sound like.
No, you're right. I see what you're saying now.
Greater than biological, this biological entity that we are, whatever, this composite of atoms and cells, and we're destined to be greater than that. And it sounded like transhumanism, like you want to upload your consciousness into a hard drive or a server somewhere, and then and then your consciousness can be sitting in a computer. Then you're gonna say what? You're God now, or you're greater than all these animals because you no longer need a body. Or where are we going?
No, on a second thought, I agree with what you're saying. I reflect on what I said and I disagree with those parts of what I said now. I understand that because it can be seen as a complete separation from what is natural and what is God-given. But as long as you don't disagree with the fact that, yes, we can put components together, build things, and into an extent, it's natural for us to build things or do things for use, like you said, depending upon the use.
I don't know.
That's all I'm saying.
I might be a bit controversial. I don't know how natural it is. I don't know how natural it is for us to build things and build these big buildings and that. I'm not really sure what the purpose of that is. I think that form of masonry has been expanded to take away from the internal form of masonry. I reckon that us as human beings, as long as we've got food, clothes, and shelter, there's certain things we could be doing internally that are mind-blowing and are actually the gateways to the future of mankind. It's an internal building, internal civilization, internal finding of order and I don't know what you want to call it, a system or whatever. It's understanding that and your relation to nature, how you relate with nature, what it means. Then you start unlocking true spirituality because you're truly connected. Your physical is truly connected with the physical of everything, and you're understanding life from that way. This artificial Europeanized way of seeing things looks at everything as a tool to be used or something to be utilized or people to be saved, or it's just such a unempathetic way of looking at everything around us.
So you don't see that in mentality or ideology in other civilizations and other people groups in ancient times. You don't see those ideas.
I mean, I could see it getting worse and worse, but I believe that the ancients worked far more in tune with nature, and therefore they unlocked more secrets of reality. That's why I feel they were more advanced spiritually, esoteric, what you want to call it, in occult realms, and whatever you want to call it, metaphysically. They were more advanced because they had a better start, because they were closer to nature. And the more we move away from nature and what reality is, and the more we buy into this fake reality and we take it as our real reality, then the harder it will be for us to get to that state of being. Because at the end of the day, these people, when they're ready, they're going to pack up and go to their retreats in the middle of fucking nowhere, in the middle of nature, where there's no contaminants, where there's not this, where there's not that. You know what I mean? They go off into the forest and into the jungles, places we can't go. You know what I mean? And they go and embrace all of that shit. They've been everywhere. They've seen all these monuments and all these secret places and secret gardens, and they've swam in all these secret lakes with all these mad minerals and that you only see from the plane. You don't even get to go there, protected areas. So that I would say that the plan of the powers that be is to steal nature from us and get us to agree to swap nature for what they make synthetically. And when
artificial stuff that they've
food and our medicine, that's clearly what they're doing. Now they're doing it with our women. They're making our women shave off their eyebrows to draw on fake eyebrows. Yeah?
Yeah.
Replace their breasts with silicone. Replace their butts with this and that. Replace their lips with this and that. They're putting collagen in their face and that. So we're starting to love and become attracted to the fake. And now we've got fake news, like Anonymous is saying. We've got fake news, we've got fake food, fake water, fake freedom, fake peace, fake love. You know what I mean? What is fake love? Oh, love is love. And it's just a way to just wipe out human.
You're right. You're right. I fully agree with you. I can't disagree with you there still.
This is just how I
feel. So you're gonna leave those people on the island alone, right?
Brainwashed, or I've been given this false idea. I fully get what you're saying.
When you're walking through a meadow and you see a strange, unique flower, and you really love the way it looks, you love how it's like, you love the coloring of it, you know, you love the smell of it. What'd you do?
Pick it up.
You've killed it.
Oh,
come on, bro! What?
I'm just saying. Now you've killed it, Zulu. Just think about it, don't it? Just think about it. You pick the flower. Most of us probably would. But now you've killed the thing that you was admiring that was so beautiful to you. You've killed it. Now,
so I pick an apple.
Now use that analogy on the Sentinelese and all these people that are out in nature, or just think about it, bro. Sometimes leave things in their natural state by how they are. Just admire that shit. Not every time you pick a flower, you know. So admire it. Take a picture.
How about this one though? To use that same scenario, I see a sprout growing from the ground, and it needs water. I water it.
Lulu, you've got black, white savior. See, I'm telling you,
the man said he gonna water that people on the island, save them. Like, yo, chill out, man. Chill out.
I'm against that. I'll bang all the. Bro, I'm against all that shit, bro. But hear me out. I water that plant. And that same flower that I saw in the other side, I see it, and I've helped it to grow. How about that?
But Zulu, hold on, but Zulu, you're literally trying to play like a god figure. Then
I'm made in God's image. What do you expect me to do?
Okay, all right. If you're gonna say that answer, okay.
Bro. We create, we destroy, we do all of these things that make no sense to nature. I'm telling you, there's a part of us that is exterior from this. It's the flesh, it's the vehicle that's natural.
Yeah.
Bro.
Zulu's an evangelist, man. He's not gonna change.
I understand fully what you're saying. We were at the best time in this universe or in this life was before the modern pop. I think that was the best times to be alive. Sorry, go on.
I don't know. To me, you're cutting up. I don't know if anyone else heard that. To me, you're breaking up.
Hello.
Yeah, Zulu. Yeah, no. Big up to Tony Brown. And then, man, there, Are You Correct? Janet Huggins, Anonymous, M. Don Bravo. Bravo, jump on, bro. Come chat with us, man. And Tony Brown, we're going to have to get you on soon, you know, Unks. We need some wisdom, you know, some elders and that. Come chat with us. Get me?
Well, hey, I'm telling you, the topic is good today, though. I must say.
But still.
Yeah.
But, like, I think we're all noticing Zulu's colonial ways. And maybe
yeah.
I can see a bit of me in Zulu. I can see a bit of my like fast ways of seeing things, bro.
Can you run as fast as Zulu? He just dusts out quick.
Well, he might be back, man. He might be back. He won't go too hard. I know he likes it when his brother red pills on, because I make you lot go easy on him and that. You get me? You know, he hides behind me. He hides behind my legs and that. Like, yo.
All right, let's get to the next stage, because we had a little conversation with me, Anonymous, and Young Money. All right, so is electricity bad?
Do you know what? Yeah, I got suspicions. I don't know, man. I got suspicions about electricity. I'm quite naive on what electricity is and where it really comes from and how it's harnessed properly. Yeah, but I mean, from it being a natural resource, I don't think no natural resources are bad.
Okay. All right, so let me give you my answer. All right, Anonymous was saying that somebody told him what Akon is doing, giving millions of people in Africa electricity was good. Meaning that was sarcasm, meaning he was trying to say it was bad to him. So I asked him the question: is electricity bad, or is the manner of producing electricity bad? Then I asked: are solar panels bad? Meaning we produce electricity. More
importantly, what are we doing with the electricity?
Okay, yeah, that's another question. Okay, but let's answer the first part though. Is the manner of electricity the problem, or is electricity itself the problem?
Can I ask a question though quickly?
No. Let's answer that. Hold on. Let's stay. Hold up. Beefy. Don't, bro. We gotta do the Muwawe thing, man. Kevin's my brother, and I gotta let it happen.
I said, chill. You asked the question. I said, can I ask a question?
No. I'm answering your question. Innit?
Go ahead.
If natural electricity is lightning the lightning a good thing?
Yeah, lightning has its benefits. You want me to tell you why?
Well,
all right. For example, in South Florida, we have certain plant species that cannot pollinate or produce. The seeds can't germinate without fire, and the way to get fire over here is through electricity or lightning. You don't want somebody to light a fire in the Everglades, so lightning is normally the natural way it happens. So when that happens, you get pine trees, what releases seeds, these pine nuts. When the fire comes, the seeds are germinated, where you produces more forest and more oxygen and whatever you need to produce, keep the environment healthy. That's why I would say lightning is pretty good.
Let's just say one thing. I never ran away. I switched from one device to another. Continue.
Come on, Zulu. You're a soldier, man. You're a soldier.
I never run.
I don't know if you know, like in Africa, like for us, lightning is something we don't play with. It kills people seriously. It fry you. Lightning will strike a field and kill dozens of people. So I don't know about electricity. You got natural light, you got natural heat.
Wind kills people, rain kills people, sun kills people.
Can I ask another question? Because you said everything in nature is good, right?
Yeah,
what about poison? What about poison? What about all of these things I eat out in the nature? Berries.
You use poison and hunt. You use poison and hunt with. You know, you could use poison and protect your family from the enemy. So ain't nothing wrong with poison.
But even nature's against me in that aspect. Not everything is safe for me, even within nature.
Not everything is what made for you or safe.
Safe for me.
Yeah, I agree.
So in every level of being, there's danger and there's what not to touch and whatnot. So nature isn't the end all and be all. Like, there's dangers in nature.
What are you trying to say though? What's the point you're making?
Like there's no security in any of these environments. There's always danger. There's always hurt and pain, and that just goes back to the general of what it is to be in this life, in this reality.
Yeah. Okay.
So perfect, the bliss, it's amazing world of nature that doesn't exist.
What?
I think it's your perception, Zulu. Though
I didn't even really. I didn't really get what you were saying. I'm not ashamed to say I don't know what you're saying. I don't.
Right now, I feel like
I'm saying it's not as perfect. As much as it's definitely better than this system. I will agree to that. Even within nature itself, it's very dangerous.
Yes, agree. Correct.
A bear could just come out of a cave and rip you apart.
Yes.
A lion could just...
But hold on, but Zulu, that's why you don't sleep by a bear cave.
Exactly. That's why you know your land. Furthermore, that's why you can read trails and you know that where the bears have gone. That's why you can smell the bears. In fact, that's why you're eating from the land, so the bears can smell you and want to stay away from you because they know how you get down. Bears don't want no smoke. But if you bump into a bear, he's gonna lick you down. We had this conversation the other day. Bears don't want no smoke with man.
And they only kill men because you get close to their children. Once you get close to a bear child, they're gonna kill you.
Okay, so what about all these stories of people going to these safari things, going into the forest and getting ripped apart by bears and lions?
That's some white people. That's white people being crazy and shit.
So you think black people, you think villagers in Africa don't get attacked by lions?
Bro, I can show you.
You go into that territory, Zulu. And listen, let me be real, Zulu. If I got my own city, I'm being my own autonomous being, and Zulu comes on my land without letting me know, I might shoot you first, Zulu.
That's uncivilized.
How does it? I don't know if you're trying to kill me, Zulu.
So why don't you have a form of diplomacy?
But these are animals. Hold up, we're talking about animals, Zulu. They're gonna talk to you in what animal language?
Oh, I thought you meant a human being. Sorry.
No, but I'm giving you an analogy so you can understand, because you didn't want to understand. Animals have territory, they have domains. They piss on places just so you know don't come here, like dogs. But you're acting like you don't know this, so I'm trying to give you.
With nature, you're just walking around in that area and you wonder why the fuck you getting yam. Now, this, like you said though, there's randomnesses in nature as well, yeah. So it might just so happen you and the bear cross paths. Like either you, like one of you lot got to leave in it. Either you walk out with a new bear jacket, or the bear walks out with a new Zulu meal in its stomach. It is what it is. That's down to you two on that day. This is life. That's life. That's not some government that's plotted to put a bunch of brown bears and a bunch of fucking Zulus in the same area and then throw in a bit of crack cocaine and get them to fight each other.
But that's a hostile environment. But see, compare the environment to here. That is a hostile environment.
This is a hostile environment, bro.
This is a hostile environment, 100%.
Well, you as a human being would thrive in nature more than you will thrive here in captivity. But you think that this is freedom. That's the sickness.
No, this isn't freedom. Of course not.
Okay, so you're in captivity, whether you know this is.
But am I not more safe here? Let's be real. Let's be real.
Safe
Am I
from
not more
what,
safe
bro?
here?
No. Safe from what, bro?
Bro, if you throw me into the forest right now, I'm dead, bro.
No, hold on. See, hold up. That's the problem right there. Jedi asked if you Jedi said earlier if you could read tracks, you're probably so he's trying to say if you're trained to live. No, yeah, but I'm saying, but if you're nobody's just gonna throw you in the jungle. If you're trained to understand the signs and symbols of nature, maybe you can survive longer.
But that's not instinctive to know tracks. You have to read that from someone or learn that from someone. That just goes back to another thing. All of these all of these behaviors are not instinctive; they're learned. You don't learn it. You don't instinctively know this is a barefoot. Like, come on! Like, all of these environments are hostile. There's no perfect environment.
Let me tell you something. Listen. I hear your point, and I'm gonna concede on that part. But I'm gonna let you know something. I don't know if I can't understand that listen, if I if I put my foot down and it makes an imprint, then I see another creature that has a different footprint. I'm gonna be cautious, Zulu.
Yeah, nobody has to tell me that. That could be a deer. That could be a fluffy animal.
But Zulu, that's what I'm saying. You don't know. The unknown makes you afraid. Therefore, once you get past the unknown, meaning training to read tracks, that fear goes away, and maybe you can survive.
How do the Khoisan survive in the hostile environment, like you say? How do the Pygmies survive in the hostile environment, like you say? How do the Inuit survive in the hostile environment, they say, for centuries and centuries, and they're cool?
Because of learned behavior, community, and because of understanding what to eat, what not to eat, which takes a long time. They didn't just get it instantly. They weren't born with the understanding. Don't eat this berry. They weren't born with that.
Hostile state of mind. Hostile state of mind, then, isn't it?
No, but think about this, Beefy. Let's look at this comparison. Look at a bee. Does a bee have to be taught to go to a flower? Does a lion have to be? No, all of these animals, they work like drones. Everything's instinctive and impulsive. They don't have to be taught nothing.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Hold up. Yes, they do. The mother animals teaches the baby animals a lot of things. So let's not play that game. They have to teach them certain skills. Yeah.
Fair enough. But does a bee have to be taught to go and pollinate a flower?
Do you have to be taught to piss, Zulu? Do you have to be taught to grab your mother's titties, suck it? Do you have?
We never had potty training. We never had potty training, no?
Huh?
We never had potty training.
No, but I'm asking you pissed yourself though, Zulu.
Of course,
it just came out naturally.
We all pissed ourselves when we were babies, right?
So I'm saying there's some stuff that humans have instinctively also. We just never explored. Hold up, we just never explored all the facets that's instinct in us because we are not immersed in nature. If we're immersed in nature, maybe those traits will come out. Like the junk DNA
show me instinctive behavior in terms of humans' relations to nature. Show me that instinctive behavior because everything seems learned when it comes to nature. Learn what berries to eat. Learn what animal tracks. Learn how to make a spear. Learn how to. Nothing's instinctual, even in nature, when it comes to human beings. Yes, sucking a mom's tit, yeah, of course.
Survival.
No, I hear that point, but you see, you say make a spear. So that, like Beefy just said, that's just survival. That's just instinct. You want to protect yourself. So making a spear is actually innate in your being. I need to protect myself.
Not everyone can make a spear. Someone might be
but hold on. You can say a spear, but we can say a club. We can say a rock. It's innate to defend yourself, Zulu.
Okay, fair
survival.
Enough.
Yeah, so yeah.
But we're talking about thriving. Okay, there's a difference.
I know. I conceded the point. I conceded your point, Zulu, about the tracks and all that other stuff. I agree with that part.
We can't thrive in the jungle with a rock. Come on, bro. There's a difference between thriving and surviving. Clear difference.
Do you think other animals don't know other animal tracks? Do you think antelope doesn't know that this?
Yeah, but do they have to learn that, Beefy? Do they have to learn that like we do, or is it natural?
Are you born knowing everything?
Of course not. This is what I'm saying. We're sponges.
But
those animals are not sponges. They are born knowing a lot of shit that we don't know.
They're not born knowing everything. Are you dumb, bro?
That's why I'm saying these guys have a code in their genes to do and operate and do as they do what they're supposed to do for the economy, for the ecosystem. They just do what they're supposed to do.
And let me tell you something, Zulu. You know, leopards and lions have to teach their kids to hunt. They have to watch the mother hunt. Like you have to sit there, watch them hunt the deer, stop the deer, or the elk, or the zebra, or whatever. They actually look and watch. So let's not play this game like animals are drones. They're just automatons. They just follow, blah blah blah.
Okay.
They actually develop cognitive abilities. It's just not our level.
Okay, fair enough. But let me ask you a question. If you were to get a lion that's never hunted before or never killed a prey, and you put him next to a deer, you think he's not going to rip that deer apart? Let's be real. Is there not an instinctual drive in him to rip apart a prey and eat it? Come on,
Would you have? Is it instinctual for you to have sex with a woman you don't even know? You just a woman's there, you're horny. You never had sex before, you never seen it before. You're not gonna figure something out innately.
Yeah, I think you will, bro. But,
exactly though. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Sure. I can't be sure because I think I did have some influence. I think I saw a little bit of porn, and someone did tell me where the willy goes and what, like, you know. So I think I did have maybe.
But listen, you're gonna try a few holes, but the fact is, I'm saying the act of sex is gonna happen. You're gonna remember they say you turn into an animal, and then when you bust a nut, you're back to normal.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So that's what I'm trying to get at, man. Zulu, you'll learn soon, Zulu. You'll learn what I'm talking about soon.
Yeah, boy.
But it's not easy to thrive in nature for human beings, clearly.
Not at all. No, fam. We are nature, fam. Like the type of human beings we are now, we're not born into natural settings. But if we're born into natural settings, we would then inherit not only the memory from our DNA of the land and what we're dealing with, so we'd be a lot more in tune innately because, you know, information is passed down through the generations just from living on a certain land and eating a certain food. You'd be attuned to that land in a different way, electromagnetically. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, there's just, and each land has got a different spirit, a different vibe to it, a different vibration. You want to acclimatize and be part of that. But having said that, fam, I don't think like the way we are now is gonna be like, we can just drop a baby in nature and that's
exactly.
Just it's not that, because we're being domesticated. That's the word. We're being domesticated. Same way that you can't take a modern day sheep or cow and put that in nature. You can't take a modern day banana or rice and put that in nature. It would not survive without agriculture, without tending, without a shepherd. That's kind of like what's happening to mankind. Mankind is being domesticated. You get me? Maybe a couple thousand years ago, yeah, Romulus and Remus and all these things. Because we all smelt different. We smelt different. That meant nature, animals in nature reacted differently to us.
Hey, you know, Jedi just said some deep shit. Everybody talk about how great the Roman Empire is, but Romulus and Remus was raised by nature, a wolf.
Wolves, yeah.
Like, imagine that.
Yeah, that's true.
So, yeah.
Which I think was a metaphor for being raised by the state, though.
Okay. I was thinking of just the wild.
I think maybe it's just that's funky Romanian thing, like have sex with animals, isn't it? That's what I thought it was.
Bestiality and shit, huh?
Yeah, that's what I thought it was, isn't it? Does that man get down?
I bet you Matthew's got some Romulus and Remus.
You need changing on the Sentinel Islands and all that.
You know what? I changed that statement now. I think just let them be. I will feel bad for them, but let them be, fam.
You know what, dude? How about letting them be could mean that they're probably closer to God than we are. From your
maybe from Adam kind of relationship, yeah, probably, yeah.
You understand?
Yeah, I see that.
They're probably committing less sins than we are.
That's true.
You know?
And connected to the higher self as well.
Who's that man like Mills?
Come on, family.
Come on.
Big up Mills.
You know what I was gonna say about the animals? What about the gazelle? As soon as the baby gazelle was born, he has to learn how to run within the first 10 minutes. So how can he learn how to run off the back? Because I heard you lot talking earlier about animals learning behavior. Some things are genetically inside you. Do you know what I mean?
God put that in there for the animals to just do.
Because you need it. Because otherwise you wouldn't even have the chance of survival.
Wait, can I ask you a question, Mills? When you're born, are you taught how to cry? Are you taught how to cry when you're born?
Yeah, but what does crying benefit the ecosystem?
Was crying so when you're hungry, when you need help, to let your parents know that you need something?
I mean, of course not. You're not taught to cry. It's natural. That's an instinctive thing. So, I'm not saying nothing. Be beefy. I'm not saying nothing.
I know. I think it was one of my nephews or one of my nieces. I have to double check. Yeah, when they come out, they didn't cry.
I'm not saying.
Yeah, but you got to make sure the baby cries, though. I think. Right?
Yeah, if they don't cry, yeah. That's
I remember the thing. Obviously, he cries now, but when he was a baby, he didn't cry.
They slap their ass, and if they don't cry, it means they don't feel pain.
The point I'm trying to make is it's a natural thing, isn't it? So for a gazelle, running is a natural state of being.
But Beefy, I'm not saying that nothing is instinctive in human beings. We cry, we poo, we eat, we all. Yeah, fair enough. Which is very instinctive because we need to do those things. But if you throw this instinctive human being into nature, is it as instinctive in relation to nature as the other animals are? No, that's what my premise is.
So are we saying, are we born into cities or are we born into nature?
Even in the natural environment, how instinctive are humans to nature, or is everything learned? Does the elder have to sit at the fire and tell the young generation to be careful of this fruit?
This is what they say now. When they study human children, human infants compared to animal infants, they say that we're basically disabled. But what it is, they say that, innit? Because look, we're born blind, or you think it's joke? A human baby is fucking defenseless, bro. Yeah,
we're smarter though.
A human baby is defenseless. You say smarter, but some babies are born, some offspring are born instantly independent to be able to fend for themselves. Some are even born with defense mechanisms, poisons and sharp shells, all sorts of things. Yeah, the baby is born so totally vulnerable and dependent on its goddess. It's a madness. Like, I can't remember what it was I watched where they compared, all these different children, all these different, like from the animal kingdom and humans, and it's like, yo, we're far behind. Our growth rate is shit. It's slow.
But just could that not be a condition of the Babylon food and the system and all that? Could have been.
I don't know. Do you know what I mean? I don't know.
A definite disconnect from nature.
Because I don't know what a baby was like 2,000 years ago. Could have been different to what it is now.
I think they're the same, Zulu. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, probably is the same. I agree.
No, Zulu, be strong in your point.
Yeah, because it could be different. Because like we got different kids that come out today.
What's making the kids weird?
Zulu actually thought that was a. I actually thought that was a good point, because let's be real. Let's look at teenagers. Even teenagers from when you was a teen to teenagers.
We're talking about babies, Zulu. I mean, Jedi, that's a bad analogy. We're talking about babies coming out of the womb.
Yeah. All right, babies come, but like what I was trying to say is, times there could be differences. I'm just saying that maybe babies could have been more alert, more capable of independence than they are now.
But another factor we've got to take into account.
You see, some kids though, they're less fearless as well.
But another thing we've got to take into account is the lifespan. Dogs live up to 25. Humans live up to 80, 90, 120, whatever. So animals mature.
Yeah, that's an old ass dogs.
Animals mature way quicker than human beings in many cases. So maybe their infancy is like a 5-year-old. That's what I'm saying. Innit? Let's take that into account as well. Innit?
Yeah. If we go to like insects, then it's just a whole different thing. Because if we spread an insect's lifespan, because all you got to do is put it to scale, yeah. So if a human lives 80 years, 90 years, and an insect lives 90 days, then we can put a day to a year, and then we can plot out the lifespan like that and compare it. And you see, like compared to most organisms, we are the most vulnerable, the slowest to develop. Do you know what I mean? You live longer, but many turtles outlive us.
Because they've got small, low metabolism and they don't even move. They barely move an inch. They just trot. They just walk.
They live longer.
Yo, you ever seen a turtle though, Zulu? Like I got turtles in the lake by where I live, and they actually move fast, man. They're not slow, lethargic like you're talking about. Like snapping turtles actually snap. Like they're not.
No, but isn't it a specific type of turtle that lives long? I don't think it's.
Oh, tortoise. You're talking about the tortoise, right?
It's a specific type that lives longest.
Okay.
It's because they have a low metabolism and they don't move much.
Yeah. They move slow.
Yeah, beefy. You know we still gotta go on the NUWAUBIAN thing, man.
Come on, bro. Come on,
I think we should make a separate stream for that because that's gonna be a big show. I think we should make a separate stream.
Yeah, I was fucking up Kemo. You know I gotta come back with that shit.
Bring it on, bro. Bring it on.
I'm gonna correct him if he's wrong because I know about all that religion, all that garbage. I was taught that shit when I was a kid. I know all about this Mari and Kulum.
You'll get wrecked, bro. A real Zulu will wreck you, bro. Seriously.
Kulunku's in the Bible, innit?
You don't know nothing.
We'll see.
Unkulunkulu, yeah, is what you use even as Christians in
Shut up.
Yeah, because they're trying to incorporate their traditions with Christianity.
Shut up, man. So you know what it is then.
Who are you telling to shut up, bro? You get intellectually destroyed.
No, but you know what it is, bro. We've already mentioned these things. They ain't nothing new.
All you did is mention Kratos Muta, who's an old senile man who makes up prophecies, that don't even come true. He
a
makes
bisexual old man.
He's bisexual. Let's not forget Kratos Muta is a faggot, and he makes up prophecies that don't even come true. And you guys think he's the teacher of all of Zulu culture and he's the intellect. This guy's a joke.
Who's
a fucking joke?
Who's Kratos Muta? Who is he?
He's your
David Icke's teacher.
He's supposed to be the ambassador of Zulu paganism and traditions, but this guy is a Batman and he's a joke.
He's the historian, Zulu historian. That's not our fault. You get me? Like, it is what it is, bro. If
you can keep muting me, but you can never silence my voice.
Bro, I'm trying to make you listen to what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Your people is the Zulu historian. You know what I'm saying? We can't deny that. So if you say he's saying a lot of mumbo jumbo, you're actually defeating your own self.
Kratos Muta is not the ambassador of the Zulu traditions. He's a senile old man who's a shaman who takes and steals other people's cultures and beliefs and makes up his own thing. He makes up prophecies that don't come true. He's open bisexual now. He's lost his mind, and people think he's the ambassador of Zulu traditions. He wasn't even alive during the practices of Nkulunkulu. He wasn't alive. Why do you think he's the ambassador?
No, that says everything about your traditions. Your griot and your historian. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying he's the king of Zulu, but he's the historian.
He's not.
Oh, bro. Come on.
Maku, how can this one guy be the historian of thousands of years of Zulu?
He learned it from other Zanusis. He learned it from other historians. You know what I'm saying?
This guy's crazy, bro. Have you watched his videos about how humans came about and all this shit? This guy's insane, bro.
Yeah, but I'm saying the Zulu traditions then would be considered crazy. It's not his fault.
Bro, the Zulu traditions are even the same as what Kratos Muta is saying. That's the point I'm trying to make out. This guy believes in David Icke shit, bro. He believes in lizard people.
No. He told David Icke about this stuff.
Exactly. That's not Zulu traditions. We don't believe in no lizard people, bro. I can tell you about the reeds. I can tell you about Kulu Kulu and the reeds. And the mothership. I can tell you about that shit because I know it. Kratos Muta made up so much shit from him, and you all believe him.
You can tell him about Muari. You can tell him about Ukulu. You can do that.
All right. Maku said the key word now. What is Muari?
It's the supreme deity of the Shona people.
It's the supreme.
Is Muari similar to the Most High or Allah?
100%.
All right, next question. All right. So does Muari have lesser gods than him?
He has shamans that are intermediaries between him and mankind.
No, but is there any gods? Is there any gods other than him?
No, the spirits.
First of all,
Beefy,
what is a shaman?
Oh, is it for me or for Beefy?
No, anybody can get it, man.
Okay, so Beefy goes and then I'll go after him. I need to correct him. Go ahead, Beefy.
You go first. I'm gonna correct you.
Too much. You want to correct me? You want to correct?
Go on.
No, Beefy, you answer first. You go first. Go on. You answer first.
I gotta wait till Kim will come back. Hold on. He on the road. Yo.
Any Rasta we saw or any Pan-African that we saw knows what Tendai Muari is. You know what I'm saying?
It's that remix.
These men are being disingenuous in pretending that they don't know the idea of Muari.
Even Tafari. Wait, let me talk, Michael. Tafari. Tafari is a Zimbabwean name.
Sound the same, fam. Let's be intellectual here. Stop mixing words that sound the same. Let's be real. Let's break down the facts. Let's answer Saul's questions. Let's break down the facts.
Why you cut me up? I'll let you talk.
I'm trying to bring order here. Go ahead. Answer his question.
Order, man. Just facts.
I'll let you talk, bro. Don't cut me up.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Fuck sakes.
Fuck that, Mari, man. This guy.
Like Tafari, Tendai Mwari, all the Rastas know about these things. Even like the Rastas, they say, yeah, Canaan was in Southern Africa. Yeah. So when I say that this is stolen legacy, Mwari is a deity. I say deity is a consciousness. A deity is your ancestor. Yeah, we don't believe in gods, but a consciousness. There's no good or evil. There's nothing like that. You don't go to. You don't believe in this consciousness. You don't go to hell or heaven. None of this stuff.
So hold up. So Shona religion is monotheism then, pretty much.
100%.
I never knew that.
This way,
the Israelites.
Can I talk for a second? That's where God. That's where they got the concept of God from.
The Shona. Hold up. The Shona are the origins of God.
That's where the God concept came from the Christians. Yes.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Check it out. Check out the history. Check out the history.
Hold up. Time out. Zulu. All right, Zulu beef. I gotta ask this next question because we kind of skipped over it. So, what are these shamans that are intermediaries between Malawi and humans?
Ask Zulu about that. I don't know about these shamans.
All right, break that down, Zulu.
So, as well as the Zulu traditions, because the Shona and Zulu traditions have many parallels as much as different. Shaman, intermediary between the creator and between mankind. He will speak to the warriors, give them chants. He will also give them what's it called again? Relics and all sorts of mixing of the bones. He will foretell time, the futures. He's kind of like a prophet. If you want to some references for that, he's kind of like a prophet for the people, giving messages of what will come, and the weather, the crops, and this and that and that. So it's kind of like the spiritual leader of the group or the tribe. That's what the shaman is in relation to the creator.
And let me ask this question again, because I really want to clarify this. So if you have this shaman, but there's no other lesser consciousnesses other than Malawi.
The spirits. There's
so hold on. So that's what I'm trying to get at. Why are you guys playing this game like there's only Malawi? And
listen.
There's evil spirits. There's ancestor spirits. There's evil spirits.
This guy's talking like a colonizer, bro. Listen.
Colonizer? You don't even know your own culture.
Listen. Can I talk for a sec?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, there's no such thing as evil spirits. A spirit is a spirit. Yeah. There's nothing like an evil spirit. A spirit is a spirit. So we don't believe it's good and evil. You're here. Some people do what they're gonna do in it. They are who they are. You can't change what they are. They're either with you or against you. Nothing to do. I mean, no good and bad spirits.
But that's not the truth.
Yeah.
Because you will know if you go back to the if you go back to Amakiah's.
Like can I talk, bro? Fuck's sakes, you fucking cunt. Like when we talk about shamans, you talk about tribes of people who have a spiritual leader, like I say, someone who contacts ancestors. But like we say, none of us have ever died and gone to heaven. Only our ancestors are there now. So the only way we can know about these things is through the ancestors, through the spirits. But none of us have been to heaven or hell or whatever. None of us have seen the higher consciousness. We've not died. We've not gone to that level yet. If you understand what I'm saying.
I hear Zulu. Zulu respond to what he just said, but I want to ask a follow-up question.
Yeah, I also forgot to deeply talk about the ancestor worship, because that has a big factor in the Zulu and Shona traditions. The veneration of the ancestors, not only are they because of respecting what they did, it's also because using their stories of what they did, like basically, the ancestor that went and won this war and went and hunted this animal or whatever.
Also, writing the wrongs.
Interrupt me. I'm the fucking cunt, yeah? Let me speak. Mute your mic. Anyway. Sorry, I just had to throw that in there. Anyway, so yeah, just to round up what I'm saying, the ancestor is also a spiritual deity or icon to a certain extent that gives benefits to the people. So you could say it's the form of a lesser god. You could say that. But there is an idea of a supreme god, the chief god, just like Zeus.
No, but Zulu, I want to know what the Shona people say. Are they saying those are lesser gods or just ancestors?
No.
Just ancestors.
Okay, all right then. Yeah, okay, great. So the next question is there an actual text that codifies all of what you guys are saying, or this is the oral tradition?
It's oral traditions.
There's no
because we have carvings and stuff like that.
All right, so Beefy, is he telling the truth? There's no codex or any literature on like the spiritual nature of how Muawi formed and all that?
Was God can write a book, bro.
Okay, great answer. Okay, cool.
But also, I may be corrected. Can I say why? Can I explain why?
I don't even know why Zulu's speaking on a man's tribe when it's not even your.
I'm a Shona as well. What are you talking about? I've got Shona.
Yes, he's in Dembele. He's in Dembele.
Bro,
I can show you Dembele though. Yeah.
Akpan, we're mixed.
Oh, my bad.
Beefy Shona, right? But 100% he's got Dembele blood or Zulu blood. We're all mixed.
Listen. These guys are Hebrews and Zulus and Shonas and Dembele. It must be everything.
Are you Zulu or you not?
Tulu Cinderella. Let me finish. Yeah, you understood that.
Up, man. I didn't actually.
You don't understand the Mele? What kind of African? You don't understand the Mele? What the hell?
No, it was, bro.
Wow. You just speak Shona. You just speak Shona. I speak
Nyanja and Shona, which are more closer to the Bele.
I speak Sutu and the Bele and Shona. How about that?
Yeah, those are Zulu. Those are, but yeah, bro. You know where that language come from? Which area?
This guy's started.
Shut up, man.
Anyway. So what question was that again? Sorry, bro. I didn't know what you're saying, bro.
You were pretty much gonna change your answer when I asked you about is there a codex?
The writings. Yeah. The reason why I'm open for change in that aspect is because there's an example of an advanced form of trade in the Great Zimbabwe in this 15th, 16th century. We've got Arabic swords, engravings, Chinese trading. All sorts of people came to this location during the Roosevelt Empire to trade with the local Zimbabweans or the Shona people. So I'm sure we had a form of literature in order to communicate with these Chinese, Arabic, and all sorts of people.
No. I'm talking about your spiritual text. I'm talking about that. The code,
the writings about the spiritual stuff.
Yeah. That type of stuff.
I can't verify that.
Okay, all right, cool.
But writing,
so strictly oral tradition. It's strictly oral tradition. There's no writing.
Strictly.
There is none.
No.
It's upon the shaman to reveal the information. So the shaman was highly reverenced in the tribe.
Right.
He was the quote unquote Bible for them. He gave them the information.
No, what are you talking about, bro?
So the shaman wasn't the one that was teaching them the information. They're not born knowing Mari. They're not born knowing Mkulu. It's the elders and the shamans that teach them this.
You're taught that. Listen, my grandma told me the traditions. Yeah, like this. You're saying like. You have to reach your higher self, innit? Your own higher self. Your only person you're combating in life is yourself.
Yes, you do.
That's not the traditions. I don't know where you get that from.
You know what you're talking about, man.
Listen, any person with a computer can fact check everything me and Beef are saying.
Yeah,
come on and say who's right or wrong. I'm just telling you information. I'm not telling you what my family told me. I'm telling you information.
Zulu, can you pull up something? Beefy, can you pull up something?
As a matter of fact, I can screen share if Michael will let me.
Yeah, then do that. Of course.
Let's do that. Is Wikipedia a good source or an okay source before I do so?
Who are you?
For this conversation, yeah, we're not like trying
to whatever you want.
Yeah, for this conversation, definitely.
And it's only to verify what I've been saying.
Yeah, this is just basic information we're talking about right now.
Okay then.
But I actually fact checking you guys, and I'm quite shocked. So Zimbabwe, 75% of the population of Zimbabwe speaks Shona.
Yes.
Is that correct?
75% are the Shona. The indigenous of Zimbabwe are the Shona.
Okay, all right, cool, all right.
I see him stand outside.
Males need the link.
I was like, what are you doing here? You come for? You got some mic. Yo, Maku. Yo, Mike. Yeah, sorry. Send the link for Mills, please.
Okay.
I'm sure I'm looking at Mills right now, though.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
Do you want me to read it?
Yo, Cameron, where the fuck you at, man?
Yeah, Cameron said he's on the road, isn't it?
Yeah, he's on the road. He said he's... It's running, but
Okay, so what I can do is I can read to you briefly what it is, and I can also read to you the etymology of the term.
not really helping
Do
them.
you want me to do that, or do you want to discuss?
Do that.
Bro,
Okay.
you're teaching us, Zulu.
So Maori, also known as Musika Vakanu, Musiki, Tenzi, and Ishe, is the supreme creator deity according to Shona traditional religion. It is believed that Mari is the author of all things and all life, and all is in him. The majority of this deity's followers are concentrated in Mozambique, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. Mari is an omnipotent being who rules over spirits and is the supreme god of the religion. The same deity is applied and also referred to as Ngosi in northern and southern Ndebele. And it is the deity that is worshipped in African traditional religion, whereby people worshipped through the ancestors via spirit mediums who were believed to be inspired by the spirit of truth, which were believed to connect to the deity to deliver messages and divine guidance. So now the etymology of the word Mari. The name Mari in Shona means the force behind creation. The word itself signifies, resembles, and is interpreted as God, but only in the religious context. The furthering of this term's acceptance is when the Christian ministries interpreted the Bible for the locals, in which they use the term Mari instead of God. So, what is anything I've said go against? Does anything I said go against what this is saying?
No, actually quite impressed. It's a kind of deep religion to me. I kind of like it.
And to be honest, so this religion sounds like mine, doesn't it? My Christianity.
Yeah, it's, yeah, it kind of, yeah.
Wait, one second. Is it a religion though? Is it a religion though?
It's a way of life. It's a way of life.
Didn't it say Shona religion a while ago?
Yeah, but that's them saying it's a religion. They think anything that believes in God is a religion. It's clearly like a way of life. It's a way of life. I'll concede.
So it's not
just like my faith is a way of life. I wouldn't call it
no,
religion.
but if we're saying we got shamans that they talk to you, they tell you do this. Hold on. If you're saying that they can predict agricultural seasons, the rainy seasons.
Man, listen when the big man's talking, bro. I'm saying.
Listen, I said to you, yeah. There's elders who learn about the land, who you go to. There's people who you go to for certain things, who are elders, who are masters of the craft, what they know about the land and certain things. You go to them for those things. What are you talking about?
Actually, it is a religion. Read this definition. The belief in and worship of a supreme controlling power, especially a personal god or gods.
That's what I'm saying.
It is a religion. It is a religion.
Exactly. That's something.
Wait 1 second. Can you ask me how do you worship Mari?
So anyone that believes in a god is in religion.
Wait, can you tell me how do you worship Mari?
And your life is dictated by this god, therefore it's a religion.
All it says is belief in. So all it says is belief in and worship. That's all it says.
But hold on. Hold on.
Go back to Wikipedia. Hold on. Go back to Wikipedia, Vicky.
How do you worship Mari? Can someone tell me?
That's what I'm saying. That's the problem right there. If you can't worship Mari, it's a religion.
Through the ancestors.
So it's a religion.
Does it not say here that the ancestors speak to the ancestors so that they can speak to Mari via spirit mediums?
That's a religion. That's a religion.
It's a religion. It's an order. It's a system. You have to do this to do that to speak to Creator.
Yeah, exactly.
To do this to do that to speak to the Creator. It's a religion.
Versus like how Jedi always say you're supposed to be able to talk to the Creator by yourself, or that type of stuff. That's the difference. That would be called spirituality. That would be called spirituality.
Why can I talk?
Go ahead, bro. You can speak.
What the fuck? Like I said,
Zulu never runs. Just a disclaimer: Zulu never runs.
Can I talk? Fuck sake.
Oh shit, beefy man, get up, man.
Like I say, yeah, we've always here been from the beginning. From the beginning, I don't know about this Adam Eve stuff. So if you've always been here from the beginning, I've got the link to Creator already. The Creator is in me already. It's like we say, it's a higher consciousness. Yeah, I'm connected to that consciousness. My consciousness is connected to that consciousness. So there's no creating. I am God. It's how I manifest myself in this world. I get guidance from people who have been there, who have done it before me. That's all it is. Guidance. Not from no someone I know, my ancestor, not your ancestor, not all anyone's ancestor, my ancestor, someone I know, not I don't know who knows you. So what are you talking about?
Hey Mills, take out your other profile so Michael could jump back in. You got two profiles.
Yeah, tell him he can hide the other one.
There's no Jesus coming. There's no Jesus coming to give me no message from God.
Can I read some more stuff off Wikipedia? I found some other information that would help us in this. Why don't we understand the nature of Mari? Who is this being? Should we do that, guys?
Okay,
all right. You've had your time to speak. Listen, I muted my mic.
Yeah.
I muted my mic.
Hey, bruv, listen.
Before you carry on, though, let me explain his side of the story. You understand?
I swear he just finished, though. Did he not finish, or?
Yeah, and I'm asking, can you give your sources or where you're coming from?
I just we can all see I'm using Wikipedia. Come on, bro. Anyway.
Yeah, but
Zulu, just go down on Wikipedia. It's going to tell you where to get the information
here's
from.
The source.
You see reference?
Okay, yeah, here's the references, yeah? Can you see them? Pan-Africanism, Shona religion, and women's justice in modern Zimbabwe, the Bible as a tool of colonization, African religion and colonial rebellion, wild religion, tracking the sacred in South Africa, this is all University of California, University of so-and-so. So this is actual information. Do you want to counteract this? Can you counteract this?
I think Beefy would probably want like a elder, like a source from elder or like an interview. Maybe that's what you're talking about, Beefy.
I mean, when next time I go to Zimbabwe, I'll most likely, definitely, for you to record some shit, and 100%. But this is all I can do now because I didn't record anything when I spoke to them.
Bible studies.
So let me read this. Yeah, let's get some more information. It says here that Mari is seen as a kind and loving God. Mari is not only the god of creation, but also of land fertility and blessing rains. Mari is the one who controls the forces of earth, from the fortune of journeys to social and political events. Though the Shona and the Ndebele often pray to Mari alone, it is also very common for the use of spirit mediums to be employed. Although missionary Bible translations genderized Mari as male, the Shona understood Mari as being both male and female. Yikes. Let's look at the oral history.
Let's look at... but hold up. Let's Beefy, do you agree with...
Okay, let's expand on that. Yeah, go ahead.
Beefy.
Read that part again where he said...
because it kind of... Beefy.
Hold on.
Oh, he's out.
Concerning
but Beefy did say it's consciousness, so it wouldn't have a gender.
Observing protocol of every now.
I don't think God has a gender, even according to the Bible. I don't think God has a gender.
It's just positive and negative energy.
But
that's what that means. That doesn't have to mean.
If you were to say, does God have masculine and feminine energy? I would say he does, but I don't think he's a man, as if I'm a man.
Yeah, exactly. But this is what people get confused with. Do you know what I mean, Zulu? As soon as you say feminine and masculine, they straight away accumulate it to male and female.
Exactly.
When really everyone has feminine and
masculine energy. Yeah, that's true. But as you can see from here,
but you see the big difference I do. If you guys believe in your Bible or your Old Testament or anything like that, literally we just found out the other day Elohim can be goddess or God. So that's a male thing and a female thing. So let's not.
It can be an angel.
Yeah, but let's not play this game like it's masculine energy, female energy. One says goddess, one says God for Elohim.
But it clearly says the image of God is male and female.
So let's not play as like some feminine energy and all that. It's actual gender type stuff he's trying to say.
So
God.
So my point is where are you saying this is religion at again?
The worship part.
We already broke down what the term religion means
said that
and how this definitely applies to that. This applies to the definition of religion without a doubt. You can't deny that. If you do, then you're just being in denial. I read out the definition for religion. We all agreed that this Mari religion or belief completely agrees with the definition of religion. It follows a worship and belief in a supreme deity. That's what religion is according to the definition, Oxford Dictionary.
No,
So
that's
that is
not
a
what
religion. That's not
religion is.
pagan.
That's not what religion is.
Can I ask you?
Okay, no, we have our own
how do
understanding of what religion is, but what is the definition of
how do you
religion?
worship Muarik?
We just read it. We just read it out, Beefy. We just read it out.
So hold up, there's no rituals to worship Mojave? That's what we saying?
Bro, but we just read it. Did it not say talk about ancestors? Did it not talk about shamans and spirit mediums?
Yeah, that's Beefy. Yeah, Beefy wasn't here though. That's the be fair. Beefy came
Okay,
out the
do you want to read that part again?
If you wanted, it said if you wanted, you didn't have to. It was not obligatory to do so. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't be disingenuous like that. If a man said these are the things you can do, sometimes they employed a spirit medium or a shaman. That's what it said. Now, I'm not fucking stupid. I know what the fucking thing said when it said it. You know what I'm saying? It said it was a fucking spiritual.
It doesn't say
system.
sometimes.
You know what I'm saying?
It says
Now,
it's very
man are
common.
telling me it's not religion. And
If you want to be specific, Matthew, it doesn't say sometimes. Look at my screen. Does that say sometimes to you? No, it doesn't. So stop lying.
Brain. These systems out here that are not based and no one's calling religion, bro. You know what I'm saying? No one's calling it religion. It's not finite like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing? Oh, it's
I
a
think
religion.
you're going by your emotional feeling of the word religion. No, I'm going by the definition of religion. I'm going by the definition of religion.
You can't even bring that to African. That they existed before your definition of the word. Yes or no?
You're telling me Africans can't be religious. What does religion mean? Be real. Stop being emotional. What does religion mean?
You're not listening. When we said before religion, there's always been ways of life. Yeah. To be a Buddhist is a way of life. It's not a religion.
Who created religion?
Bruv, are you listening? Are you listening to me?
I'm listening.
Europeans created religion, or Hindus created religion. We always had ways of life. Our ways of life have been taken and made
religion, bro.
1 second, man. Shut your fucking mouth, bruv. Let me talk, man. Get me? They have taken our ways of life and turned them into religion. This is plain in front of our face. You know what I'm saying? That you're calling the Abrahamic religions, right? That's just only one example. And I'm saying we have many ways of life that are not called religion, even now today. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
The doggone thing. 1 second, man. The doggone thing is not religion. You know what I'm saying? The Zulu thing is not religion.
So when I say the Bantu
the Zulu thing religion.
I don't know, bro.
It's the Zulu thing religion.
Forget that, Maki. Look at my screen. Look at my screen. What does this say?
No, man.
What does this say, Maki? Beefy. Oh, we're not Israelites. Hey, we're not Israelites. What does this say, Beefy? What does this say?
What?
The nomadic Bantu were responsible for bringing the concept of monotheism to the traditional religions of Southern Africa.
Oh, what is it?
So these guys here brought monotheism to Southern Africa. I wonder who these Bantu people are.
What does that mean?
I wonder who these Zulus, Bantu people are.
Oh boy.
So when I say I'm an Israelite,
wait. 1 second.
Get right.
These men are far older than that.
Zulu slapped you up all
1 second.
day. Jeez.
1 second. Michael, do you have a Ludamari in your Yoruba tradition? What's the name again?
Olodumare.
What's the name again? Oluda what?
Olodumare.
Oh.
Olodumare.
Oh.
Yeah. This little punk ass Zulu, yeah. And Prince Akpan, what do you call it? What should I say? Your devil's advocate for the foolishness.
So can we agree that the first missionaries were the Bantus? Hold on, guys. Can we first agree the first missionaries were the Bantus? Yeah.
Shut your mouth, man.
So the Bantus brought the one blood.
Europeans were not there.
So the Bantus brought Tawhid, yeah? Is that what happened?
Is this an African? Is this an
Come on,
African
Biffy.
account?
Come on, man. You know it's true, fam. I've been telling you we're Israelites for a long time. I've been telling you for a long time.
Yo.
So Zulu, just from a point, the concept of God came from us.
The Bantu. It says the Bantu. It says the Bantu. Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Break that down.
Beefy, I think Zulu's trying to say Beefy saying that. Go, Zulu. Go.
No, Beefy. Break that down. I want to laugh as well. I want to see what's funny. Okay, break it down. How did I do that? Break it down.
The Bantus brought monotheism to Africa. Yeah.
No, this says that, not me.
We're African. But we are African. We are African.
No, well. Hold on.
Let me finish. When I said I speak let me finish, bro. Speak hieroglyphic. Now do you believe me?
No, you don't speak hieroglyphic. You're making that shit up.
To them common.
Listen, let me correct you again since you guys don't know how to read. Maku made a problem when he said sometimes, and now you're making a problem. Now you're making a mistake when you said Southern, when you said Africa. It doesn't say Africa. It doesn't say they brought monotheism. Hold on, let me finish. It doesn't say they brought monotheism to Africa. It says they brought monotheism to where? Southern Africa. So they could have come from the north, which they did.
Where?
So they could have come from Egypt. They could have come from Israel. They could have come from wherever they came from in Northeast Africa. They came down from Northeast Africa, and they gave this monotheistic religion to the Southern Africans. I wonder which other people besides. Hold on, Biffy. I wonder which other people believe in monotheism. I wonder. The same Abrahamic people.
Even the Hindus.
The same Abrahamic people.
Even the Hindus.
The same Abrahamic people that you make fun of are who you are. Think about that. Just think about that.
Even the Hindus.
So when you make fun of the Israelites, you make fun of yourself. When you make fun of the Israelites.
No, bro. Listen. Like I said, yeah, I don't believe in no homo shit, innit? No father, son, no mother. Drop me out.
You guys got FTK today. I'm so proud of myself. I did so well.
FTK yourself.
So well. You got FTK'd, fam. Everyone put one in the chat. Zulu FTK'd. Everyone put one in the chat. Everyone, come on. You got FTK'd. Come on, Maki. You got to give me props.
Zulu happy right now, boy.
Listen. You got Maki. You got to give me props, fam. I brought the evidence.
The only person. Sorry. The only person who agrees with you is Soil. Yeah.
Who? Did I hold on. Time out. Hold on. I agree with what? Take the what? Lead the what?
Information. There's no agreement. Information. What agreement? I'm reading what it's telling you.
No one agrees with you.
Yo, Mac was trying to kick me out of FTK. It looked like.
No.
Wait, hold on. Anyone in the chat? Am I making anything up, or am I reading what the information is saying?
No, that's one.
Am I reading what the information is saying?
European information.
That's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say.
Information.
Stupid.
That's just such a way. That's such an escape, man. That's such an easy way to run away.
Zulu, look at it like this, bro. It's like reading about the Ottoman Empire, but when you hear it from me, I'm telling you that my granddad was in it. You understand?
Yeah.
It's a whole different ball game, bro.
You
understand? What you're reading in the books and what you live are two different things. And that's what I was trying to... This is why I was a bit confused. You understand? I thought you were going to come with the facts as in the things that you were taught by your family members. But
but Mills, what I'm saying is what I was taught from my family members is agreeing with what Wikipedia is saying. It goes... So in this instance, I can use the information. Agreeing with what my ancestors, my family members
Let him finish. Go on.
Then you would have never been a 7-day Adventist.
What I'm reading is validating what I've been told.
But you believe what you were taught.
Do I believe in what I was taught? Of course not.
Are they both the same? Like, basically, what you're saying now, you were taught by your elders.
I was taught many different spiritual, because even in Kulu, there's a whole other system with that. Because there's different tribes with different deities. So this Mari deity is just for the Shona people. So because I've got Shona in my bloodline, in my family, I learned the Shona traditions, I learned the Mari traditions. I've also learned the Mkulumkulu traditions. And ironically, hear this: the Mkulumkulu and Mari are identical in terms of the nature of being omnipotent and all-knowing.
Oh, Maku, you see on the panel, Maku? Maku, do you see who's on the panel right now?
So all I'm saying is, at the end of the day, I'm not bringing you my opinion. I've provided evidence. I've screen shared. You can disagree with the evidence. You can disagree with my testimony. My personal.
Is that St. Paul? Is that St. Paul?
You know what? You shouldn't. No one should take the ego personally, bro. We're all learning. Here,
Yeah, I know. I went too far. I went too
you know
far.
what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I want to know your. So you should have said that. This is what
you know, I'm joking, Mills. When I was doing what I was joking, bro.
Big up Kano. Big up Kano.
You can't help it, bro.
It's a little banter, you know what I mean? Because they always do that shit to me, like, oh, FTK. It's just a little banter, you know?
No, you've been FTK. That's what it is. You've been FTK.
Even if I've been FTK today, you got FTK.
Again. No. My point is like the Mawari thing doesn't even make sense. Like your argument. No, it just doesn't make sense. What is the point you're trying to get to? Because it's clearly a metaphysical thing, according to the people.
Okay, yeah, here's your interpretation.
Clearly that. But if you need a medium for it, then it can't be physical, can it? You stupid Wally.
I don't know what you're saying, bro. I told you my personal testimony, and I've told you information, so I don't know what more you want from me.
You're telling me Wikipedia.
I don't know what.
I don't give a damn.
I also hold on. Before I provided the Wikipedia, did I not explain without using Wikipedia what it is? Hold on. Let's have some objectivity here. Did I not explain the Mari traditions before Wikipedia? Yes or no? Sorry, or anybody? Did I not explain them before Wikipedia?
You're full of shit.
Yes, I did.
You're full of shit. If that's the evidence that Kemo is standing on with you against Beefy, it is very weak. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, what's your argument? It doesn't even make sense.
I'm not going against anything, Sniper.
So how can you FTK? You're not even explaining it properly.
Maku, I was asked a series of questions. I was asked a series of questions about my traditions and my people's beliefs, and I answered them successfully. That's all that happened. And I provided evidence for what they are, as well as personal testimony.
You're not part of that.
Which validates each other.
You're not part of that.
So what wrong
You're
about
not part of that tradition.
And as you can see, Beefy's run away.
You're not part of
Beefy's run away. Where's Beefy? He's run away.
Me personally, I think you're not getting their side of you, Zulu.
This is not your tribe, bro.
This is not my tribe.
Yeah, we're not
bro,
your point.
You're not even South African. You don't know nothing about my people's traditions, bro. Don't even try and say, oh, you're not Zulu, you're not this.
But
no, you don't. It's like you're trying to claim I know about your traditions. I don't know about your traditions.
I'm not saying you're not a Zulu. I'm not saying you're not a Zulu. I'm saying Beefy's not. You know what I'm saying? Beefy's not a Zulu. So I don't know what is in this conversation that you think you can know better than Beefy about his own.
You clearly don't understand the mix.
My friend. Remember, I know your thing. I know Unkulu. Yeah, I didn't know much about Muari. Then when I understood about it, yeah, it only makes sense because we have it in our spiritual system too. So it's no problem. Do you get what I'm saying? And
you have monotheism?
Are older than any biblical script. One second.
Hold on, Maki. You have monotheism in your traditions?
We have monotheism, yes, and we have polytheism.
My beliefs now.
So
that just confirms my beliefs now.
No, because hello, man. Because of the simple fact, yeah, no matter what spiritual system, that's why I mentioned Hindu have that same idea as well. You're never going to get away with it. This is why this is fucking true. Yeah?
Bro, they all have
at the end of the day, there was always they always one supreme though. So is that monotheism or not?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Hold on, Zulu, don't play that game.
No, monotheism is one God. Hold on.
No, hold on, Zulu, time out. Then therefore, it's just like saying angels. There's a supreme God named the Most High. There's angels. There's still monotheism though, Zulu. Don't play that game.
No, hold on. Supreme angels aren't God.
No, listen, I said there's a Most High and then there's angels below that. That still means monotheism. So
in other traditions, those are not angels or created beings. Those are gods.
But you hold on, tell me. You literally just said that. Hold on. You just said that you. They said Olodumare, Mawari, and you said Olokolunku are pretty much supreme deities, and it's monotheism, right?
Yes.
So how are you disagreeing with what Michael just said a while ago?
No, because Michael's saying that's nothing new because it's in all of them. They all have a supreme God, but supreme God being the only God, you can't have one supreme God and then gods underneath it because that's not monotheism. Monotheism is one supreme God.
No, you can have one supreme God that created everything else. Yes, you can. That's what you've got. You understand? As a Christian, that's what you fucking got. So it doesn't even make no sense what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? There's one God, but there are many gods. Do not worship any other God than me. That's and
that would be any other idols and made up gods.
Shut up.
No, anyway, you've been FTK'd and you're waffling, right? You're waffling now. You've been FTK'd.
Yeah,
so it's been nice, man. I like this FTK.
One second. If their God says, do not worship any.
Yo.
Yeah, he's lagged out now. I think he's given up. So when can I join the FTK squad? Have I achieved enough?
Can I say something, Zulu? Zulu, can you hear me?
Yeah, we get it.
Yeah. Okay. I'm on my break, but I did want.
You're back to that.
So, Maku, when can I join the FTK squad?
You're not joining, brother. You're trying to shit. You're a religious zealot.
Come on, Maku. Come on, bro. When can I join, man? I think I've proved myself today. I've proved myself.
No, you didn't prove anything. You didn't prove anything. What did you prove about Muari? What did you prove about Muari, please?
I proved that Beefy doesn't know what he's talking about, and that's very similar to my beliefs. Therefore, you can't complain about Sky Daddy or make fun of the Abrahamic beliefs because his own beliefs.
Can I say something just quickly?
His own beliefs are basically identical to the belief in the Bible. He can't make fun of the Bible anymore.
No, you're not dealing with the Bible as a fucking Seventh-day Adventist. You're dealing with Ellen G. White. What do
you mean I'm not dealing with the Bible?
Oh boy.
What?
That's a good point.
We're the only Christians that actually keep the Old Testament and the New Testament intact. We don't say, oh, that's a Sunday, oh, that's this, eat pork, drink wine.
Mawari,
we're the only people that stick to
Ellen White did fail.
It's okay. Okay, don't even try that. Okay, don't try to fear me because you eat pork.
No. Wait. Zulu will hear me. I know. I'm not on. Zulu, hold on.
Let them go at it.
Hold on. Zulu. No, wait, Zulu. Wait.
Mills, don't say that, Mills. Let him go. Mills.
Okay. I'm on a. Zulu, we are together, Zulu. Just hear me out, and then you'll understand what I'm trying to say. Just quickly, I'm on a break. I did come in with other matters in regards to Paul. I do want to have a debate with Mac, a proper debate about Paul's authenticity. Okay, but I'm not talking about that now. In regards to Ellen G. White, it's not that, she failed in her proclamation as being a prophesying different things. It's not that the people, hang on. It's not that the people around her didn't believe or have any faith, and these are the things in the institutions. Now, I would ask you, Zulu, to go and look up the Anabaptist. I would say that was the closest thing to our faith that we have on record. Anabaptist, yeah, I'm dead serious. No, hang on, Zulu, hang on, wait up. You got to look at the branches from the Roman Catholic Church. It all branched out from there. The label. What does it say in the?
Anyone in SDA?
Wait. I got other issues, but just quickly. What does it say in the Bible?
The Paul Wars.
No, that's I got to have a proper debate with Mackie. I do want to have a proper debate with Mackie.
The Old Testament, and we're saying no.
And I realize he has outside sources. I'm not going to neglect. Look, we're coming from a biblical standpoint. Fair enough. There are outside sources. There are other books. Fair enough. But what I'm saying, okay, that's another time. Hopefully, I can catch up with Mackie on Friday. I know he's busy and all that. But what I will say is, to you, Zulu, is that. He has a point with Ellen G. White, and he does have a point with all these other people's proclaiming to be prophets inside our belief. This is where the Catholic religion went wrong, branching out with the Reformation, because the Anabaptists came out of the Reformation. Hang on. I'm not talking you, Zulu. I'm just giving you the facts. No. Zulu, I'm with you. Wait. I'm with you, Zulu. And I'm not saying Meku's right, but he does make a very good point when you're talking
This is
about.
something we should talk about in private, is it not? According to the New Testament.
Zulu,
Okay, let's be real. I'm not arguing with you.
Yeah,
I'm just having a conversation, Kay.
I know.
Is this
I know,
not
but I
something
can't stay
as
too much.
brothers in Christ? Should we not talk about this in private?
Well, hang on, Zulu, but remember,
You can't be
hang on,
FTK, Zulu.
fair
You
enough,
can't be no
but-
FTK, Zulu. You
If
cannot
you
be
want to debate me on the SDA church, you get wrecked right now. Any of you Sunday worshiping Christians. If you want to commit takfir on me, on my beliefs, let's go on the Sunday worship. Let's go on the pork eating. Let's go down the line because you guys are far from the scriptures. Let's go. Let's go.
Zulu, you lost your shit. You're losing your shit.
Look, I can't stay, Zulu. Big up, brother Zulu. Big up,
I'm
Meku.
sure that
I gotta go.
Yeah, man. Big up, K. Big up, K.
Big up, K. Big up.
guys.
Anyway, K,
All right, see you guys.
bro.
FTK
Well, I try to
Zulu.
email you, Zulu. I need your
Send me your handle.
I'll send you a message. Oh, all right, okay. All right, see you guys. Take care. So see you on Friday. I need to talk to you about the week.
Yeah, man.
SDA
Thank
is the
you,
most
K.
solid freaking out of all of them, man.
FTK.
I'm not saying the SDA is perfect because I have problems in SDA as well. I'll be honest with you. There's some problems in SDA church. But out of all of them, if I was to pick, bro, I'm happy where I am because at least we're living a healthy lifestyle and we're following what the Torah actually says instead of doing what the Sunday worshippers are doing. So I'll agree with you on that. But there is some problems in the SDA church. That's a fact.
But let me ask you a question, Zulu. Why the hell y'all can't debate in public? I don't get that. Oh, call me on. Let's do this in private. Call me on Hangouts. What? You don't want to get embarrassed or something?
It's because of division. Just like how, for example, if you were with a black person, would you talk about certain issues in front of white people? No. You don't want to promote division in the body of Christ.
Oh, but you could do that against other religions or other belief systems.
Oh, did I say you could do that against other? No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Bro, hold up. Zulu, Zulu, you remember that hidden stuff that you're not bringing out? Remember that?
You know why I'm not bringing it out?
All right, but if you could go to that level, then why can't Kate ask you questions and you guys debate?
No, we can debate, but if, like, for example, according to what he said, basically, I'm not a believer in Christ. Basically, I'm an apostate, according to what he said. And that's something you shouldn't be doing online. You shouldn't be denouncing people's faith online like that. That's all I'm saying. There's rules on how you rebuke your brother. You do it on a one-to-one level. You speak to him face to face, and you tell him what is wrong, and you dispute face to face before you go out and this guy. That's all I was trying to explain to him. He knows. If you read it, it talks about how to rebuke and how to do that. So that's all I was referencing. If I say something wrong, I'm not going to tell you to say anything because I'm on live, but you need to tell me in private. You know what I mean?
So Zulu, next time we talk about Islam, yeah, we're gonna talk about private,
yeah. Mills, thank you, Mills. Thank you, Mills.
Mills, of sticking up for your brethren, and no, we need to talk about this in private because at the end of the day, like if you're just gonna be airing out people's things, you know what I mean?
No problem, but I just remember when I'm gonna pull that card. I'm definitely
that's
gonna
fine,
pull that card.
Bro. I agree with that. I agree with that.
So
bro.
you agree with
that
now. So even though you're saying this, what I like to do is like to look at people's actions, and by people's actions, have I seen you demonstrate what you are saying?
Yeah.
And this is why I think even Soil got onto you about it, because he even knows himself that obviously you don't demonstrate this sort of behavior. So
yeah, I'll be honest with you, Mills. I'm poor at, I do that to other people, and I'm trying to stop that now. But like I said, bro. Like I said, bro. K should not have done that. That was wrong of him, and he knows it, fam. And I can post Bible verses to prove what I'm saying, and he shouldn't have done that. Especially when that wasn't the topic at hand. He brought that out of nowhere. He should not have done that. He could get wrecked, fam. You know how much things he does. Let me not even expose what he's doing because I'll be a hypocrite then. Let me not even do that.
Christian wrecked. There's no such thing as Christian wrecked, man. You can't get nothing for boys doing, bro. Shut up, man.
But anyway, I mean,
have you ever heard?
It's late now.
Have you ever heard of
it? It's a wonderful show, Maku. I absolutely thoroughly enjoyed it.
You're running.
Make sure you invite me to the next one so you can get
running. Sounds like you're running. Sounds like you're running.
I think you learned a lot, Maku. I think you learned a lot.
Sounds like you're running.
I think today you was humble. You learned
all the way.
A young fella today. He taught you some
Yes,
stuff.
he did.
Make sure you take this, you know.
Go on like you ready. Go on like you ready.
Amazing show today, man. I
You
absolutely
must
enjoyed
go on like you ready.
Beef is run away.
Oh,
People gonna run away. Everyone runs away. They can't handle this. They can't handle the source. This is the shit that people need to see right here. People running away from me. That's what they need to see. I don't
Hey, Zulu, what does that last name on after Zulu mean? Iber?
It's Proto-Hebrew. It's the origin of the term Hebrew.
Oh, okay, that Eber means Hebrew.
It's Hebrew, yeah, Eber, Ibri.
Okay.
It's also in the Egyptian. If you look at where it says Israel's seed is laid waste or whatever, or the Hebrews. Whenever the Hebrews is mentioned in Egypt, they say Eber or Ibri in the Egyptian script as well.
Okay.
And then you also have the Haparu and all sorts of other things as well.
No, they listen to that shit.
I'm very learned in the Israelite stuff as well. As much as I'm a Christian, I'm sure you've not.
Hey, Mills, you keeping up with the politics of Turkey?
Bro, you know exactly what's going on, bro.
Yeah. So I wanted your opinions, man.
Remember, I called this from a long time ago, bro.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, you did. I must say, yeah.
I'm telling you, bro, these are fucking. He has to, man. At the end of the day, he ain't got no choice, yeah. But I'll be honest with you, this is what happens. Everyone can see that, look, these sort of governments are funding terrorists. And now do you know what I mean? They literally make these terrorist groups and then leave them be. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
So
Yeah. And what I'm really looking at though is if you see.
It's not even a joke.
Mm. Yeah, the crazy thing I see is like they let Erdogan do it, and then Trump comes out saying that they're going to sanction him now. It looks like they're trying to get the United Nations to go against Turkey. It's like they baited them in to do it.
Come on, bro. I told you this is bait, fam. This has always been the case. This was the plan from the get-go, bro. You understand? Draw a man out, yeah. So do you know why Turkey had to make the border? Because they were getting fucking attacked. How the fuck? They're not even involved, and they're getting fucking bombs coming over to their side. On top of that, they are getting attacked on a daily basis by the PKK, who are basically getting funded by America, Europe. You know what I mean? Fucking our Prime Minister Boris Johnson was fucking over there in Iraq, giving the Kurdish forces fucking arms, bro. You can see it on the BBC, right in Google, bro. He's there like, yeah, we're training them. Yeah, we're giving them money. We're giving them arms. Yeah, they're helping us. Really and truly, you know what they're doing. They're fucking funding this thing. Right, bait in your face. It's not a joke.
Good thing you ain't got that back in your thing, bro.
You know, on the real one, guys, it's late for me now. I've got an early lecture in the morning, so it's been nice, man.
Yeah, you got to run. Yeah, man.
I'm going easy on you. I'm giving you a message.
Hey, Zulu, K sent you a message though in the chat room. Check it out.
Oh, he sent me a message.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Safe. Thanks, bro. All right. See you, man. There, yeah?
He's fucking you up. He's fucking you up. Yeah.
I'm gonna have mercy on you. I'm gonna put my weapon down. I'm gonna have mercy for you. Okay, Maki? See you later, bro.
Yeah. No weapon, bros.
Yeah.
Spear. Yeah, that spear at the door. Yeah.
All right, man. In a bit.
Yeah, man. Big up.
Come on.
Fuck's sake. This is what I gotta deal with K and fucking Zulu. You know what I'm saying? And fucking chemo trolling and fucking soil stirring. I mean, it's not easy, man. Being the fat controller of this thing.
Hey, but let me say this though. Kemo, I really, bruh, listen.
It was a dead argument.
Bruh, I don't listen, Mawari sounds dope. I'm not even gonna lie, Mawari sounds dope to me. I'm not even gonna lie.
It's a concept that's universal, man. It's a concept that's old and universal.
Yeah.
So, you know, whether you say Yahweh, it would have been Yahweh Mari. Yeah, back in the ancient times or your biblical times. Because your biblical times ain't ancient. That's the problem. Your shit ain't ancient. You're still in the realms of modern times when you're talking about Israelites and all of these type of things. There, you don't hear that shit. We older than that. How quick you gonna accept that shit? You know what I mean? And stop the bullshit. Telling me about your fucking tribe of Gad and all this. I'll box a man in his eye. When did you ever hear South Africans talk about we a tribe of Gad? Get out of here, man. FTK,
but they do got that Zulu Zulu's tribe that them Dambele or Nambele, they say they're like Israelites, like so.
No one said no Israelite. There was no Israelite word used. You know what I'm saying? So like they're Bantus and they came from where we know where Bantus came from. So
No.
Hold on, he's referring to the Bantu migration. Do you know what I'm saying? That would allow them at one stage to be in that Middle East region, be in that Kemet region, and be
So
and all of these things have been proven to be true. So at the end of the day, there's no way you can get away from it. They weren't called Israelites or weren't called all these funny names. They were still called the same names they are today. Because they're older than any of the tribes that we're talking about today. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't even make no sense, like, bro. No matter what we say as Nigerians and Yorubas and we have to still go back to the older names of what we were. That's why we're going to Bantu. That's why we're going to, you know what I'm saying, certain other ancient tribes. But always back to the main three, the Taites, the Watutsis, and the Khoisan. Done. You're done out here. Anyone older than that, bring me. And anyone older than that with a biblical name, bring me. Because until then, you best fall the fuck back with your 6,000 year bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And Abraham's obviously not at the, Israelites are not at the beginning. You know what I'm saying? They're halfway down in the story after Jacob. Mad thing. Yeah,
Okay, you better be prepared Friday, man.
Yeah, that's easy. That's light work.
Yeah, he's talking, boy.
You don't even know. It's not even me who he needs to have a word with. You have to answer to Soil. Soil is the one bringing the thing. I maintain mine. He just brought the Delil now, and it's even just more to confirm what man's been saying. So it's all right, man. Whatever. Another one bites the dust very soon.
Jeez.
Can't wait to that show. I don't think we'll have to wait till Friday for that. I might be live tomorrow, so it could be peak for UK. Get your shit ready. We're not giving that time. Yeah.
That's real warfare, K. You can't pick the time and place.
Get me. Kemo's still seething from getting his ass whooped about fucking Selassie and fucking Marcus Garvey and not knowing where the Israelite fits in all that shit. Niggas still got to answer them questions instead of asking about Muari. Or Tendai Mari, as the real Rastas say. You know what I'm saying? Like the shit's in their shit. So why they asking questions? It means you don't know your shit. You got locks, but you don't know about Muari. That's mad. You know what I'm saying? Tendai Mari is not something that like normal Africans say. They say the Muari bit. They say the Olodumare bit, yeah? But they don't say no, you get me? The Tendai Mari come with certain Africans, hearing from certain Africans and it ending up in this Pan-African thing. Like Ashe. Where do you think Ashe came from? You know what I'm saying? It's the same type of things, man, are relating to their cultural, whether it be Ghanaian, Asante, or, you know what I mean? Akan. They say the words like that. This is what it's all relating to. You know what I mean? And it's weird to me that, you know, like Shakara, who's a proper Rasta, am I lying? You know what I'm saying? We'll open the conversation and say, oh, Tendai Mari. Raspek will say Tendai Mari. You know what I'm saying? And everybody knows it came from Muari. So when they see Beefy, they're like, oh, yeah, we know, Tendai Mari. Say, what? What did you say again?
But Michael, the crazy thing is South Africa got a big Rasta community. Like, it's big. So,
yeah, I mean, Burning Spear really brought that kind of thinking and understanding, especially in like some of them other African countries. But the idea of locks, is definitely essentially African. My mom was born with locks. Doesn't make her a Rasta. You know what I'm saying? Mad.
But you know that you know in some traditions, God just learned this African tradition. The kids are born with dreads. It's like a spiritual thing. Like they're supposed to be like the leaders of the whole tribe or village or something like
Well,
that.
then that just tells you what it is, innit? Because that's what I'm saying. My mom was born with locks. They call it dada, where we come from. They don't call it no rasta. They don't call it no dreadlocks. You know what I mean? It's just a special thing. And they used to get like coins and shells and things put in their hair, and they're not allowed to cut it until they reach a certain age, boy or girl. You know what I'm saying? Because as you said, it's got a spiritual connection. And they know that in all the churches, whether they be Christian, whether they be whatever, everybody knows that. So everybody adapts that to whatever system it is. If you're Roman Catholic, they still bring their traditions into the Roman Catholic thing. If they're doing it in the Americas like that, why can't they do it in Africa like that? Man, are just dumb, bros. I mean, now you're at the end result talking about, yeah, you know, learned from the Europeans and learned this, and Mawari came the other way round, or it's a religion. What kind of farcical foolishness was that? You get me? I'm saying there's ways of life before religion. The only oldest religion out here is Hinduism. What the fuck has this got to do with Africans? No, you want to bring it to us and say, yeah, you lot were religious. You lot believed in a sky daddy. Yes, we did. Whether it be metaphysical in most cases, you know what I'm saying? Or just having the concept.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah,
what
are
I'm
you
saying?
correct?
In our mythos.
Yeah, are you correct? I caught that too when I was when Zulu was reading about Mawari. I caught that same thing you were talking about. The Bantu Mawari religion or way of life was more of like an agriculturist to me because he was talking. They were saying Mawari, you call in for like rains and agriculture type activities. So I peeped that.
Which makes sense. Which obviously we're herders, we're farmers, you get what I'm saying? And they were nomadic. They said they were always on the move. You know what I'm saying? So this is my point. So that information would have been spread all over from wherever they passed through and stayed for a couple centuries or whatever. But trust me, no names ain't changing just like that. And it has to relate because remember, every word has a meaning. What does Israel mean? You know what I'm saying? What does Israel mean? Is it an African word? Like, fuck, get that shit the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? That's an abbreviated word or three words mixed together. Isis, Ra, and El.
Yeah,
The
that's
three
what I think it
theology.
is.
Yeah, the three theologies all together. I don't care about that. Let's go by the guy's name, Jacob or Yakub. You get me? And then now we start to see a better picture. Which story are we talking about? Are we talking about the Yakub from 8,000 years ago? Or are we talking the Yakub from like 3,500 years ago? You get what I'm saying? According to the biblical. Shit. Yeah, because one is way before the other. You get me? The big head scientist one is way before the one of the Bible. Sharing the same name. Almost. And we know that Hebrew is only Yiddish and fucking German. You're just pissing me off. Which part of the fucking Semitic line is that, bros? You step up to get FTK'd now. Boom, boom, boom. Tum, 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 tum. Big up Hawaii. Get me. A big up Don Bravo Israel. Get me. Yeah, that's an Israel foolishness as well that I'm not really gonna accept about this. You are what your father is. That's a foolishness. You can never be. You know what I'm saying? You only are what your father is because you're supposedly a male. But even you and your father carry female genes. That's why it's not Y and Y. That's why it's X and Y. Whose is the X? Is that a man gene, yeah? Come on, man. Stop all that. Them and they're not even experts in science. How the fucking Israelites fucking work that out? That's a backward mathematics to what everybody else knows. Yeah. The genes are carried on via the female. So you're going against the creator and the other creator, the only other creator out here of life. Right, let's stop all that foolishness that you are what your father is. Yeah? That's not scientific, that's not even thing, that doesn't even work spiritually. It's just foolishness. A male ego, chauvinist or European thinking added into the text. Remember, they subjugated their women up until the early or the mid 1900s, before suffragette and all of this and women's rights and all of that. So you can understand these biased, sexist men writing these books. God is a he, all of this type of stuff. All the angels are man them, all of that. You know what I mean? Birthright is only carried by the males and all of that. Nah. So the women ain't important in this, no? Always demeaned. You are what your father is. And I bet man's sitting there with his mother's features. Joke ting. Joke ting. Otherwise, you'd look like a fucking Neanderthal. If every man looked like every man, that every man, that every man, that every man, that every man. No, bruvs. Doesn't work like that. You've got slender features, tender features, because you came from a female. And likely or not, you look like one of these females. You know what I mean? Whether it's on your mom's side or on your dad's side, yeah, the female will definitely have a big influence in how you look. You know what I mean? Or skip a generation, about say, oh, you look like your grandfather. Cool. But your grandfather might have looked like his mother. You're never going to get away from these facts. You know what I'm saying? Any look that a man's got is not from the father alone. My dad I look like my dad. My dad looks like his mother. I look like my mother, mixed with my dad's mother. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? As I said, there's the DNA, the mitochondrial, all of that tells you ain't nothing going on out here from the beginning of time. Only Eve's genes can be traced. You ain't tracing out Adam's genes because they're only going to last a couple generations. Then you're going to have to insert some new male DNA. You get me? To start another generation and another thing.
Listen, mitochondrial DNA is so fucking amazing. And the reason we get, first off, we get mitochondrial DNA from our mothers. But however, the mitochondrial cell is where we produce energy, ATP. Is the actual power source of the human body or the cell. So imagine that you could not get energy without the mitochondrial DNA, which comes from your mother.
So you do have it.
She's your life. Your life.
Yeah, you do
everybody
have
has
it.
mitochondria.
Because you have female chromosomes.
Yeah, but it's like so deep. You couldn't breathe oxygen. You couldn't do nothing without mitochondria. The energy supply from the mitochondrial DNA or the mitochondrial cell. You could do nothing.
That's what your ex is always carrying.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? That's what your ex is always carrying. So your ex, you ain't just Y. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I said. Why is it not YY? You know what I'm saying? If it's so perfect, it's so good. No, yours is the defected X.
Yeah, it's a broken. Y is a broken X.
Yeah,
It's an X broken off.
Yeah, there's a section taken off.
Yeah,
and that's what made the variance and the difference in males. You get me? Small minor thing, but it's not small or minor because there's probably 100 million chromosomes in that little piece there that's missing. You know what I'm saying? That make you a womb man, a man with a womb, like a woman. You get me? A proper how it's meant to be. So that's what we're saying. Perfection in nature is a woman, not a man. Because the DNA says so. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't even make sense. Like it makes sense physically because you can look at yourself and say, look, my fucking ovaries on the outside, and then now they're called bollocks. You know what I'm saying? My fallopian tube or my birth canal is on the outside, is on the inside out, and it's my penis.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? So these are the things that you should see physically and know that look, there's something not right. It seems to be perfect in the sense of how we are, but it's not right in the sense of what nature originally made. So this thing came out of the thing that came out of nature, the female. You know what I'm saying? There's no way no man could be just appear first and blah blah blah. That's why I said only if this thing is replicated around the universe and there are species and things are older than us that came here and seeded us and left their seed and whatever. That's the
Hey,
only way, man.
M. Bravo Israel. I see how you said Mother Earth, Father God.
Yeah.
I understand that, but what I even learned 2 days ago, the word God in Hebrew can mean goddess also.
Mm-hmm.
So what if there is such a thing as this duality, or there's an actual counterpart to this Father God that you're referring to?
Look, even angels have duality supposedly. So why not the creator? And if the creator don't even have a physical body, you know what I'm saying? Like what? What are you talking about? And if these angels can manifest themselves into flesh and choose to come down as males or choose to come down as females, then it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Because they're obviously compatible.
Jeez.
You get what I'm saying? They're obviously compatible with us. And they say, oh no, they never had no sex organs. So how the sons of God come down and breed with the daughters of men then? Hmm? How's Gabriel delivered this comfort? Get me, like, bruv, let's not mess about. These are tangible. They can be physical and they can be male and they can be female. The females don't get talked about. Every male angel is a female. You think of Michael, you think of Michaela, or you think of what's her name? What's like Angela?
Probably where we get angel from, angelic, and yeah.
You think, or Gabriel or Gabriella? I mean, all the names can be made female. There's no doubt about that. You know what I mean? So, like something has gone on, and we can see that the people writing the biblical text of that time from like the 1500s were biased and sexist and racist. So, it was just what it is. Now we've got those texts from that time, and now we're running around defending it and assuming that everything written in it is of a modern time. It's so old they make mistakes like you are what your father is. You know what I'm saying? That's how old the information is. Because some set of people didn't know the concept. When we in Africa and other places knew the concept, we knew how sacred the woman was. Even in Europe, even a caveman knew how precious the African woman was. Them Grimaldi buff midgets were definitely worth, because all they had was males out there. Homo erectus, they're all of these men, they all seem to be man. No one ever talked about the women. No one ever showed me a Neanderthal woman. You know what I mean? how sexy was she? There was no Kim Kardashian Homo erectus all over the planet, so that us as Homo sapiens was like, ooh, we got to sleep with them. I don't think that's how it went. And we just found out we're giants. We just found out we're giants at different stages, so, Yeah, man. So, yeah, as I said, man, some of these books let you know the level of science and technology being used at the time. As I said, in the Quran, a lot of it just came after the Greek. So a lot of the Greek ideas was in the Quran. For the Bible, same. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's whose theology is running. And then they add a little bit of millennium with the English thinking of the time. But they couldn't even do surgery yet. So how would they know about DNA splicing and what was going on Noah's boat? And if that was DNA he was taking, if you don't even know the concept of DNA yet, it took you thousands of years to break it down. And now in the last 50 years, yeah, we've learned about it. We can map the human genome. When these mans were telling you 1,000 years ago, that's what they were doing to make different forms of human beings or workers or people to do those type of stuff. Who's telling the truth, them or you? Or what your people are telling you now? That came from that information. They had to work hard to get it. You get me? Hard to make it make sense. They're saying, look, they took a piece. Osiris was a spirit, and that spirit went into the wife, even though the physical body wasn't there. Do you think that was sperm? Do you think that was artificial insemination? No, those people weren't advanced like that. They could have never done something like that. Dumbasses. You know what I'm saying? Then it takes you another, how many thousand years to work it out? After stealing the information, after taking years and hundreds of years to work it out, even the translation, then giving us a false one and then keeping the real one for yourself. Yeah? Omitting some of that information because you know you can't just put that out there. These Egyptians are giving you recipes, how to fix yourself, how to work against certain diseases and crop diseases and all of those type of things. Man, don't mess with me, man. The ancestors was gangster. That's it. Get me? And we didn't believe in none of this foolishness that you men are talking. These ideas of religion came out of us. Which part don't they understand? Of the way we used to live and adventures and things of kings, pharaohs, chiefs, and all sorts. Taken and turned into religion. Quotes of certain kings and pharaohs, all up in the Bible. You get me? The son of the sun and all of that poetry from Akhenaten in the Bible. So don't tell me that, yeah, G-O-D, when I know G-O-D ain't G-O-D. It's probably one of my ancestors. Get me? And just so happened that these individuals keep going to Egypt and getting these one-liners and leaving, and all of a sudden they can speech, they can talk good. Get me? So I don't want to hear that, man. And you Israelites especially, you're not Israelites, you're Kemetans. You get me? You lived in Kemet for 400 years. You backed and forth into Kemet. You learned how to write. You learned how to make clothes. You learned a lot of stuff because that was a place of learning and a place of sustenance. So you could grow into a might and great nation that would leave and do nothing. Imagine that. You didn't even build Jerusalem. Cheeky bastards. When you go into it and you find out that even the bricks, the foundations of Jerusalem came from the outer layer of the fucking pyramid. Fuck's sake. You get me? They're finding the bottom of the buildings has still got fucking hieroglyphs on it. On the fucking foundation stones of what you're calling Jerusalem. Jerusalem was only a small town, tiny. Village. There was no massive city during the history. Like, what? What are you talking about? Village. It's the village, bro. Everything's got to match up, bro. I mean, and when they're doing the archaeology and all these things there, and these things are getting exposed, like, yeah, this place really existed according to the biblical, of course. But look at the foundation stones, Kemet. Like, what? What are you doing? What's going on? Oh, this was an Egyptian province. Oh, they built lighthouses between stations, and they wrote on the back of scarab beetles, like stone scarab beetles, how they wrote their information and passed it on horseback from pillar to post. You get me? So man could tell, man, what was going on in every part of the province and the land, all the way up to fucking Iraq. Now man's going to tell me it's Israel, now it's going to be Canaan and all of this. No. The oldest thing you lot know from around there is Egypt. That is the oldest thing you lot know in that region. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing older. Nothing older. Anything you're making up. oh, the Phoenicians or this one or that one. There's nothing older than Egypt. That's why I said there's nothing older than Egypt for the Europeans, not us Africans. Stupid. So embarrassing, man. Get me? No, Jerusalem is obviously the home of the person in your biblical book who was an Egyptian, and it only made sense. You know what I'm saying? That was the home of Melchizedek, who was an Egyptian. Like, what are you talking about? King of Salam or Salem. This is Salem, Salam, Jerusalem. Come on. Take the J away and put a H there. And it would be Haru. Haru Salam. You get me? And Haru is the original Christ concept. You know what I'm saying? The original Christ concept comes with Haru. And Tammuz, yeah. Next one after that. Before we even come with any Christ or Serapis or any of that. Get me? Do not play with me, man. Do not play with me. Fuck's sake. I'm not gonna have people twisting and rejading history in front of my eyes and demeaning our ancestors like they were dumb and they didn't write and they didn't keep texts and they didn't name some of these individuals coming into the place. When they saw the devil coming in, they told us who they were. They named them and that. Hikakasut. Hyksos. You get me? White boys. He told you when they came, and that's late in the story, fam. That ain't way back. Oh, who's Benjamin? You. Do you know Benjamin? What was his name? It was Ben Oni. Ben means son. Oni or On or the city of On or Heliopolis, which is Egyptian again. His mom wanted to call him an Egyptian name. And they had his name changed from Ben Oni. Look at it in the Bible. From Ben Oni to Benjamin. Yamin. You get me? All of a sudden. You get me? But these are all Egyptians. But if your Israelites are born in Egypt, man, stop that. In that 400-year period, what are you crazy? Euphraim and Manasseh, these are going to be great Egyptian cities. Who came before Egypt? No one came before Egypt, dummy. How you going to say that? Nothing you can imagine out of your book came before Egypt. Your Adam and Eve, yeah, were created in a situation where those pyramids were in the background. Facts. According to your 6,000-year story. That's why you can't mess with man. Like, it doesn't make sense. We've been here over 300,000 years, and you want to tell me about 6,000 years. Listen, don't do that, bros. And all we can find is Turks and Hyksos coming into Egypt. None of you, what you're claiming. Because all of those people are that. They are Egyptians already. They're not one tribe. They're many tribes. You know what I'm saying? Many different of the supposed family, biblical or otherwise. You know what I'm saying? They got Turks on the wall. They got like Hittites. Hittites are what you call in those original Turks and thing. You get me? Jeez. Fair and had tattoos and long beards, looking like Sumerians, like whiter versions. You know what I mean? Dressed as similar and all of that. They came into Kemet and their thing was tattoos. You understand? They tattooed their skin and all of that, and it was there depicted on the walls, like, bros. The Egyptian family. You know what I'm saying? All the different shades and thing, up to very fair. And yeah, what I'm saying is Hittite. So even the Hittites, they warred against them and everything. They knew they were family, just like the Assyrians and just like everyone else. Different parts of the family, from different parts of the province. But bloodline, bro, they were related, bro. Some just got mixed in with, and yeah, you know what it's like. And it never ever stopped them ruling in Egypt. How did the Hyksos, these white boys, rule in Egypt? It wasn't invasion. They didn't invade Egypt. They caravanned in. And because no one was really like paying attention, they said, yeah, this is our shit now. We family, let's do our thing. But when we found them misbehaving, 200 years of servitude, maybe that's the only time there was slavery in fucking Egypt. In reality, because not according to the history. But according to what Europeans say and the biblical, yeah, man, we can take that. What, some Israelites? Or were there is corrupted coming in? You need to stop all this disingenuous bullshit. You know what I'm saying? You came in starving, hungry, ribs touching, and you left fat-bellied and in your thousands. You know what I'm saying? What type of corruption is that, fam? When you left, even under Moses, you started going back to your Canaanitic worship, your Canaanitic ideals. You get me? Golden calves and all sorts of shit. It tells you in the book. Went to your Canaanitic practices. Like, hold on, what? Canaanitic practices? Oh yeah, because you lived in the land of Canaan. You came from the land of Canaan. There was no food up in that bitch. You came into the land of Kemet, you acted like you was Kemetans, and then when you left, you started going back to your bullshit again. Till Moses had to go up in the mountains and get that Kemetan shit for you again. Because he already knew the laws. He already knew the 48 laws of Ma'at and all of that. Don't play with me, man. We have no bitch-ass Israelites who didn't do nothing other than take from us and then not give us no respect. You better put respect on Kemet's name. Because you ain't chosen, and that was the land of milk and honey since you came from a desert. You know what I'm saying? We're rich in agriculture, rich in everything. Milk and honey was the standard drink of the royals in Kemet. But we'll fix you a glass. They can't fix you a glass in Israel. Get me? You barely got water. You got fucking Dead Sea around there. You know what I'm saying? Showing you how bitter and dry the land is. There's no comparison. That is not the land of God, land of the Creator. That would be so dry and barren and have things like the Dead Sea next to it as a water supply. It's bullshit. You know what I mean? Have Sodom and Gomorrah not far from it. That, to me, is the land of fucking Satan, if you think about it. Everything that's bad that's ever happened to us has happened in that land. Every of our prophets who've gone in that land has either died or never made it to the promised land or wandered around the desert for 40 years, all sorts of madness going on. And this is a holy land now. Then when it became the state of Jerusalem and Israel and all of this type of thing, more murders, more killings, more thing. Where is this a holy land? That's why they talk about New Jerusalem in the book. This old dead Jerusalem and Israel is dead, is finished, according to the book. Only certain tribes will make it. So y'all can't be all of these tribes. Because some of y'all, according to the book, never made it, even in the book, let alone to the end. Get me? If you had the tribe of Judah, Benjamin, or Dan, or whatever, you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't think Benjamin was involved. Benjamin ran off a long time ago. They were the ones trapped in the castle, in the fort, and had to eat the babies. And then some of them ducked out the back and went to Egypt after with their fuckery. Me and Ezra have been through this, bruv. Like, we're not even going to play that game. Anytime you want clarification, anytime you want anything, food, you're starving, you lost your mind, you lost your culture, you went to Egypt. Every time. Then all your sages and all your prophets went there for knowledge. Every time. You're not going to get away from that. It's not as important to me, but to you religiously, yeah. And you know, even as a religious person, if you're making a pilgrimage, you've got to make your pilgrimage to Egypt. Not only Jerusalem, you meant to go to Egypt. Facts. I see bare nuns and all of that, and ministry schools and all of that, monks and that, going through the pyramids and all of that, because it has to relate to the biblical. Yeah, this is where Jesus came. What you gonna do about that? This is where Abraham came. This is where Joseph came. This is where Moses was born and lived. You get what I'm saying? This is where Manasseh and Ephraim was born. This land, all in Egypt, all in Africa. Like the majority of the Bible is in Africa or Northern Africa. Only right at the end we start getting into Europe. We start going into Paul and the Romans and the Corinthians and or shall we say even the time of Christ, because the Roman ran things by then. But prior to that, when there's really Assyrians and all of that, there's no Romans, bros. Some of them civilizations are late and still earlier than any of the European ones. So Maza. How's the Israelite royalty, man? Abraham wasn't no king. Nimrod was the king, man, of that region. You know what I'm saying? How are we royalty if Nimrod's the king? And your dad's just a foot soldier for Nimrod. Makes no sense. Can't tell me about royal bloodline and that. And the royal was given to Ishmael. All of that. He will have princes. That sounds like royalty. He didn't say Israel would be royal. Or maybe it was the same for both. Or that was definitely not given to no fucking Israel seed. And again, Israel is or Jacob or Yakub had the same basic situation as Paul. Yeah, no one to endorse his shit. He had a fight with an angel or God. Right, we say angel because it makes more sense. And the angel fucked his ass up, broke his leg, and he always had to walk with a stick after that. Cool. Where was he doing that at? Was he doing that in Egypt or outside of Egypt? Huh? You get me? And then you saying the angel broke you up and then gave you a name like Israel or Azrael or Azazel. Yeah, the angels ain't the best ones, man. Trust me. You get me? Or Isis, Ra, and El. Makes sense. The three schools of thought, because Ra, the Isis bit, is the Hagar. Yeah, connection. You get what I'm saying? Because they would have dealt with Hathor. That's where you get the name Hagar from Hathor. You get me? And Hathor is the goddess that Isis believed in or whatever. The principles, sorry, that she abided by, which are like the calf and whatever, the bull, the pregnant bull and whatever. You know what I mean? Or cow, should I say? Yeah, man. So there's bare of this information in your biblical that came out of Kemet, man. Your father. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, if it wasn't for Jacob and the 13 sons of Israel, you get me? Or 12 sons or 12 tribes of Israel. Is it 12 tribes? Yeah, 12 tribes of Israel. We wouldn't even be talking about Israelites. So let's not go there. You know who the father of this Israelite thing is. The Hebrews before that, the Israelites after. Hebrew Israelites. Get it? You know what I mean? So some people will say, no, I'm not an Israelite. I'm a Hebrew. I could possibly be a Hebrew because I came from thing, but that again is only a description. That's language. What language is being used? Arcadians. Arcadians are describing Chaldeans crossing over. Abraham is a Chaldean. What are we talking about? Where's the Israelite? Where's the, you get me? Where's the Hebrew? No, Hebrew is a description of people crossing over. Like it's plain and simple. We FTK'd this long time ago. Yeah, see, 13 sons. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 13 tribes of Israel. So, as I said, not all of them is going to make it, bros. Because by the time Christ come along, there's only like 2 or 3 left. Facts. You get me? And then they've got Jebusites, Canaanites pretending to be Jews. So the Israelites are Israelite where they are. They say they were lost. Tribe of Benjamin and tribe of Judah, and Dan. But we knew where they were. They were in Ethiopia, cooling out, minding their own business. Until the Israeli government decided to say, yeah, these are the tribe of Dan. Yeah, they can come to Israel. These are the black direct bloodline. These are these white Jews saying it. You know what I mean? These Jewish. So you're dead after that. Yeah. Of the Israelites, that's right. But not the Hebrews. You know what I mean? So to be a Hebrew Israelite, no, not everyone will be. To be a Hebrew Ishmaelite, yeah, there will be some. And to be a Hebrew Midianite, you know what I'm saying? Because remember the third wife and the third son, and the son out of that Moab. So you got Moabites. That's it. So the Moabites came out of Abraham too. So, you know, and the Israelites quickly slaughtered the Moabites.
Hey, Mac, I want to ask you a question. You might have heard this, but the Moors over here in America, they say you know how the Hebrew Israelites have a tradition? Well, they say that the Moors are actually the Moabites. What do you think about that? Like the Muslims, I would say. They're trying to say like the Moors in Spain were Moabites.
Well, the Moabites, even if they were Moabites, they would still be classed as Hebrews because they came from Abraham. They wouldn't be classed as Israelites, but they'd be classed as Hebrews. All of them would be. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If that was true, though, if that was true. But for me, nah, that's all bullshit because at the end of the day, they would have looked at them and they would have looked exactly like the same as the Kemetans and they would have lived there for so long and integrated. You might as well say they're Kemetans. None of us are even going to live 100 years or 150 years. And we're talking about 400. Fuck's sake. You know how many generations that is? You ain't no fucking Israelite again. You fully Kemetan. Man, there's going to be generations of you born and die easy in that. You get me? For you to multiply and multiply, because if you multiply and multiply only with yourselves, in 100 years, there's only going to be like one of you that has to leave and go and find some other people to breed with. So, you know, and they came in with less than that, 70 people and that. Come on, man. Stop all that. Jacob was suffering, man. He was under pressure. Or Yakub or Israel. Like, no one's going to bring that Israel talk to man, bro. Yeah, all of it is nonsense. Hebrew is a fucking, as I said, Yiddish and German. From the 1400s, 1500s is when they revived it, supposedly. These Jews, these Jebusites. So I'm not going to take their word for nothing, bros. The original book tells you itself that Satan will have a seed. And I'm telling you, the Satan seed came through Canaan, came through the curse. The curse allowed some people to be born without souls, and this is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And these Jebusites are Jews. They became Ashkenazi and all of that after their little trial in the Caucasus Mountains when they came out. and they got a little chest up. You get me? And then they went marauding for a little bit during the 1300. Yeah, and then they died out. Less than 300 years or whatever, they died out, supposedly. But no, they just assimilated into other cultures because it was all around them. They were from Middle Eurasia, in a sense. They bordered everywhere in Europe where they originally came from, supposedly. So they could go to Asia, they could go to Russia, they could go to Western Europe. You know what I mean? They could come all the way to Africa if they wanted to at a certain point. You get me? Wasn't always accessible, and the door was definitely closed for a little while. But we're talking about the 30 sons of Canaan. You get me? These Canaanites and all sorts of ites.
So I always heard him talk about the 12 tribes. But why they don't say the 13? Like,
No, the 13. I mean, well, I don't know why they don't do that. Maybe they add Jacob. They don't add Jacob. Somebody add Jacob himself.
Yeah, Bravo Israel, explain that to me. You guys always say 12 tribes, but it's 13 tribes technically. So what's going on? Well, what is that last tribe? It was like demonic or something, or what? Let me check what he's saying.
It's all stolen birthright, mate. It's all stolen birthright. Mad things. No one's special out here, bros. No one is special. No Israelite is special. No special chosen by God, nothing. As soon as you get that into your skull, the better. You're just like the rest of us, fam. We're all blessed from Adam, from Noah, from Moses or whoever. You get me? We're all blessed, bro.
All right, so hold on. Let me get this straight. All right, so the lost tribe is the tribe that all the irregular Israelites are part of. So
no.
What do you mean by lost tribe?
They're saying that the lost tribes, Christ came for the lost tribes. You get me? The lost tribes.
Also, so Christ didn't come for the 12 tribes. He only came for that last 13.
Bro, no, the last two.
Oh, it's two of them missing.
The two, yeah, it was two of them missing. Supposedly, the tribe of Judah, yeah, which he was a part of. It seems doesn't make sense. And then Dan, which are still not lost. They're just in Africa. Get me? But because a little while back, I think they refused to accept that they were Africans. You get me? It's all became a little bit hazy for them. Start looking at themselves as Arabs and then as Phoenicians and all of this type of shit. Like they just got it all twisted. You get me? They were Phoenicians. You get what I'm saying? But Phoenicians were just generally black. Persians was the mix-up. So there's a lot of things. And then before that, it was Syria or Assyria from Asher, who was supposedly the son of
hey, yeah, but finish what you're saying, but I don't want to switch subjects. But I found out some other thing you was talking about the other day about the origins of King, the King. Yeah, I just read the I downloaded the Sumerian Enuma Elish. I read it pretty much. And I see what you're talking about with Kingu. Kingu was pretty much like we're created out of Kingu, right? Because Kingu was with the Tiamat, but when EA killed Tiamat, he used King A to create, I guess, the human beings or whatever. So it makes sense you said the origin of King.
No, Kingu is a spell, the spell of Leviathan. You know what I'm saying? The spell of sleep, which was cast by Ishtar, Enki, and Enlil. So it's two brothers fighting. They brought this sister in, and this sister is on this Hindu shit, and then she cast this spell. You know what I'm saying? And it backfired on the seed of both of these individuals, because Noah is of the seed of Enki, in a sense. You got what I'm saying? So Enki is the one who came and warned Noah about the flood. But in that book, it's the flood of Utnapishtim. You know what I'm saying? And Utnapishtim, that flood is the Noah story. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, I
Noah,
didn't get to Gilgamesh yet. I didn't get to that part yet.
no, that's even another story again.
Oh,
Gilgamesh.
so I thought I thought Gilgamesh was the flood story, right?
Nah.
Okay,
The
I'm
flood story,
familiar.
the flood story is Utnapishtim.
Utnapishtim. Yeah, there's a lot of them books. I didn't even know. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's very interesting, though. I'm not even gonna lie to you. It's really deep. The whole story, the Sumerian story, or the Babylonian or Syrian story, Sumerian story, whatever. It's very deep, man. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, they do a lot of magic and the sleep spell.
Yeah.
I seen that part.
Yeah.
I think that's how he killed who was the guy? I'm not too familiar, but I know somebody died from that. It didn't work on Tiamat though, the Great Mother. But it's deep, very deep though.
Yeah, there's a lot of the Sumerian stories that are obviously once you read it and you start to realize where they got the biblical.
Not even.
And then you got to understand. One second, you got to understand that even that Sumerian story is just replicated. When you go Kemet, you'll see it. Is it?
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. I was literally just gonna say that. Yeah. It's like a more detailed Kemet story. Almost. It's yeah. Almost.
But
Yeah,
it's in Kemet writing. That's what's not making no sense for me. The written words that the Kemetans spoke and the written script that the Kemetans wrote is what it's in. So it's like, right, how is this not Kemet when the cuneiform that's being written is Kemetan? You know what I'm saying? Like, how does that make sense? Like these guys, thousands of years ago, who were nothing to do with Kemet, supposedly, had all hieroglyphs on the walls, monuments, towns built in this.
And it's not even that. It's like they have the same Ogdog story where you have two different dualities, a male and a female, It's 8 of them. There's 8 of them. Like literally 8 of them.
If there's no Kemet symbols in Sumeria, I'll eat my hat because there's bare Kemetan symbols in Sumeria. Do you get what I'm saying? So like even the disc with wings and all of that with the legs on the bottom or whatever, that's a Kemetan symbol in Sumeria. It's like, oh, they borrowed it. No, nigga.
The only thing I'm looking for to figure out, I know is they literally copied Kemet is when AA or pretty much no, not what's his name? Not EA. EA's son. The one who kills Tiamat, the one that they use to kill Tiamat.
Who? Murdoch.
Murdoch. Yeah, thank you, Michael. Murdoch. Like the only thing I'm looking for is when Murdoch created humans to do the job of Kingu and the gods or whatever.
Well, that was.
I'm looking for that story in Kemet.
That wasn't the actual job of Murdoch. Murdoch's job was different in the capacity of like Enki and Ninti, who did that Adama project. Do you get what I'm saying? They did the Adama project, and the fixing of the rib thing is that story where Enki injures himself and Mother Ninti fixes his rib, and all of a sudden it's worked into the Adam story. That Eve was created from Adam's rib. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's the misinterpretation that has ended up as a medical procedure that has turned into something fantastical. You get what I'm saying? That God created Adam from the rib. No, because you couldn't translate the thing in ancient times. Yeah, that was your closest interpretation. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, they wouldn't fully thing it. Maybe years after the books have been written and everything, now you're getting a better translation of it. So now you've got a better translation of the Sumerian text. You're like, okay, we kind of fucked up, but we can't change it now.
Okay.
And even if we had the full story, would we tell the people?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think you would edit it and
Yeah, they have to leave missing blanks to let you try to wander and figure out.
Right. Or make it kind of simplify it as well, so it doesn't seem so complicated. So that all that complicated story of them taking DNA from every animal or species on the planet, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, another thing, I do got to take back what I said the other day. I was like, do you really think that these gods or whatever were actual like human beings? I thought they were principles. But if you really read the Sumerian, I'm talking about they're having parties. Marduk is having drinks, so they don't fear that the fight they're gonna fight. Like it's real, like regular
real
people type shit.
interaction.
Yeah. I never knew that. I never knew it.
Same in Kemet, as I said before. The Kemet one is just that everybody's made of those particular elements. So what they're explaining is the first set of people who are going to be integrating into the actual people. Then it's not like they're just different species and they just came, ruled for a little bit and left. No, these people are just going to be here, and then the descendants are going to be the people who are going to be the people of authority. You get me? But as it goes down, the blood gets filtered out and they're not as smart or whatever. So that is what's happening. A deterioration of a powerful gene or a powerful form in its origin. And then it's going as demigod. You're going from God-like figure to demigod to demi, and then whatever. You know what I'm saying? Mortal or whatever you want to say. So the stages, even from them, showing you that, look, we didn't just come, they came, they taught us, and we integrated with us. Not all of us, but some of, you get me? Some of the royal lineage. This is why even the royal lineage has to be maintained, because they're telling you that this was an exterior source, even though there was always people here. There was always those pygmies here, or always, you know what I mean? They were the ones who came via the water, who came out of the water, what you would call evolution, but we would say is revolution, trying to get back to what you originally was. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's how I see it working. And the fact that people forget that Mother Nature is going to produce beings as well, animals and all of these things. She's going to produce that, because you got to remember, everything is in the soil, isn't it? So everything that ever lived is in the soil, at the bottom of the sea or whatever. And
Mike, I'm kind of getting what you're saying finally. So pretty much, the divine beings are the ones that come from the waters, but the soil ones are the ones produced by Earth.
No, I'm saying the ones that they're showing, like evolutionary man, came out of the water.
Okay.
But evolutionary man was only a being that was originally a man, became a single cell organism, meaning the remnants of that individual, and then started again through a process to get back, come out of the water, go through different supposed beings or animals or dinosaurs or whatever to become that species again, or something close to it. Because I don't think they finished revoluting. You know what I mean? To get your Khoisan, who look like little, let's say if the original was a grey alien for the Khoisan, who came out of evolution, and also the pygmy, you know what I'm saying? So they would have had maybe their remnants crashed into the planet, for example, and it was in the sea, and then that was the form of life that we know as the single-celled organism that went through different stages to get back to itself. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's one rootage. And even though the ones that our ancestors tell us about the dolphin project, where they supplanted their DNA inside a dolphin, and sent it to this planet, and then came out of the waters from that. So this is more the story of the Netters or the Neteru, or the Ogdods and all of that. Not the Ogdods, but the Neteru, which are the 9 Enids. Do you get what I'm saying? Because the Ogdods are before their needs, but you notice their story's not the same if you think about it. because the needs are coming out of Bess, who is an Ogdok.
Yeah, the all dogs seem like they just did like principles of nature almost.
No, but they're older beings.
Okay.
That's why they're personified
Yeah.
as beings. You know what I'm saying? Because they're older, an older time, an older species, an older thing. More or less the same, but just older. Do you get what I'm saying? So that we know that the pygmy is older than what we're saying the new beings are as the Neteru. Do you get what I'm saying? Because there is placed above them. The older.
Hey, Magu, sorry, I just gotta say this for all you correct. Like, you remember how you was talking about the soil and the body and all that? We're trying to get back to what we're saying, right? Then all you correct in the chat room said, look up ginseng root bulb, right? So I look up ginseng root bulb, and guess what the name for the ginseng thing is called?
What?
Human root.
Yeah. Human root. Yeah. Come on.
Yeah, so yeah, it's deep. Yeah.
But we had all these sciences and thing, and obviously, Are You Correct is from the same school of thought as me.
Okay,
You know what I
okay.
mean? So he knows all this stuff, man. Come on. Like as I said, the eternal jellyfish, the immortal jellyfish. When you look that up, then you have to ask the question: who's the creator? Who's God? Who's immortal? Because there's a being on this planet that doesn't die. Can we say that's God? Can we just throw away all these spook gods and just worship the immortal jellyfish? No, we don't. But this idea of immortality being a farcical thing is ridiculous when we can see it in our environment right now. There's a species of something that's been here and always been here and won't die. Just goes through different stages and comes back to itself again. Turns back into a small version of itself, like a seed, and then grows again. Mad. But yeah, look up that immortal jellyfish, boy. You'll be like, wow. Okay. I understand now. Get me? It brings everything into context. Give you
ain't even fucking lying. There's a mortal jellyfish. I thought you was trolling a while ago. Mortal jellyfish. Fuck. I didn't even think there was a mortal. The only mortal creature I knew was like that that water bear, but I didn't even know they had a jellyfish like this too.
No.
So why think about that? Why would God create creatures that live mortal? Like,
Right. So it's bigger than that. That's all I'm saying. We can't even quantify what the creator can do if you can do things like that. That's why I said, who's God? Is it a spook in the sky or is it the mortal jellyfish? We've got to ask a question because he's been here forever. He knows everything.
yeah, true, right? Yeah, true. Jellyfish been longer than most everything, almost fish creatures, animals, humans, plants, all type of shit. Yeah.
So, for every billion years ago that there was jellyfish in the seas first started. Yeah. What was that? Where did that come from? You know what I mean? Was that from another galaxy or whatever?
Damn, these things are 4.5 millimeters. They is small as fuck.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay. And this thing does the same thing you said, Mac. It goes from it could do the recycle thing you saying, like go from an egg maturity, go back to egg maturity, go like okay, that's how it stays immortal.
Cycle, yeah. That's how it stays immortal. It's mad, isn't it? It's mad.
How the hell it can turn back into his? It's like a human turning back to a baby, then turn back to a human, turn to an old person, go back to a baby, just so it doesn't die. That's crazy.
Are Nephilim sons of God? What? No, I think the idea of Nephilims and that, and what do they call it? They're all different. There's different types, because you've got obviously supposedly the sons of God coming down and breeding Nephilims, and then you've got the ones cast down. You get me? Who are not sons of God like that. Obviously, they have children, and they're obviously going to be giants too. You know what I'm saying? So are they going to be Nephilims as well? They're going to be classed as the same. I would assume. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of them.
Right, Macca, your number one fan is back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know he loved the message though. He liked the gems you give out, I must say. He always coming back for them. So trust me. I ain't gonna lie, I learned something new. There's a mortal jellyfish. And damn, I'm actually gonna research this shit. I never knew this in my life.
Tell you, fascinating.
Damn. Yeah.
Just give you a new perspective on things like, well,
Yeah,
what
true.
are we talking about? What are we talking about? And there's jellyfish out here. They ain't gonna die.
Not even that. It can literally revert back to its baby stage, adult stage, older stage, go back to the baby, do what the fuck it want.
Yep. So for some of them, if they're looking for a god, I would collect one of them, put them in a tank or something. Get me? There you go. There's your god right there. Get me? He ain't gonna die, but I am. Can you imagine that?
No, hey, bro, hold up. Bravo, I don't even know about that. You saying the Nephilim had a covenant also?
What?
He saying the Nephilim had a covenant they didn't hold up.
Well, I don't know about that.
Me neither. I
Who
never
said
heard that. Bravo Israel. M Bravo Israel. The Hebrew.
Oh. Well, it doesn't make sense because, as we know, Adam was a Nephilim. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these beings and species were Nephilim. You know what I'm saying? All the way down. Abraham, certain ones, they were all Nephilim. So I don't know what we're gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Some of them are getting covenants. How about that? You get me? Some of them are getting covenants. Christ is a Nephilim. You get me? Half angelic being, half supposed human. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we gonna do about that? You telling me Nephilim never got no covenant or broke it or whatever? It doesn't even matter. Hold it up. But it seems like in the books, because obviously these are the descendants of the angels are the ones who seem to be coming down to give them warning and information and updating them just according to the biblical. You know what I'm saying? They need guidance, they get their help. They pray upwards and all of a sudden people will appear from out the sky or physically, tangibly walk up to them and start teaching them stuff. Interesting.
Oh, today fellow Cootie's birthday, look like.
Yeah, big up unks. Big up uncle. Big up the family, bro. It's the Cooties. As I said, man, Uncle Dave as well. Yeah, man. Da-da-da. Who you trying to beat up there, Ankara? Fairy tale, yes. No, man, these cycle's done, bros. No more sun cycle. This is the sun cycle, isn't it? So he's time done out here, bros. Done out here. Yeah. Mother Nature will deal with the rest, bros. Amun Ra and everything will deal with the rest, fam. Get me? You ain't got to do nothing. You just got to sit back and watch. Get me? That's a fact. Get me? Yeah, man, them man, they eat each other, and them man, they was first cannibals out here. You're correct. Still, first cannibals out here, man. First ones. Get me? All up to Vlad and all of that. They got a fetish for blood, man. Hemophiliacs and that vampire things. We know this, man. But give blood, give blood, give blood. We know about all this madness, or do we? We know about it. You get me, Uncle? And are you correct? We know about it, but you know,
But
yeah.
I imagine, so there's no positive spiritual aspect about the blood sacrificing and the blood and all that. Because from what I heard, for like certain like there's a guy named Brother Oba. He's in the conscious community in America, but he talks about like the blood sacrifice a lot. Is the life force really that you're going after?
Them man are on some juju thing. Let's get it real. Remember that every man who's in the conscious community who's left their paradigm is supposedly conscious and ends up on some juju shit or voodoo or voodoo and talk about there's some babalawo priest and they've been initiated and all of this type of shit. Bruvs, I'm telling you, that shit ain't good. That shit ain't to be fucked with, bruvs. You get what I'm saying? We don't really fuck with it. Only used in times of crisis, emergency, or we out of our zone. Like when we in Haiti and shit. You get what I'm saying? Or when we in the Americas and niggas trying to fuck with us. Conquistadors and shit. You get me? Niggas be appearing and disappearing all of a sudden. That's the reports the Europeans are saying. Even with my great-great-great-grandfather, they said he did voodoo. Because how did he escape from the palace and all of this type of stuff? No, bruv, shut the fuck up, man. Get me? Remember, they thought that everything they didn't know that we had as science was magic. You get me? They was confused. Niggas was making gunpowder from long time. They're saying Chinese invented gunpowder. Then what was the Moors doing with guns centuries back? You know what I'm saying? Why did we invent the blender buster? Look up what a blender buster is. That's the first motherfucking shotgun. Pirates used to have them. Who was the fucking pirates? Us. Because we was on the waters first. You know what I'm saying? Then later on, when Moors were this, were that, whatever, nigga. You get me? When we was blowing the fuck out of you, you get me? Like they have that ceremony in Spain where the Christians come and fight the Moors.
Yeah, I seen about that.
Yeah, and who's got the guns? Who's got the guns? Is it the Christians? Hell motherfucking no. Because that's why the Moors have the fireworks and thing to represent the firearms that they had. So they had firearms.
Fire stick or some shit.
And the Christians had swords doing that crusader shit. So the first time they came, they got their ass whooped. Wasn't a game. They had to come twice the second time. Because every time that ceremony goes on, I'm like, who won again? And they're like, the Moors. But I'm like, the way you lot do the ceremony is like, the Christians won. You get what I'm saying? They had to go back and come again. It wasn't going to be that easy. The second time round, yeah, they were successful. Pushed man back and all sorts and do. But first time, nah. They got fucked up. Funked up. Because we already had guns and gunpowder and weaponry and science and all of these things, alchemy. How are we not going to know these things? You're like taking a piss out of us. We know what chemicals to mix together to make smoke, fake smoke. You get me? Real smoke. Yeah. Just throw a sheepskin or fucking whatever on there, buffalo or whatever, and that's it. You can make enough smoke to do whatever you're doing. Oh my God, the building's on fire, the town's on fire. Run up there, you just see a little bonfire going on and niggas surrounded you. Any last request than that? Like, there ain't no better tacticians through history than Africans. Romans built their military strategy of getting their ass whooped by Hannibal. African. You get me? Niggas came back with better shields, better thing, better this, better that. You get me? Shows that if you threw your arrow through it or your spear through it, you couldn't get it back. You get me? All of these type of techniques they learned after getting their ass whooped by Hannibal and having to sign peace treaty and that. Very cunning and smart. So, bottom line, even up to recent time with the Zulus, we was peak for them. You had guns and the Zulus had guns. Don't try it. You get me? They'd already been given to by interactions with other people like the Dutch and explorers and all of that. You come in, bring guns, man. I like that little 5-stick thing you got. So by the time the British come, they're going to get shot from long range when they're crossing over into Zululand and that. Like, man, want to take us for idiots, bro. And that's like early 1800s and that. Early. So you ain't got to tell us as Moors and all of this when we had guns and all of these type of things. Yeah, man. It took them a while to perfect guns, even in the Americas. Yeah, bro. I'm saying is on the boats. Yeah, we had blunderbusters, man. I've been to the Maritime Museum in Greenwich and seen my great grandfather's flag and the 3 flags they took. You can see them on pull them up on YouTube. I mean, not on YouTube, on Google. Yeah, the 3 flags of the kingdom, and one of them was a fucking skull and crossbones. So this is what I'm trying to say. These men were merchant traders, but they're calling man pirates. You get me? Man had his flag with his own name on it and a big lion mauling some European or some shit. Like the flag of my tribe is a man cutting off a man's head. That's my own personal tribe, you get me? It's a red flag and it's got one man. It looks like a white man's getting his head cut off still, I ain't gonna lie to you. But someone's getting their head cut off. You get me? I'm like, fuck's sake. Can you imagine these flags back in the day on the ships? Did you know we had ships and that? Joke thing, bro. If we got the product, don't you think sooner or later we're gonna try and get a ship? We're gonna try and get a ship, man. Or we're gonna hire one, acquire one, thing one. It's nothing. And as I said, the first boats, we had boats since Egypt, mate. Celestial boats, Khufu's boat. Any idiot can look up Khufu's boat. It's right next to the Great Pyramid, housed in some massive museum just for the boat. So let's not play the boat game. Get me in. Oh, did you know Africans have boats, bros? You don't even know the half of it. The Vikings are going to express some of the techniques that we used to make boats. Wonder where they got it from. So let's not play that game, bro. Centuries and centuries ago, we had boats. Even fucking Cleopatra had fucking boats. And if Cleopatra is way before like conquistadors and Spanish and all of these type of things, they don't even exist yet. In that way, you know what I'm saying? Mad thing. And 700 AD, we're going to Spain. How? From boats, man. We've got ships and that. Man are just crossing the Mediterranean and clapping, man. You know what I mean? Fuck that Hannibal shit on the mountains, trying to gino, man. But you're already coming from Spain already, so New Carthage. So you lot own that place already. And then you're climbing over the Alps and then coming to sneak and trick the fucking Romans by attacking them in the north, attacking everywhere around them and surrounding them. Once everyone was smashed up around you, you had to submit. White flag. Basic. Anyway. Enough deal for tonight, man. I'm sure you lot got enough homework from what I said. Get me. Please feel free to donate so you can get more content like this. 10 hours. Get me. We've gone in. Get me. We've got 22 people watching. Big up for that, man. And then my voice sounds like Barry White, extra smooth and shit. Could probably fall asleep on it. But the information being brought is setting some people on fire right now in their bed. Got them on a computer doing a madness, looking through the Bible and that. Get me? You'll see what I'm saying is facts. Get me? But big up, big up, big up, big up. Yeah, man, come on. Let's see if we can get that new laptop, that new Apple. Get me? All donations will be appreciated. Big up to Street Hahugan, who donated. Appreciate it for that donation, brother. I know it's a bit late now. You're probably not even listening, but yeah, big up for that. Big shout out to you. You know what I mean? We're getting there little by little. But yeah, we like that. And big up Impressive Nubian, who also donated. You know what I mean? Love for that. You know what I mean? So yeah, what are we talking about now? Everything is scientific. Yeah, you could say that. You know what I mean? So they're calling science religion where we come from. They're calling man priests instead of scientists. This is the problem. You get me? So this is what brings man into the supposed realms of religion. Oh, you lot in Kemet, you studied religion? No. Oh, you lot had priests? No. We had alchemy, alchemists or scientists, or you get me? We studied the principles in nature and how nature works, and how in tapping into that we can do everything. You get what I'm saying? Everything. Sound can do many things. You get me? Vibrations and all that. We studied all of that. And that's what Kemet was for, man. University, mate. Oldest university on the planet, bros. Just tamed all the secrets of the rest of Africa. Wasn't just like exclusively done there and the principles came from there. Nah. That's why it's not easy to pinpoint and put your hands on once that place goes left. The information just stops coming. But it doesn't mean that the source where it came from was still not. You know what I mean? Deep in the roots of Africa or South Africa or wherever, that gave you the mythos and stories that you had in Kemet. You know what I'm saying? This is what we're trying to say to you. All the things of Israel and all the Middle East was in Kemet. So, you know, it's just like one of those. You know what I mean? And if it was only a province of the same place for a long period in history, before anyone can remember, all of that was Egypt. All of that was Sumer or Semeket, an Egyptian province or part of Egypt, part of Africa. Because Africans were there. It's just mad how people don't see the connections. They just want to see what they've been told or listen to what they've been told in the modern times. But as I said, if you're old enough to know and see the changes, I'm here to let you know that look, these men are liars, man. They keep changing shit to suit their narrative or to bring themselves into the story of things and times where they never even existed. That's the truth. You know what I mean? So it's one of those ones. And even if they did exist, they weren't writing yet. You're going to take information from the people who learn how to write least and the last. The alphabet has been made up by the Greeks first, and Latin has to come from Sanskrit. So,
Hey, Michael.
Yeah.
I gotta hit the road a little quick. I gotta do a little errand for my peoples real quick.
Yeah,
so,
man.
So big up, yeah. If you still on when I come back, I could jump on and leave the laptop on, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna in a minute, man. Forget me. I think we put in enough work tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Big up. Maybe tomorrow, man. I'll do it again, man.
Yeah. You got to see if K want to test the waters and shit. We'll see.
I don't make it really.
Let him get drowned real quick.
Yeah. But,
We'll
yeah,
give him a life jacket just so he don't drown.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, big up for that. So
Yeah, definitely.
FTK General.
Yeah. Big up yourself, Mills, though.
Come on.
Let me
Yeah.
shout out the chat room real quick. Big up MA Bravo Israel. M Bravo Israel. Are you correct? You already know, man. Big up yourself. King H. We got Organized Chaos, Ankara 99. Big up yourself. Young Money. Big up yourself, man. You know the Queen, Princess Dominique. You already know. Impressive Nubian. We got BB Nana, big up yourself. Janet Huggins, big up yourself. Oh, Jedi, Zulu, Beefy. You already know, big up yourself. There's a lot of new people I've never seen. Chasing Tyboot. My bad for butchering your name, but big up yourself.
Hawaii.
Hawaii, yeah. Hawaii, big up yourself. Beefy, I already said Brustler. Everybody, man. Anonymous and all that shit. Big up yourself, Anonymous.
Of course.
Yeah.
You can't believe in that Anonymous. It's so true. And all of them. You get me?
Yeah, so true. One.
Everybody. You get me? But big up everybody, man. We're gonna leave it here, man. And just remember, man, help me out, man. Drop a little donation so we can continue to be giving you content that you really get you through your day or your evening or your afternoon. You know what I'm saying? It's peace and love.
Yeah, hold on. Kemo came back now. What the Kemo, bro?
Where's Kemo?
He just came back.
He came when Beefy left. You can't. Yeah, you missed it, man.
Hey, but Kemo, hey, listen. The Maori thing, you probably could do better than Zulu. Zulu made it sound like it was almost a monotheist religion, where it's one supreme deity, and it looked like that's what it is. So if you got more information than Zulu, yeah, you gotta come, cause I ain't like Maori looks dope though. It's like it's kind of dope though. I must say the whole one consciousness and all that. Like it's not really too different from like the Israelite conception of the Most High. It's really not too different.
I'm just saying, as a Rasta, you get me? You know about Tendai Muari. You get me? That man, they're using it. And so if you claim any part of Rasta, and you know what are going out here, you get me? You know that's how they greet each other and talk about certain things. You get me? Because they're trying to identify with Beefy's thing. And when they come across Beefy, a man says, "What, Muari?" It's like, yeah. I know where you got that from. A man are like, yeah. Respect to Beefy. You're a real African. You get me? Cause we're just trying to think. So we came with Tendai Mari. Mike's got Olodumare. You get me? Which is the name of the creator and that. You get me? In our pantheon or theology in Nigeria or Yorubas. So it's not unknown within Africa. You're like that philosophy or ideology. You know what I'm saying? Or the principles of it. So yeah, you're barking basically up the wrong tree when you're looking at Muari. It's like, as you say, you're looking at for the creator of the Most High. You get me? Metaphysical and supreme consciousness don't really revert to a religion. Doesn't make no sense. Because other spiritual systems are not religion. They're just ways of life, and you know this. And as I said, we have the original ways of life, and they came to our way of life and made religion out of it. That ain't our fault. And it's not even the best one. You went to the university where we had bare theologies and came out with religion. Some of our most prominent kings and all of that of Egypt scattered all over your Bible in your Psalms and all of that. You get me? Rod and staff. Who's got a rod and staff in those times? Just like a shepherd and that. If not Pharaoh. Like, stop it, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, all your shit, all roads for you, Abrahamic religion.
He said we're beefy there.
Yeah.
We're beefy there, huh?
Beefy didn't have to do nothing, man.
Hey,
Zulu's not
It's a part two,
Zulu,
man.
yeah, Zulu ain't even from that tribe. Yeah, it was easy, man. Muari, that to dispel the disrespect of trying to draw Muari into some modern day type of ideals. It doesn't even make sense. These things predate your Bible. You can't even stand up on that. You've got no standing. Once it predates your Bible, you're done. Done out here. The dance done. Get me? The tribes are older. So before any Israelite tribes of any biblical 6,000 years and less than that, yeah, we existed, fam. So it's never going to be a competition. Yeah, you think you're going to be in a...
Kemo, one fact though I took.
I'm trying to give you a heads up. Tendai Mari, that's all I'm saying. You don't really want to go down that road and you got locks in your head. You better shave that shit off before you come at Beefy.
Kemo want blood though. Hey, but one thing I gotta say to Kemo, if you look at Mawari and you look at like the history about that, they literally say the Bantus brought monotheism to South Africa.
Straight.
Monotheism, Kemo. Monotheism.
One God. One creator. We've always had that as an African principle. You're never going to beat us on that. Like, you learned that from us. And you learned that from the Kemetans, worst of all. You get what I'm saying? You are Kemet.
Nah, but I don't even think they're going to deny that because it literally says Egypt is my people. Like the Most High was literally saying Egypt is my people.
But they was there. They was there. Most High guided man to send man there, man.
Hey, see, Michael, that's what you Beefy. That's I think the debate's gonna be about.
What? Bantu is what? Is the Israelite. Man, Bantu's older than Israelite, so how can it be? It doesn't even make sense, bros. If you say that they came out of them, of those Bantus, and there's those Taraites and those Watutsis or Kushites or whatever you want to say, yeah, then cool, innit? But at the end of the day, you're talking about something later rather than something that's older. Get me? It has more history and has more time on it. Can't tell me nothing about no 6,000 year ideals when the people exist older than 6,000 years. It doesn't even make sense. I mean,
hey, but Mac, I'm gonna let you know though. Camo's not Zulu. Camo's not Zulu, Mac. So let Beefy know that.
Yeah, we know, man. But you know, Beefy,
Zulu's the lightweight, man.
Beefy can take care of himself, man.
All right,
I'm not even saying that. But as
we
I
might have a double special. We have my Camo and Beefy versus K, me, and Maku then or some shit.
African spiritual systems versus your biblical bullshit. Yeah, man, we can do that. Because you ain't gonna win. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna win, bros. Nothing in your book can defend you against something that is man's culture and man's spiritual systems and that goes much ancient. Like man can go to man's grandma, great grandma, and you know what I mean? Well, this guy is funny. I mean, this is a FTK waiting to happen. I don't mind, bros. But yeah, I would stand on Muari. Like, if a man says it's not a religion, there's nothing you can say. Yours is a religion, yeah, but his is not. You want it to be a way of life. His actually is. Peak.
Yeah, it's gonna be on Beefy though. But hey, Michael, I gotta get out of here though, man.
Yeah, man. Big up.
Hey, big up yourself though, man. Camel, man.
Yeah, man. Come on, big up. Kibbo Ben Israel. Yeah, man. I was just fucking up Israelite shit earlier. You missed it. Get me?
M Bravo Israel was trying to defend the thing, but yeah. He needs some work.
I like my brother as well, man. He's all right as well because he's come on before, innit? But his discussion wasn't really based on anything Israelite. It was more to do with certain situations that was really happening. You get me? With that fucking real guy.
Oh, but let me big up Kemo one more time. Yeah, big up Kemo. Hey, big up yourself. It wasn't for you and Maku, I would have never researched the letters of Paul and the whole history about how Paul and that shit came about. Trust me. And that shit
Yeah.
is a fucking rabbit hole.
You know that one. Yeah, K's gonna get that work, boys. Peak for K.
It's a rabbit hole, man. A rabbit
No,
hole.
yeah. The idea of religion, Kemo, I think you misunderstood what it means to have a religion. Get me? That's what it is. I think if you look into it more and you put up the principles of what they're saying Muari is, it ain't a religion, bros. We just worked that out
Yeah,
earlier.
I ain't like Kemo. If you was here, you would agree probably with Zulu when Zulu was saying that Lily sounds like the Most High almost principle, because Zulu was trying to hint at the whole Israelite thing also. But yeah,
Yeah, he said once a religion was added to it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He made that point that once religion
Yeah,
was added to it, the names changed. So now God can be Muari. You got what I'm saying? Or God can be Unkulunkulu, which is the South African equivalent. You know what I'm saying? They had that spiritual system of Unkulunkulu before they got Christianity. You know what I'm saying? So now in Christianity, in their churches, they're reading the Bible, but when the word God comes along, they say Unkulunkulu. That's it. You know what I'm saying? So on that part, them man there have worked it in their book, their old culture into the religion, or just their explanation of the word God. But that's not the same for Muari. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm trying to say to man. So Zulu will have that way of thinking, yeah. You lot in your tribe do the same as us in our tribe. But it's like, boy, nah, that's not true, because Mike knew that from a long time, that these men were saying unkulu. And I was watching a South African program and I'm like, you lot in church though, with a pulpit and a Bible, and the man's got a Bible in his hand and he's talking about unkulunkulu. And I'm fucking raw. When I'm watching their juju stuff, their muti and their shaman stuff and all of that, they're talking about unkulunkulu as well. So I'm like, okay. Either you get me? Someone's mixed it up or something, or one has taken it, a principle that they always had, and used it in the modern principle to make them understand this new religion that they've taken up. You get what I'm saying? So what they'll do, they'll use the same God principle or whatever, but it's the same God principle of your shamans and your witch doctors and that. It's mad thing. This is basic though. So yeah, speak for you, Kemo. Get me? Don't ever try and put religion where there's no religion, bros. Religion is a European concept, bros. You've got to accept that. You got to accept that, bros. We don't have that. We have ways of life, bros. Get me? We have a mythos, because it's a myth, innit? My story is always a myth. Our story, sorry, should I say, is always a myth. So it becomes a mystery. But his story is history, innit? Bullshit. You know what I mean? So, as I said, as the victor takes the spoils, he also rewrites history to his own suiting, and rewrites the religious books to his own suiting, because he doesn't have that originally. You're talking about pagans, fam. Men who worship the devil, worship all sorts of Baphomet, spirits of the forest, Mother Earth, and all of these other funny type of principles, yeah? And now taken on this new thing called religion that came from Paul, yeah? Or Saul, called Christianity, and it's all fuckery, bros. And then taken over by Romans. Ain't nothing Israelite about that no more. They've totally eradicated the focus, even if there was a focus. But yeah, man, big up. You can't prove nothing, man. I'm telling you, man. Zulu tried the best he could, and he couldn't do it, because even the Wikipedia or whatever explanation of it just let man down. It's not gonna look good for you. Come on, trust me. I think you should leave the Moari thing alone. But it's, choice is yours. I know you're good at your stuff as well. You get me? But I think you're barking on the wrong tree. I don't think that's the principle you're trying to make a thing, that man has a religion, that man goes in a car, not beefy. Trust me. Well, like that, perhaps. Even the name Bantu is soul. Soul people, like, you get me? Like, what? Soul. That sounds about right. Hmm? Yeah, but what Delil? I mean, you can't Delil an oral tradition, can you? You can only bring people who know the tradition or know the culture or thing. Remember, everything is not written down, bros. So, and then anything that is written down, it seems to be the white man's interpretation of it. Like, we don't give a fuck about that, and we're not going to take that as gospel. So, what Delil? When you're dealing with oral traditions and stuff like that, and theologies that are from the mind, and they stay in the mind, and yeah, man, are using shaman to contact this supreme consciousness. That ain't religion, fam. It doesn't cover the realms that have Messiah. Doesn't have a physical figure. You saying it's God or it doesn't do that. Even we have that, and they don't have that. You know what I'm saying? We have the overall idea of one supreme God that makes beings, and beings come down here and they interact and they become part of us. Everyone seems to have that in their story. You get me? But everybody also has the idea of, like, the Egyptians had the um, what's his name? Is it Amun Ray? Where you get Amen from, which is the hidden one, which is like supposedly the God you can't see, the creator, the creative force, like El Kalum. El Kalum is the supreme of all of it. Kalum built man on the potter's wheel, made man on the potter's wheel out of clay. Yeah, and El Kalum is the all. Everything is contained within the all, and the all is within you. You get me? So everything that is created is within the all, isn't it? It's like it's within God. It's not outside of God, it's inside. But obviously, man won't understand that, because man's only taking some Middle Eastern, European interpretation of what it is to be an Israelite. Doesn't make sense. But we're in Africa. Wouldn't you take the African interpretation more than the Israelite, or the European, or the Middle Eastern, or the supposed Asian? That's mad. Or the Eurasian. Yeah, the man there practicing Hinduism, bro. That is a book of fucking spells, bro. Biblos. Greek. Which part of Hebrew and thing is this? Like, it's not, bro. These men are constructing shit and taking parchments, flinging them together, and all of a sudden you've got Biblos, little book. Not even holy book, little. Meaning, even in that time, there must have been bigger books out there. And it is a fucking book because it's edited. It's only got certain verses in there. Like, what are we talking about? Verses that are essential for the Bible. Once you think you stop talking trash to me, trust that. Once you start reading those texts, you stop talking trash to man. You start to understand what man's talking about. Until then, bro, man are just gonna remain in ignorance. Still talking trash about from a couple 1,000 years ago, when your people are millions of years old on this planet. Fuck that shit, bro. Respect your elders. Get me? Respect your ancestors, bro. If you could respect some, why not respect all of them? Like they probably would have. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't even make sense. Abraham would be fucking flabbergasted at some of the shit man are trying to say in his name. Just like Yeshua, just like all the others. But Abraham would have knew about Muari. This is the Shem, descendants of Shem, and most of us Africans are Shemites. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's going on? What are you lot dealing with? If anyone's going to be descendant, it's going to be their younger brothers, isn't it? The oldest brother, Shem, is going to be the more African-looking one. It's obvious. Because this man, Noor or Noah, is a black man. Kushite or not, you've got black African wives. You know what I'm saying? I said, tell Beefy for sharpening his blade. I'm just trying to give you a heads up, bros. You know, this guy is very, very, very sneaky, bros. His questions will just open you up. You wouldn't even know you're cut. Because that nigga squeezed garlic on it or something. So I'm just saying, as a brethren, as a brother, trying to give man prior warning, little research thing, and then just check that shit. Once you can outdo that shit, that this Israelite shit is older than these man, you won the argument. But until then, bruv, you ain't got a leg to stand on, bruv. Trust me. You're gonna have to do something about that 6,000 years, bruv. All right. It's cool. We do that definitely. We do that. Come on for you. Probably tomorrow or so. Get me car. I know man don't run from now. FTK, bro. Get me. And this is like supposedly a reverse one. We don't mind as well. As I said, man are always open for the FTK. If you think you've got it, you've got what it takes, bros. You know what I mean? If you think you've got the capabilities, bros. Anyone can get FTK'd. Anything can get FTK'd. Any ideology can get FTK'd, yes. Because the truth is always out there, isn't it? That's what FTK is about, the truth. Don't care what you think, don't care what I think. We just care about what the truth is. And we're going to let the people know. We ain't going to lie to them. And we ain't going to be disingenuous. Just like earlier, when you rewind the tape and you listen to how man just dealt with man and said, no, at the end of the day, what's your point? You're trying to say it's a religion, it's blatantly saying it's not. So what's your point? Where's your FTK? True. Anyone can get it, for real. Get me? It's not about that. Like, I don't mind. Get me? Man are always trying to FTK me because they're trying to pin me in a box with my thoughts and ideology. But obviously, the melanated brain takes all sorts of information in. This is how man gets smacked up. Get me? Because you ain't gonna actually change the fact that I read the Bible. You ain't gonna change the fact that I read the Torah. You get me? You ain't gonna change those facts when it comes to the information and thing. Yeah, you can cuss my teacher. You can say, yeah, man, well, he taught you wrong and he was a pedophile or whatever. I'm like, okay, yeah, but it was the information correct? Yeah, but. Don't give me no buts, motherfucker. Tell me that the information was incorrect and that he told me, don't believe him, go and check it out for yourself. This is not the ideology of somebody you follow. This is the ideology of somebody who's teaching you. You get what I'm saying? And everything he's taught, man, is like raw. He's led man to learn other stuff and research other stuff. And that's why man can't test man. Man will get their ass whooped, handed, served. You see me spitting at 100 miles an hour and beating them up with lyrics. They're like, how does he know that? Where'd you get your information from? You slow. You think that black men don't use the same vigor that we do other things and put it into studying and learning. The moment we do that, you end up with sniper. That's what happens. You end up with sniper. Real niggas with real knowledge, the right knowledge, and you can't fuck with them. We're gonna dig at each other all fucking century. When the real enemies out there and the real shit that's going on, people are blatantly avoiding because their head's stuck in books. Books that can't defend you if someone comes to you and puts a gun in your face. Doesn't make sense. Ideologies that can't just spiritually manifest and protect you if, you get me, it all goes left tomorrow and it's martial law. Like, stop it, man. We got to stop all this ideology thing and saying that it's helping us. Take the aspects that can help you and live your life, man. Apply them. If you can't apply them, then they just should stay in your head. Can't be exploiting and convincing anyone else that, yeah, my way is the best one. I'm part of the chosen people. That's selfish and spiteful ideology. You know what I'm saying? Anyone who would consider self better than anyone else and different from anyone else when it's blatantly not the case. I could look man dead in the face and say, nigga, you my distant cousin. You're like, nah, I'm this, I'm special, I'm I'm Israelite. Nigga, you fucking Bantu, nigga. Who the fuck? No, but I'm there. And they took Bantus and they took Israelites to West Indies and did it. Nigga, you maroon, nigga. What the fuck are you talking about? And you know, maroon ain't got no fucking title. Maroon is only another equivalent for more. Because they're not telling you any more about yourself. They're not telling you where you really came from. If it was Mauritania, if it was Morocco, if it was fucking East Africa, or you get me, or Ethiopia, they'll still call you the same thing. This is the ignorance and folly of these people through history. And now you're going to follow them. You're going to take the book they used as mass destruction to try and destroy Africa with colonization, gave us the book, took our gold, you get me, and enslaved us. Took us to the Americas, gave us the book, and said we can't read it. Get what I'm saying? Wasn't even in our language, right? Whether you spoke Hebrew, or you spoke Arabic, or you spoke any other type of African language, it wasn't in our language. The preacher was reading at the front of the church. You were just happy not to be in the fields. You get me? This is how we became religious. With the same book. They whipped us on the back in the fields and everything, blood all over the fucking cotton. And then we have to go church Sunday. Wear our slavery best. Go in the church and sit down and listen to the preacher lie. And read from his book that tells us that we ain't shit. Now we fighting and knocking niggas out and arguing with niggas on street corners, talking about we ain't shit. But some of us are special. It's like, Ruffs. And you don't think that's an ideology they're promoting? White man is the devil and all of this. They're promoting that because there's nothing you can do about it, whether it's true or not. Brothers need to check themselves, bros. You're African, done. Principle, find out what tribe you're on and just settle on that. Go and learn the history of that and just relax yourself because you could find yourself in a well of Mo'ari. Get me? When you go back into your history of where you come from. Well, where you come from ain't gonna have no Israelite shit attached to it. It's only gonna have it true to colonization and people giving man the Bible. Plain and simple. And with that, I bid you farewell. Peace.